Chapter 191. Twilight bathed Oracle Square in a dark gold hue. Melina stood tall before the stone steps, her obsidian-adorned forehead ornament pressing down on her brow, making it burn. She could feel the gazes of the leaders from 12 different regions piercing through the smoke, searing into her young taut back. This was her appointment ceremony, though she had long been thoroughly familiar with the duties of the clan leader under Kwang Shou's arrangements. Today, the clan's high priest would appoint her. She believed she would become the clan leader who achieved the greatest accomplishments in history, her name inscribed on the sacred bronze stele before her, just like those of past outstanding clan leaders. The moment the palace doors opened, 12 bronze human-faced lamps suddenly illuminated. Black runes danced on the high priest's dark red robes, her cold, gleaming black hair flowing over her silver veil. Pious followers followed her, their eyes, beneath the silver veil, revealing a pair of all-seeing eyes. Amidst the muffled thuds of the believers' foreheads striking the ground, she stopped at the third step. This distance allowed Melina to clearly see the unusual appearance of her eyes beneath the veil. Her left pupil shimmered with an amber glow, while her right eye was an eternal, pure black. The cold gaze seemed to pierce through the river of fate, looking towards a distant place, and Melina felt a chill run down her spine. Melina, the 24th chieftain. The sound of dragging chains came from below the steps. 3 sacrificial snow wolves were baring their teeth in their cages. What is your vow? Melina raised her head and answered devoutly, my eyes will become ravens, piercing the disguise of the poisonous spring. My spine will crack into oak spanning the poisonous swamp. When winter gnaws at the knuckles of children, my life will willingly become the final burnt offering on the altar. With her final words, sparks suddenly erupted from the brazier, etching her unfinished thoughts onto the bronze tablet. The interests of my people are above my name and soul. Melina's eyelashes fluttered violently, the cacophony jolting her from her distant dream. She saw a girl in a white uniform crouching on the ground, her dark eyes clear yet laced with a hint of cunning, her slightly wavy black hair. Suddenly, another cold, compassionate face flashed into her mind. Melina shook her head violently, dismissing this inappropriate association. You're finally awake? Jiangchen breathed a sigh of relief. Since passing through the protective shield, her breathing had become extremely weak. For a moment, Jiangchen couldn't even hear her heartbeat. Melina, seeing her hands and feet bound, knew it was the girl's doing, but she didn't seem flustered. Instead, she asked, what's your name? Jiangchen raised an eyebrow in surprise, his expression suggesting this was a time for friendly name exchange. Jiangchen. Jiangchen? Melina carefully considered the name, but didn't seem to find anything particularly unusual. Melina didn't reveal her own name. Jiangchen smiled wryly. So this wasn't a name exchange, but a condescending question. But there was no time for that now. He said directly, Chief, we have no intention of causing trouble. Have your men release my people, and I escort you out safely. Melina remained noncommittal, seemingly ignoring Jiangchen's words, and said, how did you get in? Didn't you feel anything when you came in? Jiangchen turned to look outside the protective shield. The leader's subordinates had quickly recovered from the sudden change, and were keeping a close watch on Zhang Fengge and the others. Zhang Fengge had run out of weapons and ammunition. Chen Yimo wasn't in much better shape, and as for Fan Yu, he wasn't a combat-oriented soldier to begin with. However, she couldn't answer Melina's question now. Chen Yimo hadn't passed through the shield, and everything that had happened completely overturned her previous assumption that the shield didn't attack those who tried to attack it. Based on the comparison of the two instances, she hadn't experienced any physical discomfort after passing through the shield. Could the problem lie with her? Of course, she couldn't say any of this to the leader in front of her. Jiangchen spoke half-truthfully, observing Melina's facial expression. How could I not feel anything? I felt like I was being engulfed in flames. Melina frowned slightly. Jiangchen quickly changed his tune, however. I'm tough as nails. Oh right, I haven't told you about my job yet. I'm a city guard. You might not know, it's like those guards outside. It's all rough work, so my physical condition is superb. Melina naturally didn't completely believe Jiangchen's nonsense. But she understood that the girl in front of her, having survived the blood zombies hunt to this point, couldn't be just an ordinary person, especially since even she couldn't discern her special ability. Didn't you say you knew how to get in? Melina suddenly asked. Damn it! Jiangchen cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten that? He really shot himself in the foot. Of course it's nonsense, otherwise how would I have had a chance to escape? Nonsense. Forced by circumstances. Chief, I must remind you of your situation. You are now under my control, so please at least have some awareness of being a prisoner. Jiangchen, feigning a bully's manner, patted Melina's cheek with the dagger Melina had just pressed against her waist. Melina looked at him coldly. Hand over or not? Jiang Chen's joking tone vanished, and she lowered her eyes to ask. Perhaps in her original world, she would hesitate for a moment. After all, this chief had no grudge against her, and she shouldn't be threatening her. But she hadn't expected her to adapt to the rules here so quickly. To survive, she would stop at nothing. Huichuan. Huichuan glanced at the soldiers beside him, signaling them to keep an eye on the three people. Chen Yimo and Zhang Fengde exchanged glances. They were also waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Chief. Huichuan knelt outside the protective barrier, obeying orders. Kill those three outside at any cost. Melina's cold, hard voice echoed within the secret realm. Chapter 192. Outside the protective shield. Huichuan launched a decisive attack on Zhang Fengde and the others. The sound of the lightning orbs clashing against metal was like an explosion right next to Jiang Chen's ear. Her dagger remained motionless against Melina's neck, the blade already half a millimeter deep in her skin, beads of blood slowly sliding down the gleaming blade. You really think I won't kill you? Melina's eyes were cold, unmoved by the dagger beneath her neck. Jiang Chen. A voice as clear as jade rang out. I must say you have considerable courage, but decision-makers need absolute rationality. Melina's voice was like a blade tempered with ice. Like now, you clearly know that killing me will allow you to escape unscathed. It's the best solution, yet you're still hesitating. Because you're calculating their chances of survival and... You don't want to kill me. She suddenly curled her lips into a smile. What pathetic mercy. A muffled groan came from outside the protective shield, and Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. A cold glint flashed in Melina's eyes. See, this is the price of emotions. The price of emotions. Jiang Chen repeated softly, then smiled, raising her arm and forcefully slashing at Melina. Blood instantly stained half of Melina's shoulder crimson. Melina groaned, but didn't panic, thoughtfully raising her eyes to look at the girl before her. The girl's expression was relaxed, not dwelling on the previous words, but instead looking intently at herself. I didn't want to kill you, but that won't be my weakness. Your decision was decisive, but you overlooked one thing, the executor's will. Humans aren't puppets, they can't be completely manipulated, like now. She pinned Melina to the ground and shouted at the outside of the protective shield, Huichuan, you are her first guardian. Are you going to watch your esteemed leader die before your eyes? Jiang Chen leaned down and whispered in Melina's ear, you can control your own emotions, but you can't control others. Melina's breathing quickened, but her eyes remained calm, as if the pain in her shoulder hadn't affected her thoughts. She slightly curled the corners of her lips, her voice low and tinged with sarcasm. You think this will sway me? Huichuan won't betray her duty because of your threats. Do you dare to bet with me? Jiang Chen sneered, increasing the pressure on her hand. Is that so? But human emotions are something you can never completely control. You can suppress them with reason, but they will always erupt at some point. Melina's gaze sharpened slightly, as if something had struck her. She paused for a moment, then said softly, perhaps you're right, emotions are indeed uncontrollable. But it's precisely because of this that I understand its dangers even more. Jiang Chen frowned, about to speak, when she suddenly felt a chilling aura creep up from behind. Her back tensed slightly, and she quickly turned around to see Huichuan's figure appear like a ghost, his long sword gleaming coldly in the dim light, slashing fiercely at Zhang Fengde and the others. A tense atmosphere filled the air, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Chen Yimo reacted extremely quickly, his mental energy instantly condensed into a semi-transparent barrier, blocking their path. The barrier surface shimmered faintly, rippling like water, attempting to resist the sharp blade. However, Huichuan's blade was incredibly sharp, its light flashing like lightning, and it hurtled towards them with overwhelming force. The barrier cracked under the pressure of the blade, its surface rapidly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would collapse completely at any moment. Bang! The barrier finally gave way, exploding with a deafening roar, fragments scattering and dissipating into specks of light in the air. A sharp metallic clang rang out abruptly. Zhang Fengde gritted his teeth, quickly raising his lightning gun to barely block Huichuan's blade. However, the immense force from the blade made his hand go numb, blood slowly trickling down between his fingers, dripping onto the ground and splashing into tiny droplets. Jiang Chen didn't turn around, her gaze remained fixed on Melina before her, as if the battle behind her was irrelevant. Her expression was terrifyingly calm, her eyes devoid of any emotion, only an unfathomable chill. A black and gold broken knife appeared out of thin air in her hand, its blade gleaming with a dark, eerie light. The tip pointed downwards, aimed directly at Melina's heart. The blade was only inches from Melina's chest, seemingly poised to pierce her at any moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Melina's eyes. Though her shoulder was stained crimson with blood, her expression remained composed. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Chen's face for a moment, as if reevaluating the girl. "You are indeed not simple," Melina murmured, her voice tinged with complex emotion. Jiang Chen did not answer. Her fingers tightened slightly, the tip of the knife lightly pressed against Melina's chest. The cold touch made Melina's breath catch in her throat. "I won't gamble with you. I will only trust my observations." Jiang Chen spoke coldly, his voice low and firm. The surrounding air seemed to grow heavier, a faint whistling of wind carrying the echoes of clashing metal in the distance. In the dim light, their shadows stretched long and intertwined, as if foreshadowing the predetermined outcome of this contest. "Observe?" Melina asked softly, a hint of provocation in her voice, a slight upturn at the corners of her lips, yet a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Although her shoulder was stained with blood, her expression remained composed, as if the pain was a trivial test for her. Jiang Chen's gaze remained calm. His fingers twitched slightly, the tip of the knife lightly grazing Melina's collar, leaving a shallow mark. Her movements were precise and calm, as if she were controlling a predetermined ending. "Which one won't let you die?" she whispered, her voice icy, her tone resolute. The knife tip slowly sank into her collar, gliding over her skin, and finally piercing her body. Melina's body trembled slightly. After all, she was only mortal. She groaned helplessly, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, like a precise surgeon calmly controlling the life and death of the person before her. Her gaze swept across Melina's face, as if waiting for something. Along the way, Jiang Chen had carefully observed which one. She was brave, skilled in battle, sharp, like a drawn blade, fearless. However, whenever her gaze fell on Melina, it would unconsciously soften. That was a natural habit formed from long-term interaction, an unbreakable bond between master and disciple, or comrades in arms. Hui Chuan's loyalty to Melina was not merely a duty, but a deep-seated emotion. Jiang Chen knew that this emotion was precisely the weakness she could exploit. Chapter 193. Hui Chuan abruptly retracted her blade towards Zhang Fengde and the others, a hint of impatience flashing in her sharp eyes. She gripped the hilt tightly, her arm muscles tense, the blade flashing like lightning as she slashed fiercely at the protective shield. However, the moment the blade collided with the shield, only a dull thud was heard. The shield remained completely unmoved, not even a crack appeared. Hui Chuan's brows furrowed deeply, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes, but she did not stop. Instead, she swung the blade even harder, attempting to break through this impenetrable barrier with brute force. Jiang Chen lowered her head, her gaze cold and focused. Her lips were close to Melina's ear, her voice low and tinged with sarcasm. "Honorable leader, I wonder if I am qualified to negotiate with you this time." Her tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable sense of oppression. Before she finished speaking, the broken black and gold dagger in her hand slammed downwards, the tip piercing Melina's shoulder. Blood instantly gushed out, staining half of Melina's shoulder crimson. Melina's body trembled slightly, but she made no sound. She simply raised her head, coldly staring at the girl before her. Her gaze was icy, carrying a condescending scrutiny, as if even now, as the subservient leader, she remained the one in control. However, deep within her eyes, a barely perceptible flicker of emotion flashed. She had indeed underestimated this young city guard. Jiang Chen remained calm. Her fingers gripped the hilt of her dagger firmly, the tip gently rotating against Melina's shoulder blade, sending waves of pain through her. Her gaze met Melina's, without flinching. She knew that Melina's strength lay not only in her physical power, but also in her intellect. At this moment, she had to gradually break down the other party's psychological defenses. Melina's breathing quickened slightly, but she quickly composed herself. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Chen's face for a moment, as if reassessing the girl. She was smarter than she had imagined, adept at seizing others' weaknesses, and striking with precision. She wasn't the kind of beast that killed with a single blow, but rather like a patient eagle, circling high in the sky, calmly observing its prey's every move, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop down and deliver the fatal blow. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, but her voice remained low. "Chief, what's your decision?" Her fingers tightened slightly, the blade penetrating a little deeper, blood slowly trickling down the blade and dripping onto the ground with a soft drip-drip sound. A cold glint flashed in Melina's eyes, but her expression remained composed. She spoke slowly, her voice low and calm. "You are indeed more difficult to deal with than I imagined." There was no anger or fear in her tone, but rather a faint admiration. However, her fingers tightened slightly, as if suppressing inner turmoil. Jiang Chen didn't respond, simply watching her silently, the knife still firmly pressed against Melina's shoulder. I promise you, the 3 people outside the protective barrier will survive safely, but you must agree to one condition. Melina's voice was low and calm, although her wound was still bleeding and her face was as pale as paper. Her tone still carried an undeniable authority. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, the black and gold broken knife still firmly pressed against Melina's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of shrewd teasing. Leader, you need to understand your situation now. You are still under my blade. Her voice was light yet tinged with coldness, a glint of cunning in her eyes, as if testing Melina's limits. Melina raised her head, her pale face devoid of panic. Her gaze met Jiang Chen's, her voice calm yet resolute. Life will eventually pass. If I fail to achieve my goal, we can both remain here. There was no threat in her tone, only a cold statement, as if declaring an unchangeable fact. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. She hadn't expected Melina to be so resolute, even willing to perish with her. Her gaze lingered on Melina's face for a moment, seemingly assessing the truthfulness of her words. What are your conditions? Jiang Chen finally spoke, her voice tinged with curiosity, light as if in casual conversation, but her eyes remained sharp as knives. I want you to come with me to the foot of the stone pillar. Melina's voice remained calm, but a barely perceptible urgency flashed in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen turned to look at the stone pillar in the distance, now a ruin. The giant python's corpse still coiled around the rubble, its massive body appearing particularly ferocious. The remnants of the stone pillar were scattered everywhere, as if utterly destroyed by some immense force. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She tilted her head slightly, her tone playful. You mean, there's something you're looking for beneath these ruins? Is it some kind of treasure? Or, you hidden some secret weapon? Melina didn't answer directly, her gaze remaining resolute. Though her face was pale, her expression revealed an unyielding determination. Jiang Chen recalled how she and Chen Yimo, in their haste to escape this place, hadn't paid any attention to what lay beneath the stone pillar. Now, she couldn't help but consider whether to indulge herself in uncovering the truth, but more than anything, she felt wary. She remained silent for a moment, then finally stood up, deftly tossing the broken black gold knife behind her back with a swift and decisive movement. She looked down at Melina and said casually, Why should I go with you? Have you discovered my talent? Melina's eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Her voice was low and calm, perhaps. But more importantly, only you can help me open that door. There was no flattery in her tone, only a cold statement, as if stating an unchangeable fact. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Her fingers lightly tapped the hilt of her knife on her back, as if she were pondering something. After a moment, she finally nodded, her voice carrying a hint of determination. All right, I go with you. But I need to take someone with me. Chapter 194. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the distant ruins. Her eyes were deep and calm, as if weighing something. Melina was not easily fooled. She had long seen through everything. The key to crossing the protective barrier lay within Jiang Chen herself. Jiang Chen knew this perfectly well. Although she still didn't understand how she had been able to cross this almost indestructible barrier, she vaguely sensed that it might be related to her experience of crossing into Eden, and even more so to that mysterious black pod. The secrets hidden within that black pod, like a fog, constantly lingered in her mind. And perhaps, the answer to all of this lay buried beneath the stone pillar. This was why Jiang Chen ultimately agreed to Melina's request to accompany her to the stone pillar. She needed answers, and Melina might be the guide who opened the door to the truth. They used each other, each getting what they needed. But beneath the ruins, perhaps lurks a long-imprisoned beast, its crimson pupils gleaming dangerously in the shadows, watching the reckless humans who dare to venture in. Perhaps every step closer will awaken their dormant ferocity, and the pervasive stench of decay in the air serves as a silent warning. This is forbidden territory for the living. Jiang Chen slowly walked to the protective shield, raised her hand, and gently touched the seemingly invisible yet indestructible barrier with her fingertips. The surface of the shield flowed like water, with a warm, smooth touch, like the gentle flow of a hot spring caressing her fingertips, bringing a slight tingling sensation. She applied slight pressure, and ripples spread across the surface of the shield, as if responding to her touch. The air inside and outside the protective shield seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on her. Both those inside and outside the shield were stunned by the scene. Jiang Chen's figure appeared exceptionally small beneath the massive shield, yet she exuded an undeniable power. Her white uniform was stained with specks of blood, like red plum blossoms blooming on snow, making her face appear even more serene and beautiful. Her eyes, however, were cold as knives, both fragile and resilient, both gentle and sharp. Melina stood to the side, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen. Blood still flowed from her shoulder, but her expression remained composed. "You are indeed different." Melina's voice was low and calm, tinged with a hint of obscurity. "The protective shield is like a thin veil to you, utterly meaningless." Jiang Chen didn't turn around, her fingers continued to trace the shield's lines, as if feeling every inch of its texture. Her voice was light and airy, yet tinged with coldness. "Chief, you knew this all along, didn't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have made such a condition." Melina's eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Chen's gaze pierced through the protective barrier, landing on Zhang Fengge. Their eyes met in midair. Zhang Fengge's gaze was steady and resolute. Although his right sleeve was soaked with blood, and his face was slightly pale, his back remained ramrod straight, like an unshakable mountain. "Team." Zhang Fengge stepped towards the protective barrier, Hui Chuan following closely behind, the long sword in her hand gleaming coldly, the tip slightly raised, as if it might pierce Zhang Fengge's body at any moment. Her gaze was icy, filled with undisguised hostility, but Zhang Fengge seemed oblivious, walking straight to the protective barrier. Separated by the flowing barrier, Zhang Fengge's brows were furrowed, his voice low yet clear. "Xiao Jiang, let Chen Yimo go with you." Jiang Chen looked up abruptly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "Captain Zhang, but—" Chen Yimo, standing behind him, also looked up in astonishment. Zhang Fengge raised his left hand, gently pressing it against the protective shield, his fingertips applying slight pressure, as if trying to pat her shoulder through the barrier as usual, but unfortunately, he couldn't pass through it. His voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. "Xiao Jiang, the thunder ball is damaged. My abilities can't fully assist you. Chen Yimo's mental strength is more suitable for the upcoming operation." He paused slightly, looking at Jiang Chen. "I promise you, I wait for you here to return." Jiang Chen's gaze remained fixed on him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Zhang Fengge's right hand. Blood had soaked through his white sleeve, slowly dripping from his fingertips. His arm trembled slightly, clearly from a serious injury. Her heart sank, her fingers unconsciously tightening their grip on the hilt of the broken black gold dagger. "All right." Her voice was strained. After speaking, he turned to Chen Yimo beside him, nodding slightly. Chen Yimo stepped forward, his expression grave. But this moment allowed him no room for hesitation. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly, as if exhaling all her distracting thoughts. Her gaze gradually turned cold and sharp, like a drawn blade, its edge fully revealed. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently touching the transparent barrier. Ripples spread across the surface of the barrier, as if gently enveloping her fingers like water. As expected, the barrier posed no obstacle to her. "Chen Yimo, grab me." Her voice was low and calm, carrying an undeniable command. Chen Yimo didn't hesitate for a moment, swiftly reaching out. Just as her fingertips were about to touch Jiang Chen's wrist, a sharp whooshing sound came from behind. Hui Chuan pounced like a cheetah, her long sword gleaming coldly in the moonlight, her target Jiang Chen's wrist. "Go!" Zhang Fengge's voice was low and powerful. His figure, like a solid wall, instantly blocked Hui Chuan's path. Although his right hand was injured, his left hand remained as steady as a rock, gripping Hui Chuan's wrist with such force that the sound of bones grinding could almost be heard. Hui Chuan's blade was stopped by Zhang Fengge just inches from Jiang Chen's wrist. "Get out of the way!" Hui Chuan's voice was cold and angry. Her gaze pierced Zhang Fengge like a blade, the long sword in her hand trembling slightly, as if it might break free at any moment. Zhang Fengge remained unmoved, a faint smile playing on his lips, his voice low and firm. "Your opponent is me." In that split second, Chen Yimo had already seized Jiang Chen's wrist. Jiang Chen's strength was steady and powerful. With a sharp pull, Chen Yimo passed through the barrier, his figure disappearing into the protective shield like a wisp of smoke. The surface of the barrier rippled slightly before returning to calm, as if nothing had happened. A flicker of resentment flashed in Hui Chuan's eyes. She abruptly pulled her hand back, her long sword drawing a cold light in the air, aimed directly at Zhang Fengge's throat. Inside the protective shield, Jiang Chen released Chen Yimo's wrist, her gaze sweeping over his face. Confirming he was unharmed, she nodded slightly. Her gaze, passing through the barrier, landed on Zhang Fengge, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. "Hui Chuan, I will bring your leader back, but when I return, I need to see that our people are also safe." Her voice was low and calm, carrying an undeniable resolve. Chapter 195. The shattered remains of the giant python hung from the rubble. Its massive body was long since lifeless, yet even in death, its posture remained chilling. The scales gleamed coldly in the moonlight, like countless sharp blades, reflecting a chilling aura. The python's head was half buried in the rubble, its crimson vertical pupils still open, silently watching everyone who approached. Its body had been torn apart by some immense force, its internal organs and bones exposed, emitting a heavy stench of blood and decay. Jiang Chen and Shen Yimo stopped simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the python's remains. A flicker of fear crossed their eyes, as if they were transported back to that near-death experience, when they had escaped the python's jaws with almost every ounce of their strength. Jiang Chen's fingers unconsciously tightened their grip on the hilt of the broken black gold knife, his fingertips turning slightly white. Shen Yimo's breathing was also slightly rapid, clearly indicating that the memory still lingered in his mind. Melina stood to the side, her gaze shifting between the two, naturally taking in their reactions. Her brows furrowed slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She didn't say anything, simply standing there quietly, as if waiting for their next move. Shen Yimo took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and took out a pair of metal handcuffs from his waist, walking up to Melina. His movements were swift and decisive. The handcuffs clicked into place on Melina's arms, ensuring she couldn't make any unnecessary movements. Melina didn't resist, only slightly raising her chin, looking at him coldly, a faint smile playing on her lips, as if mocking his caution. Ignoring their standoff, Jiang Chen turned and climbed the broken stone wall. Her movements were light and agile, like a nimble cat, quickly reaching the top. Standing on the wall, she carefully scanned the terrain below. Beneath the stone pillar was indeed a very deep tunnel, its dark entrance, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, exuding a putrid stench, seemingly a silent warning to anyone who approached. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Without lingering, she quickly returned to her original position, her gaze falling on Melina, her voice low and calm. "Let her go first." Melina didn't object, merely shrugging slightly, a faint smile still playing on her lips. She strode towards the tunnel entrance, her steps composed and firm. The darkness ahead was a negligible obstacle to her. Jiang Chen followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on Melina's retreating figure. The black and gold broken knife in her hand was slightly raised, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. "Jiang Chen." Shen Yimo's voice suddenly came from behind, tinged with urgency. Jiang Chen stopped and turned to look at him. Shen Yimo stood not far away, his silver gold hair slightly ruffled by the cold wind of the tunnel, obscuring his emerald eyes, and making it difficult to discern his expression. Jiang Chen's voice remained calm, but her gaze held a hint of inquiry. "Thank you." Shen Yimo's voice was low, almost inaudible. His gaze, through the gaps in his hair, fell on Jiang Chen's face, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He understood that Jiang Chen had consistently protected these aliens during their transaction. She didn't have to, with her skills, escaping with Captain John alone wouldn't have been impossible. But she chose to stay, choosing to face the danger with him. After he finished speaking, his heart pounded violently in his chest, as if it would burst out. He lowered his head and hurried forward. Jiang Chen stood there, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She shook her head, a slight smile playing on her lips, then turned and followed. Deep in the tunnel, darkness surged in like a tidal wave, as if threatening to engulf everything. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the narrow space, creating an odd sense of balance. Deep in the tunnel, darkness permeated the air like thick ink. The beams of searchlights cast swaying shadows on the stone walls, like countless invisible hands lurking in the shadows. "Chief, we're all in this together now, so shouldn't you tell us your name?" Jiang Chen's voice rang out in the silent tunnel, carrying a hint of casual teasing, yet exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. Melina paused slightly, but didn't turn around, her voice low and calm. "Melina." Her tone was flat, merely stating a trivial fact. Jiang Chen nodded, his tone slightly friendly. "Nice to meet you." Melina didn't respond, simply continuing forward, her steps composed and firm, completely unconcerned by Jiang Chen's politeness. Her silhouette appeared exceptionally long in the beam of the searchlight, her black robes blending seamlessly into the surrounding darkness, as if she were part of the tunnel itself. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted from Melina's back, beginning to survey his surroundings. The tunnel was extremely dark, the beams of the searchlights, like stray travelers, stood out starkly against the silence and darkness. A black, viscous liquid clung to the stone walls, emanating the stench of decaying matter, as if it had detached from some unknown creature. What unsettled her most was the complete silence of the tunnel. Even the marrow-eating ants that were ubiquitous outside had vanished. "Chen Yimo, have you ever heard of Blackwater?" Jiang Chen's voice suddenly broke the tunnel silence. Her gaze remained fixed on Melina's back, trying to glean a flicker of emotion from her expression, but her words were directed at Chen Yimo behind her. Chen Yimo paused slightly, clearly surprised by Jiang Chen's sudden mention of the topic. He frowned, pondered for a moment, and then answered in a low, clear voice, "The Valken Legion and the United Political Council don't have many records of Blackwater, but previously the Major seemed to have paid particular attention to it, so we collected some information." His voice echoed in the tunnel, tinged with caution and seriousness. Melina's expression remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about their conversation, but her gaze was fixed even more firmly on the unknown darkness ahead, as if something there was beckoning her. Chen Yimo continued, "The data we gathered shows that the reason the divine tablets are difficult to locate is because if two tablets meet, they turn into black liquid. This black liquid instantly seeps into living organisms, killing the host. Therefore, no one has ever seen this substance alive." His tone was grave, clearly aware of the black liquid's danger. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a thoughtful glint in her eyes, but she didn't interrupt Chen Yimo. "However, we collected samples of the black liquid outside the underground palace before. Although its composition is complex, it shouldn't be closely related to the divine tablets. It's not true black liquid." Chen Yimo's voice remained low. Jiang Chen tilted her head slightly, her gaze subtly sweeping over the black totem on Melina's cheek, a sharp glint in her eyes. Her voice was low and calm, tinged with a hint of probing. "I think perhaps someone can absorb the black water? After all, the world is full of wonders." Her tone carried a deeper meaning, as if hinting at something. Melina's expression remained unchanged, but her steps faltered slightly before she continued walking forward, seemingly ignoring Jiang Chen's words. However, her fingers unconsciously clenched, clearly suppressing some emotion. Chapter 196. At the end of the tunnel, a massive metal door abruptly stood before the three. The door's surface was smooth as a mirror, gleaming with a cold, silvery gray sheen, a stark contrast to the ancient stone walls surrounding it. Intricate patterns were inlaid along its edges, like symbols of some unknown civilization, with a faint blue light flowing within them, silently proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Just as Melina approached, the sensor light above the door suddenly illuminated, its blinding white light instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Jiang Chen gripped the broken black gold knife tightly in her hand, leaning slightly forward, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings with the sharpness of a hawk. However, apart from the hum of the sensor light, the tunnel remained deathly silent, devoid of any unusual movement. She slowly relaxed her tense body, her gaze returning to the massive door. The door's surface had no handles or keyholes, smooth as if it were a single seamless piece. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. "This is a hatch?" Chen Yimo stood beside her, his gaze carefully examining the patterns and motion sensor lights on the hatch. His fingers gently traced the patterns along the edge of the hatch, feeling a cold touch, as if touching something not belonging to this underground palace. His voice was low and calm. "It's a motion sensor light. It seems the technology here far surpasses our imagination." Jiang Chen's gaze remained fixed on the hatch, a complex and indescribable emotion welling up within her. The stone pillars above the underground palace were carved with ancient and mysterious patterns, exuding a sense of ancient and primitive weight, while this hatch before her was filled with the coldness and intelligence of futuristic technology. The disconnect between the two made her feel disoriented. Melina stood behind the two, her expression still calm. Suddenly, she strode towards the hatch. Chen Yimo, seeing this, instinctively reached out to stop her. "Wait!" Jiang Chen, however, pressed down on his arm and gently shook her head. "Let's see what she's up to." Melina's steps were composed and firm, as if she knew everything about the place. Even though her face was calm, a strong emotion flickered in her eyes. She reached the center of the hatch, stopped, and slightly tilted her head back. In that instant, a blue light suddenly illuminated the center of the hatch, and an electronic identifier slowly opened from the center. The blue beam of light, like a scanner, focused on Melina's face. Identity verification in progress. A cold, electronic voice echoed in the tunnel, mechanical and devoid of emotion. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on Melina, her fingers unconsciously tightening their grip on the hilt of her knife. A hint of wariness flashed in her eyes, but more than that, there was scrutiny. A blue beam swept across Melina's face, then the electronic voice sounded again, identity confirmed. "Welcome back to District 12. As the electronic voice faded, the hatch emitted a low hum and slowly slid open to both sides. The space behind the hatch was instantly illuminated by a soft white light. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the space behind the hatch, a flicker of shock flashing in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Chen Yimo's voice also betrayed her shock. It seems we found something incredible. Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo exchanged a glance, then followed. The hatch slowly closed behind them with a low click, seemingly shutting out everything from the outside world. Inside the door was a long, narrow, futuristic corridor. The walls were constructed of a smooth alloy material with a cold, silvery gray sheen. Slender blue light strips were inlaid on both sides of the corridor, their soft yet bright glow resembling a flowing galaxy, illuminating the entire space as a microcosm of a futuristic world. The floor was a semi-transparent material, slightly soft yet remarkably stable underfoot, as if one could feel the flow of some kind of energy with every step. The corridor branched off at the end into several passageways. Above the entrance to each passageway floated holographic projections displaying the names of different areas: Energy Hub, Data Core, Biological Laboratory, and Command Center. These projections were composed of pale blue light particles, swaying slightly with the air currents, seemingly within reach yet ethereal. Jiang Chen's gaze swept around, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. Her fingers gently touched the wall, feeling a cool, warm sensation, as if touching some kind of living organism. Her voice was low, tinged with barely concealed surprise. This place, it's simply. Chen Yimo followed behind her, his gaze warily scanning their surroundings. His fingers tapped lightly on the wall, producing a dull echo. These materials, I never seen anything like them before. They seem to absorb sound, even energy. Melina, what exactly do you want? Jiang Chen's voice rang out in the cabin, a chilling question. Melina slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting Jiang Chen's. Her expression held a rare bewilderment and astonishment, as if even she herself was stunned by the sight before her. Her voice was low and calm, yet carried an indescribable complexity. Naturally, it belongs to our people. The instant her words fell, her hand suddenly jerked free, the metal handcuffs snapping with a crisp crack. She had actually managed to break free. The broken fragments of the handcuffs fell to the floor, their sharp clinking echoing sharply in the silent command room. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, a flash of shock crossing her eyes. She hadn't expected that Melina had been feigning all along. Her power far surpassed that of ordinary people, perhaps even exceeding their wildest imaginations. Chen Yimo reacted just as quickly. He immediately tried to gather his mental energy, preparing to launch an attack. However, his expression suddenly changed, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How is this possible? His mental energy seemed to be suppressed by some invisible force, completely unusable, without even a slight fluctuation. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Chen Yimo standing there, a look of shock on his face. Her heart sank. She quickly closed her eyes, trying to sense her own superpower. However, her body felt empty, as if all her power had been drained away. Sure enough, her superpower had vanished as well. Chapter 197. Thump, thump, thump. A series of dull footsteps came from the end of the corridor, like footsteps on a metal floor. The echoes amplified in the narrow space, sounding particularly jarring. The three held their breath instantly, exchanging glances filled with surprise and disbelief. This place should have been abandoned for years. How could anyone still be here? Jiang Chen quickly made a hand gesture, and the three of them instinctively slipped into the shadows around the corner. The walls were cold, sending a chill down their spines. Chen Yimo slightly turned his head, his gaze fixed on the direction of the corridor, his fingers silently pressing on the weapon at his waist. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by a slight metallic scraping sound, like the clinking of keys. Then, a man in a white coat appeared at the end of the corridor. His figure was somewhat blurry in the dim light, his eyes behind black-rimmed glasses focused and cold, his hair slightly disheveled, as if it hadn't been styled in a long time. He walked quickly, clutching a folder in his hand, hurrying forward. As the man passed the corner where the three were hiding, he seemed completely unaware of their presence, walking straight through a half-open gate. The gate creaked softly, then slowly closed, completely engulfing his figure. Chen Yimo lowered his voice, leaning close to Jiang Chen's ear, his breath almost inaudible. It's a holographic projection, probably a fragment of memory left over from this bunker. His voice carried a hint of certainty, but his brow was slightly furrowed, clearly uneasy about the scene before him. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze still fixed on the now-closed gate, and whispered in response, "It seems the technology here is more advanced than we imagined. Even such details have been preserved." She glanced at Melina beside her. Melina's brow was furrowed, clearly unaware of the situation. Jiang Chen stood before Melina, her dark eyelashes drooping slightly in the shadows, obscuring the emotions in her eyes. Chief, if you want what you want, you at least need to tell us some useful information. Melina's gaze shifted between Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo. Although both had lost their powers, the broken sword at the girl's waist was still a force to be reckoned with. We need to find a safe place first, Melina said softly, her eyes scanning the dimly lit corridor, warily observing their surroundings. She led Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo cautiously through the corridor. Virtual figures occasionally swept past them, blurry silhouettes that seemed like projections from the past, carrying an unsettling, unreal quality. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, her fingers never leaving the broken sword at her waist. The cold touch of the hilt kept her on high alert. Finally, Melina stopped in front of a metal door. She bent down and took out a necklace from her neck, a silver metal plate, its surface engraved with intricate patterns, gleamed faintly in the dim light. She gazed at the necklace in her hand, a complex expression flashing across her eyes, as if she were recalling something. After a moment, she gently pressed the metal plate against the sensor on the door. With a soft beep, the metal door slowly slid open. Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with inquiry and wariness. They said nothing and followed Melina into the room. The room was small, about 20 square meters, clearly a private rest room. A single bed stood against the wall, its sheets yellowed and worn. Several open notebooks and a rusty fountain pen lay scattered on the desk beside the bed, as if the owner had just left. An old-fashioned metal cabinet stood in the corner, its door ajar, revealing a jumble of odds and ends. Jiang Chen looked around, her gaze sweeping across every corner of the room, trying to find some useful clues. Her fingers lightly brushed against the notebooks on the desk, her fingertips touching the rough texture of the paper, as if she could feel the passage of time. Jiang Chen casually turned to a page. Bunker Day 347. The days dragged on like a stretched rubber band, without any elasticity. The people in the hibernation pods were still asleep, as if time meant nothing to them. But I, the one who woke up first, felt as if I had spent more than a decade here. Waiting was like a silent virus, eroding every nerve in my body. Sometimes, I would stand in front of the hibernation pods, staring at those sleeping faces, imagining what they would look like when they awoke. But soon, even this imagining became tedious. The notebook's owner then made some scattered notes, such as checking the hibernation pods regularly each day and replenishing their nutrient solutions. Tedious but routine. Jiang Chen continued flipping through the pages. Bunker Day 412. The skin of the newly awakened was translucent under the light, revealing clearly visible blue veins twisted like tree roots. When the medic injected the nutrient solution into their necks, I noticed the needle didn't spring back. The tip of the black pen pierced the recording paper, the ink spreading into a spiderweb pattern beneath the unsuitable habitat. Their eyelashes were turning gray at a visible speed. Their names didn't matter, only unsuitable for survival. Remained a few words. Aren't we already barely clinging to life here? Their life force is waning, but whose isn't? Aren't we all waiting for some kind of end? Jiang Chen's fingertips traced the words unsuitable for survival, written with obvious force. What does this mean? Who is unsuitable for survival? Why is they unsuitable? She continued flipping through the pages, suddenly noticing several blank pages, nothing recorded. Jiang Chen frowned and continued flipping. Bunker Day 526. At dinner, I found silvery white filaments in the mashed potatoes. At first, I thought it was a metal filter that had come loose. Until I saw the live feed on the hibernation pod's monitoring screen, the mycelium wrapped around the hibernators' mouths and noses, stretching out in the dark red culture medium, looked strikingly similar to what was on their plates. We started cleaning their nasal passages regularly. Bunker Day 530. My fingernails were dulled from the metal hatch. Today I counted the rivets on the hibernation pod, 17 horizontally and 23 vertically. The girl's profile was reflected in the canopy of hatch 84, and I told it 3 newly made-up jokes. As the ventilation duct beeped, I realized I was gnawing on the third joint of my right ring finger. Bunker Day 539. Today, while washing my hair, I found several translucent, scaly things on my neck, the texture like shed snakeskin, but covered in fine fungal hyphae. I tried to pick one up with tweezers, but it crumbled into powder the moment I touched it. The medical officer said it was a product of adaptive evolution, and Jiang Chen felt a chill run down her spine. The yellowed paper was stained with dark blood, covered in fungal spots, seemingly staring menacingly at the person peering into the notebook. Suppressing her eerie feeling, she continued flipping through the pages. Day 563 in the bunker. So they were just like us. The handwriting suddenly twists and turns, as if pulled by some external force. I don't know what I'm writing, or if these words still have any meaning. But today, I discovered something that made it impossible for me to remain calm. So they were just like us. Those humans on the surface, no, they just looked like us. We thought we were survivors, the last hope, but perhaps we were just another kind of experiment, another product of adaptive evolution. Day 628 in the bunker. The hibernation pods are running out of fuel. We must make a choice. A choice? What an ironic word. Do we even have a choice? The handwriting becomes increasingly illegible, like a silent scream. I no longer care about these records, only occasionally writing a few lines to remind myself, to remind those who might see these words in the future. We once existed, we once struggled, we once tried to find a glimmer of light in this endless darkness. The handwriting becomes increasingly illegible, and much of the content jumps back and forth. It seems the recorder isn't truly recording, but rather maintaining a final state of consciousness. Jiang Chen flipped to the back and saw a striking line written in crooked, stiff handwriting. If one day, someone sees these words, please remember. We once existed. We once tried to find a way out of this endless darkness. But in the end, we only chose silence, chose to forget, chose. The writing stopped abruptly, like some unfinished emotion, forever frozen on the paper. Jiang Chen stood frozen in place. Whose lounge was this? Chen Yimo suddenly asked, pulling Jiang Chen back to reality. He leaned against the door, his gaze still warily fixed on the outside, as if ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Melina didn't answer immediately. Instead, she quickly went to the bed, crouched down, and reached under the bed frame, feeling for something. However, her brows furrowed more and more deeply. The room has probably been searched. What you're looking for isn't here. Jiang Chen put the notebook back on the desk. Melina stood up and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked around the room and continued, the notebook pages on the desk are covered in varying degrees of dust. Someone must have searched this room, but they were careful and didn't leave many traces. Melina's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She walked towards Jiang Chen, her steps slow and firm, as if calculating the distance and timing with each step. Amber eyes gleamed with an unfathomable light in the dim light, and her voice was low and hoarse. Jiang Chen, you're a very cautious person. With your methods, taking someone away from Weichuan isn't impossible. Her tone was probing, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen's face, trying to read something from her expression. Chen Yimo, who had been standing behind Jiang Chen, quickly aimed a specially made venom sprayer at Melina. Melina paused, but her face didn't show any panic. Her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen. So, what did you want from coming to the bunker with me? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Melina was smarter than she had imagined. I want an answer. An answer? I'm curious about the totem on your face. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the intricate totem on Melina's face. I think the black water totem on your faces is the reason why supernatural abilities are ineffective against you, and why you control the mutated creatures. Jiang Chen wasn't initially certain, but the carrion-eating blood zombies seemed extremely afraid of the black substance in the underground palace's secret passage. However, that substance wasn't real black water, it was just something that looked similar, yet it terrified the blood zombies so much. But what confirmed Jiang Chen's suspicions even more was Melina's arrow. The arrow carried a faint scent of blood, flashing past in the darkness. The carrion-eating blood zombie's horrified screech seemed to still echo in her ears. In the dim light, she could see the dark liquid rotting from the blood zombie like sulfuric acid. The carrion-eating blood zombie quickly shed that part of its conjunctiva and fled like a severed tail. Melina didn't seem surprised that Jiang Chen had guessed this. How is this possible? No one can contain the black water, Chen Yimo said in disbelief. The holy water was born with us, it belongs to us. Your divine monument is nothing but a product of stolen holy water. These filthy outsiders naturally cannot contain it, Melina said with contempt. Chapter 198. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen Melina so openly express her contempt for outsiders. This disgust wasn't a sudden impulse, but rather something long-standing, deeply ingrained. She had simply restrained it well before, hiding this emotion beneath a calm exterior. Chen Yimo's face instantly turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His eyes blazed with anger, his voice low and suppressed, yet carrying an undeniable fury. What did you say? He took a sudden step forward, angrily approaching Melina, as if he were about to throw a punch at her. Calm down. Jiang Chen's voice was low and calm, carrying an undeniable sense of command. Her gaze was fixed on Melina, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She knew, of course, that such words were a grave offense, but she also knew that acting impulsively now would only make the situation more out of control. Outsiders? Jiang Chen had heard Melina and the other tribesmen say this more than once. Her mind raced through images of the high-tech equipment inside the bunker. Smooth alloy walls, flowing blue light bands, floating holographic projections, complex mechanical devices. All of this far surpassed Eden's current technological level, even exceeding their comprehension. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a bold idea suddenly popping into his head. You're saying the outsiders don't belong here, is that right? Jiang Chen looked up at Melina. Jiang Chen, what are you saying? History has clearly recorded it. Everyone in Eden knows that at the beginning of the apocalypse, mutated creatures. Chen Yimo hurriedly said. Melina looked at Chen Yimo with a mocking expression. History is a story that the victors can write at will. Do you really think what you heard is the truth? Then how can you guarantee that what you're saying is the truth? Chen Yimo retorted. Melina didn't answer immediately, but slowly approached Chen Yimo, her gaze piercing him like a knife. Her voice was low and cold. Your bodies cannot withstand the black water. This is the best proof. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes. Hunted by the mutated creatures, you have no way to survive without relying on those modified superhumans. You were abandoned by the old gods long ago, yet you still defy their will and cling to life. Her voice echoed in the narrow bedroom, seemingly carrying an invisible pressure. Nonsense! Chen Yimo's voice suddenly broke the silence, his tone carrying a hint of impatience and anger, but more so a deliberate disdain. He waved his hand, seemingly sweeping Melina's words away. Jiang Chen, don't listen to her nonsense. Once we find what we need, we leave as soon as possible. Melina stood in the center of the room, her posture upright, her long hair gleaming coldly in the dim light. Jiang Chen didn't move. She remained rooted to the spot, her gaze still fixed on Melina, as if searching for some answer through her eyes. Perhaps it was precisely because she wasn't human from this place that she could view everything from the perspective of a rational bystander. Jiang Chen's thoughts raced. She recalled the materials she had consulted in the suspended tower reading room. About the origins of the apocalypse, the rampage of mutated creatures, humanity's struggle and resistance. All the records pointed to the same starting point. The apocalypse suddenly descended, plunging the world into chaos. It seemed to sound unremarkable, as if everything had simply begun there. But she seemed to have been overlooking something. What was history before the apocalypse? Even if civilization was destroyed, it was impossible for nothing to have been recorded, yet everyone's memories seemed to begin with the apocalypse. However, as Melina said, these records all seemed to be missing something crucial. What exactly was history before the apocalypse? Jiang Chen murmured softly, her brow furrowed. Her fingers unconsciously tapped the metal wall beside her, making a soft thump-thump sound. She suddenly realized that she had never truly considered this question. Everyone's memories, all the records, seemed to begin with the apocalypse, as if everything before that had been deliberately erased by some force. The heavy ancient books and scrolls in the suspended tower's reading room flashed through her mind, each page recording the horrors of the apocalypse, but not a single page mentioning the civilization before it. Those destroyed cities, abandoned factories, tattered books. What history did they once hold? Why does no one mention it? A fine layer of cold sweat beaded on Jiang Chen's forehead. Her heart pounded violently, as if it would burst from her chest. She felt an invisible pressure, as if the entire world was closing in on her. The truth behind all these origins is singular. This race might simply be a grafted civilization. Everything under the apocalypse was merely a cover-up, or a truth that had been erased from the past. What was being covered up? Almost all the superhumans in Eden were searching for the divine steel, because only by finding it could they fight these mutated creatures and become stronger. The people in Fog City were also painstakingly searching for a way to turn ordinary people into superhumans. The inescapable logic here is that there is a balance of power among all living beings, but as Melina said, those species that hadn't evolved, those that would have been eliminated by nature, survived through another means. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the dusty desktop. On the corner of the last page of the long yellowed notebook, there was a line of hastily written words. The ink had faded, but the final signature could still be vaguely made out. Live on, live by any means necessary. Chapter 199. Beep beep beep. A piercing alarm suddenly blared in the confined space, like an invisible blade instantly shattering the silence. Red warning lights flashed wildly overhead, bathing the entire room in a blood-red halo, as if the whole world had fallen into an irreversible crisis. Chen Yimo almost instinctively rushed to the door, bracing himself against it with his body, as if something terrifying was approaching from outside. Fine beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his voice low and urgent. What's going on outside? Why did the red alarm suddenly trigger? Jiang Chen's gaze quickly swept across the room, finally landing on Melina, his brow furrowing slightly. Melina, you didn't get authorization from the bunker? How could a trader's crystal be authorized? Melina smiled mockingly, a cold glint in her eyes. Traitor? Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Melina's chest, and she quickly realized, the crystal on your chest belongs to the owner of this room? Melina tore off the chain around her neck, her eyes filled with hatred and an indescribable emotion. Just a two-faced coward, she said coldly, then crushed the metal crystal with a burst of force. Jiang Chen had no time to analyze the deeper meaning of Melina's words. Suppressing her unease, she calmly analyzed, but only the holographic projection remains here. Theoretically, it shouldn't pose a real threat to us. We need to leave as soon as possible. Melina's expression finally flickered slightly. A hint of approval flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. Her voice was low and slow, carrying an undeniable heaviness. Jiang Chen, you're smart. But I have to find what I need. However, we don't have much time. I need to get to the command room. There's the control panel for shutting down the alarm system. Otherwise, the entire bunker will be reduced to ashes within 10 minutes. Before she finished speaking, Chen Yimo rushed forward, grabbing Jiang Chen's arm, his voice filled with an almost furious urgency. Jiang Chen, we can't listen to her anymore. Who knows where this woman will lead us this time? She's already fooled us once. Are you going to fall for it again? Just then, a low tremor came from the walls of the room, as if some massive machine was starting up. The warning lights overhead flashed more rapidly, their red glow almost blinding. A tense atmosphere filled the air, as if the whole world had burst into flames. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her gaze hardened, as if she had made a firm decision. She turned to Chen Yimo, her voice low and firm. Chen Yimo, we have no choice. If the bunker really self-destructs, none of us will escape. Now we have to gamble. A flicker of struggle crossed Chen Yimo's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a forced calm. His fingers gripped Jiang Chen's arm tightly. Okay, I believe you. But if she tries anything again, I won't show any mercy. The three of them pushed open the heavy metal hatch together. With a screeching sound of metal scraping against metal, the scene outside came into view. Red warning lights flashed wildly in the narrow corridor, staining the cold metal walls with a blood-red halo. The light reflected off the smooth walls, forming blinding spots of light, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. A suffocating, acrid smell, a mixture of metal and machine oil, filled the air. A low, mechanical rumble echoed from the end of the corridor, as if some colossal creature was slowly awakening. Each step sent a slight tremor through the ground, as if the entire bunker was shaking with unease. Jiang Chen turned to look at Melina beside him. Her expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of confidence, as if everything was under her control. Her gaze was fixed ahead, her steps steady and swift. Do you know the way to the command room? Jiang Chen's voice was low and urgent, tinged with a hint of probing. Her eyes were fixed on Melina, trying to glean something from her expression. This is the bunker map that every patriarch must memorize, Melina replied casually, a hint of pride in her voice. Before her words even finished, a piercing alarm blared from the end of the corridor, followed by the slow, swaying sound of a mechanical door closing. Jiang Chen's heart sank, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes. Quick! The door's closing. Melina's figure darted forward, her movement swift and decisive, like a cheetah darting through the darkness. Her voice echoed in the corridor, follow me. The command room is just ahead. The three of them, using their last ounce of strength, finally rushed into the command room. Suddenly, the world fell silent. What's going on? Didn't you say we needed to get to the control panel to turn off the alarm? Chen Yimo looked at Melina warily, his eyes filled with suspicion. Melina frowned, seemingly puzzled as well. She muttered to herself, Kong Songyan's record says the port to turn off the alarm is in the command room. Kong Songyan? Chen Yimo asked, puzzled. The owner of that room. Jiang Chen recalled the character Kong on the notebook cover, which must be this person's name. Then there's only one possibility. Someone wants us in the command center. That's impossible. The bunker has been sealed for 100 years. Kong Songyan's records say he was the last person to emerge alive from the bunker, Melina said, a hint of unease in her voice. She didn't know why, but she felt something was slipping out of her control. Just then, a loud boom was heard, and a door to the command center suddenly opened. "What's this?" Chen Yimo's voice trailed off as rows of hibernation pods came into view. Hibernation pods of the Outsiders. Melina stepped forward, her gaze complex as she looked at the pods. Jiang Chen looked at the hundreds of hibernation pods before him, a strange feeling creeping into his heart. Hundreds of hibernation pods were laid out in a circular array, their surfaces covered with a thin layer of dust, as if they had been dormant for a long time. A pale blue nutrient solution flowed slowly within the transparent pods. Her gaze swept over them, and she suddenly noticed a crack in the glass dome of one of the hibernation pods, through which she could vaguely see a blurry figure. Chapter 200. Jiangchen, be careful, there are spores here. Chen Yimo's gaze swept quickly across the hibernation pod, his pupils contracting slightly, his voice low and urgent. Almost instinctively, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a spare mask, immediately handing it to Jiangchen, clearly aware of the urgency of the situation. He swiftly and decisively put the specially made mask on his face. Jiangchen was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Yimo to react so quickly. As she took the mask, her fingertips inadvertently touched his slightly cool hand. Jiangchen looked up in slight surprise at Chen Yimo's pale face beneath the protective shield. Chen Yimo also realized his overreaction and shook his head at Jiangchen, indicating that everything was alright. Jiangchen put on the protective shield, and the image of Meng Zhiyu's contorted face in pain flashed through her mind. Those fine hyphae emerging from beneath her skin, like countless greedy snakes, devouring her life force. Everyone around them was on high alert. It was no wonder Chen Yimo was so tense. Her fingers tightened involuntarily as she quickly fastened the mask, her breathing becoming heavy and rapid inside. She turned her head, looking at Melina beside her through the mask's transparent window. Melina remained standing, her expression indifferent, as if everything around her was irrelevant. Her amber eyes shifted slightly, her gaze lingering briefly between Chen Yimo and Jiangchen before she gently turned her head to continue surveying her surroundings. There was no trace of fear on her face, only a hint of barely perceptible disdain. Jiangchen's heart sank. Melina was immune to the spores? Countless questions flashed through her mind, but this was clearly not the time to delve into them. Inside the hibernation pod beside Jiangchen, a woman lay silently, mycelia covering half her face, writhing beneath her skin like some kind of living thing. Fine white threads spread from her cheekbone to her jaw, weaving an eerie spiderweb across her pale skin. Each mycelium shimmered with a pearly glow, as if slowly and steadily expanding its territory, drawing nutrients from the human body within the hibernation pod. The tips of the mycelia trembled slightly, as if sensing fresh air, attempting to break through the pod's barrier. Jiangchen's gaze shifted to the monitor above the hibernation pod. A pale blue nutrient solution flowed slowly within the transparent pod, attempting to revive the life of the person inside, but somehow it had become a petri dish for the mycelia. The sound of the nutrient solution flowing was exceptionally clear in the silent room, like a low, mournful wail. Red warning signals flashed incessantly, as if announcing a silent defeat. Jiangchen's breathing became more rapid inside her mask. She could feel her heart pounding, as if it might burst from her chest at any moment. The cold light from the command center cast distorted shadows on the metal walls. The air was thick with the acrid, almost pungent smell of decaying biomass, like rotting organs mixed with the pungent odor of some chemical substance. A dim, red warning light flashed incessantly, making the large hibernation pod seem even more dark and sinister. "Is what you want here?" Jiangchen asked Melina, his voice muffled through his mask. Melina didn't answer, walking directly to the inner side of the hibernation pod. Jiangchen and Chen Yimo turned on their searchlights and followed. They were shocked to see a cylindrical device inside the hibernation pod. The device resembled a fusion of the organs of some living being and machinery. Its surface was covered by a dark red biofilm, beneath which tangled, vein-like tubing coiled and twisted, with a translucent black crystal embedded in its center. These vein-like tubing connected to all the hibernation pods within the chamber. Melina looked up at the colossal object before her, her eyes blazing with barely suppressed fervor and excitement. She pressed her palm against the crystal surface, and a sticky, sucking sound suddenly came from beneath her fingertips, as if the substance were devouring her skin. The holy water requires special equipment to hold it. When she withdrew her hand, a trace of black, viscous liquid remained on her palm, slowly evaporating along her fingerprints, releasing a foul-smelling mist. The device suddenly emitted a convulsive sound, like organs twitching, and a crack appeared in the black crystal. A viscous liquid seeped from the crack, but instead of flowing downwards, it climbed upwards like living tentacles, weaving an ever-expanding spiderweb in the air. Jiangchen gasped, a sudden chill running down her spine as she looked at what was before her. She collapsed to her knees, as if her back were on fire. Jiangchen, what's wrong? Chen Yimo quickly helped her up. Large drops of cold sweat trickled from her forehead, her breath creating a damp patch on her mask. Chen Yimo's fingers, which were supporting her, were suddenly gripped tightly. No. Jiang Chen's warning was met with a metallic scraping echo. The vascular tubing connecting the hibernation pod suddenly contracted violently, and the black, spiderweb-like liquid tentacles abruptly changed direction, surging towards her frantically. Jiang Chen gritted her teeth, drawing her broken black gold sword. The moment the blade cleaved through a liquid tentacle, a piercing scream, like a baby's cry, rang out from the exploding black mist. The instant the broken black gold sword cleaved the tentacle, the rust on the hilt suddenly seemed to come alive, writhing. Those dark red marks were actually dried black viscous fluid, now seeping into her skin along the lines of her palm. The violent shockwave flung her several meters away. She felt extreme dizziness at the back of her head, and countless shattered images suddenly exploded on her retina, black liquid floating in the pitch-black bunker, tumor-like organisms pulsating in the vacuum, and mycelia invading the human body like viruses. Chapter 201. What is this? Jiang Chen shook her head violently. Was it her precognitive ability, or something else? The burning sensation within her body still raged through her internal organs. For a fleeting moment, she felt herself enveloped by that thick, black liquid again, a suffocating feeling washing over her like a tidal wave. Her breathing became rapid, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She felt the black liquid within her body suddenly come alive, slowly wriggling along her blood vessels, like some kind of parasite searching for a way out. Her vision began to blur, and a low buzzing sound filled her ears, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at her nerves. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Her eardrums swelled with the buzzing. Chen Yimo's voice, like bubbles rising from the deep sea, was swallowed up by the viscous darkness. The blurry figure before her was indistinct. She could feel the liquid transform from the divine monument within her body, trying to resonate with the black water outside, as if calling out to something. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and faint black lines emerged beneath her skin, like ancient runes or the marks left by some creature within her. Suddenly, an image flashed through her mind. A gigantic, pitch-black creature was slowly rising from the abyss, its body composed of countless flowing black liquids, its surface covered with sharp tentacles and grotesque mouthparts. The creature's eyes were empty and cold, as if capable of devouring all light. Jiang Chen's heart clenched. She realized that this was the source of the black liquid within her, consuming everything she possessed. No. I can't let it control me. Jiang Chen gritted her teeth, her nails digging deep into her palms, trying to use the pain to stay conscious. No, she had finally made it this far. No one could take her body away. She forcefully closed her eyes, the painful memories etched deep into her soul during her spiritual training suddenly awakening. Hundreds of simulated possessions and nerve strippings had raged within her, her consciousness fiercely battling the black water within her, as if waging a silent war. She could feel the black water trying to erode her will, to take over her body, but she would never yield. This is my body, my life. You can't take it away. Jiang Chen's voice was hoarse but resolute, a ruthless glint in her eyes. She bit her tongue hard, the taste of blood filling her mouth, the intense pain instantly clearing her head. She felt the black water within her seem to be suppressed by her will for a moment, the burning sensation lessening slightly. However, she knew this was only a temporary victory. The black water wasn't completely suppressed, it still lurked within her, waiting for its next chance to strike. Jiang Chen, how are you? Chen Yimo asked anxiously, supporting Jiang Chen's shoulders. Jiang Chen shook her head, struggling to her feet. She saw Melina, in the dim light, plunge her entire arm into the vortex of liquid. Her black sleeve was corroded with honeycomb-like holes, revealing an arm covered in black runes. She forced an indescribable smile, and pulled an olive-shaped biopod from the center of the vortex. The thing's surface was covered in pulsating tumors, each using black mucus, which solidified into a hard shell the moment it touched her skin. Alive? Chen Yimo's voice sounded like it was being squeezed out between clenched teeth. His weapon remained aimed at the vortex, but his other hand pushed Jiang Chen half a step towards a safer corner. This slight shift brought their masks almost touching, and Jiang Chen could see the sweat trickling down his forehead, leaving a winding, damp trail on the inside of his protective mask. When Melina held the biopod up to her eyes, she saw what was inside. A pool of constantly shifting black liquid, sometimes expanding into a spike sphere, sometimes collapsing into a flowing nebula, each transformation accompanied by a cracking sound like bone shattering. Melina scratched away the fleshy tissue on the surface of the biopod with her fingernail, and the black liquid immediately crawled up her forearm, forming eerie totems among the black lines. Jiang Chen's mind had never been so clear. She was certain, absolutely certain, that the holy water Melina spoke of, the black water, was inextricably linked to the divine monument. Jiang Chen. Melina suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. Her left eye was human amber, but her right eye had become a constantly collapsing miniature black hole. Do you know why I brought you in? Melina's finger, completely covered in black vines, pointed at Jiang Chen. You are the best vessel. Vessel? Jiang Chen looked at Melina's completely expressionless face. Oh no, she was already controlled by the black water. Chen Yimo. Go! Jiang Chen grabbed Chen Yimo's wrist sharply, her voice hoarse and urgent. The black water within her surged again, the black patterns beneath her skin writhing like living things, but she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stay conscious. Chen Yimo didn't hesitate. He grabbed Jiang Chen's hand in return and rushed towards the exit. His weapon was already aimed at Melina, but she simply stood there, a strange smile playing on her lips. You can't escape. Melina's voice echoed in the empty space, seemingly coming from all directions. Her body began to twist and deform, black liquid seeping from beneath her skin, quickly covering her entire body. Her arms stretched into tentacles, the ends splitting into mouthparts filled with sharp teeth, lunging towards the two. Bang! Chen Yimo pulled the trigger, the energy bullet striking Melina's tentacle, exploding into a cloud of fluorescent green acid. However, the tentacle only paused slightly before attacking with even greater speed. Run! Jiang Chen roared, pulling Chen Yimo towards the corridor. The black liquid within her body resonated with Melina's black liquid, the intense pain making it almost impossible for her to breathe, but she knew that if they stopped, they would be completely devoured. The walls of the corridor were covered with black patterns, writhing as if alive. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the ground beneath their feet becoming slippery and sticky, each step feeling like walking on rotting flesh. Jiang Chen's vision began to blur, and a low buzzing sound filled her ears, as if countless voices were mocking their overestimation of their abilities. There must be a safe place, a safe place. Ahead. Jiang Chen suddenly pointed to a metal door at the end of the corridor. She quickly ran forward and naturally placed her palm on the fingerprint scanner, just as she had done countless times before. Jiang Chen Yu. The metal door opened, and Jiang Chen pulled Chen Yimo inside. The heavy metal door closed immediately, blocking the invasion of the black tentacles. Chapter 202. The moment the safety hatch slammed shut, the metallic clang echoed in the confined space, like a heavy hammer blow, making Jiang Chen's eardrums tingle. Her hand still gripped the broken knife tightly, the blade covered in black liquid, slowly dripping down the edge. A few strands of struggling black liquid clung to her hair, like some kind of living tentacles, crawling down her neck and into her collar, bringing a chilling sensation. Jiang Chenyu. Chen Yimo's voice came from behind, carrying a complex emotion, like doubt mixed with worry. His gaze fell on Jiang Chen, his brows furrowed, clearly having sensed something. I know. Jiang Chen interrupted sharply, her voice carrying a suppressed anger and unease. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving violently, as if she were desperately suppressing something. From the moment she stepped into the underground palace, her body had shown abnormalities. For example, why was she able to pass through the dungeon's protective shield without any hindrance? Why did Melina call her the container? And why did she unconsciously find this place and open this door? Her gaze swept around, her pupils slightly contracting. It was a huge laboratory, filled with the aura of futuristic technology. Countless flashing indicator lights were embedded in the silver-white walls, like countless cold eyes watching them. In the center of the laboratory stood an experimental bed, covered by a transparent protective shield. Inside the shield were complex instruments and tubing, like the blood vessels of some kind of organism, slowly pulsating. Several massive pieces of equipment surrounded the experimental bed, their screens displaying dense streams of data. The blue light reflecting off Jiang Chen's face made her expression appear even more unpredictable. A faint metallic smell permeated the air, mixed with an indescribable chemical odor, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Her heart raced, and countless fragmented images flashed through her mind, like deliberately hidden memories, slowly awakening. Where am I? Chen Yimo's voice broke the silence. His gaze swept warily around the room, his fingers gripping the weapon at his waist tightly. Jiang Chen didn't answer. Her gaze was drawn to a piece of equipment beside the experimental bed. It was a huge culture chamber, filled with a pale green liquid. Countless tiny spores floated within the liquid, like some dormant creature awaiting its awakening. Her feet moved forward involuntarily, as if pulled by some invisible force. Her fingers lightly touched the outer wall of the culture chamber. The cold touch made her tremble slightly. Just then, the spores inside the culture chamber suddenly trembled violently, as if stimulated by something, and rapidly gathered towards her finger. Jiangchen, don't touch it. Chen Yimo's voice suddenly rose, tinged with anxiety, as if he foresaw some irreversible consequence. The instant his voice fell, the transparent glass door of the culture chamber suddenly snapped shut, blocking the flow of the spores. Jiang Chen's finger was jerked away. Her body trembled slightly, and she quickly took a step back, instantly raising the broken knife in her hand, the blade pointing straight ahead, her gaze sweeping around with the sharpness of a hawk. Who? Her voice was low and cold, carrying an undeniable wariness. An eerie silence filled the laboratory, as if time itself had frozen for a moment. Then, a soft footstep came from the shadows, followed by the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor, and a figure slowly emerged. It was a woman in red. Tall and slender, her deep red dress clung to her figure, outlining elegant yet sharp curves. Her jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders, like a waterfall, each strand shimmering with a faint sheen, as if each hair possessed a life of its own. Her skin was almost translucent, as if it had never seen sunlight, exuding an unreal, cold aura. Her face was exquisitely perfect, her features sculpted as if by magic, especially her eyes. Deep and cold, their pupils seemingly holding endless secrets. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, both friendly and aloof, like a ruler surveying an ant that had intruded into her domain. Chen Yimo's pupils contracted slightly, his weapon instantly aimed at the suddenly appearing woman. His finger gripped the trigger tightly, ready to fire at any moment. However, the woman seemed completely unfazed by his threat, continuing to smile at them. Welcome to the 12th District Bunker. The woman's voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze, yet carried a hint of authority. I am Administrator Alice. Administrator? Alice? Chen Yimo's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with doubt and wariness. He turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, seemingly seeking answers from her. Jiang Chen did not respond to Chen Yimo's question, her gaze was fixed on Alice. Her fingers tightened slightly, the blade of the broken knife gleaming coldly in the lamplight. She took a step forward, her steps firm yet slow, as if testing something. Jiang Chen. Chen Yimo's voice carried a hint of anxiety and worry. Jiang Chen raised her hand and gently waved it, signaling Chen Yimo not to act rashly. Her gaze was fixed on Alice, as if trying to discern something from her face. Alice remained standing, a hint of amusement in her smiling eyes. Her gaze shifted slightly as Jiang Chen approached, but without the slightest panic or hesitation. Her posture was elegant and composed, as if everything was under her control. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped. Her gaze fell on Alice's chest. There was no rise and fall, no sign of breathing. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she whispered, "No breathing, it's a holographic projection." Chapter 203. Alice's lips curled slightly upward, a smile like a thin layer of ice covering her face, gentle yet devoid of warmth. Her voice was soft, yet carried a mechanical coldness, as if a synthesized voice extracted from some distant database. You're very clever, but clever people often don't live long. Her figure flickered slightly in the dim light, unstable like a holographic projection, as if it might vanish into thin air at any moment. Alice's gaze slowly swept over Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo, finally settling on Jiang Chen's face, her eyes carrying an unfathomable depth. Her voice was soft, yet like a fine needle, piercing Jiang Chen's eardrums. Your time is running out. If you want to get out, you must know the final passage of the bunker. Where is the final passage? Chen Yimo stepped forward, his voice filled with barely suppressed urgency. His fingers gripped the trigger of his weapon tightly, his knuckles white from the force. However, Alice simply shook her head slightly, the smile still playing on her lips. I don't know. You don't know? Chen Yimo's voice suddenly rose, tinged with anger and disbelief. Then why are you here? What do you want? Alice didn't answer his question, but instead turned her gaze back to Jiang Chen. Her eyes held a strange tenderness, like a mother gazing at her child, or a predator eyeing its prey. Her voice was soft, yet carried an irresistible allure. And you? Do you want to know where the final passage is? Jiang Chen raised her head, meeting Alice's gaze. Jiang Chen's face was ashen, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The black fluid within her body was still churning, and the intense pain made her breathing rapid, but she didn't look away. Jiang Chen, don't listen to her. Chen Yimo's voice carried a hint of panic. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, trying to pull her back to his side. He could feel her skin was cold, but her pulse was pounding rapidly, like some kind of energy about to explode. We definitely have other ways to leave this hellhole. We don't need to listen to her nonsense. However, Jiang Chen didn't move. Her gaze remained fixed on Alice's face, her voice low but firm. What do I need to do to find out about the final passage? Jiang Chen. Chen Yimo's voice was filled with shock and anger. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to agree to Alice's conditions so quickly. His fingers gripped her wrist tightly, as if that could pull her back from some abyss. Are you crazy? Do you know what she's up to? She's completely untrustworthy. Jiang Chen slowly turned her head to look at Chen Yimo. Her eyes showed no wavering, but rather an almost resolute determination. Chen Yimo, her voice was soft, yet like a sharp knife, piercing Chen Yimo's heart. We're running out of time. The black water is corroding my body, and Melina's black water is closing in. If we can't find an exit, we'd both die here. Chen Yimo's throat felt constricted. He wanted to retort, but found himself speechless. He could see the exhaustion and pain in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he could feel the restless black water surging wildly within her. Beneath her skin, black lines snaked like snakes, as if they might burst forth at any moment. But, Chen Yimo's voice lowered, tinged with helplessness, we can't trust her. She's not human at all, she's just a program, a trap. A trap? Jiang Chen murmured to herself. Ever since entering the bunker, no, rather, the underground palace, everything seemed to be spiraling out of control, but she had no choice. Alice chuckled softly, her voice seemingly coming from afar, carrying a cold mockery. You don't have many choices, do you? Time is passing and you have nowhere to retreat. Ignoring Chen Yimo's advice, Jiang Chen looked at Alice again. Tell me, what do I need to do? Alice's smile deepened, her figure flickering slightly in the light, as if she might disappear at any moment. Her voice was soft, yet carried an irresistible allure. It's simple, Jiang Chen. You just need to accept it. Accept what? Jiang Chen's voice held a hint of wariness. Alice didn't answer directly, but slowly raised her hand, pointing to Jiang Chen's chest. Her fingertips shimmered with a faint light, as if guiding some unseen force. The black water inside you isn't just a parasite, it's a key. Jiang Chen, don't listen to her. Chen Yimo's voice carried a hint of despair. He could sense that Jiang Chen was being drawn by some force, and he was powerless to stop it. She's lying to you. Once you accept the black water, you no longer be yourself. Jiang Chen didn't answer. Her gaze remained fixed on Alice's face, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She knew Chen Yimo's worries, and she knew Alice's intentions weren't pure. But she also knew they had no other choice. If I accept the black water, Jiang Chen's voice was low and calm, will you lead us to the final passage? Chapter 204. You will find the final passage yourself. Alice's deep eyes gazed at her, as if penetrating her soul and reaching the deepest, most hidden corner of her heart. However, you need to lie down on the experimental bed now. The instruments on the bed can alleviate the pain caused by the black water and help you calm down. She raised a pale, almost transparent finger, pointing to the metal table covered with biological tubes. The flexible tubes on the table writhed and twisted like snakes, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Jiang Chen did not act immediately. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on Alice. Alice, you still haven't told me why accepting the black water will lead to the final passage. Her voice was calm, tinged with a hint of doubt. Alice's lips curved into a perfect 15-degree smile, an expression that gave her facial muscles an eerie symmetry, like a meticulously designed mask. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Blackwater is a magical parasite. All Blackwater shares a common thread. They know the past, present, and future. The builders of the bunker were once carriers of Blackwater. You can glimpse their memories through it. But in this process, she needs to relinquish her body. Chen Yimo suddenly interjected, his tone clearly worried. His fingers clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turning white from the force. He had just witnessed Blackwater enter Jiang Chen's body. She had almost lost control of her body, and that danger still lingered in his mind. Survival comes at a price. Alice's voice was icy, as if stating a simple fact. Her gaze swept over Chen Yimo, with an almost cold scrutiny. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the experimental bed. The scattered pieces of a puzzle in her mind seemed to be strung together by black threads, each fragment waiting for its chance to reconstruct a complete blueprint. If Alice's words were true, then the fragments that flashed through her mind, those memories from different perspectives, had a reasonable explanation. Through the black water, she could see everything that those humans who carried the black water had seen in the past. However, I need to readjust this long-dormant machine. Please wait a moment, Alice said with a smile, her fingers rapidly tapping on the control panel, producing a soft tick-tock sound. Okay. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Yimo's still furrowed brows, clearly disapproving of her decision. Chen Yimo. Jiang Chen turned to look at him, her eyes not filled with fear of danger, but rather with a sense of enlightened acceptance. Her voice was soft, yet carried a firm resolve. I lied to you before. I actually woke up here, in the secret realm. When you were controlled, the giant python put me into the black water. The black water won't kill me. Although I don't know the exact reason now, I think this is the closest I ever come to the truth. She finished speaking in one breath, as if these words had been bottled up inside her for too long and had finally found an outlet. She didn't know why she suddenly brought this up. Perhaps it was to ease the oppressive atmosphere. At least the black water couldn't kill her, and most it could only control her, the only piece of good news amidst the bad. Or perhaps it was because she wasn't as confident as she thought. Could she really control the black water? Chen Yimo paused, slowly raising his head. His eyes were complex, as if suppressing some emotion, yet trying his best to control it. He didn't respond immediately, but remained silent for a few seconds before whispering, I know. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly, clearly not expecting his answer. Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty. You know? Chen Yimo took a step closer, his gaze falling on the black line spreading across her collarbone, his eyes darkening. His voice was deep, slightly hoarse. In the secret realm, I didn't completely lose consciousness. Although my body was under control, I still retained a faint consciousness. He slightly raised his fingers, seemingly wanting to touch the black lines, but stopped in midair, finally clenching them into a fist. But Fang Yu and you. Jiang Chen was full of confusion. If Pei Du knew about this, he wouldn't have let her off so easily. Jiang Chen, whether you want it or not, objectively speaking, I survived because of you, didn't I? Chen Yimo's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, carrying a suppressed emotion. His eyes flickered, as if something was struggling within him. If it weren't for you, I might be like Wu Ziyuan, forever trapped in the underground palace. His voice lowered, tinged with weariness and helplessness. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing as if searching for the right words. I'm not good at making choices. His voice was soft, yet it carried a heavy weight, each word weighing heavily. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on his slightly trembling fingers, a complex emotion welling up within her. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Chen Yimo's brows remained furrowed, the veins on his forehead throbbing faintly, as if he were engaged in a silent struggle with himself. I told the Major some things, but not everything. His voice was so low it was almost inaudible, as if afraid of being overheard. I know this isn't fair to you, but... His voice trailed off, his lips pressed into a straight line, as if saying another word would reveal too much of the emotion he didn't want to face. After he finished speaking, his gaze returned to Jiang Chen's face, his eyes filled with an indescribable heaviness. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. I know I don't deserve your trust, but... I can't just watch you face all this alone. Chen Yimo looked into Jiang Chen's dark eyes, which were like a still lake, captivating and mesmerizing. He looked away. In the suspended tower, he had seen Jiang Chen spending every day with Zhang Fengde and the others. She trusted them implicitly. If Captain Zhang were here today, perhaps Jiang Chen would listen to him and abandon this dangerous idea. But he, perhaps, doesn't deserve it. Chen Yimo. Jiang Chen nudged him with the back of her broken sword, seeing right through Chen Yimo's thoughts. She smiled wryly and said, my decision won't change because I desperately want to know my identity. Even if it were Captain Zhang standing here today, or even with Captain Hai and Lei Ming, Hong Rui and Sparrow, it wouldn't change my choice. Of course, they all be long-winded, especially Captain Hai, who definitely nag. Jiang Chen paused, looking at Alice standing before the experimental bed, adjusting the equipment. She sheathed her broken sword, looked at Chen Yimo, and said, when I was almost controlled by the Blackwater, I heard your voice, so you should trust me. I will definitely find a way out, and get us out safely, just like the first time. Under Chen Yimo's worried gaze, Jiang Chen strode towards the experimental bed. Her steps were firm, without the slightest hesitation. However, just as she was about to lie down, she suddenly stopped, turned to Alice, and her gaze sharpened. Alice, what do you want? What do I want? Alice frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She seemed bewildered by Jiang Chen's sudden question, as if it were a question she had never considered before. Her expression remained gentle, with an almost mechanical calm. Naturally, to help humanity escape the bunker, she replied, her tone devoid of any emotion. No, I mean you. Jiang Chen's voice was deep and powerful, emphasizing the word you. As she laid down on the experimental bed, the biomechanical devices immediately began to writhe as if alive. Two soft tubes with mucus-like suction cups wrapped around her ankles, and she allowed them to climb up her spine. This feeling reminded her of her experience in the spirit realm. The fear of being controlled by an unknown force. A face that had always been gentle and smiling at her suddenly flashed into her mind. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook her head. She continued looking at Alice, saying, "Yes, it's you." "Me?" Alice's expression cracked for the first time. Her eyes widened slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in them. She mechanically repeated, "Naturally, to help humanity escape the bunker." Just as the tentacle was about to pierce her temple, Jiang Chen grabbed the flexible tentacle. This action froze Alice. The black water patterns on Jiang Chen's palm were burning. She said, "Alice, I don't like people doing anything to my brain. I think the tentacle in this location should have the same effect." Jiang Chen roughly pulled the tentacle, connecting it to her arm, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Chapter 205. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. The distant cries seemed to linger only in the deepest recesses of memory. Jiang Chen stood on the wasteland, the gray-yellow sky pressing down on the cracked earth. Collapsed buildings leaned precariously in the sand, their exposed steel bars like rusty fangs. A few withered trees stood crookedly, their branches like thin, clawing hands reaching towards the sky. The wind whipped sand across the asphalt road, and half-buried plastic sheets lashed against the broken walls. For a moment, Jiang Chen felt as if she were still in the spirit realm, and everything before her was merely an illusion created by the spirit realm. But she knew this wasn't it. This must be a remnant of a past memory belonging to one of Blackwater's previous hosts. Then whose past memories were these? Countless sounds seeped from the cracks in the ground. A man in overalls roared as he pushed down steel frames. A woman with a headscarf scratched at the concrete walls with her fingernails, and the cries of a baby mingled with the shattering sound of breaking glass. Jiang Chen pressed her throbbing temples. No, what she was looking for wasn't here. Standing in the chilling wind, countless sounds carrying sand and dust pierced her mind. She drew her broken black gold sword, slicing through the layers of mist that clung to her. Stepping back across the broken bricks, her shoe crushed a half-burnt diary. The word bunker on the yellowed pages was suddenly whipped up by the wind. Ventilation vent angle. A hoarse male voice, mixed with the smell of rust, filled her ears. Jiang Chen whirled around. Jiang Chen's consciousness probed deep into the memories of the bunker engineer, searching for the bunker's structural diagrams. Found it. Jiang Chen quickly memorized all the diagrams. Just then, a long, black shadow engulfed her. The most profound memory for this person was the near-death pain brought by the black water. She saw her body being corroded by the black water, the burning sensation mingling with fragments of memory, surging into her mind like molten lava. Her body was being eroded by the black water, her skin began to dissolve upon contact, like metal being corroded by strong acid, emitting a hissing sound. The black water spread down her arm, and wherever it passed, flesh seemed to be devoured by some invisible force, revealing the stark white bones beneath. Her fingers twisted and deformed, nails fell off, and black viscous fluid seeped from her fingertips, dripping onto the ground and corroding small pits. "No, this isn't me!" Jiang Chen's consciousness screamed, but only a low, hoarse male voice could escape her throat. Her vision began to blur, the scene before her as if covered by a murky liquid, distorted and deformed. She saw pustules swell on her arm, and something was wriggling beneath her skin, like countless tiny worms gnawing at her flesh. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her chest, as if something was growing inside her. Her ribs were forced open, her skin torn, revealing a writhing black substance beneath. It resembled some unknown creature, covered in a viscous liquid that emitted a pungent, putrid stench. Its shape constantly shifted, sometimes resembling a twisted mass of tentacles, sometimes a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Jiang Chen's breathing became rapid and erratic. She could feel the thing taking root inside her, trying to merge with her flesh and blood. Her consciousness began to blur, and her vision was gradually swallowed by darkness. These memories, not hers, were forcibly encroaching on her consciousness in an almost violent way. The metal hose on the experimental bed suddenly tightened, causing Jiang Chen's convulsing right leg to slam against the support, making it rattle and sway. Cold sweat trickled down her neck and into the hollow of her collarbone. How could this be? Chen Yimo pressed down on Jiang Chen's arm to prevent her from struggling violently and injuring herself. Spiderweb-like bluish-purple veins surfaced beneath Jiang Chen's pale skin, as if something was frantically crawling beneath it. Alice stood to the side, her beautiful eyes flashing coldly, as she silently watched the girl on the experimental bed, her face almost translucent. Her voice was calm, almost indifferent. Her body is the best vessel, these past lives are vying to possess her. Jiang Chen's fragmented consciousness flowed in the black liquid, more terrifying than any of her training within the spirit realm. The black liquid was viscous and icy, seeping into her fingertips like countless tiny insects gnawing at her nerves. A cacophony of sounds filled her ears, some piercing like the scraping of metal, others low and murmured, still others choked with sobs, pleading brokenly, "Give me your body, please." She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if trying to block out the relentless whispers. Her numb consciousness was being torn apart by these dark thoughts, like a tattered rag. Suddenly, a conversation from the depths of her memory surfaced in her mind, like a faint ray of light piercing through the thick darkness. If one day I might not wake up. Jiang Chen's voice was soft. Her gaze fell on the flower bed, where crimson roses swayed gently in the breeze, their petals edged with a faint golden hue, as if bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the hem of her dress, her fingertips slightly cold. Zhou Jingming stood beside her, his gaze deep and serene, seemingly able to penetrate every ripple of her heart. His eyes slid down her dark hair, finally settling on her slightly lowered eyelashes, a hint of barely perceptible pity and tenderness in them. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if coming from the distant night sky, carrying an undeniable firmness. "Aiken, you won't." Jiang Chen froze, her fingers unconsciously clenching the hem of her dress, her knuckles turning slightly white. She lowered her head, her voice almost drowned out by the wind. "I'm not as amazing as you think. I always manage to emerge from the spirit realm." Zhou Jingming sighed softly, raising his hand to brush a fallen leaf from her shoulder. "Aiken," his voice was soft, yet clear as if whispering in her ear, "everything in the spirit realm is anchored by you. You are the observer, and all realms are but a long night." Jiang Chen's breath hitched slightly, the cacophony around her suddenly seeming distant. She closed her eyes tightly, silently reciting the phrase, "The observer is like a star, all realms are night." Zhou Jingming's voice was like a warm tide, lifting her from the black vortex. Her consciousness gradually cleared, like surfacing from the deep sea, her breathing becoming steady again. Chapter 206. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Chen Yimo's voice was anxious, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the experimental bed, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen's face. Her breathing was steady, but her brows remained furrowed, as if trapped in an inescapable dream. Alice stood to the side, a coldness in her eyes. Her gaze fell on Jiang Chen, as if examining an experimental subject, her tone indifferent. "The black water retains all the memories of living beings. Your friend, faced with such a huge temptation, naturally wouldn't give up easily." Chen Yimo turned to look at the frowning Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen had agreed to go into the bunker with Melina because she needed to know the truth. But when all the truth is revealed, will it be the nectar of redemption or the poison of destruction that flows out? "Professor He Hui, the bunker is complete. Should we consider waking up the rest?" A young man in a white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses appeared in her line of sight. His voice was calm and restrained, but Jiang Chen noticed his fingers trembling slightly, and his eyes behind his glasses flickering. The name tag on his chest read Luobin. That name, it seemed familiar. Jiang Chen thought carefully. Yes, it was the name of the person Melina had entered that room. The notebook on the table was signed LB on the first page. Jiang Chen thought that perhaps the person in front of him was the owner of the notebook. A woman was reflected in the gleaming metal wall. She wore an immaculate white lab coat, with a dark red badge pinned to her cuff, like dried blood. Her hair was meticulously pulled back, revealing a pale forehead and a pair of deep-set eyes. Those eyes, reflected in the metal wall, appeared exceptionally cold, like two polished glass beads, utterly devoid of warmth. The experimental criteria for opening the hibernation pod hadn't been met yet. She slowly turned around, her high heels clicking crisply on the floor. Her fingers were long and pale, her nails neatly trimmed, her fingertips gently caressing a test tube filled with a dark green liquid. The liquid inside gleamed eerily under the cold laboratory light, like some kind of living thing slowly wriggling. "How is the test subject?" Her voice was low and hoarse, carrying an unsettling calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Luobin stood beside her, his fingers rapidly swiping across the tablet, his voice trembling slightly. "The test subject. The test subject's physiological indicators are fluctuating abnormally. The nervous system is under immense stress and may..." Collapse. A faint smile played at the corners of the woman's lips. Her gaze remained fixed on the liquid in the test tube, as if that were the only thing she cared about. Collapse? She repeated softly. Collapse is just part of the process. The result is what matters. Okay. I keep following up, Luo Bin said softly. Human limits are never meant to be followed, she whispered, her voice seeming to be squeezed from deep within her throat. Jiang Chen suddenly felt something watching her consciousness, a feeling like walking alone in the dark, with a pair of eyes staring at her neck from the shadows behind her. Her gaze followed the woman as she turned. In the strategic chamber on the third level of the bunker, the cold, crimson light of the emergency lights reflected off the conference table. Hui's fingertip lightly traced a line on the holographic projector, and a dynamic image of dark purple, vein-like spore infection floated above everyone's heads, like an open web of curses. The infection rate increases by 3.2% every 48 hours. She placed her palm on the table, her sleeves slipping down to reveal wriggling black fungal patches on her forearm. Your medical reports should tell you better than I do what this means. Security Chief Case scraped the edge of the conference table with his tactical knife, sawdust falling onto his military boots. The riots in District 12 3 days ago, the sudden vibration of the blade digging into the table made Medical Officer Mary shudder. The way those old men looked at us was like we were a herd of sick pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Watch your words. Diplomatic advisor Irina pushed aside the document bearing the peace agreement. 9 months ago, when the ceasefire was signed, the scene of their chief dripping blood onto ears of wheat. Blood? Case drew his dagger, blowing away the wood chips from the blade. Their blood marrow can save lives, that's the point. He suddenly leaned closer to Irina, the metal buckle on his combat uniform clattering against the edge of the table. The black tea you drink every day in the greenhouse garden has a filtration system bought with the lives of 20 of our engineers. Chief Executive Zhang Mingyuan twirled the seal ring on his ring finger. Professor He, are you sure blood marrow transplants won't induce genetic rejection? His ashtray held 3 unburnt cigars, the smoke snaking like snakes in the spore projection. The old men's mitochondria possess natural resistance. Hui pulled up the DNA strand model, a deep blue halo casting shadows in her eye sockets. The mutants we dissected last week. She paused deliberately, watching Marion clutch her blood-stained handkerchief. We found complete resistance gene clusters in the heart valves. Irina abruptly stood up, her silk shawl sweeping over a water glass. You actually dissected their bodies without permission? Water stains blurred into blood drop-shaped smudges on the peace agreement. You knew this would. Knowing it would save 137 more lives. Case used the tip of his dagger to pick up the soaked documents. Need I remind you? 3 more children stopped breathing in the isolation ward last week, because you insisted on waiting for some damn ethics committee vote. Medical Officer Marion suddenly coughed violently, black blood seeping from between her fingers dripping onto the anti-infection medicine bottle. She trembled as she unscrewed the cap, scattering pills all over the table. The 3rd-generation inhibitor has failed. Her bloody teeth gleamed coldly in her bitter laugh. This morning, my left eye started showing fungal growth. In the deathly silence, Zhang Mingyuan slammed the seal ring heavily on the table. Professor He, I need you to personally lead the blood and bone marrow collection. Irina will be responsible for preparing the 2nd resource exchange agreement, with the bolded voluntary donation clause. What if they refuse? Irina's nails dug into her palms. Kai sheathed the dagger in the leather sheath on his leg, the metallic scraping sound like a viper's hiss. 3 tons of nerve gas are buried underground in District 12. It saved the medical department some anesthetic. Hui deactivated the holographic projection. The fungal growth twisted eerily on her wrist as she retreated into the shadows. I need 20 class of healthy individuals before dawn tomorrow. Her pale face flickered in the emergency lights. Irina's jade earring suddenly broke, falling onto the cooperation agreement and shattering. Zhang Mingyuan picked up the broken jade and placed it in her trembling palm. The ring left an indentation on the surface of the broken jade. Remember, only those who survive have the right to write history. Chapter 207. The laboratory's ventilation ducts emitted a sickly hum. Hui stared at the convulsing experimental subject in the culture chamber. The preservative mixed with the stench of blood made her taste rust. This was the 3rd blood transfusion this month, and the chamber walls still bore traces of brain tissue splattered from the previous 3 hosts' explosions. Blood pressure exceeded the critical value. Luo Bin's glasses fogged with blood, and the computer emitted a sharp alarm. Experimental subject number 4. Zhang, from the bunker's agricultural team, suddenly had his eyes bulge out, and pale yellow pus gush from his ear canals, drawing a radial spiderweb pattern on the inside of the sterile enclosure. A muffled voice came from outside the door. Case is back, Luobin whispered, a hint of unease in his voice. The laboratory door was pushed open, and Case strode in, dragging a young man from the old civilian population behind him. The boy's hands were bound by metal shackles, and his skin was covered with dark lines, the marks of long-term exposure to the spore environment. His eyes were vacant, a symptom of the high-concentration anesthetic injection. Huey's gaze swept over the boy's body, noticing the spore sacs on the back of his neck slightly pulsating, as if breathing. The bodies of the old people were symbiotic with spores, dark lines spreading outwards from the back of their necks. Their blood contained a resistance gene, capable of resisting spore invasion. The stronger the old people, the clearer the lines on their bodies, and the more they could control some mutated creatures. Looking at the boy before her, Huey couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of the creator. They possessed the most advanced technology, yet they couldn't escape the cruel laws of survival. Let's begin. Huey's voice was calm, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Case pressed the boy down on the operating table. Huey picked up the blood extractor and plunged it into the boy's spine. The boy's body shuddered violently, and the black markings beneath his skin began to glow, as if resisting an invasion. Huey's fingertips trembled slightly, but she quickly steadied her hand, slowly injecting the blood extractor into Subject 4 inside the culture chamber. Blood pressure skyrockets. Luobin's voice suddenly rose, the data curves on the computer fluctuating wildly. Subject 4's body began to convulse violently, black fungal plaques rapidly spreading and covering his entire body. The central nervous system is beginning to dissolve. Luobin's voice was choked with sobs. Inside the culture chamber, Subject 4 was tapping the glass with his finger bones. His nails had long since fallen off, and mushroom-shaped growths had sprouted from his bare fingertips. A low growl escaped his throat, his eyeballs gradually filling with fungal hyphae, finally bursting open, pus splattering across the glass of the culture chamber. Another failure. Luobin's voice was filled with despair. Huey did not respond. Her gaze remained calm. She pressed the cleanup button on the culture chamber, and the experimental subject's remains were swiftly cleared away by the robotic arm, as if they had never existed. She noticed the mycelium creeping backward along the floor tubing towards the blood and marrow storage tank, and immediately pressed the emergency freeze button. The instant liquid nitrogen gushed forth. A burning sensation shot through the bacterial plaque on her wrist. While these mutants from Earth's Black Death bacteria had been temporarily alleviated on this planet, a spore crisis originating from this world was devouring her flesh and blood. Only the blood of the old ones could temporarily extinguish them. 20 blood and marrow samples lay in the freezer, their labels hastily written. Voluntary donation. Send the body to the crematorium, she said, removing her brain-splattered gloves. Tell the governor that the fusion rate has increased by 15% this time. Case stood to the side, a cold smile playing on his lips. The governor won't like this result. If he knew, he muttered. They all knew the number was fabricated. The engineer who died last week had his heart hollowed out by mycelium. Now even the last glimmer of hope had been stripped away. The bunker dweller's genes couldn't withstand this kind of transplant. Every attempt had ended in failure. He won't find out, Huey interrupted him, her voice resolute. Unless you want to face the bunker's collapse with him. Case was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. I continue to bring back test subjects, but you better find a solution, otherwise. He didn't finish, but the threat in his words was clear. Huey didn't respond. Her gaze returned to the old origin boy on the operating table. The boy's breathing had become weak, and the dark lines beneath his skin were gradually fading. She knew his life was nearing its end, and his remaining blood and marrow would become the hope for the next test subject. Huey pushed open the laboratory door, her white lab coat brushing against the mycelium warning devices on the wall. These biological instruments, meant to monitor spore concentration, were now flashing with abnormal light. She bumped into Irina at the corner. The purification system malfunctioned again? Irina stared at the bloodstains on her cuff. Suddenly, grayish-white fluff drifted down from the ventilation vents in the corridor ceiling, a mixture of human skin flakes and mycelium. Huey glimpsed a revised draft of the resource exchange agreement peeking out of the other woman's file folder. The bolded words voluntary donation were seeping through in blood-red ink. Just routine maintenance. Huey tucked the crystal containing the data from the failed experiment into a hidden compartment in her belt. The crystal's surface was still covered with nail clippings left by test subject number 4, as he scratched at the metal table before his death. The exhaust fan in the incinerator emitted a dying groan. As Case pushed the remains of test subject 4 and the old man boy into the high-temperature furnace, he discovered half a wheat stalk hidden in the boy's tightly clenched fist. A peace token from the signing ceremony between the old man and the bunker dwellers. The golden wheat grains were rotting and turning black under the erosion of mycelium. Chapter 208. The laboratory lights suddenly went out, caused by an unstable power system in the bunker. Huey's gaze remained fixed on the dried bloodstain in the petri dish. Darkness, like a damp, cold cloth, suddenly enveloped her face, making her breath thick and sticky. She glanced down at her wrist. The fungal patch glowed with a phosphorescent light in the dim light, like some kind of curse from the earth. She fumbled for the emergency power switch. The ventilation ducts above her emitted a low groan, the fungal hyphae swirling within, like the final lament of Earth a century ago. That year, subway stations were packed with infected people convulsing with high fever. Fungal hyphae emerged from their cochleas, like countless tiny snakes, weaving dense black cocoons on the subway escalators. Earth fell within a few short months. War and resource scrambles erupted one after another, and humanity was relentlessly defeated by the fungal hyphae. Hui, clad in heavy protective gear, trudged through viscous bacterial liquid. With each step, she could feel the mycelium gnawing at the rubber in her military boots, producing a faint hissing sound. To preserve humanity, nations built underground fortresses insulated with lead plates. However, even the lining of her radiation-proof suits was covered in mold, like the festering skin on her wrist, silently proclaiming humanity's fragility. The depletion of resources in the underground city, like a silent plague, quietly eroded every inch of space. Water resources dwindled, the purification system malfunctioned frequently due to a lack of parts, and only a few barrels of filtrate remained, emitting a pungent chemical odor. Food rations were reduced from 2 meals a day to 1. Hard, synthetic biscuits became the staple food, and the occasional canned goods were already expired and smelled moldy. Energy was a critical shortage. The lead-insulated electrical system frequently lost power, and only the emergency lights provided a faint glow in the dimly lit corridors. Medical supplies were nearly exhausted. Antibiotics and painkillers were luxuries, and festering wounds could only be bandaged with makeshift bandages. Every breath felt like a drain on their last hope. They had to find a new way to survive. The interstellar travel plan had been stalled. Satellite probes had already scanned nearby star systems, finding none suitable for human habitation. Fuel was only enough for one jump. Failure meant certain death. The underground city was depleted of resources, ravaged by bacteria, and the human bodies were already too weak to withstand the long journey through space. The committee ultimately decided to send a small group to undertake the interstellar travel plan, and Hui was one of them. A third of the interstellar fleet's hibernation pods were damaged during the wormhole jump. Hui looked at the hibernation pods before her. Inside lay the Earthlings secretly sent out, their fate uncertain on the interstellar journey, their fuel finite. Hui stood before the hibernation pod, her fingers gently tracing the metallic surface of the wall. The cold touch made her shiver slightly. The soft mattress inside emitted a faint smell of disinfectant, like a silent warning. Her gaze swept across the cramped space, a complex mix of emotions welling up within her. Fear, anticipation, and helplessness. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, but the pounding in her chest only intensified. She knew that once she lay down inside, she would be surrendering herself completely to an unknown fate. The hibernation pod's hatch would slowly close, and her consciousness would sink into endless darkness until the spaceship reached its destination, or until she slept forever in some corner of the universe. "Alice, how stable is the hibernation pod?" she asked in a low voice. "The hibernation pod system is functioning normally, with a stability of 98.7%, Dr. Hui." Alice's mechanical voice was calm and cold, as if stating a trivial fact. "If we encounter an accident during hibernation, Alice, what will you do?" she suddenly asked, her voice almost inaudible. "According to the preset program, I will prioritize protecting the life form inside the hibernation pod and awaken you if necessary." Alice answered without any emotion, as if this question had been calculated 1,000 times over. Hui smiled bitterly, and shook her head. She knew that Alice was just a program, a cold mechanical system. It wouldn't understand human fear, nor would it feel her helplessness. She slowly lifted her foot, and stepped into the hibernation pod, her body sinking into the soft cushions. The temperature inside the pod began to gradually decrease, and her breathing became slow and heavy. "Alice, activate the hibernation program." She closed her eyes. Hibernation program initiated. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Alice's voice echoed within the pod, like a relentless countdown. The images of Earth's apocalypse resurfaced in Huey's mind, but this time, she forced herself not to think about them. She tried to recall Earth's once blue skies, the warmth of the sunlight on her face, the rustling of leaves in the wind. However, these memories had long been swallowed by the purple mist and mycelium, becoming blurred and distant. 3, 2, 1, hibernation program initiated. Alice's voice abruptly stopped. The temperature inside the pod plummeted, and we felt a chill spread from her feet throughout her body. Her consciousness began to blur, as if dragged into an abyss by an invisible force. In her final moments of consciousness, she suddenly felt an intense loneliness, as if she were the only one left in the entire universe, floating in endless darkness. Will we find a new home? She silently asked herself, but no one answered. Darkness completely swallowed her consciousness. Only faint breathing and the flashing indicator lights on the bulkhead remained inside the hibernation pod. Alice's mechanical voice whispered from outside, "Hibernation program initiated. Enjoy your hibernation, Dr. He-Hui." However, He-Hui could no longer hear it. Her consciousness sank into endless darkness, awaiting the unknown dawn. But she believed they would find a new home. With a thunderous crash, the spaceship landed. She still remembered the day of thawing. 300 living people, covered in ice, crawled out of the pods, kneeling and weeping before the purple mist-shrouded Garden of Eden outside the portholes. The old ones appeared at dawn the next day. These natives, their skin gleaming like mother of pearl, stood in the spore cloud, like a group of ghosts born from poisonous fog. The bunker was built in a rock fissure in the 12th district designated by the old ones. The ventilation system consumed 20 liters of filtered fluid daily. When the chief of the old people tribe extended 3 fingers covered in black veins, we finally understood the true meaning of the resource exchange agreement. 3 vials of the old people's blood coagulant for 6 fighter jets, 5 medical pods for half a month's worth of rations. But the spore disease still broke out during the rainy season. First, purple mold seeped from the ventilation ducts, then people coughed up phlegm containing fungal hyphae. He watched as Engineer Chen's eyeballs were ruptured by the fungal hyphae, and as the milky white tendrils grew wildly along his tear ducts, he was still muttering about fixing the number 3 water circulation pump. On the day the old people delivered the blood coagulant, 17 corpses lay curled up in body bags, like dehydrated ferns on the floor of the medical pod. He woke up from a sharp pain in her back. The fungal patches on her back had spread again. She sat up and locked the experimental reagent she had been reworking in the safe. The muffled thud of gas masks echoed in the corridor. She knew the patrol team was going to the surface again to retrieve the old people's gifts. During the last exchange of supplies, the old inhabitants asked the bunker dwellers to teach them how to manufacture plutonium-238 batteries, but all they received were half a carload of moldy tubers. Those purple tubers grew synaptic like hyphae in petri dishes, exactly like the black fungus that devoured the earth back then. Chapter 209. As Case's hand slammed onto the metal table, the centipede-shaped scar on his brow turned purplish red. Beads of sweat rolled down the scar's indentation and into his collar. He looked at He-Hui and asked, "Are you sure you want to use this method?" He-Hui's protective mask reflected the outlines of 12 embryo culture sacs. Her fingers, turning the liquid nitrogen valve, were terrifyingly steady. As white mist billowed out, the warning lights on the control panel suddenly began flashing. The embryos, immersed in amniotic fluid, were twitching. The last time the antifungal agent failed, Professor Zhang from the food research team, who was awakened from the hibernation pod with us, had his eyeball fall into his soup while eating breakfast. Her movement of picking up the spore extract with tweezers made Case's neck tighten. The moment the grayish-white powder came into contact with the air, tiny umbrella-shaped fungi bloomed at the tips of the tweezers. The hyphae beneath the cap spiraled upwards along the stainless steel tweezer's teeth. "So, you think we have other options?" He-Hui's eyes were frighteningly calm as she looked at Case. Cass's Adam's apple bobbed, and he fell silent. He noticed blood seeping from the bandage peeking out from He-Hui's protective suit cuff. The festering skin beneath had likely spread to her elbows. As the syringe plunged into the third embryo, the culture medium suddenly boiled. The mixture of blood and spores burrowed into the umbilical cord like live leeches, and the once translucent amniotic membrane was instantly covered in black blood vessels. These vessels twisted into a network of hyphae in the nutrient solution, and the pustules on the embryo's surface swelled and contracted with the heartbeat, oozing a metallic-looking mucus. The cell division rate is fastest during the embryonic stage. He-Hui's voice seemed to be squeezed from the filter of a gas mask. She stuffed the embryo, now with a scaly epithelium, into a titanium alloy experimental box. Immediately, the sound of fingernails scratching metal could be heard from inside. "Where's what I asked for?" Case stomped on a fungal spider that had crawled onto his military boot. The bursting liquid eroded the acid-resistant floor. His finger trembled slightly as he pressed the communicator. His protective suit lining was soaked. He shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Drag that in." The airtight door slid open, and all the petri dishes shuddered simultaneously. Four soldiers dragged a 3-meter-long metal box into the lab. The box's surface was covered in claw marks, and fluorescent yellow slime seeping from the welds left viscous trails on the floor. This thing cost us 16 brothers. When I found it, it was laying eggs. The booming sound of the box lid opening interrupted his narration. The moment the foul-smelling blood mist poured out, the emergency sprinkler system on the wall suddenly activated, and disinfectant mixed with the slime to form a gel-like substance that smeared onto the bulletproof glass. Cass saw Huey take a half-step back and bump into the control panel. This was the first time she had shown any sign of wavering that evening. One by one, the sterilizing lights in the circular observation chamber illuminated the dark red shadow coiled in the center. Even the thinnest part of the red python's body was comparable in size to a gasoline can, its scales gleaming with a serrated, cold light. As it slowly raised its inverted triangular head, 6 amber vertical pupils cast blood-red spots of light on its goggles. The scales on its neck flipped open, revealing dense mycelial vesicles beneath, each containing an undeveloped snake egg. The red python, injected with a large amount of anesthetic, fell into a deep sleep. Huey's protective gloves pressed against the glass of the observation chamber, leaving 5 blood-stained fingerprints. As she suddenly turned her head, the white mist from the breathing valve condensed into ice flowers on her mask. She abruptly said, "Do you remember the seal pattern on the resource exchange agreement stamped by the old people's leader?" Kai's voice sounded like it was being squeezed out between clenched teeth. "Dr. He, does this have anything to do with what we're researching now? We don't have time to discuss these irrelevant details. They worship this thing immensely, and I think these old people will soon discover we stole their sacred object." Kais replied, veins bulging. "The pattern is of red pythons mating. I reviewed all the old people's records, and of course, I also gleaned some information from the old people you brought back. Their ancestors hid in the python's cave on the 12th day of the spore outbreak." Huey's goggles reflected the flowing black patterns beneath the scales, perfectly matching the pattern beneath the old people's leader's skin. They licked the saliva from stalactites in the crevices of the snake cave, and generation after generation, their blood began to grow antibodies that could resist spore infection and control mutated organisms. Huey looked at the giant python before her, as if admiring a perfect sculpture. The moment she pressed the experimental kit against the explosion-proof glass, the mutated embryos in the culture sac suddenly turned collectively towards the giant python, their umbilical cords taut like bowstrings in the liquid. Their mitochondria fused with the red python's genes, which is how they survived the spore rampage. And now, we're going to compress this part of evolution into the embryonic stage. Chapter 210. This thing is a sacred object worshipped in the old folk temple. Case's jaw muscles tensed as he pointed to a snake egg pierced by a bullet, black liquid oozing from it. Yellow pus was seeping from a tear in his protective suit around his neck, a mid-stage symptom of spore infection. While we raided the python's lair during the lunar eclipse, this thing was devouring the sacrificers tied to the stone pillars. The holographic projection on the control panel lit up, the image suddenly shaking violently. Under the lunar eclipse, a giant red python coiled around the altar, the snake egg pulsating like a heart. The instant the silent armor-piercing bullet tore through the egg, the python's arched neck scales all stood on end, its 6 vertical pupils simultaneously contracted into bloodshot lines, its gaping jaws revealed 3 layers of fangs, and the piercing scream even shattered the projector's built-in voice print simulator. The moment the snake egg was pierced, black mucus gushed out like a fountain. In the viscous liquid, a humanoid creature covered in bluish-gray scales tumbled down the stone steps, the fine scales gleaming with an eerie metallic sheen in the moonlight. "I don't understand." Kay slammed his bandaged hand heavily on the control panel, beads of blood seeping from between his fingers, leaving crimson stains on the surface. Since their bodies already possess antibodies, why is there still a sacrifice? Is there something we haven't discovered? Huey's rubber glove suddenly plunged into the holographic projection. Her magnified fingertips froze deep within the slime. There floated half a perfectly intact human face, black slime still clinging to its eyelashes. "Bring the sacrifice over." Her voice was as cold as a scalpel. Cass nodded, instructing the soldier beside him. The soldier dragged in a metal box, opened it, and inside lay the humanoid creature with scaly skin. Dead? Huey's protective mask pressed against the sacrifice's chest, her exhaled breath rustling on the observation window. "It was already lifeless when we brought it back," Case said curtly. Huey used a scalpel to slice open the scaly membrane. The moment the tip lifted, the entire membrane suddenly rolled up, and black slime shot out like a living thing. Cass reacted quickly, pulling Huey away. The splattered slime left a spiderweb-like trail of corrosion in the air. The The splattered slime left dozens of corrosive trails in the air, like a deathly spiderweb. A young soldier's scream suddenly caught in his throat. His mask was pierced by a drop of slime, and the corrosive black liquid poured into his nasal cavity. Everyone watched helplessly as his combat uniform billowed and collapsed, melting facial tissue flowing from the collar, eventually pooling into a bubbling black puddle on the ground. Clang! Huey's scalpel handle, melted and broken, fell to the ground. On the exposed newborn's body, the black lines were visibly reforming, outlining complex patterns beneath the pale skin. Huey's brows furrowed deeply, her fingertips hovering above the experimental data screen, trembling slightly. She slowly shook her head, her pupils behind her protective mask contracting as she stared incredulously at the body, soaked in black mucus yet perfectly intact. The black lines on the skin were still writhing, as if some living thing was weaving unknown genetic code beneath the skin. This is impossible. Her voice was low, tinged with suppressed astonishment. Beep beep beep. A sharp alarm suddenly blared, piercing the eardrums. The entire laboratory's lighting instantly switched to a blinding scarlet red, the warning lights flashing wildly, stretching and distorting everyone's shadows, like some kind of dying creature struggling. Kais jerked his head up, the wound on his neck oozing more pus from the tension. His gaze swept across the monitor screen. The outer defenses were crumbling layer by layer, a massive shadow looming around the base's perimeter, the sounds of impact echoing like muffled thunder through the alloy walls. They're here. His voice was hoarse, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the gun handle, his knuckles turning white from the force. He turned to the 12 embryos suspended in the incubation chambers, the dark shadows in the liquid already showing distorted outlines. Dr. These embryos are our last hope. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice heavy as lead. If this experiment fails. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Destruction wasn't a threat, but a countdown. Huey's breath condensed into white mist inside her mask. She withdrew her gaze from the sacrificial offerings, her fingers flying across the control panel, the holographic data cascading down like a waterfall. Her eyes were cold and focused, as if the collapse of the outside world had nothing to do with her. I will complete the experiment. Her voice was soft, yet sharp as a blade. The shrill sound of tearing metal grew closer from the depths of the corridor. Chapter 211. The air in the conference room was so thick it felt like it could be wrung out of water. The dim emergency lights buzzed overhead, casting a pale light onto every tired, tense face. 2 months had passed since the last attack by the old people, but time inside the bunker seemed to have stretched to 2 years. Governor Zhang Mingyuan sat in the main seat, his fingers pressed tightly against his temples, his knuckles white from the pressure. His breathing was heavy, and a fine layer of cold sweat covered his forehead. He was clearly suffering from a high fever. The initial symptoms of the spore infection were already appearing in him. A persistent high fever. He had to brace himself on the table, the metal beneath his fingertips humming slightly from his trembling. Do you know what you're doing? Zhang Mingyuan's voice was hoarse, each word seemingly forced out from his lungs. His gaze swept over everyone present, his pupils slightly dilated from the fever, yet he still managed to maintain a last shred of dignity. He looked at Hui in case. Hui sat at the far end of the long table, like a judge receiving hostility and resentment from all sides. Her gaze was extremely calm, focused on something unfathomable, as if she were deep in thought. Keith, sitting at one side of the table, unconsciously tapped his knuckles on the surface, the rhythm erratic, like some kind of countdown. His eyes were sunken, his cloudy pupils bloodshot, like a terminally ill person clinging to their last breath. He was the person who went out the most often here. Every time he returned, his protective suit was covered in spore residue. Even after receiving high doses of antibiotics, his skin remained an unhealthy grayish white, as if something was slowly consuming him from within. A low hum emanated from the ventilation system in the corner of the conference room, the filters thickly covered with spore residue, resembling some ominous black moss. The bunker's supply inventory was projected onto the holographic screen, the stark red deficit a shocking sight. Food reserves were down to 3 months, and the old ones had already cut off all supply lines. Worse still, everyone present showed symptoms of spore infection to varying degrees. Some had even begun coughing up blood. Case slowly rose, his movements as sluggish as a puppet on strings. His protective suit collar was slightly open, revealing a festering wound on his neck, yellowish-green pus peeking through the bandages. We committed all our weapons and equipment. But they're better at war than we thought. His voice was low, as if coming from afar, not just food. But this too. He pointed to his neck, where spiderweb-like black lines were faintly visible beneath the skin, like some living thing slowly spreading. The spore infection was imminent. Silence once again enveloped the room, broken only by the hum of the ventilation system and the distant dripping of water from a leaking pipe, like a countdown, mercilessly announcing their end. Hui, sitting at the end of the long table, stood ramrod straight, like a cold blade plunged into the heart of the bunker. The glaring incandescent light poured down from above, making her pale face almost transparent. The diplomatic advisor, Irina, abruptly stood up, her chair scraping the floor with a sharp, grating sound. She braced her hands on the table, her knuckles turning white from the effort, her meticulously manicured nails almost digging into the metal. Tears welled in her bloodshot eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall, like two pools of blood about to burst their banks. Yesterday. Each syllable of her voice seemed to carry a deadly poison. We received the head of Martha, the diplomatic sergeant stationed in the Old People's region. She suddenly opened the metal case she carried with her. A grayish-white head rolled onto the conference table, its empty eye sockets facing Hui. The head's mouth was slashed to the ear, frozen into a perpetually horrifying smile. The priests of the Old People spent 3 whole days keeping her conscious, letting her experience being turned into a living candle. A broken sob escaped her throat, but she suddenly laughed maniacally. And you, our great doctor are still thinking about your damned embryos. The conference room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the dying hum of the ventilation system. Hui's eyelashes cast fine shadows in the lamplight. Her fingertips gently traced the miniature syringe hidden in her cuff, the cold metallic touch keeping her absolutely conscious. When her gaze finally focused, everyone instinctively held their breath. It wasn't the look of a human being, it was more like an observer scrutinizing microorganisms in a petri dish. Finished? She tilted her head slightly, a strand of black hair slipping from her meticulously styled bun, like a shadow suddenly coming to life. Then we can continue discussing how to select personnel to inject the embryonic coagulant. A precise, millimeter-long curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, an expression humans call a smile, which at this moment was more chilling than the snarling of the head on the table. Irina's tears finally fell onto the table. A heavy, putrid stench filled the laboratory. A giant red python coiled inside a specially designed glass chamber, its once vibrant blood-red scales losing their luster at a visible rate. Its 6 vertical pupils contracted and dilated constantly, oozing thick, yellow pus with each blink. Suddenly, a sharp rip came from the python's neck, and several palm-sized scales peeled off. The exposed flesh was covered with honeycomb-like fungal vesicles, each fist-sized vesicle translucent, revealing a coiled black organism within. These embryos pulsated rhythmically with the python's heartbeat, their surfaces displaying spiderweb-like vein patterns, continuously supplying nutrients from the mother to the embryos. The python suddenly let out a painful hiss, and more scales began to peel off. The newly exposed skin was covered with festering wounds, yellowish-green pus oozing out and pooling into a steaming pool of mucus beneath it. Its breathing became rapid, each gasp accompanied by the gurgling sound of rupturing lung tissue. 3 of its 6 eyes were already clouded with a grayish-white film, and the remaining pupils gradually lost focus. The scales on the python's tail began to carbonize, seemingly crumbling into black powder at the slightest touch. With its last strength, it curled its body tighter, seemingly protecting the still pulsating hyphal vesicles. Zhang Mingyuan looked at everything before him, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. What's the current progress? Luo Bin's fingertips danced across the holographic keyboard, the projected stream of biological data casting a pale blue light on his glasses. All 12 remaining embryos from Earth have been implanted. His voice was slightly shrill with tension. Currently 9 are stable, and according to the growth curves. A sticky cracking sound interrupted his report. Everyone turned sharply to see a hyphal vesicle suddenly burst, black mucus radiating outwards onto the reinforced glass, instantly corroding it with spiderweb-like marks. The embryo in the slime slammed onto the bottom of the chamber with a thud, convulsing violently like a fish out of water. Its entire body was covered in fine, reverse-growing scales, each scale edge gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. With each convulsion, the bony spikes protruding from its spine scraped against the alloy of the chamber floor with a piercing sound. Alert! Case's roar echoed through the laboratory. The well-trained soldiers instantly formed ranks, the charging of pulse rifles resounding, a dozen crimson sights simultaneously locking onto the writhing creature within the glass chamber. Luo Bin's Adam's apple bobbed, his pupils behind his glasses contracting sharply, expected to mature soon. His voice was almost inaudible. Inject spore solution. Hui's command was as precise as a scalpel. Luo Bin's trembling finger hovered above the red button for half a second before finally pressing it heavily. Sizzle. A thick mist of spores erupted from the top of the chamber, instantly engulfing the convulsing creature. For 10 breathless seconds, the only sound in the laboratory was the churning of the spore mist. The black scales began to dissolve, turning into a viscous black liquid like wax under high heat, revealing pale skin covered in eerie runes. Those black runes were writhing beneath the skin, like living things. Suddenly, a slender little hand pierced through the spore mist and pressed against the glass. Everyone held their breath. The instant the mist dissipated, they saw a creature about the size of a human infant standing against the glass, coldly watching the humans outside the chamber. The drifting spores were repelled the moment they touched its skin, as if encountering some invisible barrier. Success? For the first time, Huey's voice showed emotion. Her fingertips lightly touched the observation window, facing the creature inside the chamber, a perfect organism from Eden. Chapter 212. It's amazing, truly amazing. Diplomat Irina braced her hands against the observation window, her pupils trembling slightly. Her slender fingers traced lines unconsciously across the glass. Inside the observation chamber, the creatures that were infants just days before were now curled up in a corner, growing into teenagers. Their arms were wrapped with transfusion tubes, dark blood flowing from the chamber outwards. A pair of emerald green eyes gleamed faintly in the dim light. When it looked up, Irina saw the newly formed scales on its neck opening and closing with its breath. My God! Irina's breathing quickened, her warm breath creating a white mist on the observation window. She couldn't resist moving closer to the window, seeing a pair of innocent, emerald green eyes. Her fingers involuntarily pressed against the glass, wanting to touch the tender skin. But all she touched was cold glass. No, they shouldn't be here. The thought shot through her spine like an electric current. When she realized it, her left hand was already hovering above the hatch opening button, her thumb just a hair's breadth away from the red button. Her temples throbbed, and fine beads of sweat seeped from the back of her neck, staining the collar of her silver-gray uniform with dark marks. Irina. A hand with distinct knuckles suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Hui wore an oversized monitoring ring on her pale wrist, the metal plate reflecting a cold light with each movement. Her 5 fingers gripped Irina's wrist like eagle claws, the force so great that the diplomat Irina gasped. Huey's nails almost dug into her flesh, the icy touch sending a shiver down Irina's spine. She then realized that the back of her shirt was soaked, cold sweat trickling down her spine. Irina stared blankly at her hand, frozen in midair, the edges of her meticulously manicured nails twitching unnaturally. What just happened? Hui didn't answer, but turned to adjust the control panel. The observation chamber's lighting system gradually dimmed, the last glimmer of blue light flashing across the smiling lips of the blue-eyed boy before plunging into absolute darkness. The rustling of fabric came from inside the chamber, followed by the soft thud of something curling up in a corner. They possessed the ability to induce empathy. Huey's voice was like a scalpel cutting through steel. It's recommended to maintain a safe distance of at least 5 meters. As she walked towards the lab table, the hem of her white lab coat brushed against Irina's calf, sending a shiver down her spine. Irina watched as Hui dripped a dark red liquid into a petri dish. The spores scattered frantically as if encountering a natural enemy, only to solidify into crystals the instant they touched the dark red liquid. Ability? What ability? Irina's voice suddenly rose, and she gripped the edge of the lab table tightly. Sweat trickled down her carefully styled temples, leaving a dark stain on her collar. Hui didn't even look up, her gloved fingers firmly gripping the pipette, precisely drawing the dark red liquid from the test tube. Her eyelashes cast fine shadows under the operating light, completely obscuring her eyes. Irina's breathing suddenly quickened, her chest heaving. She ripped open the pearl button of her collar, revealing the black lines that had begun to spread along her collarbone. Those spiderweb-like marks writhing with her emotional fluctuations. Her right hand rose uncontrollably, about to slam down on the lab table. Your Excellency, diplomat. Luobin darted between the two, his glasses reflecting a flustered light, his hand trembling slightly as he offered the warm water. Special abilities are special abilities beyond the scope of human understanding. He stammered, Your Excellency, these individuals with special abilities are still under observation. We have prepared a detailed report for the governor. Your current condition may require. Irina abruptly knocked over the water glass, the sound of shattering glass, like some kind of cathartic release. She stared intently at Huey's motionless back. Enough. Irina suddenly interrupted, furiously wiping away the seeping fluid from her neck with a handkerchief. When she looked up again, her pupils were abnormally dilated. Dr. He, her voice suddenly became eerily calm, do you know how many survivors are left in the bunker? I hope your final research findings will truly be of use to us. Irina turned and left angrily. Doctor, shouldn't we? Luo Bin's voice caught in his throat, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the data panel. The metal beneath his fingertips was slightly warm from repeated friction. They were actually more worried about the success or failure of the experiment than anyone else. He Hui slowly looked up. The pale light of the laboratory poured down from above, making her already pale face almost transparent. Her eyes behind the protective goggles were unfocused, as if looking through everything before her into a distant future. How is the blood sample from the experimental subject? Her voice was soft, yet it cut through the air with the precision of a scalpel. Luo Bin immediately turned around, his fingers rapidly sliding across the data panel, bringing up a set of real-time monitoring charts. This is a blood sample from the test subject injected an hour ago. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, the fluctuating curves on the chart seeming to rise and fall with life. The infected person's spore hyphae are receding, respiratory rate, body temperature, blood oxygen levels. All indicators are returning to normal. His lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, his fingers trembling slightly as they hovered above the data panel. They finally saw hope of leaving this tomb-like bunker. Luo Bin looked up at He Hui, only to find her expression still as cold as ever. The flowing data on her goggles was reflected in her dark pupils, like an endless galaxy. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze passing through the observation window to the spore-infected person on the experimental bed, who was regaining color. Take him to the surface. He Hui suddenly spoke, her voice carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Luo Bin's smile froze on his face. Now? But immediately, He Hui removed her goggles, revealing her unfathomable eyes. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the lab table, the rhythm so precise it was like a countdown. I need to know if, in a natural environment, we can return to the ground. Chapter 213. He Hui and Luo Bin donned their heavy protective suits. She looked up at the spore counter above the airlock. The red numbers were jumping wildly. Surface spore concentration, 3.7 times the lethal dose. Luo Bin's breathing became rapid inside his helmet, a fine mist condensing on his mask. He turned to look at the man huddled in the corner. His emaciated body was trembling, pale blue veins visible beneath his bluish-white skin, a result of years of lack of sunlight. He hesitated to approach the exit valve. The man's fingernails still smelled of laboratory disinfectant. He was nervously digging at the ground, leaving several bloody scratches on the metal floor. Doctor. Luo Bin hesitated, looking at He Hui. Luo Bin glanced at He Hui. She was intently adjusting the data panel. Luo Bin took a deep breath and slowly crouched down. The joints of his protective suit creaked slightly. Listen, his deliberately soft voice came through the external speaker, distorted by the jarring sound of electronic equipment. We simulated a surface spore environment in the lab. Your blood sample has been completely neutralized by the spore toxins. The man's eyes darted about in their deep-set sockets, his irises a cloudy grayish blue from years of lack of sunlight. He stared at Luo Bin's hands for a long time, then suddenly coughed violently, his Adam's apple bobbing like a trapped beast beneath his thin skin. The hydraulic system of the airlock suddenly activated, hissing as it released pressure. The man's body jerked violently, his back slamming against the wall with a thud. He Hui was already standing before the open valve, her shadow stretched long by the sunlight filtering through the crack in the door. Luo Bin embraced the man and opened the valve. Luo Bin gently supported the man's shoulder, feeling the bones beneath his hand tremble. Look, he pointed outside, that's real wind. The man's bare feet touched the metal threshold, his toes curling from the metallic texture. When the first ray of sunlight touched the back of his hand, he recoiled as if burned. But the next second, he suddenly looked up, cloudy tears streaming down his sunken cheeks. The world unfolded before him like a polluted oil painting. Mutated sunflowers, 2 meters tall, swayed gently in the wind, their enormous golden heads adorned with glistening dewdrops, refracting rainbow-like halos. The man took his first trembling step. His bare feet sank into the soft moss, the pale blue glow of the plants immediately and gently enveloping his toes. The air was filled with the fragrance of post-rain earth, mingled with a sweet floral scent. The vines that climbed the ruins, cascading silver blossoms like waterfalls among the crumbling walls. He breathed deeply the fresh air. The fear of spore infection seemed so distant now. They could truly walk in the sunlight. Luo Bin's vision suddenly blurred. He realized he was also crying. Water droplets, as hot as the man's tears, slid down his cheeks from the inside of his mask. He Hui stood at the boundary of light and shadow, the sunlight gilding her heavy protective suit with a golden edge. This is impossible. How could this be? She was perfectly fine yesterday. Luo Bin anxiously watched as the man's skin began to age rapidly. Everything beautiful yesterday felt like a dream. This is impossible. Luo Bin's knuckles slammed against the metal table, making a dull thud. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at the fluctuating data on the monitoring screen. The numbers were ticking away at an alarming rate, like grains of sand rapidly falling in an hourglass. Under the stark white light of the sterile lamp, the man's body was undergoing a horrifying transformation. His skin was losing elasticity at a visible rate, and gray hair began to spread from the roots, quickly covering his entire head. Even more terrifying were his fingers. His nails were peeling away piece by piece, revealing the blackened nail beds beneath. Luo Bin's breathing became rapid. His trembling hand gripped the man's withered wrist, the touch like grasping a handful of dry straw. The monitor emitted a piercing alarm, and the red cell death rate, 93%, flashed incessantly on the screen. Yesterday, clearly. Luo Bin's voice choked. He remembered the man standing on the ground yesterday, his fingertips lightly touching the mutated sunflowers, the innocent smile on his face. When he looked up at Yihui, he found her standing at the boundary of shadow and light. The sterile lamp's light sliced her figure into light and shadow, a strand of black hair slipping from her neatly styled bun, falling beside her pale cheek. For a fleeting moment, Luo Bin seemed to see the corners of her tightly pressed lips twitch slightly. This ever-calm and composed woman appeared so weary at this moment. But the next second, Yihui had already raised her hand and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Prepare for the dissection. Her voice was calm and composed, the sound of her rubber gloves being pulled apart particularly jarring in the silent laboratory. I need to see a complete sample before the cells are completely dissolved. Luo Bin looked at the serene face on the lab table. The corners of the man's mouth still held a slight upward curve, as if he were still immersed in that golden sea of sunflowers. In the corner, the mutated sunflower that had been picked swayed gently in the culture medium, the light spots on its petals shimmering like tears. Yihui gently placed the blood-stained dissecting forceps on the tray, the metallic clanging unusually crisp in the sealed laboratory. Her protective mask was splattered with pale yellow tissue fluid, slowly sliding down its curved surface. It's our genes that aren't adapted to survival. She removed her gloves, revealing corroded bloodstains on her fingertips. The edges of those tiny wounds had already turned an unnatural bluish purple. Luo Bin stared blankly at the data panel. The torrent of blue data flowing across the panel transformed into a cold ocean in his eyes, each fluctuating number seeming to mock their futility. His Adam's apple bobbed laboriously, but no sound came out, as if a wad of cotton was stuck in his trachea. A piercing alarm suddenly blared. The scarlet warning lights began to rotate, illuminating the entire laboratory in a flickering light. Luo Bin staggered back 2 steps, his back slamming against the reinforced glass of the observation chamber. Through his blurred vision, he saw that the once majestic red python was now nothing but a shrunken wreck, its dark red scales peeling away like withered leaves. Luo Bin's knees slammed heavily onto the ground. Through his tear-filled eyes, he saw his distorted reflection on the bulkhead. A face etched with a despair he had never experienced before. The alarm blared more and more urgently, like the drumbeats of the old inhabitants' attack, or the final death knell of the bunker civilization. Chapter 214. What's that sound? Qin Yimo tensed abruptly, straining to hear. Outside the safety valve came dragging, heavy footsteps. Steaky, with a damp, echoing sound, like rotting flesh being dragged across a metal floor. The sound was intermittent, yet growing closer. Alice's gaze calmly fell on the trembling safety valve. Suddenly, a sharp metallic scraping sound shattered the silence. Thick, black liquid seeped from under the door, crawling like a living thing. Alice pulled up the surveillance footage outside the safety valve. The screen flickered a few times, then displayed a hellish scene. 3 fingers covered in mycelium gripped the door frame. The mycelium, like pale maggots, wriggled beneath festering skin. Swollen faces slowly squeezed the safety valve, their festering eyelids stretched open by the mycelium, revealing cloudy yellow eyeballs. Its jaw dangled as if dislocated, black mucus gushing from deep within its throat, dripping down in thin, asphalt-like threads. More shadowy figures gathered in the corridor, their bodies, consumed by mycelium, contorting and crawling in ergonomically unnatural postures, their joints creaking with a sickening groan. Their movements were slow yet relentless, driven by some collective consciousness, inching closer and closer to the safety valve. He whirled around, his gaze falling on the lab bed. Jiang Chen was still fast asleep, her brow slightly furrowed, as if trapped in a nightmare from which she could not awaken. Her breathing was weak and steady, oblivious to the approaching terror. Qin Yimo's knuckles clenched until they turned white, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He grabbed the pulse rifle, the only weapon stored there, its metal barrel gleaming coldly in the gleam of the cold light. His figure stood between Jiang Chen and the security door, gun raised, aimed at the corroded, trembling metal door. Whatever was outside, it would have to get past him first. Luo Bin stared intently at the glass window of the nursery. Inside, several pregnant women sat around under artificial fluorescent lights, gently stroking their swollen bellies, their faces bearing tired but peaceful smiles. This was the only place in the entire bunker that still maintained a comfortable temperature. The walls were even luxuriously painted a pale pink, and old but clean plush toys were piled in the corner. Outside the window, however, lay hell. The rest of the bunker had long since descended into resource-scarce madness. People wandered the dimly lit corridors, like zombies, fighting over a piece of moldy bread. But here, the nursery's rations had never been reduced. Fresh synthetic protein, precious vitamin tablets, and even a weekly strawberry-flavored nutritional supplement. Luo Bin. Hui's voice came from behind. He whirled around and saw her standing in the shadows, her faded white lab coat clinging tightly to her thin frame, like a peeling layer of skin. Her eyes, however, shone with a frightening intensity, a kind of obsessive fire flickering deep within her pupils. We already successfully experimented on a pregnant woman infected with the spores. She stepped forward, her withered fingers lightly tapping the glass. The baby in her womb has a stronger heartbeat than a normal fetus. Luo Bin's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his temples throbbed. The catastrophic experiment a month ago was still vivid in his mind. The first batch of bunker guards injected with the experimental subject's gene sample did indeed gain temporary survival ability on the surface, but this was followed by the nightmare of accelerated cellular aging. Luo Bin witnessed firsthand how the strongest soldiers transformed into hunched old men within 3 days, their skin peeling away like dried tree bark. Luo Bin remembered Hui's first day at the medical center. She was like a walking corpse, until the pregnant woman infected with the spores was brought in. Her emaciated abdomen bulged high, and beneath her skin, spiderweb-like bluish-purple lines meandered, the veins pulsating slightly with her breath, as if something alive was wriggling beneath her skin. Her pupils were already dilated, and black, viscous fluid containing fungal hyphae kept oozing from her mouth. Everyone thought she wouldn't survive the night. When the other doctors gave up on treatment, Hui secretly injected herself with her privately kept experimental samples. Luo Bin still remembers the moment the needle pierced the pregnant woman's belly, the bluish-purple skin suddenly taut, and the instant the dark red gene serum was injected into her veins. A clear handprint suddenly bulged on the pregnant woman's abdomen. Dr. He, did you see that? Luo Bin's bloodshot eyes stared incredulously at the fetal heart monitor. The heart rate jumped from 60 to 90. 120. Good heavens, the baby is actively absorbing nutrients. 3 days later, the plaques on the pregnant woman's abdomen began to fade. They immediately wanted to report this to the governor. But the governor refused the meeting. Irina stood in the doorway like a pale wax figure, her thick foundation cracking into eerie lines, crumbling as she looked up. Beneath the powder, Luo Bin could vaguely see her real skin covered in fine. What were those? Plaques? Dr. He, Irina's voice seemed to come from afar. You lost all your chances. As she spoke, the powder at the corner of her mouth peeled away, revealing bluish-gray muscle tissue beneath. Luo Bin felt a spasm in his stomach. This perfect spokesperson, who appeared daily at the holographic meetings, was already rotting beneath her skin. We will hand over these organisms, Irina said, her eyes darting around in their dry sockets. To quell the anger of the old people through diplomacy. Hui suddenly lunged forward, but Luo Bin held her back. Her emaciated body erupted with astonishing power, her roar echoing through the corridor. You fools! Hand them over? They are our hope for survival. Where is Case? Bring Case to me. Irina's mask finally shattered completely. Her rotting lips twisted into a grotesque arc. Do you think Case is still human? The powder collapsed with a deafening roar. In the falling white dust, Luo Bin saw clearly. Her entire right cheek had fused with some kind of fungus, like wearing half a living fungal mask. If it weren't for your damn genetic experiment. The hyphae wriggled in her vocal cords, making each word sound sticky and watery. We could have died more decently. Hui stood before the hospital bed, her breath catching in her throat. Kai's body was almost unrecognizable as human. Hypnosis emerged from his 7 orifices, like a pale shroud, wrapping around his emaciated body. His skin was a putrid grayish-green, with faint traces of wriggling hyphae visible beneath, as if countless tiny insects were crawling in his veins. The sterilizing light from the medical pod shone on him, and the hyphae sensitively contracted, secreting a viscous black liquid that dripped down the sheets, corroding small pits in the floor. In the holographic projection above his head, Earth's summer was playing on a loop. Under a clear blue sky, endless grassland stretched out like undulating green waves, wildflowers scattered like brilliant stars. A turquoise river, like a shimmering ribbon, meandered through the valleys, its banks lined with birch forests swaying in the wind. In the distance, snow-capped mountains stood majestically, their peaks gleaming golden in the sunlight. A pure, almost blinding light, a light only found in the old world. Kai's cloudy eyes slowly moved, his gaze fixed on that fabricated blue sky. His chest heaved like a broken bellows, each breath causing more mycelium to spill from the corners of his mouth. Kai's, I'm sorry, our experimental results didn't work for us. For the first time in her life, He felt a pang of guilt. He. His voice seemed to be squeezed from rotting lungs, gurgling with viscous fluid. She leaned closer, the sweet, pungent smell of decaying mycelium filling her senses. When her ear was close to his chest, she heard a feeble heartbeat. My people. Case's jaw suddenly spasmed. A mycelium emerging from his ear canal will help you find test subjects. His fingers twitched, gripping the sheets, black slime seeping from between them, corroding the fabric with scorch marks. The projected river meandered toward sunset, its waters dyed blood-red by the evening glow. Promise me, at any cost. Case's pupils suddenly dilated, the whites of his eyes completely filled with mycelium. Let our people live. A black tear mixed with spores slid down his cheek. He reached out and caught it. The liquid wriggled in her palm, trying to burrow into her skin as if it were alive. Okay. She clenched her fist, letting the spores corrode her flesh. The holographic image switched to a beautiful starry sky over a grassland, the Milky Way cascading down, breathtakingly beautiful. Under this fall starlight, Case's chest finally stopped heaving. The last clump of mycelium burst forth from his open mouth, blooming into a pale flower of death in the air. At the nursery window, He looked at the dark liquid extracted from the experimental subjects on the shelf, her gaze unconsciously drifting to a corner of the nursery. There, a woman more plump than the other pregnant women was humming a tuneless lullaby. Her abdomen was an unnatural bluish gray, but her complexion was unusually rosy. Chapter 215. The delivery room was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant, the warm yellow light softening the coldness of the metal walls. The monitor beeped rhythmically, its soft beep, beep, mingling with the mother's controlled breathing, creating a rhythm of life. Breathe, follow my rhythm. The midwife, her gloved hand firmly supporting the mother's knees, a fine sheet of sweat at her temples, her voice as reassuring as warm water. The mother gripped the white sheet tightly, strands of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks with sweat. The digital clock on the wall struck 3:17, a loud cry piercing the tense air. It's a healthy girl. The midwife handed the baby, wrapped in a pale blue sterile drape, to He. The tiny baby was curled up, her skin still glistening with vernix caseosa, her eyelashes adorned with tiny beads of blood that refracted like starlight under the light. She suddenly stopped crying and opened her wet eyes, the deep gray eyes unique to newborns, untouched by the world. Begin the testing procedure. He clumsily cradled the newborn's tiny body, the baby's warmth seeped through the sterile gloves, causing her fingers to stiffen involuntarily. What are you going to do to my child? The woman on the delivery bed suddenly writhed violently, her disheveled hair clinging to her sweat-drenched forehead. Her wide eyes were filled with terror, her gaze fixed on the child being carried away. The floor tubing jolted violently with her struggles, the saline bottle clanging dangerously against its stand. Luo Bin's Adam's apple bobbed. He avoided the woman's pleading gaze, and gave the midwife a meaningful look. This man in his early 30s had dark circles under his eyes, and the cuffs of his white coat were stained with dark red blood. The midwife deftly placed the mask over the mother's mouth and nose, quickly fogging up the transparent surface. Sleep, it be over soon, she whispered. The mother's pupils gradually dilated, and a final tear slid down her temple, disappearing into the folds of the sterile wipe. The blue light from the biomonitoring screen was glaringly bright in the dimly lit laboratory. He leaned closer to the screen, the baby's various indicators drew perfect curves on the charts. Heart rate, blood oxygen, nerve reflexes, everything indicated an extremely healthy child. Inside the experimental chamber, the baby girl was unconsciously waving her slender arms. Her pink palms occasionally touched the chamber wall, leaving fleeting wisps of fog. Doctor, we really have to. Luo Bin's voice suddenly choked. He stared at the scarlet button on the control panel. Even with the spore concentration lowered, her immune system hasn't. Let's begin, He interrupted him. She removed her glasses, and slowly wiped the lenses with the corner of her clothes, a gesture that made it seem as if she were concealing something. But when the lenses were put back on her nose, her eyes regained that characteristic laboratory indifference. The moment the spore solution gushed from the annular nozzle, the baby suddenly convulsed violently. Some primal survival instinct caused her to burst into a heart-wrenching cry the instant the liquid touched her skin. The curve on the acoustic monitor instantly crossed the red alert line, the piercing alarm, and the cry creating a terrifying resonance in the confined space. Luo Bin's trembling fingers clutched the fabric of his left chest, as if something there was collapsing. Through the observation window of the experimental chamber, the spore hyphae could be clearly seen multiplying wildly on the baby's delicate skin, like countless tiny white maggots gnawing at rose petals. The baby's cries grew hoarse, its tiny fingers scratching hopelessly in the air. Hui's eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly. She pulled up the real-time data panel, forcing herself to focus on the constantly updating parameters. Under the cold light of the monitor, she noticed her right hand trembling uncontrollably, something she had never experienced in her 37 years in the lab. The baby's cries, like a snapped string, vanished abruptly into the air thick with the smell of disinfectant. The green waveform on the monitoring screen gradually flattened, eventually becoming a glaring red line, the regular, cold beep, echoing in the lab. Vital signs plummeted one after another, heart rate 12, blood oxygen 43%, brainwave activity, so weak it was almost imperceptible. Luo Bin's knees suddenly gave way. He slid down the lab bench to the floor, the once spirited young researcher now, like a soulless shell, his trembling fingers digging deep into his disheveled short hair. "Doctor, we sacrificed too much." His voice was hoarse, his Adam's apple bobbing, as if he were swallowing something bitter. "Doctor, we should have understood. We should have understood from the very first failure." The cold light of the laboratory stretched his shadow long and distorted, making him look like a pathetic creature huddled in a corner. The judgment of nature's laws has already been delivered. His shoulders began to twitch uncontrollably, suppressed sobs leaking from between his fingers. Hui's fingertips were still hovering above the control panel, her stiff posture making her look like a cold sculpture. The blue light from the display screen flickered on her glasses, obscuring all expression in her pupils. She noticed the baby in the experimental chamber had stopped struggling. Its tiny chest barely rose and fell, only the eerie white mycelium still twitching. "Restart the experimental chamber." Her voice was drier than expected. Luo Bin jerked his head up, his reddened eyes filled with disbelief. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a sound immediately, as if the person before him was the real monster. When he finally found his voice, it was tinged with something on the verge of collapse. "You still want to continue? Look at her. She's only been in this world for less than 3 hours. Record time, 6:11, life form lost vital signs." Hui interrupted him, mechanically inputting data onto the tablet. Her fingernails tapped rhythmically on the tempered glass surface, like a cold countdown. "Prepare the cleaning procedure. The next batch of samples will arrive in 2 hours. To hell with the experiment." Luo Bin suddenly erupted, his voice exploding in the laboratory like the roar of a trapped beast. He suddenly ripped off his name tag and slammed it against the wall, the metallic clang echoing in the confined space. The photo in the ID picture showed him smiling. It was taken when he had just awakened from hibernation, a moment of exhilaration at being part of Hui's top-tier research team. "I'm quitting. Now!" Immediately. His turn and departure were so decisive that he knocked over an instrument cart. Surgical forceps and petri dishes scattered with a crash, creating a startling echo in the silent laboratory. Before pressing the airlock, he glanced back one last time. Hui was still standing there, light streaming down from above, casting a long, thin shadow at her feet. "Enjoy your time with your artificial hell, Doctor." His voice was unusually clear amidst the hiss of the airlock closing. "Hopefully, the cries of those people won't haunt your dreams." As the pressure equalization indicator beeped, the laboratory fell silent once more. Hui slowly crouched down and picked up the torn ID photo from the floor. "This isn't a verdict, Robin." Her voice suddenly became very tired. "This is evolution." And the electrocardiogram on the biometric panel had started to fluctuate slightly again. Chapter 216. "Doctor?" "Assistant Luo." "Assistant Luo." The research assistant, wearing a crumpled white lab coat, stumbled into the lab. She saw Hui closing something, the object flashed by, and she quickly lowered her head, stammering out a few words. "Gone, gone." Hui's fingertips paused on the bio panel for a few seconds, the subtle tremor almost imperceptible. She slowly raised her eyes, looking at the panting young man through her goggles. "Explain clearly." Her voice was extremely calm. The assistant swallowed hard. Luo Bin was Hui's most capable research assistant, and now even he was gone, undoubtedly casting a shadow over the entire research team. Facing the almost expressionless doctor, she subconsciously clutched the hem of her lab coat, the fabric crumpling between her fingers. Assistant Luo hasn't come to collect supplies for a month, so I went to deliver them this morning. His room door was ajar. The bed was made so neatly it looked unused. But all the protective gear was gone. The lab's ventilation system emitted a low hum, making the assistant's rapid breathing sound particularly jarring. During this time, a certain oppressive atmosphere permeated every corridor of the bunker. The old one's offensive was growing increasingly fierce. Another breach had been blasted into the isolation wall on the west side of the bunker last night. In the dead of night, stealthy figures occasionally flashed through the corridors. They skillfully pried open the emergency hatch doors, their heavy protective suits scraping loudly in the narrow passages. For some in the bunker, rather than waiting for doomsday in the bunker, it was better to gamble on the lethality of the surface spores. 17 staff members had already gone missing, sneaking onto the surface in their protective suits during night shift changes. Huey's gaze returned to the biopanel. On the screen, the data of the infant, who had been declared dead, was undergoing a strange transformation. The heartbeat curve gradually became stronger, the blood oxygen saturation slowly increased, and the brainwaves showed surprising activity. Inside the culture chamber, the once rampant mycelium was now receding at a visible rate, revealing the infant's pink skin. Please summon the governor. Hui removed her goggles, the temples leaving 2 deep red marks on her temples. The assistant visibly trembled, yet remained rooted to the spot. Her gaze darted back and forth between the floor and the culture chamber, avoiding Hui's eye contact. Hui narrowed her eyes. This young man, who had once been so respectful to her, now hesitated even for the most basic instructions. She now truly realized that she had become the most avoided figure in the bunker. In the corridor, outside the laboratory, she could hear the researchers deliberately hush discussions every day, and their conversations abruptly interrupted when they saw her. Give this to the governor. Hui took an encrypted document from the lab bench drawer. The metal cover was marked with the scarlet word top secret, and could only be opened with the governor's order. Hui noticed some cracks at the edges of her nails, a result of frequent operation of the sterilization equipment. She quickly withdrew her hand and whispered, "He come when he sees this." The assistant took the document as if granted a reprieve. She glanced quickly at the lab before her. Suspicious purple stains clung to the floor, broken petri dishes were scattered everywhere, and several shriveled human remains were curled up among shards of glass. This lab had become a hell on everyone's lips. Hui, the governor's voice seemed to come from afar. Is everything in your report true? She turned around, almost unrecognizable the old man before her. The governor's sunken eye sockets resembled 2 black holes, and the veins were visible beneath his bluish-gray skin. The last time they met, only his temples were streaked with gray, now they were completely white. His thin fingers gripped a handkerchief tightly, stained with suspicious dark red stains. The Alice system has confirmed. Hui activated the holographic projection, blue light casting eerie patterns on her face. The next 70 years will be the window of lowest spore concentration on the surface. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the governor's trembling right hand. These newborns have gained new abilities, although they are not completely immune to spores. 87% of them have undergone genetic mutations. The governor suddenly coughed violently, his hunched back like a fully drawn bow. When he finally caught his breath, another glaring bloodstain appeared on his handkerchief. A new ability? He laughed hoarsely, his voice like sandpaper scraping. Like those monsters born from the red python? They tore 6 guards apart, remember? Those things can no longer be called human. Hui's lips tightened into a straight line. She pulled up another set of data, pushing the display to its maximum. A constantly fluctuating red value filled the entire wall projection, like a beating heart. This is the ability index. Her fingertip tapped lightly in the air, bringing up a 3D model of the genetic map. Each test subject has unique numerical performance. The higher the value. She raised her voice. Not only is their resistance to spores stronger, but more importantly, they retain complete human cognitive functions. If they find areas where spores have covered lower areas, our people can survive. The governor's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. He stood up shakily, his withered fingers almost digging into the holographic projection. Hui noticed traces of some kind of purple medicine remaining under his fingernails. The painkiller the bunker provided to high-ranking officials. Prove it to me. The governor's voice suddenly became unusually clear, as if he were using his last bit of strength. Hui walked to the farthest incubation chamber and entered a 32-digit code. The moment the chamber opened, the infant, number G001, lay inside. No, she stretched out her chubby little hand, palm up. A faint blue flame appeared out of thin air, burning silently in the air. Chapter 217. In the dimly lit isolation chamber, the blue light from the spore monitor cast eerie ripples on the walls. The governor's withered fingers gently traced the glass dome as he looked through it at the child inside. His eyes were sunken, and his cheekbones cast sharp shadows in the flickering firelight, as if they might pierce his aged skin at any moment. "And what about us?" The governor's voice suddenly sounded 10 years older. His back was hunched, his cloudy eyes reflecting the spores gradually dissolving in the blue flames. Those deadly microorganisms curled up like snowflakes in the heat, turning black, and finally turning into fine ash that drifted to the bottom of the experimental chamber. Huey's breath caught in her throat. She saw his shoulders slightly hunched, the gold sash of power on his uniform faded, yet still neatly pinned to his chest. This once spirited leader now struggled even to straighten his back. "I'm so sorry, Archon." Her voice was dry. No matter how many experiments she conducted, she couldn't get the current bunker dwellers to adapt to the outside environment. Coming from the old era, they were simply too fragile. Unexpectedly, the Archon only sighed softly. There was no anger, no despair in that sigh. Instead, there was a certain relief. As he turned, his knuckles cracked slightly, like an old, malfunctioning machine. Inside the isolation chamber, the infant slept peacefully. The Archon's gaze fell on the nearest child. A baby girl, her tiny pink hands unconsciously clenching and unclenching, her eyelashes fluttering gently in her sleep. His eyes suddenly softened, and an almost sacred tenderness appeared on his wrinkled face. "We will create the best conditions for their survival." His voice suddenly became firm, each word heavy as if etched on stone. Huey frowned. "Governor, I don't understand." The old man slowly straightened his back, and for a moment he seemed to transform back into the powerful leader who commanded the council chambers. His fingers tapped lightly on his cane, the rhythm like some ancient war drum. "Dr. He," his voice was low and hoarse, "do you think defeating the spores is victory?" He turned a ring on his finger, and a holographic image appeared before Huey, displaying a live feed of the ruins. "Look at those wandering old inhabitants. They're like vultures waiting to devour our corpses." Huey's stomach suddenly clenched. She had seen the reconnaissance team that had disappeared last week at the medical center, only to find half a gnawed arm. History teaches us that the most deadly thing is never natural disaster, but the human heart. His eyes suddenly sharpened, as if he could see into Huey's soul. These children can resist the spores, but can they resist hatred? The isolation room fell into a deathly silence, only the electronic voice of the life support system echoing in the empty space. A fine layer of cold sweat seeped from the back of Huey's neck. She knew better than anyone. This war had long since veered off course. 2 years ago, from the moment the agreement was signed, limited resources destined it to a bloody and tearful end. From border skirmishes, resource exchanges and struggles to the present, both sides had each other's hands stained with the other's blood. Every ambush, every act of retaliation, pushed the hatred deeper into the abyss, like a snowball rolling downhill. The governor's gaze swept across the monitor screen, which was displaying live footage of the bunker's perimeter. On the scorched earth, several corpses lay scattered, indistinguishable as either bunker soldiers or civilians. His knuckles tapped lightly on his cane, the rhythm heavy and slow. "Once the war begins." The governor's voice was hoarse and weary, like toppled dominoes. "It's hard to stop." Huey's throat suddenly tightened, as if an invisible hand was choking her breath. She saw before her eyes the cracked lips in the medical center corridor. Elderly people huddled in corners, suffering from dehydration shock. In the morgue, the fingers of those who had died from dehydration curled up like dried tree bark. And on the third basement level of the bunker hospital, wounded soldiers, parched to the extreme, were drawing blood from each other through 4 tubes to quench their thirst. The word water written in blood on the white sheets had turned into brown scabs the next day. 24 hours later, the bunker's special operations team's revenge came swiftly and precisely. We could hear the tremors coming from the ground even in the biological lab. The sound of a directional explosion. The post-war briefing's understated description of a settlement was, in reality, a trail of corpses. Blood debts piled upon blood debts, revenge upon revenge. "Our people will not forgive them," the governor continued, his gaze falling on the sleeping baby. "Their people will not let us go either." The lights in the isolation room flickered, casting deep shadows on the governor's face. At that moment, Huey suddenly understood. These children face far more than just the threat of spore infection. They will survive. The governor's voice suddenly sounded 10 years younger. He turned his ring, and the projection suddenly enlarged, displaying a diagram of the bunker's structure. We gasped. The outer perimeter of the bunker wasn't densely packed with food storage silos, but with thousands of quantum detonation devices. Governor, these devices. The governor gave a bitter smile, his wrinkles deepening. I've been preparing for over 30 years. His finger lightly traced a flashing red dot on the projection. The real battle will only begin when these children are ready to be transferred. We suddenly understood, her pupils contracting sharply. You mean? Let the old people think victory is in sight, until their main force gathers around the bunker. His voice suddenly boomed, as if he had returned to the era of commanding thousands of troops. With our old bones. The governor looked at the sleeping infant, his gaze softening again. To bide in time. He glanced one last time at the infant, representing all hope, then turned and walked towards the exit, his back illuminated by the alarm lights, like a sword about to be drawn. They will be reborn from the ashes. Chapter 218. The roar from above the bunker was like the howl of an ancient beast, causing the lights on the bunker's roof to flicker. Hui rubbed her temples, forcing herself to concentrate. A long line of metal strollers carrying infants stretched down the corridor, each transparent incubator holding a tiny life asleep. Their pink cheeks, reflected in the blue nutrient solution, were soft and adorable. All the infants would be transported out of the bunker, where they would face a new future on the surface. But before that, they needed someone to protect them. Irina's back was hunched, her dry, yellow hair falling from her work cap. Her callous fingers trembled as she checked the supply list, occasionally crossing out a number with a pencil, and then writing it back. Disinfectant, nutrient solution, temperature-controlled blankets. With each item crossed out, her shoulders slumped further. Irina. Hui walked to her side, her military boots tapping crisply on the floor. Irina's pen traced a line on the paper, as she continued engrossed in the list, as if trying to carve each letter into the page. Hui noticed the taut jawline, a silent resistance. She understood that the two had always harbored differing political views regarding their relationship with the old citizens. This is a 10-year antibody, Hui said, pushing a gleaming metal box in front of her. Irina jerked her head up, a storm raging in her gray-blue eyes. Her dry lips parted several times, her Adam's apple bobbing. Antibody? It will allow you to survive, for 20 years in a low-concentration spore zone. Hui's voice was as calm as the sea before a storm. She noticed Irina's pupils contracting sharply, her nostrils flaring with rapid breathing. The governor. Irina's voice suddenly choked. She knew all too well how rare the antibody Hui had created was. Only the highest-ranking officer was entitled to receive such an antibody. He chose to stay. Silence spread between them. They both knew what staying meant. Hui's voice was low and firm. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze meeting Irina's tired yet stubborn eyes. These children. She turned her head to look at the sleeping infants in the incubator. Their breathing was steady and weak beneath the transparent cover, their small chests rising and falling like tender shoots about to be toppled by the storms of fate. They do have antibodies in their bodies, and some might even awaken supernatural abilities, but right now, they are too fragile. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly touching the glass of the incubator. The cold touch made her fingertips tremble slightly. 70 years. She withdrew her hand, turning to Irina, her voice as soft as a sigh, yet as heavy as a judgment of fate. We need 70 years of stable development, to allow them to grow, to stabilize their abilities, to allow our race to truly adapt to this world corrupted by spores. Her gaze was fixed on Irina, as if trying to etch her beliefs into the other's soul. And the one who can lead them through this initial period. She paused, her lips tightening slightly, is only you. Irina suddenly grabbed Hui's wrist, the heat of her palm startlingly intense. Hui, her voice rough like sandpaper, you are more. I have other tasks to advance. Hui's voice was deep and firm, her gaze meeting Irina's eyes directly. You are the only one who understands the old ones, and knows how to negotiate with them. She took a step closer, lowering her voice. Those old inhabitants won't easily accept a group of children with supernatural abilities suddenly appearing on their territory. But if it's you, Irina, who once saved their children on the border, at least they'd be willing to listen to you. Moreover, Hui continued, her tone unwavering, these children need more than just survival. They need to learn how to coexist with the old inhabitants, how to survive in this cruel era. We need a guardian who can maintain balance in this dark age. She watched Irina's back straighten, knowing her words had struck a chord. A sudden static crackled over the loudspeaker, followed by Zhang Mingyuan's deep, resolute voice. Attention all bunker citizens, this is Governor Zhang Mingyuan. Residents on all levels of the bunker stopped what they were doing, and looked up at the ubiquitous loudspeaker. An ominous premonition hung in the air. Life support systems will completely fail in 72 hours. These words struck everyone like a hammer blow. The footsteps in the corridor ceased, the conversations in the canteen vanished, and even the cries of babies in the nursery seemed to have been muted. For 3 years, we concealed this fact. Zhang Mingyuan's voice was heavy with weariness. Not out of deception, but to buy time to complete the final phase of Project Fireseed. Now, I must tell you the whole truth. In the central control room, Zhang Mingyuan stood before a microphone, a holographic projection displaying real-time footage of each level of the bunker. He saw people clasping hands, some kneeling, others still standing tall. His fingers swiped across the control panel, bringing up the latest monitoring data on the external environment. Spore count, the number of mutated creatures, the old militia closing in. Everything pointed to the same ending. The bunker spore levels have exceeded the critical threshold. We once believed it could hold out until the sun shone again. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. But the latest calculations show the tipping point has arrived. Not tomorrow, not next year, but now. Zhang Mingyuan turned to the technicians in the control room. Each of them was pale, but their gazes were resolute. A young systems engineer nodded to him and handed him a data panel. The numbers on it were alarming. The oxygen circulation system's efficiency had dropped to 17%, the water purification unit was completely paralyzed, and only 3% of backup energy remained. According to Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the Doomsday Survival Act, I hereby announce the activation of Project Fireseed. Zhang Mingyuan's voice suddenly became forceful. All citizens aged 18 to 35, in good health, and who have passed the basic survival assessment, please immediately report to the assembly area on the 3rd level. You will carry the last protective equipment and the seeds of human civilization to attempt to find the legendary green zone. This protective equipment will protect you from spore infection for 10 years. A commotion began to rise across the bunker's various levels. In the 7th agricultural zone, the young botanist loosened his grip on the hoe and looked at his elderly teacher beside him. The old man patted him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with tears yet also with a smile. Go, son. Take our research results out. As for the others, Zhang Mingyuan took a deep breath. I implore you to face our final battle. The old people's army is approaching our homeland. We need to carve a path for our survival. Even if our generation cannot see the dawn, we must let the future know how we fought. His voice trembled initially, but quickly regained its composure. This isn't sacrifice, it's responsibility. Each of us has played our part in this long darkness, and now, it's time to take our final bow. In the 9th floor medical area, the smell of disinfectant mingled with the stench of blood. A soldier infected with spores struggled to sit up in bed, his festering skin tearing against the sheets. He gritted his teeth and donned his combat uniform, his movements slow but resolute. In the 5th floor logistics area, workers in blue uniforms rose silently, their oil-stained work clothes gleaming dimly under the alarm lights. They quickly dispersed to their posts. Some began inventorying the weapon stockpile, others inspected the last few operational transport vehicles. Zhang Mingyuan's finger hovered above the stop button on the broadcast system. Now, I order the Fireseed members to depart immediately. The rest of you, let's complete our final mission. The broadcast abruptly ended. A brief, absolute silence descended upon the bunker, followed by a surge of footsteps, shouts, and the hum of machinery. It wasn't a panicked escape, but an orderly movement. People began to embrace each other, exchanging final words, and then each went about their duties. In the 3rd level assembly area, 300 selected Spark members were already lined up. Behind them were 20 specially modified expedition vehicles, each carrying the essence of human civilization, seed vaults, knowledge crystals, and, most importantly, infants in incubators. In the central control room, Zhang Mingyuan watched the expedition convoy slowly drive towards the emergency exit on the monitor screen. As the last airlock closed, he whispered, "May our hope endure." Then, he turned to the remaining staff. Let's begin. Let us inscribe the final epitaph for this era. Chapter 219. He Hui walked against the flow of people towards the core area of the bunker. Her protective suit gleamed coldly under the flashing red alarm lights. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead, followed by screams. It's the old people. They've broken in. Impossible. The shield is still active. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly rang out. The chaotic crowd scattered like a flock of sheep, and He Hui was pushed against the wall. Her assistant quickly stepped in front of her. Doctor, be careful. He Hui steadied herself and looked up. She saw 5 primitive warriors clad in animal hides and scraps of metal, wielding bone weapons as they charged into the crowd. The leader of the intruders raised a long bone sword, its blade still dripping with bright red blood. The blood of the bunker guards. Their exposed skin was covered with eerie black patterns, gleaming eerily in the dim light. It's the masked warriors of the old citizens. The assistant's voice trembled with fear. How could they get through the bunker's protective shield? It's impossible. Unless... Another assistant suddenly lowered his voice, a glint of alarm in his eyes. Unless there's an inside man. Doctor, we have to evacuate immediately. The lead intruder whirled around. Though he wore a dark silver metallic mask, his jet-black eyes pierced through the chaotic crowd, locking onto He-Hui. His black hair gleamed a dark red under the alarm lights, a few stray strands falling across his masked forehead. Go! He-Hui hissed. They rushed toward the emergency exit, the surrounding crowd shoving and scattering like a frightened herd of animals. Just as the gates were about to close, He-Hui whirled around. Those black eyes, barely visible behind the silver mask, she was sure she'd seen them somewhere before. The metal doors of the central laboratory slammed shut behind her, shutting out the screams. He-Hui strode towards the control panel, her gaze sweeping over the bunker dwellers still submerged in their hibernation pods. These must not fall into anyone's hands. The giant screen on the wall was projecting real-time footage of the fierce battle outside, and the command center. On the smoke-filled battlefield, bunker soldiers in protective suits were locked in a fierce fight with old civilian warriors. The hum of pulse machine guns tore through the air, blue-white energy beams tracing deadly paths across the battlefield. The bunker soldiers' tactical goggles locked onto their targets, each burst a precise headshot. The old civilian warriors' bodies instantly carbonized under the high-temperature pulses, turning into charred remains. Maintain formation, advance. The cold voice of Governor Zhang Mingyuan rang out in the encrypted channel. The soldiers, in groups of 3, formed a triangular defensive formation back-to-back, their pulse rifle fire virtually impenetrable. The battle seemed one-sided. Until, in a sudden instant, the old people's ranks retreated like a receding tide. Why aren't they charging? A bunker soldier frowned. Within his tactical goggles, the old people's figures were rapidly disappearing. Suddenly, an arrow flew. Just as a bunker soldier's protective shield was pierced by a steel bar from the old people, another old people soldier swiftly closed in, his blade slicing through the bunker soldier's visor with a sharp crack. The two sides coordinated flawlessly. The research assistant at the control panel gasped. They studied our protective suits. The weakest point of the protective suit was the face shield. The bunker soldier stared in shock as cracks spread across his shield like a spiderweb. He staggered backward, but before he could fall, a high concentration of black spores floating in the air swarmed towards him, like mosquitoes attracted to blood. The soldier frantically scratched his arm, his fingernails scraping away a layer of rotting flesh to reveal countless black filaments beneath, like living roots spreading along his veins. Ugh! He collapsed to his knees, a horrific scream escaping his throat. The spores had invaded his lungs, each breath accompanied by a thick, black liquid overflowing from his mouth and nose. His eyes began to bloodshot, the whites of his eyes filled with spiderweb-like black threads, his pupils seemingly pulled apart by some force, splitting into tiny, compound eye-like points of light. Most terrifying of all was his chest cavity. At the wound from the long arrow, the flesh stopped bleeding and instead swelled, writhing, as if something was frantically multiplying inside. Suddenly, a sharp, black bone spur pierced the wound, followed by a second, a third. His ribs buckled outwards, and his skin tore like rags. The surrounding bunker soldiers retreated in terror, but it was too late. The corpse suddenly convulsed and stood up, its neck making a sickening cracking sound, its head twisting 180 degrees, its gaping mouth extending to its ears, revealing gleaming white, growing fangs. It was no longer human, no longer even a corpse, but a mutated creature implanted with spores. A mutant. Arrows flew in succession, and the bunker soldiers erupted in screams, while more and more old people soldiers relentlessly advanced towards the bunker's last line of defense. The footage on the monitor plunged the entire laboratory into a deathly silence. But the real terror came from the depths of the black mist. My God! The young assistant's nails dug deeply into his palms. On the screen, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature suddenly appeared, tearing apart the body of an old civilian soldier. Its entire body was covered in a viscous, asphalt-like liquid. The black substance stretched into thin threads in the air, wrapping around nearby living things as if they were alive. As it devoured, its spine bulged, and 6 side-like bone spikes burst from its back. A magnified view showed the monster's skin constantly dissolving and reforming. At one moment, the camera captured a close-up of it turning its head. On its eyeless head, there was only a gaping wound filled with spiraling, sharp teeth. Black slime dripped from between the teeth, corroding the ground with a hissing sound. What is that? The assistant beside him stared in disbelief at the creature behind the black mist. The thick, black liquid seeped from its body, weaving an ever-expanding spiderweb in the air. The assistant at the control panel trembled. Doctor, it's the test subjects, it's those test subjects. Huey's fingertips hovered over the monitor screen, the cold blue light reflecting in her emotionless pupils. On the screen, those twisted test subjects were wreaking havoc on the battlefield. They were no longer controlled samples in the laboratory, but predators unleashed, their instincts completely unleashed. One by one, the bodies of old civilian soldiers were torn apart, the test subjects' tentacles burrowing into their abdominal cavities, flesh shriveling at a visible rate. Not far away, a bunker soldier attempted to retaliate with an incendiary bomb, but the flames only burned briefly on its viscous skin before being swallowed by its secreted black slime. Hui. The Governor Zhang Mingyuan's voice suddenly pierced the communication channel, hoarse and weary. Hui didn't turn around, but she knew that at this moment, the screen in the central control room must be reflecting the old man's cloudy eyes. Those once unwavering eyes, now only filled with an abyss of confusion. Have we still ourselves? A dull tremor reverberated above the bunker, as if some colossal creature was gnawing at its foundation. Governor, this is the price civilization pays for surviving. Her voice was as calm as if she were reporting experimental data. The experimental subjects on the screen suddenly turned in a certain direction. They sensed new prey. A bunker soldier, still alive, was dragging his mangled body. Boom! A deafening explosion pierced Huey's eardrums. The entire bunker shook violently, and the tempered glass of the incubation chamber shattered into spiderweb-like cracks. Dust fell from the ceiling like a pale snowfall. Hui steadied herself on the control panel. The monitor screen was now filled with static. But in the last frame, she saw the governor's withered fingers press a red button, and she saw the mushroom cloud rising on the horizon engulf those distorted figures. The world was wailing. Chapter 220. Hui. Came a broken, static-filled pager, as if interfered with by some unseen force. Hui struggled to sit up, her arm stained with blood. A shattered lens from her goggles pierced her palm, but she felt no pain. Warm blood trickled down her torn forehead, congealing into dark red beads on her eyelashes. She blinked, and the beads shattered, staining the world crimson. The surrounding red alarm lights continued to flash wildly, turning the laboratory into a hellish scene. Two assistants slumped in a corner like rag dolls. Irina. Hui grabbed the blood-stained pager, her voice hoarse and unlike her own. Thank God. Irina's voice suddenly became clear, then abruptly lowered. Is the governor? Her voice trembled cautiously at the end. Only heavy breathing came from the other end of the pager. Hui stared at the completely charred corpse in the command room on the monitor screen. That was the governor's last resting place. Irina's sobs suddenly broke the silence, then were forcibly suppressed. We're moving the survivors north. Her voice suddenly became urgent. The data from the north says the spore concentration has dropped by 30%, maybe. God! What is that? Hui lunged at the control panel. In the few remaining monitor feeds, the charred earth on the screen looked like a wound torn open by a god. A deep red, almost black, crystalline objects hovered 3 meters above the ground. These crystals weren't stationary. They rotated slowly, defying the laws of physics, their surfaces covered in constantly flowing black gold patterns, like inscriptions on a monument. The black patterns twisted and writhed as if alive, viscous, dark substances constantly seeping from their edges, drawing spiderweb-like threads in the air. Flickering flames were faintly visible inside the crystals, but the light was too eerie, as if it compressed the entire starry sky into it, or as if countless eyes were blinking simultaneously. Hui unconsciously took a half step back. A low-frequency hum came through the monitoring equipment, the laboratory lights suddenly flickered, Huey's temples throbbed, and a metallic smell filled her nostrils. The image suddenly distorted violently. In the last frame before the signal was cut off, the crystals suddenly seemed to flow in all directions as if by their own will, like black blood dripping back into a wound. Hui. Irina's voice trembled with a kind of religious shudder. Is that an inscription carved by the gods for this war? Huey's lips trembled, her throat dry and painful. For the first time, she felt so small, as if standing before some indescribable, colossal being. Amidst the static on the monitor screen, something vaguely wriggled. I don't know, she heard herself say, her voice distant, as if from another world. Irina, listen to me. A noisy electronic voice suddenly came from the pager. Hui. The laboratory fell into dead silence. Huey's fingertips were still hovering above the control panel, cold sweat trickling down her spine. The alarm lights had stopped flashing at some point, and the only sound in the space was the rapid pounding of her heart. In the absolute silence, she suddenly heard a soft thump coming from the direction of the culture chamber. It was as if something was gently tapping on the glass from the inside. Jiangchen, Jiangchen. Chen Yimo's voice echoed in the sealed experimental chamber, filled with suppressed anxiety. He gripped Jiang Chen's cold wrist tightly, his palm clearly feeling the faint pulse beneath her skin. Too slow, slower than a living person's. Jiang Chen suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, Chen Yimo's breath caught in her throat. Her pupils were an eerie black, as if filled with some viscous, inhuman darkness. It wasn't the bewilderment of someone just waking from a coma, but a scrutinizing gaze. Calm, sharp, carrying an unsettling sense of observation, as if she weren't looking at him, but evaluating an experimental sample. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Chen Yimo's voice caught in his throat. His joy hadn't fully blossomed before freezing the moment he met those eyes. Jiang Chen didn't answer. She didn't answer immediately, but slowly turned her neck, her gaze sweeping across every corner of the laboratory. Her movements carried an unnatural precision, as if her brain was recalibrating control of her body. Finally, her gaze settled on the area below the gate. Those viscous, writhing shadows, like living creatures, were seeping in through the cracks in the gate, crawling across the floor, emitting a faint, chilling sizzling sound. The spore concentration in this area is about to reach the critical level that could harm the human body. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable calmness, her dark eyes reflecting Chen Yimo's stiff expression. You need to put on your protective shield as soon as possible. Chen Yimo's breath caught in his throat for a moment. This wasn't Jiang Chen. At least, not the Jiang Chen he knew. His throat tightened, and he instinctively took a step back, his back pressing against the cold metal wall. Who are you? Jiang Chen didn't answer. She simply stood up indifferently, her gaze sweeping over Chen Yimo before landing on the woman in red standing in the shadows. Long time no see, Alice. Her voice suddenly warmed, but this only made Chen Yimo feel even more terrified. The woman in red nodded slightly, a respectful yet cold smile playing on her lips. Dr. He, hello? Chapter 221. Chen Yimo's blood froze instantly, a bone-chilling cold shooting up his spine to the back of his neck. His gaze swept back and forth between Jiang Chen and Alice, a hoarse question escaping his dry throat. What did you do to Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, or rather, He Hui, slowly turned her head. This simple movement carried an elegance and maturity not belonging to Jiang Chen, and when she spoke, the same voice carried a completely different tone. Don't be nervous, she's just temporarily dormant. Chen Yimo's right hand slid imperceptibly to his waist, his fingertips touching the pulse pistol hidden under the folds of his clothes. The cold metallic touch made him regain his composure slightly. He Hui walked towards the control panel, her steps steady beyond what one would expect from someone who had just awakened. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, bringing up surveillance footage from various parts of the bunker. The cold light from the monitors cast eerie shadows on her face, making her eyes appear even more unfathomable. More dark figures gathered in the corridor, outside the gate. Their bodies, consumed by mycelium, crawled in ergonomically contorted postures, their joints creaking painfully. Their movements were slow yet relentless, driven by some collective consciousness, inching closer to the safety valve. It seems many people want this body. The dark image on the monitor was reflected in He Hui's eyes. Chen Yimo's temples throbbed. What do you mean? He forced himself to remain calm, but his voice betrayed his unease. He Hui didn't answer immediately. She turned to the blurry reflection on the metal wall, scrutinizing the young body with almost obsessive concentration. Her slender fingers traced the neck, pausing briefly at the collarbone, as if examining a precious piece of experimental equipment. Perfect anti-spore genes, the best carrier for the black liquid, and suddenly, her body swayed violently, forcing her to brace herself against the control panel with one hand. A painful groan escaped her throat. But the next second, she regained control of her nearly uncontrollable body, though the cold sweat on her forehead betrayed her struggle. Quite tenacious. She chuckled, a hint of admiration in her voice. Alice's holographic image tilted its head slightly. Should we activate the consciousness stabilization procedure, Doctor? Not for now. He Hui moved Jiang Chen's fingers, as if adjusting to his new body. He Hui's slender fingers lightly swiped across the control panel, and the monitoring screen switched. The image on the screen instantly tensed Chen Yimo. Inside the hibernation pod, Melina's pale face was faintly visible in the black water. The viscous black liquid clung to her limbs like living creatures, meandering across her exposed skin, leaving eerie dark patterns. Melina! Chen Yimo stared at the completely unconscious woman on the screen, his gaze shifting to Yihui, his eyes a mixture of shock and confusion. How could this be? Weren't the old people supposed to be able to withstand the black water? Yihui's reaction, however, was surprisingly calm. She tilted her head slightly, a gesture that seemed particularly incongruous on Jiang Chen's body, like an old scholar in the body of a young girl. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Melina's contorted face, a thoughtful smile appearing at the corner of her lips. The old people can indeed withstand the black water. Her voice was as gentle as if explaining an interesting experimental phenomenon, but that's limited to a special variant secreted by the red python during its reproductive period. She extended her index finger and gently touched the area on the screen where Melina's neck was being eroded by the black water. The black water now has evolved. Chen Yimo felt a chill creep up his spine. Yihui's almost fanatical focus as she spoke reminded him of the researchers in the lab, muttering frantically to themselves while staring at petri dishes. But what was even more terrifying was the information revealed in her words. Her profound understanding of the Blackwater Mint. "You've been monitoring all this?" Chen Yimo's voice involuntarily lowered, trembling slightly. He suddenly remembered Alice's words. Through the Blackwater's neural links, consciousness could be transmitted like data. The Jiangchen before him was now staring at him with those excessively dark eyes, data streams seemingly flickering deep within her pupils. Yihui didn't answer directly. She slowly walked towards the observation window of the hibernation pod, her fingers lightly tracing the cold glass. The Blackwater seemed to sense her presence, suddenly churning violently, forming a distorted, screaming face on Melina's face. "How wondrous," Yihui murmured, almost mesmerized. "Life always finds a new way." She turned around, her silhouette perfectly overlapping Jiang Chen's in the backlight, yet radiating a completely different aura. A calmness that had been tempered by time, almost inhuman. "It's like I finally found this body again." The red light from the monitor cast shifting shadows on her face, and for a fleeting moment, Chen Yimo seemed to see two overlapping faces, the young Jiang Chen, and some aged and wise being. Chapter 222. Alice, Yihui slightly turned her head, her gaze falling on the holographic projection, the red-clad woman's skirt fluttering without wind. "Activate the bunker's purification system." "Yes, Dr. He." Alice's lips curved into a perfect smile, her eyes, composed of code, gleaming with an inorganic light. In an instant, the laboratory was plunged into darkness. Chen Yimo's pupils contracted sharply, muscle memory instantly transporting him to Yihui, grabbing Jiang Chen's slender wrist. He could feel the pulse throbbing beneath her skin, but couldn't discern whose heartbeat it was. "What do you want?" he asked in a low voice, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. In the darkness, Yihui's breathing was eerily steady. She didn't struggle, simply letting him hold her, as if she had anticipated this reaction. After only a few heartbeats, the lights came back on. The blinding white light made Chen Yimo unconsciously squint, yet he still held on tightly. The purification system can temporarily paralyze the mutants outside. Yihui's voice was as calm as reading a lab report. She slightly raised her chin, gesturing for Chen Yimo to release his grip. "We need to evacuate now." Chen Yimo's brows furrowed. He suddenly remembered something and abruptly turned to look at Alice. "You said the bunker has an escape route." He stopped mid-sentence, a terrible thought striking him. His fingers tightened involuntarily. This was all a trap from the beginning, wasn't it? Everything you did was for... Alice maintained that programmed smile, her red skirt swaying gently in the data stream, neither admitting nor denying. "What exactly do you want?" Chen Yimo abruptly drew his pulse pistol, the cold metal pressed against Yihui's temple. Yihui didn't even flinch. She even took a half step forward, pressing the muzzle closer to her skin. "You won't shoot this body," she said softly, her tone as certain as stating a physical law. "After all, this is her body." Chen Yimo's breath hitched. The muzzle trembled slightly, but he ultimately didn't pull the trigger. Yihui extended two slender fingers, gently pushing the barrel aside, as if brushing aside a fallen leaf. "Alice's initial program is to protect the bunker's inhabitants. That won't change, but we need to complete one task first, after which we leave the bunker through the escape tunnel." "All right." She turned and walked towards the equipment room, her steps as leisurely as if strolling in her own garden. "If you want this body intact, you better cooperate with my next steps." The sound of the metal door sliding open was particularly jarring in the silent laboratory. Yihui expertly entered the password and retrieved a gleaming metal instrument from the equipment room. Her movements were fluid and effortless, as if she had repeated this 1,000 times. After placing the instrument in the safe, she picked up a scalpel from beside the lab table and concealed it in her sleeve. Chen Yimo's gaze followed her every movement intently. Suddenly, he noticed a detail. The broken scalpel wasn't in Huey's hand, it was Jiang Chen's ever-present weapon. Chen Yimo forced himself to calm down. No matter what, he had to protect this body. For the sake of that consciousness that might still exist somewhere. The purification system has been activated. Huey's voice was exceptionally clear and calm in the confined space. She glanced at the timer on the display screen, but it can only last for 15 minutes. We need to return from the hibernation pod within that time. Chen Yimo's pupils contracted sharply. He said incisively, "You want to take the things from the hibernation pod out?" The terrifying monster trapped in Melina within the hibernation pod. Hui slowly raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the tense face of the intelligent young man. Over the long years, the infants who escaped the bunker successfully took root and multiplied on this land. Although they still hadn't developed complete immunity to the spore infection, they differentiated in various ways in terms of abilities, constantly becoming stronger, and even gradually becoming the rulers of this land. But all of this was far from enough. This is the inherent mission of this body. Huey's voice suddenly became ethereal, as if traversing a vast expanse of time, perhaps a mission that should have been completed many years ago. Her fingertips unconsciously traced the control panel, leaving a barely perceptible mark on the metal surface. But the next second, that dazed look vanished from her face. "I be entering the hibernation pod soon. You need to strike its heart the moment the black water engulfs me." "No, that's too dangerous for Jiang Chen's body. Even Melina couldn't withstand the black water, let alone." Chen Yimo's voice was interrupted by Huey's words before he could finish. "This body was born from the black water. No one is more suitable as its vessel." "What do you mean?" Chen Yimo's question was cut short. Hui decisively pressed the gate opening button, her movement swift and inhuman. Accompanied by the hissing sound of pressure release, a cloud of milky white, cold mist billowed into the room. In the hazy mist, a dozen mutants stood like sculptures in the corridor. Their bodies were covered with a thin layer of ice crystals, as thin as a cicada's wing, which refracted an eerie glow under the lights. Most chillingly, the frozen mycelium was still slowly writhing, like living metal wires, winding and stretching beneath the ice. Chen Yimo unconsciously held his breath. Even though he was wearing a protective shield, he could still clearly see the distorted face of the mutant closest to him. On that face that had once belonged to a human, mycelium was emerging from its eye sockets, trembling slightly like some kind of disgusting eyelashes. Chapter 223. Hui strode towards the hibernation pod, her boots tapping rapidly on the metal floor. Through the observation window in the door, she saw Melina suspended in the black water like a pale specimen. The viscous liquid writhed on her surface like a living thing, and the faintly visible veins were visibly drying up. It was draining the host's life force. Suddenly, eerie ripples appeared on the surface of the black water. A blurry outline emerged from the depths, as if sensing Huey's presence. The mass of matter gradually coalesced into a head-like shape, without facial features, only constantly flowing black mucus. Subject 9. Hui murmured almost inaudibly. The black water in the hibernation pod suddenly surged, and a tentacle as thick as a bowl pierced through a crack in the pod wall, coiling around Jiang Chen's wrist like a venomous snake. Ugh! Jiang Chen's body trembled violently. The tiny suction cups covering the tentacles pierced her skin, black veins spreading rapidly along the blood vessels. Veins bulged at her temples, and cold sweat dripped from her chin. Seeing Jiang Chen's face drain of color at an alarming rate, Chen Yimo immediately raised his pulse gun. The blue light from the muzzle traced a dazzling trajectory in the darkness, precisely striking the pulsating, translucent black heart in the center of the black water. Hiss! A sound somewhere between metallic friction and a creature's groan suddenly exploded. The black water churned violently, and the tentacle's grip loosened slightly. Hui seized the opportunity to draw her scalpel. A flash of cold light, and the blade sliced down along the entangled arm. The dark red blood, upon contact with the black water, boiled like strong acid, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. The heart convulsed violently, all the tentacles that had been wrapped around it recoiled spasmodically, and Melina was freed from the shackles of the black slime. Bang! Hui slammed the metal instrument heavily against the hatch. The instrument surface immediately lit up with eerie blue runes, and the hum of mechanical operation emanated from within. She staggered towards the still convulsing core of the black liquid, each step leaving footprints mixed with blood and black liquid on the ground. The moment the safe opened, the black liquid suddenly seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, twisting and being sucked into the instrument. Huey's fingertips danced rapidly on the control panel, until the last drop of black liquid was sealed into the cold gleaming metal cage. As the door closed, a faint, chilling scratching sound could still be heard from inside. The remaining black liquid on Jiang Chen's body writhed like living things, seeping into her blood vessels through her torn wounds, greedily devouring her nerve endings. He Hui collapsed to the ground, beginning to convulse violently. Jiang Chen's consciousness lingered in the darkness for a long time. He Hui's consciousness, during her exploration of the bunker's past history, silently took over her body. She stood at the edge of darkness, countless overlapping murmurs echoing in her ears, like the screams of 1,000 dissolved souls. In the crimson light, distorted faces appeared and disappeared, their lips moving but no sound escaping. She ran around, but couldn't find a way out. Chen. Suddenly, a clear voice pierced the chaos. Jiang Chen looked up sharply, and saw a blurry figure of a young man in the crimson mist. He stood at the boundary between light and darkness, his hand gripping a long sword with clean, swift movements. The arc of the blade thrusting forward was terrifyingly precise. "Your knife is in the wrong place." The boy tilted his head slightly, his voice carrying a familiar helplessness and amusement, a gentle curve to his lips. "Only this way can you pierce someone's heart." Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. This is her memory? But why? Can't she see his face? She reached out to touch it, but her fingertips passed through an illusion, as if through a thin veil. Her memory was deliberately blurred by some force, as if a piece had been gouged out, leaving only an empty pain. What have I forgotten? She gritted her teeth, struggling in the turbulent sea of consciousness, desperately searching for those buried fragments. But the deeper she went, the thicker the darkness became, as if countless hands were pulling her, trying to drag her into the abyss. Hiss. Suddenly she stiffened. Something was watching her. Suddenly she stiffened. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Something beyond comprehension was watching her. That gaze was cold and probing, like a venomous snake's tongue licking her spine. She jerked her head back. A strange woman's face was almost touching her nose. Her pale skin was covered with a spiderweb of black veins. Found you. Jiang Chen's consciousness was instantly dragged into endless darkness. At this moment, the black fluid gushing into her wounds was like fresh nutrients, nourishing her collapsing mental world. In a daze, she heard someone calling her name from afar, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. The voice seemed to come and go, as if through a thick layer of frosted glass. No, this is my body. She rallied her spirits. She still had many unfinished things. She silently repeated an ancient incantation in her heart. Observe the wisdom like a star, all realms are night. Each word pierced the cracks in her consciousness like nails. Suddenly, she felt He Hui's will pierce her like an ice pick, sharp and cold. Get out of my way, she said, each word distinct, suddenly drawing the broken knife from her waist. The blade traced a silver arc in her consciousness, precisely piercing the heart of the face behind her. The excruciating pain blurred her vision, but it also sharpened her senses. She could sense He Hui's shock, sense a flicker of panic in that ancient consciousness. Now! Jiang Chen used all her willpower to forcefully push He Hui's consciousness into the abyss. In reality, her body trembled violently, convulsing violently. The black liquid covering her skin seemed drawn by an invisible force, surging into her body through the wound. Her pupils refocused, her breathing rapid and real. When her gaze fell on Chen Yimo's face, Chen Yimo saw that familiar light finally return in those black eyes. Chapter 224. Jiang Chen. Chen Yimo's voice was low and tense, his gaze fixed on her face, as if confirming whether the person before him was still the Jiang Chen he knew. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately, but instead raised her hand to rub the back of her head, where she had hit the metal floor hard when she fell, and it was now throbbing with pain. Her fingertips touched something wet and sticky. When she withdrew her hand, her fingertips were stained with dark red blood. She frowned, casually wiped her hand on her clothes, and then looked up at Chen Yimo. How is she? Her? Chen Yimo's fingers unconsciously tightened, as if still wary of something. Melina. Jiang Chen sighed, her tone tinged with weary helplessness. If she dies, what will we use to exchange for Captain Zhang and your former teammate Fang Yu? As she spoke, she drew the broken knife from her waist, the tip of the blade against the ground, using it to prop herself up. Her movements were somewhat sluggish. Clearly the struggle of consciousness had exhausted her. Chen Yimo stared at her retreating figure, her heart finally finding a moment's respite. Jiang Chen strode towards Melina. The woman lay limp on the ground, like a puppet drained of its life force. Her face was deathly pale, almost transparent, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, soaking the stray hairs at her temples. Her body was still convulsing uncontrollably, each spasm causing her muscles to tense and relax, as if repeatedly tormented by invisible electric currents. But strangely, the hideous black lines on her face. The blood vessels coiled beneath her skin like tree roots had vanished. Could it be because of Subject 9? Jiang Chen suppressed her doubts and glanced at the metal cabinet beside her. The cabinet was neatly arranged with various reagents, the glass bottles gleaming faintly in the cold light. Her gaze finally settled on a pale green liquid, and without hesitation, she reached out and took it. She skillfully pried open the ampoule, pulled out the syringe, and drew the liquid in. The needle tip gleamed coldly under the light. She leaned down, aiming at Melina's neck. A hand with distinct knuckles suddenly gripped her wrist. Jiang Chen looked up, meeting Chen Yimo's probing gaze. His brows were furrowed, and the suspicion in his eyes had not completely dissipated. This is a drug that can slow down the corrosive effects on the human body of experiment subject 9, Jiang Chen said calmly, yet with unquestionable authority. I saw it in He Hui's memories. With a flick of her wrist, she easily broke free from his grip, and the needle tip precisely pierced Melina's jugular vein. As the drug was slowly injected, Melina's convulsions finally subsided, and her breathing gradually stabilized. Jiang Chen put away the syringe, and then briefly explained to Chen Yimo everything she had seen in He Hui's memories. The deliberately buried experimental records, the distorted truths, and He Hui's true purpose. Chen Yimo listened in silence for a long time. His gaze was fixed on the distance, as if looking through a wall at some distant place. Jiang Chen didn't urge him. She knew this information was too heavy, enough to shatter and rebuild anyone's worldview. However, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly lowered. Her gaze fell on the traces of black water corrosion near the hibernation pod, her brows furrowing slightly, as if pondering some elusive clue. Chen Yimo keenly sensed the unusual tone in her voice, and turned his head to look. Jiang Chen's expression unusually showed a hint of hesitation. Her lower lip was slightly pursed, and her eyelashes cast a small shadow in the pale light, obscuring the emotions flickering in her eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked softly, his voice unconsciously softening, as if afraid to disturb her thoughts. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately. She slowly raised her hand, placing her palm on the corroded marks. The moment her fingertips touched them, she seemed to hear again the subtle sound of the viscous liquid wriggling. Through the connection of the black water, she did indeed glimpse fragments of He Hui's memories. But those images, the moment the bunker was completely buried, were like a signal abruptly severed, ending abruptly. Beyond that, only a thick darkness remained, like an impenetrable wall, blocking her exploration. But her intuition sharply warned her. Something else must have happened in the bunker. Certain key details, deliberately erased, are intricately linked to her lost memories. "I suspect He Hui is still alive," Jiang Chen finally spoke, her voice low and resolute, or rather, her consciousness still exists somewhere. Chen Yimo's pupils contracted slightly. Jiang Chen withdrew her hand and turned to face him. Her gaze sharpened, as if trying to pierce the fog to see the truth. "The black water can connect to my consciousness, so it can naturally connect to the consciousness of other hosts. If He Hui's body was truly destroyed, but as long as she can find a new vessel," her voice paused, "she can be resurrected." Just as this thought took shape in her mind, a sharp pain suddenly shot through Jiang Chen's temple. An image flashed before her eyes without warning. In the hall of the suspended tower, the pale green membrane of the mutated butterfly shimmered with an unusual light. A little boy covered in slime leaped from the shadows, his cold fingers gripping her wrist tightly. "Found you." Jiang Chen's breath caught in her throat. She clenched her fist tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. A sharp pain kept her barely calm, but a chill still crept up her back uncontrollably, making her hair stand on end. Chen Yimo noticed her shoulders tense instantly and reached out to support her arm. "Jiang Chen? It's nothing." She took a deep breath, suppressing the icy shiver. "I just remembered some things." The laboratory lights flickered, casting swaying shadows between them. In the distance, Melina suddenly coughed and opened her eyes. "Time is of the essence. We need to leave this place as quickly as possible in the remaining time." Jiang Chen looked at the now awake Melina, his fingers already resting on the hilt of the broken knife. Chapter 225. Melina's eyelashes fluttered a few times, like a dying butterfly struggling to flap its wings. Her vision blurred and focused, and two familiar figures appeared in the flickering white light. She instinctively tried to raise her hand to shield herself, but found her wrists heavy as lead. The cold touch of the metal handcuffs gripped her skin tightly. The wheels of the experimental bed scraped against the blood-stained floor with a teeth-grinding sound. Through her swaying vision, Melina saw Jiang Chen and Chen Yimo on either side of her, their figures appearing particularly tense in the flickering emergency lights. She tried to sit up, but froze instantly. Even more terrifying was what flowed in her veins. The remaining black fluid writhed within her like a living thing, constantly gnawing at her nerve endings. Memories flooded back, the monsters tearing at her consciousness in the black water, the screaming souls trying to possess her body, the power within her being drained away in the tearing, her soul ultimately buried in endless darkness. Awake? Jiang Chen suddenly leaned down, her voice low, her warm breath brushing against Melina's ear. While the spores don't affect your old one's bodies much. Her fingers tightened abruptly, pressing down hard on Melina's struggling shoulders. But if you don't want to be torn to shreds by these mutants, you better keep your breathing still. In the dim light, Melina saw the stiff-bodied creatures lurking in the darkness like ghosts in the night. Chen Yimo's gun slowly swept across the corridor. In the deeper darkness, more stiff figures could be vaguely seen. Some mutants were frozen to the walls, like a terrifying relief, while others were piled up in corners, forming a chilling mountain of people. Most unsettling were the rustling sounds, as if something was awakening beneath the ice crystals. A drop of melting ice water landed on Melina's face. To her horror, she noticed that the nearest mutant finger, the finger covered in rotting flesh, its nails blackened, twitched almost imperceptibly. Jiang Chen gripped the broken knife tightly and quickened her pace. She abruptly accelerated, her military boots splashing dark red water onto the blood and ice shard mixture. A piercing metallic clang suddenly rang out, like a thunderclap in the deathly silent corridor. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. The sound came from the purification pipes above her. A connector was breaking. The purification system has failed, she warned sharply, her voice unusually tense. According to the scheduled time, the purification process should continue for at least 7 more minutes. As if to confirm her judgment, the nearest mutant suddenly convulsed. The ice crystals covering its face cracked open, revealing the bluish-gray, rotting skin beneath. Run! Jiang Chen's roar, and the mutant's howl rang out simultaneously. The first fully thawed monster lunged at Melina like a cannonball. Chen Yimo's pulse gun flashed blue light, but only scorched its shoulder. Just as the rotting claws were about to tear open Melina's throat, a silver light suddenly slashed down. Thud! With the muffled sound of a broken blade severing bone, the arm covered in rotting flesh fell to the ground. Blackish red pus splattered onto Melina's pale face, and the mutant threw its head back, letting out a shriek unlike anything inhuman. The howl acted as a signal, and the ice crystals along the entire corridor began to crack extensively. Zhang's broken blade flashed a sharp arc, severing the onrushing mutant's head. Putrid black blood splattered on the walls, like a grotesque ink painting. She slammed her hand against the security door at the end of the corridor, her palm striking the identification panel. Beep beep. Amidst the piercing alarm, red warning lights began flashing wildly. Get in here! Jiang Chen shouted to Chen Yimo behind her, bracing the slowly opening metal door with her shoulder. Her combat suit was torn in several places, and a deep, bone-revealing wound on her right arm was oozing blood. Chen Yimo pushed the experimental bed at breakneck speed, the wheels slipping in the blood. Just 3 meters from the security door, a mutant suddenly lunged at Jiang Chen's head from the ceiling. Watch out! Chen Yimo whirled around, pressing her pulse gun against the mutant's chest and firing. The instant the blue light exploded, the mutant's claws had already grazed his ribs. It was so light as a twig scraping against him. Jiang Chen's broken knife arrived just in time, pinning the mutant to the wall. She grabbed Chen Yimo by the collar, and the two stumbled into the emergency exit. The heavy metal door slammed shut behind them, shutting out the screams of dozens of mutants. Are you all right? Jiang Chen asked, panting, reaching out to check on Chen Yimo. Chen Yimo subtly dodged, using the movement of pushing the bed to conceal the burning pain in his ribs. I'm fine, I'm wearing the protective suit here. His voice was hoarse. Melina's condition isn't good. Indeed, Melina on the lab bed was convulsing violently, her fingernails turning an ominous black. Jiang Chen's attention was immediately diverted. She quickly stepped forward, pressed down on Melina's shoulder, and injected the last remaining vial of green reagent into Melina's body, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. Alice, activate the main control panel and execute the highest authorization handover. Jiang Chen's voice echoed in the empty control room. Her bloodied fingers hovered above the console, the instructions for authorization handover she had seen in her memories of the Blackwater. In the holographic projection, a virtual woman in red slowly appeared. Alice's digital face appeared particularly cold in the blue light. She tilted her head slightly, her hair flowing like water. According to Article 213 of the Doomsday Law, The final authorization of the bunker is limited to the survivor handover. Her voice carried a mechanical rhythm. Please perform biometric verification. Jiang Chen pressed her palm onto the cold scanning panel without hesitation. The main control panel immediately lit up with a blinding red light, a laser beam sweeping between her fingers. Identity verification in progress. Alice's projection suddenly froze, then transformed into countless blue data streams swirling in the room. On the main control panel's display screen, the bunker's three-dimensional structural diagram unfolded layer by layer like flowers. Jiang Chen's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto a flashing green line. Confirm. Her fingertips slammed heavily on the confirmation button, the knuckles striking the metal with a dull thud. Almost simultaneously, a sickening scraping sound came from outside the door. The mutated claws were tearing through the metal door, the ear-piercing sound like knives scraping against everyone's nerves. Jiang Chen stood motionless before the control panel, the wound on her back sticking her combat suit to her skin. Sweat trickled down her temples, hanging precariously from her chin. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of machinery, the wall behind the control room suddenly cracked open, revealing a deep passage. The damp, earthy smell wafted out, mingled with the long-awaited fresh air. Chen Yimo, we found the passage. Jiang Chen said excitedly, turning to Chen Yimo, whose expression remained calm. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. The metal door outside won't hold us off for long. She pushed Melina, lying on the experimental bed, forward. Okay. Chen Yimo responded softly, silently following behind, his right hand discreetly pressing against his ribs. Through the protective suit, he could feel the wound burning. It must have already begun to mutate. His gaze fell on Jiang Chen's blood-stained back, his eyes complex yet resolute. No one noticed that occasionally, a few drops of dark blood would fall on the ground where Chen Yimo walked. Chapter 226. Alice's holographic projection flickered silently in the control room, crimson data streams weaving through her illusory form. She watched the two figures sprinting on the monitor screen, a formulaic smile playing on her lips. This smile was almost eerily perfect. Subject Jiang Chen, she murmured softly, her voice echoing through the bunker's loudspeakers in the empty laboratory, yet strangely reaching only Jiang Chen's ears. Your heart rate has exceeded the safe threshold of 135 beats per minute. Would you like me to play some soothing music for you? Jiang Chen, who was sprinting through the tunnels, suddenly stopped, raising his head to look around. Chen Yimo also stopped. What's wrong? Jiang Chen shook his head and continued sprinting forward. Inside the bunker, soothing symphonic music flowed throughout, as the mutants swarmed tore through the last barrier. Amidst a distorted shriek, several rotting arms pierced through the steel plate, their bluish-gray fingertips dripping corrosive slime. Alice tilted her head, her projection pulsating slightly within the data stream. Warning, tunnel isolation failed. Target contact expected in 47 seconds. Her voice remained sweet. The holographic image gently raised its hand, and a 3D structural diagram of the bunker rotated and unfolded in the air. A concealed exit was deliberately highlighted, precisely the end of Jiang Chen's escape route. Experimental subject Jiang Chen, I look forward to our reunion. Alice's figure began to flicker, her red dress slowly dissipating into the air. The moment the last words fell, her projection vanished completely. At the same time, boom! The mutant horde finally burst forth, like a torrent of rotting flesh collapsing from a breached dam, their twisted limbs jostling and pushing their way into the tunnel. Their bones cracked morbidly, as if each step was a break and rebuilding process. Rotting bodies collided, thick black blood seeping from bursting abscesses, leaving winding trails of corrosion on the metal floor. A piercing electrical crackling sound filled Jiang Chen's ears. Alice's voice vanished completely. Jiang Chen, the experimental subject? The thought had barely formed when Chen Yimo's furious roar came from behind. Left. A mutant swooped down from the ventilation duct, its rotting teeth inches from Jiang Chen's throat. She smelled the stench of rotting flesh mixed with chemicals. Death was imminent. The air froze for a moment, the putrid stench almost materialized, oppressing every nerve. A flash of silver light suddenly tore through the darkness. Jiang Chen's movements were almost cruelly swift, no unnecessary flourishes, no hesitant tremors. Her muscle memory moved faster than her thoughts. As her right arm rose, the broken black gold knife pierced the mutant's festering eye socket like a venomous snake. The blade spun half a turn, the muffled sound of skull shattering drowned out by the black blood spurting from the mutant's throat. The viscous liquid splashed onto her chin, then slid down her neck and into her collar. She didn't even glance back. The instant the knife was withdrawn, the mutant's rotting head exploded like a ripe pumpkin, rotting flesh and bone fragments scattering everywhere. Black blood dripped from the cuffs of her silver-white uniform, corroding small pits in the ground. Jiang Chen raised her hand to wipe the blood from her cheek. Her knuckles were white from gripping the knife too tightly, the tip still dripping thick black liquid. Go. Her voice was as cold as tempered ice, unwavering. Qin Yimo looked at her profile. Those innocent eyes he first met in the underground palace now held only a sharp killing intent. He didn't know when, but that weak and helpless girl in the underground palace had transformed into this warrior. A grim reaper, who could still wield her blade with precision even amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. And her blade never hesitated. At the end of the dark passage, death was in pursuit. Jiang Chen's boots slammed heavily on the ground, each step echoing dully. She gripped the lever of the experimental bed tightly, the veins on the back of her hand clearly visible in the dim emergency light. Melina's body swayed slightly with a jolt, cold sweat beading on her pale face, her lips a sickly grayish purple. Behind her came Qin Yimo's breathing, heavy and rapid. Every time Jiang Chen turned around, she seemed to see those twisted figures writhing, crawling, chasing each other in the darkness. They were coming. The mutated roars came from behind, like a pack of hungry beasts smelling blood. And just then, crack, a piercing metallic scraping sound suddenly rang out as the right front wheel of the experimental bed jammed into a gap in the metal that had appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Chen felt the lever in her hand suddenly sink, and the entire bed tilted at a dangerous angle. Her heart almost stopped, and she reflexively pressed her entire body weight down on the lever. Melina's body slid off the tilted bed due to inertia, crashing heavily onto the rusty floor with a dull thud. Worse still, the jammed axle groaned under the pressure, finally snapping completely with a crack. Jiang Chen stared at the wrecked lab bed, her throat tightening. She quickly knelt beside Melina, her fingers rapidly checking her pulse. Thankfully, her unconsciousness hadn't worsened. But when she looked up at the end of the dark corridor, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. The rustling sounds were getting closer. Qin Yimo, carry Melina and go first. Jiang Chen's voice was unusually calm. Qin Yimo's pulse gun was destroyed. They had to leave one of them behind to deal with these mutants. She wiped the sticky blood from the broken knife. Qin Yimo's voice came from behind, calmly, almost cruelly. Jiang Chen, that's enough. Jiang Chen turned abruptly. In the flickering emergency light, Qin Yimo's shoulder-length blonde hair fell, obscuring his emerald eyes. She could only see his tightly pursed lips, and the slight movement of his Adam's apple. What did you say? Her voice was filled with disbelief. It's too late. Qin Yimo's voice was as soft as a sigh. They're 30% faster than we anticipated. With the unconscious wounded, none of the three of us can escape. Jiang Chen's finger, reaching for Melina, suddenly froze in midair. The roars of the mutants grew closer, and Jiang Chen's temples throbbed. If it were just her and Qin Yimo, perhaps they could fight their way out, but dragging the unconscious Melina. We have to go first. She abruptly withdrew her hand, her voice barely audible, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Without Melina as a bargaining chip, I find a way to deal with which one. Captain Zhang and Fan Yu, I definitely. Her words trailed off. Qin Yimo was tearing open her protective suit at the ribcage, the wounds from the mutant's claws a horrifying sight. The skin, which should have scabbed over, was now a fluorescent green, and the festering wound oozed downwards like melted wax, with faintly visible, fungal-like filaments wriggling beneath the skin. He looked down at the transforming wound and suddenly chuckled softly. Jiang Chen, perhaps this is my destiny. It's just the final outcome. Chapter 227. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, her breath catching in her throat. She stared at the gruesome wound beneath Qin Yimo's lifted protective suit. The flesh had turned an unnatural grayish green, fine black hyphae writhing among the festering blood and flesh, slowly spreading like some kind of living thing. Symptoms of the late stage of spore infection, something she had seen in black and white photographs in medical records. In that instant, memories flashed through her mind like lightning, the mutant above lunging at her before the gates closed. The suspended tower has the most professional medical team. Her voice was strained, yet she forced herself to remain calm. We leave the bunker, go straight back to the suspended tower. They definitely have a way. Qin Yimo suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, but it made Jiang Chen's heart plummet. He who spent 10 years cultivating organisms immune to spores inside the bunker. He looked down at the mycelium spreading on his arm, his voice unusually calm, as if discussing someone else's injury. But if our bodies could truly achieve complete immunity, why would she go to such lengths to find a perfect host? The suspended tower has cryo-chambers. She grasped his burning wrist, her fingertips touching the abnormal pulse beneath his skin, a crack appearing in her voice for the first time, as long as the spread of spores is slowed. Chen Yimo suddenly used his unintentional hand to casually wipe the bloodstains from her face. The coolness of the gun's metal lingered on his fingertips, yet it burned more intensely than any flame. I remember when I first saw you in the underground palace, you trembled at the sight of marrow-eating ants. Black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he chuckled. Now you can slice off a mutant's head without batting an eye. Jiang Chen suddenly noticed his irises were changing color. The original emerald green was being eroded by a murky gray-white. Chen Yimo's hand, which had been reaching for a stray strand of her hair, paused in midair, then he withdrew it. Jiang Chen, don't look. His burning palm gently covered her eyes, his voice softer than she had ever heard before. I don't want you to see me like this. He placed a metal box in Jiang Chen's hand. This is information about Major Pei's previous investigation. I collected some from the United Political Council. A sticky crawling sound came from afar, and the emergency lights on the walls began to flicker. The emergency light on the ceiling suddenly shattered, and the sticky, writhing sound approached from the darkness. Chen Yimo suddenly pushed her backward with force, so forcefully that she stumbled and crashed into the wall. The last thing she saw was the fluttering hem of his clothes as he turned, and his eyes, now completely gray-white. Jiang Chen's knees slammed heavily onto the metal floor, but she felt no pain. Her eardrums were filled with the mutated roars, the twisted shrieks, and the pounding of her own heart. These sounds mingled together, becoming a vague, distant buzz. She mechanically propped herself up, her knuckles scraping blood from the floor. As she hoisted Melina onto her back, a drop of blood from the unconscious girl's forehead dripped onto the back of her neck, warm and sticky, like a scalding tear. 1 step. 2 steps. The safety door indicator at the end of the corridor flickered, like a mocking eye. Bang! The sudden explosion made the pipes tremble violently. A wave of heat, carrying the smell of burnt earth, swept over her, and Jiang Chen's neck stung from the flying sparks. She didn't turn around, but in the billowing smoke, she saw 16-year-old Chen Yimo lay sprawled on the carpet in Pei Du's study, dust from the pipes clinging to her nose, smugly waving a metal tube. Watch closely. His emerald eyes shone like 2 translucent jades in the sunlight. Take a look at this genius's specially made magic wand. His fingers deftly turned the mechanism on the tube. Press this red button. Will it explode? Jiang Chen, huddled beside the bookshelf, asked softly, unconsciously shifting back a little. It will explode like fireworks. Chen Yimo suddenly leaned closer, startling her. He grinned, revealing his tiger teeth. Just kidding. I haven't decided how many miniature explosives to add yet. I might consider giving you one after I researched it. Who told you to be so weak? In reality, Jiang Chen staggered. A series of explosions followed behind her, the flames casting her long, elongated shadow on the mottled wall. Chapter 228. Little Jiang. Zhang Fengge's voice suddenly rose from outside the protective shield, his callous hand slamming heavily onto it. Through the shield, he saw a thin figure staggering towards him. The girl was soaked in a mixture of dark red and black blood, her original silver-white uniform unrecognizable. The moment Jiang Chen stepped out of the shield, a heavy stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Her left arm hung limply, dark red liquid dripping from her fingertips, blooming into glaring flowers of blood on the ground. Hui Chuan lunged forward, his strong arm catching the unconscious Melina. When he saw his leader's condition, the usually composed adjutant's pupils constricted. The black runes symbolizing power on Melina's face had all vanished, revealing faint bluish-purple veins beneath her pale skin. Most horrifying of all were her lips, a dark bluish-purple, like those of a suffocating corpse. What did you do to her? Hui Chuan's roar echoed throughout the underground palace. The 2-meter-tall woman suddenly drew her cleaver from her waist, a flash of cold light, the blade whistling through the air as it slashed down towards Jiang Chen's head. Clang! The black gold broken cleaver blocked at the last second, the 2 blades clashing and exploding into blinding sparks. Jiang Chen's hand holding the cleaver remained motionless, only the undried dark red blood droplets on the blade were shaken off. She slowly raised her eyes, a gaze that made even the battle-hardened Hui Chuan's heart skip a beat. Something he had never seen before surged in the girl's eyes, like a will-o'-the-wisp burning in the abyss. Hui Chuan, if you want your leader to live, you better move your cleaver. Jiang Chen's voice was low and cold, the blade of her black gold broken cleaver reflecting a cold light as it clashed with Hui Chuan's cleaver, sparks flying. Hui Chuan's brows furrowed, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Chen retrieved a half-full vial from a hidden compartment in her belt. The pale green liquid swayed slightly within the glass tube, refracting a dim light. It was the other half of the dose, she had deliberately reserved when she injected Melina earlier. When Weichuan saw the half-full vial of pale green liquid in Jiang Chen's hand, his pupils contracted sharply. He had just carefully examined the leader's neck and found traces of the green liquid. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Weichuan's voice was laced with suppressed anger. His blade remained firmly planted, but his gaze had involuntarily drifted towards Melina. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid, her face ashen, her lips a dark, almost blackish blue. "You had no choice." Jiang Chen's tone was cold and resolute. Her fingertips tightened slightly, causing the liquid to sway within the glass tube, as if she would crush it at any moment. Weichuan's Adam's apple bobbed, her strong arm muscles tensed, and the blade of her cleaver trembled slightly. Finally, she gritted her teeth, slowly sheathing the cleaver, the friction between the blades producing a soft hum. The surrounding soldiers of the old tribe exchanged glances, their weapons still gripped tightly, but none dared to make a move. "Once we're safely out of the underground palace, I naturally give you the potion," Jiang Chen said coldly, then stepped forward. Her steps were steady and cautious, as if each step was on a nice edge. The surrounding soldiers of the old tribe watched her warily, their weapons slightly raised, but they dared not truly block her. Weichuan's face was ashen, but she ultimately did not order an attack. Just then Fan Yu, standing to the side, suddenly looked behind Jiang Chen, a flicker of panic in his eyes. "Where's Chen Yimo?" he asked urgently, his voice filled with undisguised anxiety. Jiang Chen paused slightly, but her back remained straight. She didn't turn around. She didn't answer, simply continuing to walk forward, as if she hadn't heard Fan Yu's question. Fan Yu's breath hitched. He stared at the empty space behind Jiang Chen, his Adam's apple bobbing. The firelight from the underground palace cast dappled shadows on his face, but couldn't illuminate his suddenly darkened eyes. His right hand unconsciously reached for his breast pocket, where a metal compass lay. The touch of its cold metal reminded him of the time Chen Yimo had given him when he and Yuan were captured by the old people. The compass could help them avoid dangerous creatures. The wind in the passage seemed to carry the smell of gunpowder. Fan Yu blinked his sore eyes, but there was no time for reminiscing. He strode heavily toward Jiang Chen. Zhang Fengge stood to the side, watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure with a complex expression. Although he didn't know her past with Chen Yimo, as a teammate he spent every day with, she was unusually calm, her face seemingly devoid of any emotion. His gaze fell on the backpack behind her. Years of combat experience gave him an almost instinctive intuition for danger, and the silver corner of the case peeking out from Jiang Chen's backpack emanated an unsettling aura. Zhang Fengge strode to her side, bowing slightly, his voice low and clear. "I already checked with him. Hai Tianqing and the others should be safe now. Once we bring Tianai back from Isoja, we return to the suspended tower as soon as possible." Jiang Chen's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly for a moment, like a cat's eyes startled in the dark. She didn't answer, giving a barely perceptible nod. Her gaze remained fixed on a certain point in the void ahead, as if an invisible thread suspended her reason. The sound of boots grinding against gravel was exceptionally clear in the silence, each step feeling like pressing something precious deeper into the heart. Those soft parts had to be compacted, forged, until tempered into armor strong enough to protect what little remained. The underground palace's passageways were deep and narrow, the dim firelight casting flickering shadows on the walls. Jiang Chen walked at the front, his black and gold broken sword gripped tightly, the blood still fresh on its blade. The old soldiers followed silently behind, Weichuan carrying Melina, his face ashen. Fan Yu brought up the rear, his steps heavy, his eyes still filled with lingering pain. No one mentioned Chen Yimo's name again, but everyone knew he would never return. Chapter 229. Jiang Chen suddenly raised her left hand, fingers spread in a stop gesture. The chaotic footsteps behind her immediately ceased, and everyone held their breath. The footsteps echoed from afar, muffled and orderly, like those of a well-trained army, reverberating between the stone walls. Jiang Chen's ears twitched slightly as she quickly calculated. 12 people, no, at least 15, fully armed. She slowly turned to the side, her back pressed against the damp stone wall, discreetly scanning her surroundings. Zhang Fengge's arm was injured, his weapon destroyed, and he stood taut at the front of the group. She wasn't sure about Fan Yu's ability, but judging from the previous fight, it wasn't an offensive one. The uneven stone wall gleamed coldly under the glowing moss, offering not even a crack for concealment. When she turned to Weichuan, she saw that this group was deliberately leading Melina towards the center of the group, veins bulging on his muscular arms. "Is there another way?" Jiang Chen asked in a low voice, his lips barely moving. Regardless of who the other party was, It wasn't a good thing for them. Huichuan and they were no longer on the same side. A slight misstep could leave them vulnerable to being attacked from both sides. Huichuan's lips curled into a cold smile, and she deliberately raised her voice. Only the successive leaders know the way into the underground palace, she said, pressing her rough fingers against Melina's neck. The way we're going back is the way the leader led us in. I know nothing else. She was trying to force her to hand over the potion as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Melina's pale face. The unconscious woman's brows were furrowed, and fine beads of sweat slid down her temples, gleaming eerily in the dim light. The veins on her neck bulged abnormally, as if something alive was crawling under her skin. The remaining black fluid was still corroding her body. The unknown green potion only temporarily suppressed the symptoms, not cured them. Okay. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke, her voice soft, yet like a sharp blade slicing through the heavy air. When she looked up, her eyes reflected the eerie light of the moss on the ceiling of the passage, reminiscent of a nocturnal feline. Huichuan's muscles tensed instantly, his thick fingers unconsciously clenching, creating several wrinkles in Melina's combat uniform. Fang Yu stared at the uncertain expressions of the group of old civilian soldiers. If these people suddenly turned their backs, they wouldn't be able to handle it now. Jiang. Fang Yu subconsciously took a half step forward, but was stopped halfway by Zhang Feng's rough hand. The force wasn't strong, but it carried an undeniable authority. Those eyes, which had seen too many life-and-death situations, were filled with trust. They had to trust her judgment. Jiang Chen walked steadily towards Melina, her combat boots barely making a sound on the ground. Huichuan's gaze was fixed on the broken black gold sword at her waist, its black blade gleaming coldly in the eerie light. She recalled the fleeting glimpse of swordsmanship she had just witnessed. A speed beyond human comprehension, a precision as if calculated. This realization sent a chill down her spine. When Jiang Chen reached for the potion, Huichuan's pupils contracted sharply. She noticed a fresh wound on her wrist, its edges tinged with an unnatural bluish-gray. The marks of the black liquid's corrosion. This discovery made her stiffen, a terrifying suspicion forming in her mind. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed from the depths of the passage, and everyone's nerves tensed instantly. Jiang Chen's movements didn't stop for a moment. She deftly injected half a vial of medicine into Melina's jugular vein, her fingertips trembling almost imperceptibly as the syringe was pushed all the way in. Her dark eyes instantly turned a deep, dark black. Something flowed from Melina's neck into Jiang Chen's wrist. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, a barely perceptible dark glint flashing in her inky black eyes. She felt a viscous liquid seeping from Melina's carotid artery, meandering up the skin of her fingertips, congealing into a spiderweb-like dark pattern on her wrist. Her knuckles trembled almost imperceptibly, then she gripped them tighter, using the stinging pain to maintain her composure. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Huichuan suddenly took a step closer, her voice low but sharp. The short knife in her hand reflected a cold, eerie blue light, its tip slightly upturned, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's throat. Jiang Chen slowly straightened up, her silver-white uniform rustling softly. She met Huichuan's furious gaze, her voice eerily calm. I never said the drug would wake her immediately. You? Huichuan's blade shot forward, stopping abruptly just inches from Jiang Chen's carotid artery. Veins bulged on her forehead, her knuckles white as she gripped the hilt, as if desperately suppressing the urge to plunge the blade into her flesh. Jiang Chen remained motionless, not even a tremor in her eyelashes. She merely tilted her head slightly, gesturing for Huichuan to look at Melina. You should be thankful she at least managed to leave here alive. Huichuan's gaze shifted downwards. Melina's previously deathly pale cheeks did indeed regain a faint color, her bluish lips gradually fading, and her breathing became even and deep. Her tense jawline relaxed slightly, but the wariness in her eyes remained undiminished. Huichuan looked at the girl before her. Her intuition told her that if such a dangerous person survived, it would pose an immeasurable threat to their future. She moved her arm to the alarm device behind her. Now was the perfect moment to capture them all. Just at this critical moment, the strange moss on the stone wall suddenly extinguished, plunging the entire passage into absolute darkness. Chapter 230. Jiang Chen and her group fled through the pitch-black tunnel, until the unknown sounds behind them were gradually swallowed by the darkness. They finally slowed their pace, their heavy breathing particularly clear in the confined space. The mutated moss on the stone walls began to glow faintly, and in the eerie green halo, 3 sweat-drenched faces appeared and disappeared. Fang Yu's bangs were stuck to his forehead, Zhang Feng's chin still had traces of blood that hadn't dried, and Jiang Chen looked as if she had been pulled out of water. You need to rest, Fang Yu suddenly said. His voice was gentle yet firm. Jiang Chen's steps didn't falter, her combat boots echoing dully on the damp ground. Now is not the time. Her nerves remained highly tense. Zhang Fengge suddenly strode forward, grabbing Jiang Chen's shoulder with such force that she had to stop. Xiao Jiang, his gaze fell on her unnaturally drooping arm. Your injury can't be delayed any longer. In the dim light of the moss, Jiang Chen finally noticed the abnormality of her arm. The sleeve was completely torn, the joints were swollen and shiny, and the skin had an unnatural bluish-purple hue. This injury was originally sustained during the fight against the mutants in the bunker, and the knife-to-knife confrontation with Wei Chuan had worsened it. She gritted her teeth, trying to bend her fingers. The sudden, sharp pain made her pupils contract sharply, and cold sweat trickled down her temples. "Give me your hand." Fang Yu had appeared beside her unnoticed, his voice as calm as the blue light swirling around his fingertips. That blue light seemed exceptionally clear in the dim tunnel. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. She hadn't expected Fang Yu's ability to be a healing ability. Such an ability was indeed precious in this era. Fortunately, he was cautious. If his ability had been exposed to Wei Chuan and his group, they would likely have had an even harder time escaping. She remained wary of the person before her. Fang Yu's expression was calm, as if he would stand there indefinitely if she didn't cooperate with the treatment. After a few seconds of stalemate, Jiang Chen sighed almost imperceptibly, enduring the pain as she slowly offered her injured arm. If the injury wasn't treated now, their situation would become even more precarious if they encountered new dangers later. In a sudden burst of light, Jiang Chen's muscles instinctively tensed. Fang Yu's fingertips hovered above the swollen joint, blue light cascading down like flowing water, forming a translucent film over the wound. "It hurt a little," Fang Yu whispered, his eyelashes casting fine shadows in the blue light, his glasses reflecting flowing energy ripples. Jiang Chen gripped the broken knife tightly, managing not to make a sound. She could feel the film seeping into her skin, like countless tiny ice needles reassembling misaligned bones. The pain exploded along her nerve endings, 3 times more intense than when she was first injured. Zhang Fengge subtly took a half-step closer, assuming a protective stance, and warily scanned both ends of the tunnel. The blue light gradually softened, and the swelling subsided at a visible rate. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Fang Yu's forehead, sliding down his thin cheeks. His breathing became noticeably rapid, yet he maintained a steady energy output. "It's done." In the dim light of the green moss, Fang Yu slowly withdrew his fingers. The remaining blue light at his fingertips flickered a few times, like extinguished sparks, before finally dissipating into the damp air. Jiang Chen rotated her healed arm, her knuckles making a slight cracking sound as she moved. Her eyes were lowered, and her voice was extremely low. "If it's the late stage of a spore infection, can it be cured?" Fang Yu's fingertips trembled violently, and he instinctively curled up. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and a flicker of pain flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. He almost immediately understood who Jiang Chen was asking. "Eden hasn't developed a cure yet." His voice was somewhat hoarse as he said, "Initial infection can be slowed down with biological agents." He paused, then continued, "But ultimately, it's just delaying the inevitable." He turned away, not wanting anyone to see his loss of composure. The fluorescent light of the moss floated around him, blurring his features. His trembling voice faded into the depths of the tunnel. "Even healing abilities can't reverse the spore's erosion." Jiang Chen stood still, her lowered eyelashes casting a shadow on her face. The faint glow of the fluorescent moss gilded her features with a pale green edge, obscuring her expression in the darkness. "This way," she suddenly spoke, her voice regaining its usual calm, "the exit is just ahead." As she turned, the silver-white uniform rustled softly. But Zhang Fengge didn't follow. He stood there like a statue, the blood on his knuckles already congealed into a dark red. Fang Yu glanced at the two of them. Being an outsider, he tactfully nodded and walked forward, his footsteps fading into the distance in the tunnel. Jiang Chen walked back to Zhang Fengge. In the fluorescent light, her tense shoulders finally relaxed, a long-lost weariness showing between her brows. "Captain." Her voice was soft, like that of a newcomer needing protection during the suspended tower era. "I explain everything after we get out." The glowing moss above them swayed gently, flickering like breath. The secrets of the bunker, how she knew the underground palace's route, how she controlled the mutated plants, all remained silent in this eerie green glow. Zhang Fengge looked at her deeply, then patted the shoulder armor on her silver-white uniform. The clanging of metal was particularly crisp in the tunnel. "Okay," he said, just one word, but it contained all his trust and acceptance. The fluorescent moss suddenly began to flash intensely, as if urging them to move forward. The two walked side by side toward the exit, leaving behind only a trail of footsteps fading into the distance, and the faint light still breathing quietly in the darkness. Chapter 231. Jiang Chen's steps suddenly halted, her boots crushing several clumps of glowing moss. Dark green powder drifted out, weaving a blurry net before her eyes. It was a topographical map extracted from Melina's memories, now churning violently in her mind. The stone walls had begun to contract inwards, a thick green viscous liquid seeping from the jagged rock surface. She instinctively pressed her temples, feeling the pulsation of black water beneath her veins. She had used the opportunity of injecting Melina with a potion to connect with the black water, peering into the topographical map of the underground palace from her memories. Little Jiang? Zhang Fengde's voice seemed to come through a layer of water. His hand hovered in midair, not daring to touch her suddenly tense shoulder. Jiang Chen blinked, the residual fluorescence on her retina outlining three forks in the road. The left led to the spore concentration area, the hyphae emerging from the rock crevices already mutated into dark purple tentacles. To the right was the mutant's lair, the stench of rotting flesh seemingly reaching her nose through the rock. Only the narrow crevice ahead, almost completely sealed off by stalagmites, was marked in Melina's memory as an abandoned exit. "Going through that will get us out," she said hoarsely, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the broken knife at her waist. The mutated vines wrapped around the hilt suddenly unfurled their leaves, brushing intimately against her wrist. The crevice was narrower than she had imagined. As Jiang Chen squeezed in sideways, the sticky, dark green fungal carpet on the rock wall automatically contracted, creating a damp passage. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. These mutants, which should have been attacking living beings, were displaying an inexplicable docility towards her. Zhang Fengde keenly noticed the change in the mutated plants around Jiang Chen. He moved to her side, shielding her from this subtle shift. Fang Yu was puzzled. He hadn't noticed Zhang Fengde's subtle movements, only staring at the two people who had suddenly stopped, and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen shook her head, forcing herself to concentrate. "Almost there." She continued walking through the rock crevices. When she emerged from the bunker, she had keenly sensed that the mutated moss around her seemed to move in response to her breathing. But as she circulated the black water within her body, these mutated plants began to exhibit a strange affinity towards her. This forced Jiang Chen to question something she had previously accepted. Time travel. According to Yui's memories, the people in the bunker had migrated from Earth, meaning she might also be one of them? Jiang Chen recalled the empty containers in the hibernation pods. Those cold glass domes didn't contain her body. The logbook related to Robin didn't mention her name either, so how did she enter this body? And those fragments flashing through her mind? Were they the original owner's memories, or deliberately sealed past events? Questions, like vines spreading through the underground palace, grew wildly in her heart, yet she couldn't find an exit. Light. Fang Yu's low voice interrupted her thoughts. A sliver of sunlight seeped in from a crack in the rock, and the three of them climbed out of the narrow passage one by one. The long-awaited sunlight made Jiang Chen squint, and she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Just as Fang Yu was about to move forward, he heard Zhang Fengde suddenly shout, "Wait a minute." Zhang Fengde half knelt down, and quickly took out a folding binoculars from his tactical bag. Through the lens, a flying vehicle bearing the suspended tower insignia was quietly parked at the main entrance of the underground palace, but the patrolling figures around it made him frown. Something's not right. He handed the binoculars to Jiang Chen, his fingers tapping lightly on the holster. "Look at those uniforms." Jiang Chen adjusted the focus. The dark red insignia on the black uniforms gleamed blood red in the sunlight. This was definitely not suspended tower equipment. Even more concerning was that these people were setting up some kind of instrument at the entrance to the underground palace, seemingly for the mutated creatures. The three quickly disappeared into the shadow of the boulder. Jiang Chen's back pressed against the cold stone surface, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Could the footsteps he heard in the underground palace be these people searching for something? And what exactly were they looking for? Dusk fell, the last rays of the setting sun staining the entrance to the underground palace blood red. A group of figures emerged from the deep passage, led by Professor Norman, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his knuckles white as he gripped the binoculars. Norman's white coat was covered in suspicious stains, and behind him followed several stretchers, on which lay mangled, wounded soldiers. Even more intriguing was the strange man beside him. His impeccably tailored grayish-purple suit splattered with blood, his chiseled profile half hidden in shadow, like a venomous snake lurking beneath a rock. "Professor," the man said slowly, brushing the bloodstains from his cuffs, his voice as cold as ice, "we lost 5 A-level ability users, and we didn't find our target. He twirled the metal ring on his left thumb, each word carrying a dangerous rhythm. This deal wasn't worth it. Norman pushed up his slipped glasses, the lenses reflecting the twilight, but that energy shield. It was definitely an unexpected bonus. He pointed deeper into the underground palace. The man recalled the massive energy shield he'd seen inside, one that even their technology couldn't penetrate, a truly unexpected find. There are obvious signs of a struggle outside the shield, but no bodies, meaning they're still alive. Norman continued his analysis. North of Kshuria is a desert, and your people have blocked all other exits. Jiang Chen and his group don't have a flying vehicle, they can't escape. The man suddenly chuckled, a sound that sent a chill down Jiang Chen's spine. He coldly replied, "Professor, my patience is limited." He then turned and boarded the flying vehicle. West. Jiang Chen slowly lowered her binoculars, a thin layer of frost forming on the metal tube. Zhang Fengde keenly noticed her sudden pallor. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen looked up at the newly risen crescent moon, its cold silver light casting a harsh glow on her face. "The good news is," her voice was hoarse, "they haven't found Melina and the others, so our whereabouts won't be exposed for now. The bad news is..." The night wind ruffled the stray hairs across her forehead, revealing her turbulent eyes. "The person they're looking for is me." Zhang Fengde's breath hitched noticeably. The faint sound of an aircraft engine drifted from afar, like some kind of ominous premonition. Fang Yu's glasses reflected the cold moonlight, concealing the shock in his eyes. Although the distance was too great, Jiang Chen still caught that clear name through lip reading. The person they were looking for was her. The night wind swirled sand and gravel past the boulders, and she suddenly realized that her escape from the underground palace might only be the beginning of this hunt. Chapter 232. Under the cover of night, the three silently disappeared into the dense jungle. The damp scent of earth mixed with the fresh fragrance of grass and trees wafted over, masking the stench of blood on their bodies. "You said those people were from Moses?" Fang Yu asked in a low voice, moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his bewildered face. Jiang Chen pushed aside the thorns in front of her, her movements surprisingly practiced. "Just a guess." Her voice was soft, but more so, it was certain, to be able to mobilize so many high-level ability users, and with that sophisticated equipment. A withered leaf crunched softly under her foot. "Besides Moses, I can't think of any other possibility." Looking at the people ahead, Fang Yu's thoughts drifted back to that night 2 years ago, when Jiang Chen had just crawled out of the underground palace, her small body wrapped in a strange black dress, the hem still bearing suspicious marks. Just steps from Chen Yimo's hiding place, she abruptly, and without warning turned around, a decisive turn that even made the usually composed Major Pei raise an eyebrow. Under the glaring lights of the interrogation room, she looked no different from the other escaped girls. Her pale fingertips trembled incessantly, her cracked lips bled, and her dark eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. Every time the interrogator raised their voice, her thin shoulders would reflexively flinch. But now, moonlight filtered through the dense foliage of the jungle, dappling Jiang Chen. She was kneeling on the ground, her fingers lightly touching the earth to sense the distant tremors, her silver uniform outlining the straight lines of her back. Those eyes, once filled with fear, now gleamed with a wary and sharp light in the darkness. The broken knife on her back gleamed coldly in the moonlight. "Why are they looking for you?" Fang Yu finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for so long. He regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth, because Jiang Chen's back stiffened noticeably for a moment, a conditioned reflex to danger. The dense forest suddenly fell silent, even the chirping of insects ceased. Jiang Chen stopped, the moonlight outlining her tense profile. "Jiang Jiang." A familiar call suddenly came from the bushes. Jiang Chen's hand had just touched the broken knife at her waist, when a brightly colored figure burst out of the thick grass, like a cannonball. "Sparrow!" Before Jiang Chen could react, she was hit squarely in the face. She staggered back 2 steps before regaining her balance, her combat boots leaving deep marks in the soft soil. The girl before her had her face covered in brown camouflage paint. It was impossible to tell if it was mud or some kind of animal droppings. Her dirty braids swayed with her excited movements, and her clothes were covered in leaves and bits of grass. "That Zhou Yang kept stopping me from going in." Hai Tianqing's voice choked with sobs, her arms tightly wrapped around Jiang Chen's waist. "I knew you guys were here to find us." Her face was buried in Jiang Chen's shoulder, her voice muffled, filled with deep self-reproach. If she hadn't strayed from the group, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. Jiang Chen patted her shoulder as usual. At that moment, Zhou Yang emerged from the bushes. This usually impeccably groomed young man was now covered in dirt, his elegant suit jacket stained with mud. He frowned, brushing the dust off his sleeves, and said irritably, "If I hadn't stopped you, you silly sparrow, you would have already rushed in and made things worse. You? All right." Jiang Chen raised her hand in a gesture to stop the fight, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two. "You've been hiding here all this time?" Hai Tianqing then released her embrace, gesturing wildly, Jiang, you have no idea how miserable we were. We were waiting for you near the underground palace, but then Professor Norman suddenly showed up with people from Moses Corporation. She made an exaggerated throat-slitting gesture, Zhou Yang and I just ran away without permission. Why did Professor Norman have to make such a fuss, actually? They're collaborating with Moses to capture us. If it weren't for Zhou Yang's quick thinking, we would have been discovered. Zhou Yang snorted coldly, pulling out a handkerchief whose original color was unrecognizable from his pocket, and disgustedly wiping the dust off his face. We've been hiding in this godforsaken place for 5 whole days. He glanced at the sky. The most urgent thing now is to leave this area. Moses reconnaissance drones patrol every 3 hours. We must rendezvous with Lei Ming and the others as soon as possible, Zhang Fengge said in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over everyone. In the underground palace, he had already seen the document Hai Ti and I had sent to Jiang Chen. Now they had to race against time to reach Mysoja. Under the cover of night, the group finally returned to the vicinity of the cave they had left earlier. The moonlight was obscured by clouds, and the surroundings were pitch black. Something's wrong, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed. Her hand was already on the hilt of the broken knife. Lian was very vigilant. She couldn't possibly be unaware of us getting this close. Everyone immediately tensed up. Jiang Chen? A weak voice suddenly came from the bushes behind them. Jiang Chen whirled around, the broken knife flashing coldly in the moonlight. There lay Lianwu, covered in blood, in a pool of blood. Her combat uniform was torn in several places, the most gruesome sight being the penetrating wound in her abdomen, dark red blood still seeping out. Her fingers were deeply embedded in the soil, clearly from crawling all the way here. Alert! Zhang Fengge shouted, immediately going into battle mode. Jiang Chen had already rushed to Lianwu's side, his fingers swiftly pressing on her carotid artery. Lianwu's lips moved, but she only coughed up a mouthful of bloody phlegm. It's an ambush. Lianwu used her last strength to grab Jiang Chen's wrist. Lei Ming. They were captured. Before she could finish speaking, her hand fell limply to her side. From a distant cave, the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard. Chapter 233. Heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave, accompanied by the clanging of metal weapons. A man clad in a long, black robe emerged slowly, the moonlight casting a solemn shadow upon him. Behind him, Soren's familiar face appeared, a smug smile on his face. Even more chilling was the sight of a dozen or so totem warriors lined up in a fan shape, clad in specially treated leather armor branded with tribal totems. Each warrior held a uniquely shaped metal weapon, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. We meet again, aliens. Kuang Shu's voice was deep and resonant. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. She hadn't expected Melina's people to come so quickly. No, more accurately, these people had probably already set a trap, waiting for them to walk right into it. She gripped the broken knife tightly. They were too eager to find their companion, completely forgetting that this cave was originally the territory of the old inhabitants, and that Yuan had been brought here by them. Where is Yuan? Fang Yu suddenly stepped forward, his voice filled with barely concealed anxiety. He had only learned of Yuan's survival in the underground palace, and seeing the scene before him now, his heart clenched again. Soren strolled lazily out from behind Kuang Shu, a cynical smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, he and your friend Lei Ming are both fine. He deliberately dragged out the word, his fingers casually twirling a strangely shaped dagger. What exactly do you want? Zhang Fengge's voice was low, like muffled thunder rumbling in his throat. He had previously assumed the conflict with these old inhabitants was merely a territorial dispute or a difference in faith. But after hearing Jiang Chen's account of his experiences in the bunker, he realized the bloody hatred that lay between them. Zhang Fengge's muscles tensed instantly. He lowered his stance slightly, like a cheetah poised to pounce, his gaze darting rapidly between Kuang Shu and the surrounding totem warriors. They would react swiftly should the enemy launch an attack. Kuang Shu slowly raised his hand, covered in totem patterns, signaling his warriors to remain calm. His gaze swept across each face with a palpable intensity, his long, gray hair fluttering in the night wind. We do not wish to fight you. His voice was low and slow, yet carried an undeniable authority. We only hope you will return that item. Hai Tianqing gripped the pulse pistol at his waist tightly, his colorful combat uniform standing out vividly in the moonlight. Bullshit! She and Zhou Yang were the only ones present who had been to the old people's tribe. She practically jumped up and down, her voice filled with the anger of being wrongly accused. Zhou Yang and I didn't take a single blade of grass from your tribe. Zhou Yang calmly pressed down on her agitated shoulders. Huang Shu's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across Zhang Feng's tense face, past the wary eyes behind Fang Yu's glasses, and finally fixed on Jiang Chen, who was kneeling on the ground examining the injured girl. The old man's wrinkled eyes narrowed slightly. What we want. His voice suddenly rose, his sharp gaze piercing through the crowd, like an arrow aimed straight at Jiang Chen's back. Is that silver box? The air froze instantly. The totem warriors raised their weapons in unison, the clanging of metal creating a continuous sound. Jiang Chen paused slightly, her blood-stained fingers hovering for a second above Lian Wu's wounds. Her combat uniform was soaked in blood, and she bore 4 deep, bone-revealing knife wounds on her arms and thighs. Her face was crisscrossed with gruesome scars. This was the first time she had seen Lian Wu's true appearance. Without her usual disguise, a young and unfamiliar face appeared before her, now drained of color by the pain. In her memory, Lian Wu always stood silently 3 steps behind her. In the corridors of the suspended tower, in the corners of the training grounds, Lian Wu would appear in different guises. Sometimes as a servant brushing past, sometimes as a passing merchant, never uttering a word. Only her eyes, no matter how many faces she wore, always gazed at her with the same calm. Jiang Chen kept her head down, ignoring Huang Shu's words. She slowly raised her eyelids, meeting Fang Yu's gaze. Those dark, inky eyes revealed no emotion. Fang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately knelt down, understanding her intention. His fingertips glowed with a faint blue light, hovering gently above Lian Wu's bloodied wound. The injury is too severe, he paused. I can only temporarily control its deterioration. She needs more specialized treatment. Soren tilted his head, watching the scene with great interest. The dagger in his hand nimbly twirled between his fingers, its cold gleam drawing a dangerous arc in the moonlight. Just a small lesson, he said casually, a cruel smile playing on his lips. If only she had. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen had already stood up. Her silver-white uniform was soaked in blood, like a crimson rose blooming on a vast expanse of white snow in the moonlight. Her movements were slow, almost graceful. Jiang Chen's right hand hung limply at her side, her fingertips still dripping with Lian Wu's blood. Her expression was terrifyingly calm, except for her eyes. Black, cold, like 2 bottomless pools of stagnant water. You? His Adam's apple bobbed, and his grip on the dagger tightened involuntarily. The next second, Jiang Chen's figure vanished from her spot. Soren only had time to see a flash of silver light, followed by a chill on his throat. The broken knife, stained with Lian Wu's blood, was already pressed against his carotid artery. The blade pressed against Soren's throat, the cold metallic touch causing his Adam's apple to bob involuntarily. Jiang Chen's breathing was so shallow, it was almost imperceptible. This unusual calmness was all the more chilling. Huang Shu. Soren's voice trembled with fear, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You just watched them threaten us like that? His gaze snapped to the old man beside him. A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Shu's face, which was covered in totem patterns. His gaze shifted between Jiang Chen and Soren. Miss Jiang Chen, I think we can have a proper talk. His voice remained steady, but a slight furrow in his brow betrayed his surprise. He clearly hadn't expected this seemingly calm girl to suddenly erupt into violence. Soren forced a stiff smile, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. That's right, we can discuss anything. We provide the girl with the necessary assistance. Jiang Chen flicked her wrist slightly. The dagger flashed like a silver snake, its cold light gleaming. Soren's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a chill in his throat, followed by a gushing of warm liquid. His eyes widened in disbelief, his hands futilely clutching his neck, unable to stop the gushing blood. You? He uttered hoarsely, staggering back 2 steps. The mockery on his face hadn't even faded before the shadow of death loomed over him. Jiang Chen stood motionless, a drop of blood slowly sliding down the tip of her blade. Her eyes remained terrifyingly calm as she wiped the blood from her face with the back of her hand. Soren collapsed to his knees, his body falling forward. The last thing he saw was Jiang Chen's blood-stained boot tip and those eyes, colder than a blade. The entire jungle fell into a deathly silence, even the wind stopped. Huang Shu and the totem warriors stood frozen in place, seemingly still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Chapter 234. Jiang. Hai Tianqing's voice caught in his throat, his pupils trembling slightly. Under the moonlight, Jiangchen stood still, like a painting. Soren's blood slowly slid down her porcelain-white cheeks, congealing into beads on her delicate chin, finally dripping onto the silver collar of her uniform, spreading into a dark red flower. Hai Tianqing had never seen Jiangchen like this before. Calm to the point of elegance, a chilling beauty emanating from her. The splattered blood formed peculiar patterns on her body, like meticulously drawn blood-red silhouettes. What chilled Hai Tianqing most was Jiangchen's eyes. Dark, calm, like a bottomless, icy pool. Soren's corpse lay at her feet, yet she didn't even spare a glance, as if she hadn't just ended a life. You? Hai Tianqing's throat bobbed, suddenly finding his dearest friend terrifyingly unfamiliar. A night breeze swept by, and strands of hair, carrying the scent of blood, clung to Jiangchen's neck like tangled red threads. At this moment, Jiangchen felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity to Hai Tianqing. She glanced around, only to find her companion's reaction strangely calm. Even Zhou Yang had merely mutated his arm to be more wary of their opponent. They were all prepared for battle at any moment. She suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, everyone was rapidly growing stronger. Jiangchen slowly turned, the broken blade at her waist gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Now, her voice was terrifyingly calm. We can talk about a deal. Kuang Shua's fingers, covered in totem patterns, unconsciously rubbed the wooden staff in his hand, re-examining the seemingly frail girl before him. Melina, the girl he remembered. His most prized student, the warrior who always held her head high, her eyes burning with ambition, now lay dying in the tribe. The black runes that represented power and strength had all faded, and the black liquid flowing beneath her pale skin seemed to have a life of its own, churning restlessly. Even more chilling was that, even in her unconscious state, her lips were repeating a name. Jiangchen. That alien is as cunning as a fox. Huichuan's warning still echoed in his ears. But now, facing Jiangchen directly, Kuang Shua felt far more than just cunning, he felt a more primal threat. The girl's posture standing in the pool of blood reminded him of the blood azura recorded in ancient texts. Seemingly calm, yet capable of taking a life in an instant. The moonlight shifted, illuminating half of Jiangchen's blood-stained face. Her eyes were terrifyingly calm, and Kuang Shua suddenly realized that this seemingly frail girl might harbor something far more dangerous than the black liquid. Melina hadn't brought back what they wanted from the bunker, forcing them to change their plans and come to this cave. Kuang Shua's gaze swept over Soren's stiff corpse, then over the totem warriors around him, their weapons gripped tightly yet trembling uncontrollably. Their previous arrogance was gone. The old people's worship of force was deeply ingrained, and Jiangchen's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Without using any supernatural abilities, the decisiveness and precision with which she attacked were completely unlike what one would expect from a young girl. Soren's death forced them to reevaluate the group before them. What do you want? Kuang Shua raised his cloudy gray eyes, his voice lower than before. He noticed that Jiangchen's hand, hanging at her side, never left the hilt of the broken sword. Jiangchen slung her backpack off with one hand, the metal clasp clicking crisply in the silent cave. As she took out the silver metal box, it suddenly shook violently, a screeching sound emanating from within, as if something were frantically clawing at the inner walls. Everyone present involuntarily took a half step back, weapons clashing in a chaotic cacophony. Jiangchen lightly tapped the top of the box twice with her fingers, the sound soft yet carrying an undeniable command. The commotion inside immediately subsided. Kuang Shua's eyelids twitched slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his wrinkled face. What struck him was that, the instant the box quieted, a fleeting, unnatural dark red glint seemed to flash in Jiangchen's pupils. Jiangchen glanced back at Zhang Fengde, their eyes met, both seeing the resolve in each other's eyes. She pushed the metal box forward, the box slamming against the rocky floor with a dull thud. She didn't immediately relinquish this crucial bargaining chip, but instead maintained a posture where she could retract the box at any moment. To return our people unharmed, we also need medical supplies and an aircraft. She glanced at the box before her and added, "This deal is fair." Kuang Shua's eyebrows rose slightly, the totem patterns on his face twisting with his expression. People and medical supplies are negotiable, but the aircraft. The bunker's records are clear. Jiangchen interrupted him, her eyes sharp as knives. They gave District 12-5 Falcon-type aircraft. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the surface of the box, producing a rhythmic sound. She lingered in Hui's consciousness for a long time, some minute details of the past rapidly entering her mind. The air in the cave suddenly froze. Kuang Shua's wrinkled fingers gripped his wooden cane tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He hadn't expected this alien girl to possess such confidential information. Just who was she? There is indeed one left. Kwangsha finally relented, his voice low and deep. But do you think you can escape Churia with just a flying vehicle? He narrowed his eyes meaningfully. Our scouts have discovered that more than one force is searching for you. A violent thud suddenly came from inside the metal box. Jiang Chen, without changing expression, pressed his knee down on the box, the force so great that the surface dented slightly. This brutal method of suppression caused the surrounding totem warriors to take another half-step back. We can offer temporary shelter, Kwangsha suddenly suggested, his voice deliberately softening, as a sign of sincerity. Chapter 235. This is our sincerity. Kwangsha's deep voice echoed in the night. He slightly turned his head, and gave a wink to the totem warrior beside him. The warrior immediately turned and strode towards the dense bushes behind him. The bushes rustled violently, and two unconscious figures were carried out. It was Yuan, still recovering from serious injuries, and Lei Ming, also unconscious. Fang Yu almost instinctively rushed forward, but was blocked by two warriors wielding spears. The metal spear tips gleamed coldly in the moonlight, only inches from his throat. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, her fingers silently resting on the broken knife at her waist. She and Kwangsha locked eyes across the distance, their gazes clashing silently in the moonlight, as if undercurrents were surging. After a long while, Kwangsha slowly raised his totem-covered hand. Let them pass. The warriors immediately lowered their spears and retreated. Fang Yu rushed forward, kneeling beside the two, his fingers rapidly checking their vital signs. Lei Ming is just unconscious, his voice relaxed slightly, but tightened again when he turned to Yuan, but Yuan. His fingertips paused at Yuan's pale lips, where the breathing was so faint, it was almost imperceptible. The previous wound had worsened, the bandages were soaked in blood, sticking to her clothes. In the dim cave, the flickering torchlight reflected on the stone walls. Jiang Chen, Zhang Fengge, and Fan Yu were discussing something. Hai Tianqing nervously twisted her fingers, her sleeves crumpled from her rubbing. Are we really going to go to the tribe with them? She whispered, her eyes frequently glancing at the old tribe warriors at the cave entrance. Isn't this just walking into a trap? Zhou Yang leaned against a relatively clean rock wall. He glanced disdainfully at the thick layer of dust on the ground, but ultimately chose to remain standing. Hearing Hai Tianqing's words, he shook his head, the firelight illuminating his solemn profile. You think we can fly out now that we have the aircraft? The reflected flames danced on his fingertips. There are at least two factions lying in wait outside. Hai Tianqing kicked a pebble at her feet, unconvinced. We just sneaked out. Professor Norman may be strict, but the suspended tower wouldn't be. Stupid sparrow, Zhou Yang suddenly interrupted her, a spark popping from the fire in the cave. Didn't you see those Moses people with Norman? His voice was extremely low. They treat the people of the suspended tower like experimental subjects. Hai Tianqing suddenly fell silent. Memories flashed back to that dangerous night. She and Zhou Yang sneaked back to the vicinity of the temporary outpost, and witnessed the men in black using stun guns to drive away the people of the suspended tower. The familiar clothes were stained with blood, while the Moses men coldly recorded data, like observing animals in a cage. She unconsciously hugged her arms tighter, the fabric rustling softly against her skin. A cold wind blew in from the cave entrance, carrying the damp chill of the night. The flickering firelight cast long shadows on the uneven rock walls. Jiang Chen stared at the dancing flame, its orange-red light flashing in her dark eyes. Fang Yu adjusted his slightly slipped glasses, the lenses reflecting the firelight. The old people's tribe's leader is currently unconscious. This is the most chaotic time. His voice was soft, yet each word was clear. Although we don't know what this person is thinking, their attention can't possibly be entirely focused on us right now. We need to find a safe haven to regroup. As he spoke the last few words, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the outside of the cave, where Yuan lay still unconscious. Zhang Fengge's sharp eyes immediately locked onto Fang Yu. Fang Yu instinctively recognized the face, but his slender fingers trembled slightly, betraying his inner anxiety. Yuan's wounds required professional treatment, and the tribe certainly had better medical facilities. Little Jiang? Zhang Fengge noticed Jiang Chen's distraction, and called out again. The flickering firelight cast varying shadows on Jiang Chen's face. She blinked, quickly regaining her composure. Captain, her voice regained its usual calm, Hong Rui and Aya are still at the outpost. She picked up a dry twig, and drew a simple map on the ground. The Moses are definitely lying in wait. If we approach rashly, we'd be caught in their surveillance. In the firelight, her gaze swept over the silent totem warriors at the cave entrance. But these ancient people, their understanding of this land far exceeds our imagination. Jiang Chen looked up, the firelight flickering in her eyes. "I think we can use their strength to bring them out." Jiang Chen and her group silently followed Kuang Shu, traversing the vast primeval jungle. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their thick trunks entwined with wrist-thick vines, winding and coiling like giant pythons. The dense canopy intertwined high above, forming an impenetrable green dome, with only scattered moonlight filtering through the gaps, creating a dappled labyrinth of light and shadow on the ground. The air was thick with the damp scent of humus, mingled with a strange floral fragrance. Each step on the thick layer of fallen leaves produced a soft crunch, as if the entire forest were breathing. Occasionally, enormous ferns brushed against their arms, the serrated edges of their leaves leaving tiny scratches on their skin. Jiang Chen noticed that Kuang Shu was leading them along an almost invisible path. Only barely perceptible totem markings were etched on certain tree trunks, faintly visible beneath the moss. In some places, they had to squeeze sideways past several intertwined giant trees. In others, they had to tread on plank-like tree roots protruding from the ground. The calls of monkeys echoed overhead, their sounds difficult to pinpoint. Even more unsettling, among the branches of some ancient trees, the faint outlines of treehouses and watchtowers built by the local inhabitants suggested that this jungle was far more treacherous than it appeared. Jiang Chen's fingers unconsciously traced the outlines of a giant tree nearly 3 meters in diameter beside her. The deep grooves in its bark bore the marks of time. She suddenly understood why the old inhabitants were so dismissive of Moses' aerial patrols. In this living labyrinth, any modern technology seemed utterly inadequate. Chapter 236. After more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, Jiang Chen and his group finally crossed the last barrier of this primeval jungle. Morning mist flowed slowly through the forest, shrouding everything in a hazy veil. The distant sky gradually turned bluish-white, spreading across the dark blue sky like spilled milk. Just at this moment of transition between day and night, the dense forest ahead suddenly opened up. In the soft morning light, a breathtaking green fortress appeared before them. This miraculous structure, formed by the symbiosis of countless plants, resembled a forest temple straight out of ancient mythology. Dozens of dragon blood vines, as thick as ancient towers, intertwined, forming the main framework of the fortress. Amber-colored resin flowed from the surface of the vines, shimmering with a mysterious luster in the morning light. The outer walls of the fortress were entirely woven from breathing plants. Layers of moonlight fern leaves formed natural scales. The roots of the dragon's blood vine wriggled like living creatures, capable of altering the building's shape at any moment. Slight drag marks at the base suggest its ability to change position. Most astonishing are the strange plants known as sentinel vines, their slender tendrils suspended in the air like sensory organs, triggering an alarm throughout the entire structure at the slightest unauthorized approach. On certain parts of the building's surface, nutrient delivery systems resembling blood vessels are even visible, flowing with a faintly glowing green liquid. In the swirling morning mist, several enormous heavenly eye lotuses on the fortress's summit slowly open and close, their petals covered with pupil-like patterns, clearly monitoring all surrounding activity. The entire fortress resembled a slumbering green behemoth, exuding a primal and mysterious aura. Kuang Shu walked to the entrance, reaching out to stroke the trunk of one of the hemlocks. The totem patterns on the trunk immediately glowed faintly. The two trunks slowly parted, revealing a deep, dark passage within. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the scene before her, her fingers unconsciously loosening their grip on the broken sword at her waist. In the general education classes at the suspended tower, mutated plants were always presented as a threat to be eliminated. The distorted and grotesque images in the holographic projections were always accompanied by the teacher's stern warnings. But here, she was witnessing a scene of humans and mutated plants living in harmony. Ah! Hai Tianqing suddenly cried out in alarm. A dark red vine had somehow wrapped around her calf, its sharp thorns already piercing her skin, drawing droplets of blood. Zhou Yang reacted swiftly, his mutated claws flashed with a cold light, instantly severing the vine. But the severed vine, as if alive, began to writhe violently, dozens of sharp, poisonous thorns suddenly sprouting from the break, lunging towards Zhou Yang's face. In a flash, Jiang Chen grabbed the vine. Surprisingly, the ferocious vine obediently wrapped around her arm, and the poisonous thorns slowly retracted. Jiang Chen, be careful. Hai Tianqing, oblivious to this subtle change, ignored the wound on her leg and shouted urgently. It's all right. Jiang Chen, with her back to the others, slightly tightened her fingers, and the vine snapped. She turned to face Kuang Shu, her voice as cold as ice. Is this your way of treating guests? Kuang Shu's face, covered in totems, revealed no emotion. He simply raised a hand in acknowledgement. Soon, several servants approached carrying jars of a viscous, luminous green liquid. Drink this, Kwang Shu's voice was hoarse but calm. It will temporarily make the plants recognize you as one of their own. His eyebrows rose slightly, but remember, you must take it on time. Jiangchen took the jar. The liquid inside glowed eerily in the sunlight. She noticed that the surrounding vines did indeed retreat after the liquid appeared. What if this stuff is poison? Hai Tianqing stared warily at the jar of eerily glowing liquid. A hint of mockery appeared on Kwang Shu's face, which was covered in totem patterns. We have shown our sincerity. He slowly leaned on his wooden cane. Believe it or not, it's your choice. I try. Fang Yu suddenly stepped forward, his eyes behind his glasses resolute. He turned to Jiang Chen and nodded solemnly. My healing ability has a rejection reaction to toxins. Jiang Chen looked up at him, understanding the unspoken intention in his eyes. She remembered what Chen Yimo had once said. In the Valken Legion, only by proving one's worth can one better survive. And as people who had only joined forces halfway through their journey, his current choice was to demonstrate their sincerity. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Fengge out of the corner of her eye. He nodded slightly, and Jiang Chen handed him the jar. Under the tense gazes of everyone, Fang Yu tilted his head back and drank the potion in one gulp. The moment the liquid entered his mouth, his brows immediately furrowed. It was a strange taste, a mixture of the bitterness of grass and a certain spicy stimulant. He could clearly feel the liquid flowing down his esophagus, then rapidly spreading throughout his limbs, like a living thing. Jiang Chen casually plucked a wriggling, mutated vine and slowly approached Fang Yu. Surprisingly, the once ferocious vine merely wrapped itself gently around his fingers, caressing them like a pet, showing no sign of attack. Effective. Fang Yu flexed his fingers, confirming there was no discomfort. But the effect should be temporary. He keenly noticed that the healing blue light emanating from his fingertips resonated subtly with the potion, forming a thin, protective layer beneath his skin. Everyone took the potion one after another, except for the jar in Jiang Chen's hand, which remained untouched. I think you all need to wash yourselves thoroughly now. Kwang Shu's gaze swept over their combat uniforms, stained with blood and plant sap, finally settling on Jiang Chen. Hai Tianqing looked down at his sticky sleeves and eagerly asked, where to wash? Kwang Shu nodded slightly, and several attendants immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Zhang Fengge took a few steps, then realized Jiang Chen hadn't followed. He turned to look and saw her standing in front of Kwang Shu, a silent standoff between them. Jiang Chen gently shook her head, gesturing for him to leave first. Zhang Fengge hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and left. Once everyone was out of sight, Jiang Chen handed the unopened potion back to Kwang Shu. Kwang Shu's face, covered in totem patterns, showed no surprise, only a knowing glint in his eyes. I noticed it the moment you grabbed that vine. Kwang Shu's voice was hoarse and low. He took the potion container, his withered fingers gently stroking the inside. We lived in symbiosis with these plants for generations. Their slightest changes don't escape our notice. Chapter 237. You're curious about why you changed like this? Jiang Chen raised her eyes, meeting Kwang Shu's gaze. Kwang Shu stared into those beautiful black eyes, a meaningful expression appearing on his face, which was covered in totems. You find the answer here, the old man said softly, his voice like an ancient echo. After speaking, he leaned on his totem-carved wooden staff and slowly walked towards the green living castle. Following the attendants to the rest area, Jiang Chen discovered it was a space naturally formed by ancient vines and trees. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The rest area Kwang Shu had arranged for them was much more comfortable than expected. 3 separate rooms surrounded a spacious meeting hall. Zhou Yang had just finished washing up. He looked at his clothes with some disgust, frowning as he tugged at his rough animal hide clothing, which still retained a faint fishy smell, making him feel uncomfortable. He had just dried his hair with a towel made of vine fibers when Jiang Chen walked in. Zhou Yang, where is everyone else? Jiang Chen asked, looking around. Hai Tianqing is so sleepy her eyelids are drooping, Zhou Yang said, pointing to the next room, probably fast asleep by now. Captain Zhang, and that Fang Yu from Valken said they went to some treatment room to check on the wounded. Okay. Jiang Chen replied briefly, turning to leave. Jiang. Zhou Yang instinctively reached out, wanting to say, don't you want to rest? Seeing Jiang Chen again, he felt she was constantly on edge. However, only Jiang Chen's receding figure remained in the corridor. Jiang Chen stopped a passing servant. Excuse me, where are the 2 wounded men who came with me? The servant glanced at her, bowed respectfully, and gestured for her to proceed. After passing through several corridors naturally formed by glowing vines, he stopped before a door woven from giant fern leaves. Jiangchen pushed open the door, and a strong smell of herbs immediately filled the air. Inside the room, Zhang Fengge and Fang Yu were standing beside a rattan bed, while in the corner, an unfamiliar, hunched old man was organizing a medicine chest. The old man's long, gray hair was greasy and stuck to his forehead, and his hands, covered in age spots, were stained with suspicious dirt. Jiangchen approached. Yuan's complexion had regained some color, and he lay on the bed breathing steadily. But looking around, Lian Wu was nowhere to be seen. Where is Lian Wu? Jiangchen's body tensed instantly. Zhang Fengge stood up, his broad hand gently resting on her shoulder. In the special treatment room. His voice was steady and strong. I just checked, she's safe. Jiangchen's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. She trusted Zhang Fengge's judgment. Her gaze shifted to the gray-robed elder. He noticed someone watching him, paused for a moment, but didn't look up. His hands, covered in age spots, trembled as he stuffed a bottle of medicine into a box, black grime still lingering under his fingernails. This is the physician said by the old people. Fang Yu pushed up his glasses, in charge of Lian Wu and Yuan's treatment. He added in a low voice, I checked the medication, it's fine. Before Fang Yu could finish, the physician suddenly coughed violently, his hunched back arching like a shrimp. He wiped his mouth haphazardly with his sleeve, silently picked up his medicine box, and walked out. As he passed Jiangchen, she smelled a pungent odor of decaying herbs mixed with body odor. Jiangchen watched him leave, her gaze returning to Yuan. She was still somewhat worried. I go check on Lian Wu. Her pale face was particularly noticeable in the dim light, with faint dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Fengge stepped forward, his broad hand gently pressing on her shoulder. Go rest. His voice was deep and firm. Your condition needs adjustment, that's an order. Jiangchen opened her mouth to say something, but stopped when she saw the unyielding look in Zhang Fengge's eyes. Their captain rarely issued orders. This was a serious expression she rarely saw. Okay. Jiangchen gently pushed open the door next door, and saw Hai Tianqing already curled up asleep on the soft animal skin bed. The girl's face still bore traces of fatigue. Jiangchen put the blanket she had kicked to the floor back over her. The things Hai Ti and I had said were still in her backpack. She hadn't had a chance to give them to her yet. She didn't know how Hai Tianqing would react when she saw them, but she knew she had to face it. She tiptoed to another bed, running her hand over the soft fur covering the sheets. The hides exuded a warm, sun-kissed scent that unconsciously relaxed her. As she lay back, Jiangchen noticed several pale blue sleeping flowers hanging overhead, their petals swaying gently with her breathing, releasing a calming fragrance. This rare, mutated plant could sense human brainwaves and automatically regulate the secretion of calming substances. Soothed by the floral scent, Jiangchen's tense nerves gradually relaxed. But her fingers unconsciously traced the broken knife at her waist, as if prepared to face any potential danger. Jiangchen tossed and turned on the soft animal hide bed, the mysteries of the bunker coiling around her thoughts like vines. Even the calming scent of the sleeping flowers seemed unable to soothe the turmoil within her. She recalled the scene she saw in Dr. He Hui's consciousness. The ark carrying Earth's immigrants traversing the Sea of Stars, finally arriving at Eden. If her original self was also on that ark, why did her memory abruptly cease the moment she lost consciousness? What happened afterward that caused her to awaken in this unfamiliar body? Even more perplexing was the secret of this body itself. The experimental subject Jiangchen mentioned by the artificial intelligence Alice when leaving the bunker was no coincidence. This body's perfect compatibility with the black water, its strange affinity with the mutated plants, and the black runes that had appeared and disappeared behind her. Jiangchen gently turned over, fragments of light filtering through the vines, casting dappled shadows on her face. She recalled Melina's agonizing struggle. Even the old tribe chief couldn't withstand the modified black water, yet this body could coexist perfectly with it. Even stranger, the old tribe clearly lacked superpowers, yet she could develop new ones. These contradictory clues tangled in her mind, like the crisscrossing metal pipes in the bunker. Jiangchen unconsciously touched her shoulder, where similar totem patterns to Kuang Shua's face had once appeared. The plant's special reactions to her in this green fortress, Kuang Shua's meaningful words, all hinted at some unknown connection between her and the old tribe. But her current physical appearance and displayed superpowers were closer to what the old tribe called the alien race. Outside the window, a luminous vine quietly climbed the window frame, emitting a faint blue glow. Jiangchen gazed at the soft halo, and in a daze, she saw again the bodies immersed in culture medium in the bunker's laboratory. She seemed to be able to see He Hui's focused, indifferent eyes through the culture medium in these glass chambers. He Hui wasn't dead, she was absolutely certain of it. She was perhaps now in some corner of Eden, silently observing everything, and all of them might be part of her experiment. Jiang Chen's peripheral vision fell on a corner of a black metal box peeking out of her backpack. The image of Chen Yimo's warm hand shielding her face flashed through her mind. She would definitely give the thing to pay due. She closed her eyes. Chapter 238. Jiang Chen's dream suddenly plunged into a blinding white light. "Who are you?" she heard her own childish voice ask. The boy standing before her was about 14 years old, covered in wounds, his black combat uniform soaked in dark red blood, as if he had just crawled out of hell. He wore a dark silver metal mask, revealing only a pair of jet-black eyes. Those eyes felt strangely familiar to young Jiang Chen. The boy didn't answer, but suddenly grabbed her wrist and dragged her outside. His palm was burning hot, sticky with blood, yet his grip was extremely tight, as if he had grasped at the last hope. A sharp alarm suddenly tore through the air, and red lights flashed wildly in the corridor. Several people in white protective suits burst through the door, carrying sedatives and restraint devices. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The boy shielded Jiang Chen behind him, but more guards surged in from all directions. "Don't be afraid." The boy's voice came through the mask, hoarse and suppressed. But the next second, a tall figure attacked from behind, the syringe plunging deep into the boy's nape. His body convulsed violently, his dark pupils contracted sharply, yet he still gripped Jiang Chen's hand tightly until the drug fully took effect, forcing his fingers to loosen one by one before he finally collapsed. The personnel in protective suits dragged the unconscious boy away, his metal mask slipping off in the struggle, revealing a pale, blood-stained face. Jiang Chen wanted to see his face clearly, but the dream shattered at that moment. She awoke with a start, cold sweat soaking her back. The sleeping flower still bloomed quietly above her head, but her heart pounded like a drum, as if she were still trapped in that distant laboratory. Who was that boy? And why? Why was she dreaming of these scenes she had never experienced before? Jiang Chen quietly got up. Hai Tianqing was still fast asleep, his breathing even and long. Outside the window, dusk had fallen, and the fluorescent vines emitted a faint blue glow in the darkness. She silently pushed open the door, and found a familiar figure sitting alone in the conference room. "Captain Zhang?" Jiang Chen called softly. Zhang Fengde looked up at the sound of her voice. Audiovisual materials sent by Hai Tianai were playing in front of him. He gestured for Jiang Chen to sit down. "Awake? Eat something first." Several simple dishes were laid out on the table, roasted root vegetables, and some kind of dried meat. During their escape, it was common to go without food, but now, after a nap, Jiang Chen realized she was starving. She mechanically stuffed the food into her mouth, finding it tasteless. "Xiao Jiang," Zhang Fengde suddenly spoke, his deep voice exceptionally clear in the darkness. "Where's that metal bottle?" Jiang Chen paused, then retrieved the metal bottle Hai Tianai had set from deep within his backpack. The bottle gleamed with a cold, silvery light under the glowing grass. "And the bunker's crate," Zhang Fengde reminded him, his gaze sharpening. When Jiang Chen placed the two items side by side on the table, both of them gasped. Under the eerie blue glow, the identical textures of the two items were clearly visible. Even more chilling, when they were close together, they emitted a faint resonance, as if echoing each other. Zhang Fengde's gaze gently traced the metal surface, his brow furrowing deeper. "This bioalloy. I never seen it in the suspended tower." Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly in the eerie blue fluorescence. "He hui," she murmured softly, her voice icy cold. Fragments of memories from the bunker flooded back. When He Hui's consciousness took over her body, she had personally retrieved that silver box. Now, thinking back, it was no accident. Jiang Chen was now certain that the contents of this metal bottle came from XT006, and it likely contained a substance similar to Experiment Subject 9. But judging from He Hui's consciousness, the key to Experiment Subject 9's formation lay in the red python serving as a breeding ground, and the bunker's inhabitants' embryos infused with the blood and marrow of the old inhabitants. But now the red serpent is long extinct, and the bunkerman's embryo is gone. So how did He Hui manage to create the things on XT006? Tianai was able to get this. Zhang Fengde's voice interrupted her thoughts. Which means he's infiltrated the core of He Hui's laboratory. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something else. His fingers tapped heavily on the table. We must meet Hong Rui as soon as possible and head to my Soja. Jiang Chen nodded mechanically, her gaze drifting to the window. Fluorescent vines meandered in the darkness, swaying gently like living things. Meeting Hong Rui and leaving Xuria would require the help of these old inhabitants. Quang Shu's excessive friendliness always made her uneasy. This breathing fortress, these strange mutated plants, and that taciturn doctor. Chapter 239. Hui Chuan stared intently at Soren's corpse, the thin, hair-like wound starkly visible on his pale neck. Soren's wide eyes still held the shock of his dying moments, as if he couldn't believe he had died here. Kuang Shua's aged gaze swept over Hui Chuan's tense shoulders, his voice as still as an ancient well. You knew Soren was loyal to Melina, yet you still insisted on telling him about the underground palace. He leaned on his wooden cane and slowly stepped forward, the vine-covered ground undulating slightly with his footsteps. Now that the leader is unconscious, he will naturally seek revenge on those people. Hui Chuan's neck veins bulged, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Melina was a child she had watched grow up, always cautious and steady. How could she have suffered such severe injuries? And Jiang Chen from the bunker walked out of the underground palace unharmed. How could this not arouse her suspicion? Kuang Shou. Hui Chuan's voice suddenly rose, echoing in the empty hall. Have you forgotten the crimes those bunker people committed against us? Her fingertips dug deeply into her palms, drawing blood. Why had she taken in these executioners? Kuang Shu's face, covered in totems, revealed no emotion, only his gray eyes narrowed slightly. The eerie light of the fluorescent moss illuminated his totem-covered face, making the black lines seem to come alive in the dim light. Hatred blinds the eyes. Kuang Shu's voice was soft, yet it struck Hui Chuan's heart like a hammer blow. Hui Chuan, you should know better than anyone our mission here. Hui Chuan's body stiffened abruptly, the anger in her eyes extinguished as if doused with cold water. Her clenched fist slowly loosened, her fingertips still trembling slightly. They did indeed have a more important mission, and their purpose in venturing into the bunker was far more than just revenge. Take his body away. Kuang Shu turned to Soren's remains, his voice calm to the point of coldness. Every old kin deserves their final resting place. Two totem warriors silently stepped forward, gently wrapping Soren's pale, stiff body in a white shroud that exuded the scent of herbs. Their movements were devout and solemn, as if performing some sacred ritual. The ancient runes embroidered on the shroud shimmered faintly in the fluorescent light, appearing and disappearing with the movement of the fabric. As the body was lifted, a drop of dark red blood fell to the ground, instantly absorbed by the wriggling vines. The plants throughout the hall seemed to become more vibrant at that moment, the vines on the walls silently extended, as if paying a final tribute to the deceased. Jiang Chen's gaze followed the strange doctor's every move. His back was hunched, his hands, covered in age spots, trembled as he unwrapped the bandages from Lian Wu's wounds, yet his movements were surprisingly precise. While changing the dressing, his fingertips trembled involuntarily occasionally, but each touch to the wound was as light as a feather. As the doctor shakily packed his medicine kit, a medicine bottle rolled out of his trembling hand. Jiang Chen silently approached, bent down to pick up the bottle, and handed it to him. Your things. The doctor recoiled like a startled beast. He frantically extended his scarred and calloused hand, suspicious black stains still lingering under his fingernails. In the instant he took the bottle, Jiang Chen noticed a strange mark on the inside of his wrist. Like an old branding wound, its shape as regular as some kind of number. He bowed his head, nodded quickly in thanks, and then hurried away, the hem of his white robe trailing on the ground with a rustling sound, quickly swallowed by the writhing vines in the corridor. Jiang Chen. A weak but clear voice came from behind. Jiang Chen turned around, and saw that Lian Wu had opened her eyes. Although her face was still pale, the light in her eyes finally put her mind at ease. Awake? Jiang Chen's voice came from beside her, holding a bowl of steaming liquid food. Where is this? Lian Wu's voice was a little hoarse. The old people's mobile fortress. Hearing the words old people, Lian Wu's body visibly stiffened, her fingers unconsciously gripping the sheets. Jiang Chen took in her reaction and calmly added, Soren has been killed by me. She said it casually, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Lian Wu looked up sharply, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This girl she had secretly followed since entering the suspended tower, who had always been her shadow. Jiang Chen, like any other girl who entered the suspended tower, diligently attended classes and worked conscientiously. She remembered the first time she met Jiang Chen. She had been sleepless all night worrying about Meng Jiyu's infection, and had been constantly inquiring about her ever since. But they all knew that Meng Jiyu was merely a pawn placed beside her by the commander to divert attention from Jiang Chen. Once she was no longer useful, she would be discarded. Lian Wu's throat tightened. She suddenly realized that the Jiang Chen before her, calmly handing her food, was completely different from the girl she remembered. This change wasn't a sudden metamorphosis, but rather like vines quietly climbing a wall, completed without anyone noticing. A strange chill crept up Lian Wu's spine. What's wrong? Jiang Chen, didn't notice Lianwu's inner turmoil. She saw that Lianwu's wounds had mostly healed, leaving only faint pink scars. The speed of recovery was astonishing. It seemed the strange doctor hadn't tampered with anything. But Jiang Chen couldn't help thinking, if she had the suspended tower's latest biodressing, those wounds could have healed even better. When she returned to the suspended tower, she would definitely buy some dressings from the black market. It's alright, Lianwu sat up, finally taking the food from her hand. You can't go back to the suspended tower. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and her brows furrowed slightly. Lianwu's words exploded in her mind, like a muffled thunderclap. What? Jiang Chen asked instinctively in surprise. Although she didn't know how Professor Norman and the Moose Company had gotten involved, it didn't mean she couldn't even return to the suspended tower. After all, Norman was just a teacher there. She had already completed all her general education courses this year, and she planned to use the city guard's reward to customize a personalized course for herself. Although I don't know the reason, before I left the tower, Wan Xianliang specifically told me. Lianwu's body was clearly still not fully recovered, so much so that she had to stop and catch her breath after every few words, no matter what happens. Don't let you go back to the suspended tower. Teacher Wan? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. If Wan Xianliang was relaying the message, then it must be Zhou Jingming's intention. But what exactly happened that prevented her from even returning to the suspended tower? Okay, I understand. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Lianwu's breathing gradually calmed, and she fell asleep again. Outside the window, the light and shadow cast by the fluorescent vines flickered on the wall. From her forced hasty departure to what happened today, Jiang Chen was even more certain that Zhou Jingming must know the secret of this body. She had to find a suitable opportunity to find out. Chapter 240. Melina, want to see me? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, as he looked at the messenger. They had been in this mobile green fortress for 3 days, but Kuang Shu and the others hadn't come to find them. Whether Melina had awakened was the fortress's most closely guarded secret. After the messenger bowed and withdrew, Jiang Chen followed the directions through an archway naturally formed by fluorescent vines. As he went deeper, the surrounding plants became increasingly strange. Vines on the walls intertwined into intricate totem patterns, and the floor was covered with a moss carpet that changed color with each step. The reception hall's doors were formed naturally from 2 enormous hemlocks, their trunks engraved with glowing runes. The moment he pushed open the door, Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. The entire hall was like a living work of art. The dome was composed of countless transparent, thin, cicada wing-like ice crystals, refracting sunlight into a rainbow of colors. The vines on the walls pulsed rhythmically, as if breathing. The ground was covered in a special kind of flowering moss, bursting forth with tiny, fluorescent blossoms with every step. Melina sat regally on the main throne, a living plant that had grown directly from the ground. Her pale face contrasted sharply with the vibrant surroundings, and most strikingly, the black totems that had once covered her face were completely gone. Hui Chuan stood to her left, his leather armor gleaming eerily. Kuang Shu stood to her right, the crystals on his staff reflecting the light from the dome. When Jiang Chen stepped in, all the vines subtly changed their swaying frequency, as if conveying some kind of message. Most unsettling was the wall behind Melina. Composed of countless tiny Venus flytraps, each rhythmically opening and closing, revealing sharp, serrated structures within. They writhed in sync with Melina's breathing, like a group of loyal guards. Melina's cat-eyed pupils narrowed slightly, her scrutinizing gaze sweeping over Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen met her gaze calmly, and the silent confrontation between them seemed to freeze the air in the hall. They both knew. In the bunker, Jiang Chen had briefly invaded Melina's consciousness through the black liquid connection at the wound on her neck. At that time, Melina's reaction speed far exceeded expectations. She erected a mental barrier almost instantly, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat quickly. Now, seeing each other again, this unspoken secret was laid bare in their eye contact. The box. Kuang Shu's hoarse voice broke the silence. The moment Jiang Chen took the silver metal box from his backpack, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from behind the wall of Venus flytraps behind Melina. Countless tiny, tooth-like leaves opened and closed simultaneously, instantly filling the air with a cloyingly sweet fragrance. Jiang Chen's ears twitched slightly, and she hesitated for half a second before pushing the box out. What's wrong? Zhang Fengge keenly noticed her unusual expression, and asked in a low voice. Nothing. Jiang Chen shook her head, placing the box in front of her with a normal expression. But her peripheral vision remained fixed on the restless plant wall. The rhythmic opening and closing of the Venus flytrap sounded like the breathing of some animal. Jiangchen placed the metal box steadily on the central stone platform, making a dull thud. As agreed, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Her voice was neither humble nor arrogant, resonating subtly in the quiet hall. Hu Chuan's gaze shot towards her like a poisoned arrow, but Jiangchen neither flinched nor avoided it, her back ramrod straight. A tense atmosphere hung heavy in the air. Kwang Shua's totem-covered fingers tapped lightly on his wooden cane, while Melina leaned forward slightly. Both remained in a suffocating silence. Only the Venus flytraps rustled restlessly. Jiangchen stood in the center of the reception room. Her observations over the past few days had convinced her. The old citizen's attitude towards this box was intriguing. Despite having agreed to numerous demands and treating them like prisoners, no one dared to truly take possession during each handover. Even within the heart of the fortress, they allowed this important item to remain in the hands of outsiders. The only explanation was clear. The contents of the box contained a dangerous power that even the old citizen struggled to control. Like the mysteriously vanished totem on Melina's face, like those restless Venus flytraps. This realization made Jiangchen's fingertips linger on the lock of the box, a thoughtful expression on her face. The deal is done, Melina finally broke the silence, her voice more hoarse than expected. Her pale fingers unconsciously traced the vines twining around the throne armrest. But before that, her cat-eyed pupils locked onto the metal box. I need you to open it in the right place. Sparrow, what are you doing sneaking around like that? Zhou Yang frowned, watching Hai Tianqing's stealthy movements. He was worried about her, so he followed. Jiangchen and the others disappeared early this morning, Hai Tianqing said, wandering aimlessly through the maze-like fortress like a headless fly. This godforsaken place doesn't even have a signpost. Although the old inhabitants didn't outwardly restrict their freedom, there were plenty of spies lurking in the shadows. Hai Tianqing struggled to shake off the watchful servants, but this moving green maze was far too complex, and she quickly lost her way. Someone's coming. Zhou Yang suddenly warned in a low voice. Damn it, there's nowhere to hide around here. Hai Tianqing looked around frantically. Without a word, Zhou Yang instantly transformed, his strong arms grabbing her waist and lightly leaping her into the dense vines overhead. Just as they were hidden, two totem warriors carried past a shroud covered in ancient runes. What's that? Hai Tianqing asked in a whisper. A corpse, Zhou Yang answered succinctly. Where are they taking it? Zhou Yang shook his head, gesturing for her to be quiet. After the soldiers had gone, Hai Tianqing complained softly, You can put me down now, you were holding me too tight. Wait. Zhou Yang had just loosened his grip when suddenly footsteps approached again. He immediately tightened his arms, pulling Hai Tianqing deeper into the vines. Ah! A soft cry suddenly came from within the vines. In the corridor, the soldiers carrying the corpses suddenly stopped and looked around. Did you hear anything? One soldier asked impatiently. Stop being so paranoid, hurry up. There are still over a dozen bodies waiting to be moved. If we delay any longer, he whispered, I can't go to that place after dark. The two quickened their pace, their heavy footsteps fading into the distance. The place where Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang had been hiding was now empty. Chapter 241. A suitable location? Jiangchen raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fixed on Melina. Melina didn't answer immediately, but instead turned her gaze to Kwang Shua. A hint of solemnity flashed across the old man's face, which was covered in totems, and he nodded slightly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the servants in the reception room silently withdrew. Even the restless Venus flytraps quieted down. Jiang Chun and Zhang Fengge exchanged a glance. In that brief exchange, they reached a silent consensus. Every step from now on required utmost caution. Melina slowly rose from the vine throne, a simple movement that caused her to sway slightly. Hu Chuan immediately reached out to help her, but was stopped by a sharp look from her. She stubbornly straightened her back, but her pale face and slightly trembling fingers betrayed her weakness. Jiangchen, Melina's voice was hoarser than expected, come here. Jiangchen stepped forward, and Zhang Fengge instinctively followed. Wait. Kwang Shua's wooden cane suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Fengge, the crystal at the tip gleaming coldly. Only she can go in alone. Jiangchen glanced back at Zhang Fengge, giving a barely perceptible nod. Her fingertips lightly tapped the broken knife at her waist, producing a crisp metallic sound, as if conveying some kind of coded signal. Zhang Fengge understood and took a half step back, but her muscles remained tense, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The plant wall behind Melina silently parted, revealing a deep passage. The fluorescent vines on both sides of the passage automatically lit up, illuminating the unknown darkness ahead. Jiangchen, carrying a special box, stepped into the passage, a damp, sweet-smelling scent hitting her. The passage suddenly opened up. A huge natural cave appeared before them, with luminous stalactites hanging from the ceiling, casting a cold, eerie blue light. The ground was covered with fine, crystalline gravel, making a soft rustling sound with each step. In the center of the cave was a deep pool shimmering with a blood-red light. The water was viscous like blood plasma, with strange bubbles rising to the surface from time to time. On a stone platform beside the pool, coiled up a mutated python, its entire body a deep crimson. Jiang Chen's steps abruptly halted, her pupils slightly contracting. The giant red python before her instantly reminded her of the scene she had seen in He Hui's consciousness. Except this one was clearly still in its juvenile stage, several times smaller than the one in the bunker, yet it still exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Each scale of the red python was like meticulously forged blood-red metal, gleaming coldly in the eerie blue light of the stalactites on the cave ceiling. Even more eerie, each scale was etched with intricate black runes, the patterns flickering with the red python's breath, flowing as if alive. As the group approached, the giant python slowly raised its triangular head, its golden vertical pupils narrowing to slits in the darkness, its icy gaze sweeping over everyone with palpable intensity. Jiang Chen noticed Melina, and Kuang Shou and Huichuan immediately placed their hands on their chests, kneeling reverently on one knee, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The red python's forked tongue hissed, searching the air for the presence of strangers. The crystal gravel beneath it crunched under its weight, the scattered bones emitting a teeth-grinding creak as they moved. Jiang Chen's fingers unconsciously tightened, the edge of the metal box digging painfully into his palm. Because she could clearly see several human-shaped bulges faintly visible on the red python's belly, as if it had swallowed something undigested. Scattered beneath it were many white bones, some still clinging to partially decayed flesh. The pool water suddenly churned violently, and the red python's body tensed. Jiang Chen then noticed that at the bottom of the pool were more than a dozen objects wrapped in shrouds. Through the murky blood water, human-shaped outlines were vaguely visible floating within. Melina's voice came softly from the shadows. "You're surprised?" Jiang Chen quickly concealed the shock in her eyes, maintaining a calm facade. Melina was unaware that she had seen this creature through Dr. He Hui's consciousness. Indeed, Jiang Chen said calmly, the ancient texts of the suspended tower record this ancient blood python. Although the information is scarce, it clearly states that they are extinct. She explained calmly. This is our symbiotic master. Huichuan, unusually kind to Jiang Chen, earnestly reminded her. Melina gazed at the coiled blood python, a complex expression on her face. The war with the bunker inhabitants had severely weakened the old ones. Their most devastating loss was the disappearance of their ancestral symbiotic master. This young python had hatched from the only egg left by the giant python, and had grown to its current size after decades of nurturing. But this was far from enough. Jiang Chen, Melina's cat-eye pupils gleamed strangely in the darkness. You should already understand that the key to our ability to control mutated creatures lies in our ability to contain the black water. Her fingers gently traced the red python's scales, and the black runes immediately glowed with a dark red light. Jiang Chen unconsciously took a half-step back. She understood the symbiotic relationship between the old ones and the mutated swarm. But the fanaticism burning in Melina's eyes sent a chill down her spine, an almost religious obsession. But now? Melina's voice suddenly lowered. This symbiote is too weak, and our power has been greatly weakened. She suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen. So what you need to do is not just open this box. The air in the cave seemed to freeze. The surface of the blood pool began to churn unnaturally, rising with eerie black bubbles. You must find those scattered powers. Melina's voice suddenly rose, echoing between the cave walls. Only by reclaiming those lost powers can we reclaim the world that originally belonged to us. We. Jiang Chen raised his gaze, unable to escape, to look at Melina before him. Chapter 242. I don't understand what you're talking about, Jiang Chen said calmly. I think our time is running out. Where is this suitable place you mentioned? The totem on your body is only temporarily gone, Melina's hoarse voice echoed in the cave, but it can never change the mark in your blood. She raised her hand, and the red python known as the symbiotic master suddenly raised its head, its golden vertical pupils locking onto Jiang Chen. Melina suddenly closed her eyes, her lips moving silently. In an instant, the crimson python pounced on Jiang Chen like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Chen's reaction was lightning fast. The black gold broken blade flashed out instantly, drawing a sharp arc in the air. The blade clashed with the python's scales, sparking dazzling sparks. Hiss. The python hissed in pain, its golden vertical pupils shrinking to thin slits. Its thick tail swept across, and Jiang Chen barely dodged it with a backflip, the tip of the blade leaving a trail of sparks on the ground. Just as the giant python lunged again, Jiang Chen seized the opening, her blade aimed straight for its vital spot. But at the last moment, she jerked her wrist, the blade narrowly grazing the python's scales. Jiang Chen stared in astonishment at her own hand, unable to understand why she had hesitated at that moment. In that instant of hesitation, the giant python suddenly coiled around her waist. The edge of its scales grazed her wrist. Blood gushed out, spreading a glaring crimson in the dark red pool. Jiang Chen felt a wave of dizziness. The cold, foul-smelling liquid instantly overwhelmed her vision. In the final moment before sinking into darkness, a burning pain suddenly shot through her shoulder blade. The long-lost black runes were resurfacing from the depths of her bone marrow, gleaming eerily in the water. Every inch of Jiang Chen's skin felt like it was being scorched by flames. The excruciating pain deep within her bones almost suffocated her. This heart-wrenching agony was cruelly confirming the truth she had always refused to face. Fragments of memory flashed before her eyes, like a revolving lantern. The images of the bunker dwellers in Huey's laboratory, twisted and crumbling under the corrosive influence of the black water. Melina's words when she stormed the bunker, only the blood of the old people could withstand the black water. All the clues now connected into a clear trajectory. The crimson runes in the water were spreading across her skin, perfectly matching the patterns on the red python scales. Jiang Chen's consciousness began to blur. In a daze, she saw a strange figure reflected in the red python's pupils. That person's face was covered with the exact same black runes as those on her body. Standing in the conference hall, Zhang Fengge frowned, looking at the closed wall. The sudden appearance of the soldier beside him made his heart sink for some unknown reason. What the hell is this place? Hai Tianqing rubbed his aching elbow as he got up, his clothes covered in fragments of fluorescent moss. Zhou Yang retracted his mutated arm and took a miniature searchlight from his tactical belt. The moment the cold white beam of light illuminated, a shocking scene unfolded. The fluorescent grass throughout the space seemed to awaken, lighting up one after another, its eerie blue light rippling like water, illuminating this hidden circular space. Hai Tianqing's mouth involuntarily gaped open. Before him lay a massive spiral-shaped library, dozens of bookshelves naturally woven from living vines arranged radially, each neatly stacked with various ancient books. Good heavens! Zhou Yang's searchlight swept across the nearest bookshelf. The books' bindings were bizarre. Some were sewn from animal hides, some were pressed from tree sap, and some were even bound with the wings of some kind of insect. Even in the suspended tower, he had never seen such strange and varied books. He randomly pulled out a booklet wrapped in snakeskin. The yellowed pages read, Survival Guide to the Old District 1, Snaketail Grass, Leaves with Thorns along the edges, Sap is poisonous. Those poisoned experience a sudden rise in body temperature, but can resist extreme cold. Two-headed deer blood has a hypnotic effect. When drawing blood, one must. Hai Tianqing leaned closer and found the records chaotic and the handwriting varied, as if different tribes from different eras had casually jotted down survival techniques. There was no structure, and it was extremely rough. Some pages even had dried plant specimens stuck to them, with usage instructions and warnings hastily marked beside them. Look at this. Hai Tianqing suddenly pointed to a hidden compartment, where several scrolls of bamboo slips bound with red vines lay. The moment she touched it, the vines suddenly wriggled, revealing sharp, poisonous thorns. Didn't they say that drinking that potion would prevent attacks? Hai Tianqing quickly withdrew her hand, muttering in dissatisfaction. Zhou Yang scoffed, Do you think these old folks are as simple-minded as you? He quickly skimmed through the book in his hand. This kind of classified information must have special authorization. Hai Tianqing had no interest in these ancient books. She wandered around aimlessly without finding anything, then strolled back to Zhou Yang's side. How did we get here? We were just in the corridor. Zhou Yang, rapidly flipping through a new leather notebook, didn't even look up. I'd been observing for several days. His fingers slid rapidly across the yellowed pages. This fortress not only moves externally, but its internal structure is also constantly changing. Zhou Yang closed the leather notebook, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just like the ebb and flow of tides, the activity of these mutated plants also follows a cycle. His fingertips tapped lightly on the bookshelf. As long as we grasp the patterns, finding the exit won't be difficult. Hai Tianqing nodded, seemingly understanding, and unconsciously rubbed her arms. Then let's hurry and find a way. She always felt this library was excessively cold and eerie. The shadows cast by the fluorescent plants seemed to writhe with life. No rush, Zhou Yang calmly put the notebook back. Based on my observation, a new passage won't appear for at least several hours. His gaze suddenly fell on a dark, dusty notebook, the words District 12 faintly visible on the cover. District 12? Zhou Yang murmured thoughtfully. When he was captured and brought to the Old People's Tribe, he vaguely remembered that this was District 12. Just as his fingers were about to touch the notebook, dozens of sharp, poisonous thorns suddenly sprang forth from the bookshelf. Watch out! Hai Tianqing's exclamation pierced the silent library. Zhou Yang, however, curled into a cold smile. Don't forget. His right arm instantly transformed, a sharp bone blade precisely deflecting the incoming thorns. We are superhumans. The bone blade clashed with the thorns, producing a crisp, metallic sound. Chapter 243. Hai Tianqing sat with her knees drawn up beside the vine-woven bookshelf, her gaze following Zhou Yang's movements through the library. His expression grew increasingly serious, his slender fingers rapidly flipping through ancient books, pausing occasionally to take notes, sometimes frowning in deep thought. Time slipped away silently in the flickering light of the fluorescent grass. She knew that Zhou Yang, like Jiang Chen, possessed an unyielding stubbornness that wouldn't give up until he hit a wall. Once he grasped a clue, he would relentlessly pursue it to the end. Hai Tianqing sighed softly, and simply curled up against the bookshelf. The fatigue of the past few days washed over her like a tide, and she unconsciously closed her eyes. In her hazy state, Hai Tianqing seemed to return to her days at the suspended tower. In the morning light, she and Jiang Chen hurried through the layers of tall buildings to reach the classroom, always followed by the incessantly chattering Zhou Yang. After school, she often pestered Jiang Chen to go to District 11 with her, sometimes training with her brother and Jiang Chen, and then pestering her brother to buy her strange and unusual things, since the suspended tower's nights were full of unexpected and novel trinkets. The sunlight in her memory was so bright that when she suddenly woke up, she couldn't tell where she was for a moment. In the dim light of the fluorescent grass, she saw Zhou Yang carefully placing a heavy notebook back on the bookshelf, his movements so gentle as if afraid of disturbing some sleeping secret. Reality rushed in like a tide. This wasn't the bright corridor of the suspended tower, but the dimly lit library of the old village. Jiang Chen was no longer her familiar classmate, but a companion whose eyes held too many secrets, making her often feel like a stranger. Even Zhou Yang's back now seemed so distant. Hai Tianqing rubbed her eyes, suddenly realizing that those simple and happy times might never return. Hai Tianqing watched as Zhou Yang closed a yellowed notebook, standing there seemingly lost in thought. Finally, unable to contain himself, he asked, "What exactly is written in there? Why do you look so pale?" Zhou Yang shook his head, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the bookshelf. "The old people's territorial divisions are much stricter than we imagined." He lowered his voice. "District 1 is responsible for gathering herbs and healing. District 2 specializes in agriculture. District 3." His gaze sharpened. "Specifically trains elite warriors, like which one?" "I remember," Hai Tianqing scoffed. The way those totem warriors looked at her was one of utter admiration. "But District 12. Zhou Yang's voice suddenly became unfocused, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding bookshelves. "The records about them in the entire library are pitifully scarce. If we hadn't stumbled upon that notebook just now, we wouldn't have even noticed the existence of this district." Seeing Hai Tianqing's puzzled expression, Zhou Yang simply sat down cross-legged. He pulled a leather booklet from the bookshelf and quickly flipped to a page. "Look, the records for District 2 clearly state how much grain is to be supplied to District 3 each year. Districts 1 and 5 often argue over the scope of herb gathering." His fingertips traced the dense text. "All districts are intricately connected, except for District 12. Zhou Yang suddenly fell silent. "Just say it." Hai Tianqing impatiently tugged at Zhou Yang's sleeve. "The records for the first 11 districts almost never mention District 12. Zhou Yang's voice carried a hint of gravity. "This indicates that District 12 is not at the same level as the other 11 districts. They might be a subdivision that governs the 11 districts." Hai Tianqing pursed her lips, indicating her incomprehension. Zhou Yang shook his head, and carefully took out the black notebook from his pocket. He flipped through the yellowed pages, pointing to one of the illustrations. "Look at this." Hai Tianqing had to lean closer to see, her fluffy hair inadvertently brushing against Zhou Yang's chin, sending a tingling sensation through him. Zhou Yang leaned back awkwardly, adjusting his posture. On the yellowed page, a detailed drawing was vividly depicted. A colossal red serpent, its scales obscuring the sky, coiled among the clouds, with countless ancient people kneeling in devout worship below. Runes were inscribed on the serpent's scales, seemingly shimmering in the drawing. "What does this mean?" Hai Tianqing looked up, her dark brown eyes filled with confusion. Zhou Yang was caught off guard by her clear gaze, and was momentarily speechless. Cough cough. He hurriedly sat up straight, pointing at the image. Look at this terrain. It's clearly Xuria, the core area of District 12. Hai Tianqing lay back down, examining the image carefully before nodding. The mountain outline in the image was indeed identical to Xuria. Zhou Yang pulled out several yellowed notebooks, his fingertips lightly tracing the pages. The pages depicted the totems and emblems of various regions. Each region has a unique totem. The silver leaf emblem of District 1 symbolizes healing, the golden ear emblem of District 2 represents harvest, the battle axe emblem of District 3 signifies power. His fingertips stopped on the woman's belt in the center of the image. But look at this snake tail emblem. It's never appeared in records of other regions. I suspect this is a unique mark of District 12. Hai Tianqing leaned closer to examine it, discovering that the snake tail emblem on the woman's waist was incredibly lifelike, the patterns on the scales identical to those of the giant red python. Zhou Yang's fingers gently traced the yellowed pages, the ancient ink gleaming faintly in the fluorescent light. I searched through all the books here. His voice was low, almost a whisper. The old people revered the red python as their symbiotic master, a guardian connected to their bloodline. His fingertips paused on the serpent's tail emblem, the scales lifelike under the light. And the 12th district alone uses this emblem as its totem. Its status is evident. And the woman in this painting must be the tribal chief. These books record in detail the intermarriages of the various districts, but not the 12th district. I suspect the 12th district's practice of consanguineous marriage. His voice lowered further. This monopoly based on blood ties gives them near absolute control over the various tribes of the old people. But what does that have to do with us? Hai Tianqing blinked in confusion. These ancient legends seemed as distant as bedtime stories to her. Zhou Yang suddenly closed his notebook, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Such a powerful ruling system, yet it left almost no complete records. Isn't that strange? Such a vast library only contains these fragmented clues that need to be pieced together. He stood up. The current clan leader, Melina, wears a two-headed deer emblem. From District 5. If people from District 12 are here, how could they allow their rule to fall into other hands? The only possibility is that the people of that district have already been wiped out. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Zhou Yang's gaze fell on the library room beneath the fluorescent grass. He paused and said, "Don't you find these things familiar?" "What?" Hai Tianqing was suddenly taken aback by the question. The suspended tower also has 11 districts, each with different functions, but District 12 is missing. This discovery caused the air to freeze instantly. The glow of the fluorescent grass flickered between the two, casting eerie shadows. Chapter 244. Jiang Chen slowly climbed out of the dark pool, viscous liquid dripping from her hair, leaving winding trails on the stone platform. She glanced sideways at the red python in the pool. Now it lay peacefully curled up at the bottom like an infant, the runes on its scales calmed. The black patterns on its body receded like the tide, leaving only a few faint marks on its collarbone. Jiang Chen raised her wet face, her icy gaze piercing Melina, who stood high above. "You all go out first." Melina's voice brooked no argument. Huichuan subconsciously took a half-step forward. "Leader." She gripped the sword at her waist, her eyes warily fixed on Jiang Chen. "Huichuan," Melina's voice suddenly turned cold, "this is the second time you disobeyed my orders." Her fingertips lightly traced the vines entwined on the armrest of the throne, and the plants immediately raised their heads like snakes. Huichuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and she finally bowed her head deeply. As the most elite warrior of the 3rd district, upholding the dignity of the clan leader should have been her fundamental duty. Guangzhou glanced at Jiang Chen meaningfully, a complex emotion flashing across his totem-covered face. He respectfully bowed to Melina, his wooden staff striking the ground with a dull thud, then turned and left. Huichuan followed closely behind, his heavy boots trembling as they stepped across the ground. As the magical wall slowly closed, only the echo of dripping water remained in the cave. Melina slowly rose from her vine throne, her cat-eye pupils gleaming coldly in the dark cavern, fixed intently on Jiang Chen. The fluorescent vines hanging from the cave's ceiling cast swaying shadows behind her, outlining her silhouette like an ancient totem. Suddenly, a poisonous vine lurking in a crevice in the rock struck Jiang Chen like lightning. Jiang Chen instinctively raised her wrist, attempting to control the mutated plants with her mind. The vine hesitated for a moment, its pointed thorns retracting slightly, but ultimately it coiled around her wrist. "Huichuan and Guangzhou weren't wrong," Melina said, raising an eyebrow slightly. "You really can influence the mutated plants." Jiang Chen looked down at her wrist. Although the vines had retracted their deadly thorns, They still bound her tightly like shackles. The fine hairs on the vines trembled slightly, as if sensing the movement of every muscle in her body. This realization darkened her eyes. Her control over the mutated plants was ultimately too weak. The pool waters suddenly rippled without wind. A red python swam slowly at the bottom of the pool, its golden vertical pupils reflecting this silent confrontation. Melina slowly walked to Jiang Chen's side, the two gazing side by side at the red python swimming at the bottom of the pool. The oppressive aura emanating from her caused the surrounding vines to involuntarily curl up. This absolute control over the mutated creature suggested that as long as their symbiotic master was powerful, the old one's abilities seemed to be even stronger, making Jiang Chen clearly realize that the chances of resistance at this moment were slim. Moreover, Zhang Fengge and the others were still outside. A conflict now might not be theirs to win. Jiang Chen, with your intelligence, you should have guessed your identity earlier than we did. Melina's voice was as deep as the pool. She needed to immediately adjust her strategy. Jiang Chen's shoulders relaxed slightly, his gaze falling on the ripples on the pool's surface. I only remember being taken away by Valjean soldiers. Her voice was soft, yet each word was clear. Melina raised her hand in an elegant gesture. With a slight movement of her fingertips, the entwining vines suddenly writhed as if alive, lifting the white shroud in the corner. A male corpse covered in black totems was revealed. Black totems on pale skin, congealed blood still remaining in the empty eye sockets. The red python's golden vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and the pool water churned violently. Its body leaped out of the water with incredible speed, and as it opened its blood-red maw, Jiang Chen could clearly see the dense barbs deep within its throat. The corpse's bones cracked painfully between the python's teeth, and dark red blood dripped from its scales, spreading into crimson blooms on the surface of the pool. Valken has always been ruthless towards suspicious individuals. Melina's fingertips lightly traced the scales of the red python. 7 girls, she turned to look directly at Jiang Chen. I imagine the taste of electric shock isn't pleasant? How could you? Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, the shock on his face genuine. Melina sneered. Known? Although Soren concealed the information, you underestimate the old people's control over information. She walked to the edge of the pool, her sharp silhouette reflected in the water. It's merely the strife between the various tribes that gave these people an opportunity in District 12. Jiang Chen saw a corner of the stone pool, a corner of a white shroud peeking out, Soren's clothes. He floated on the viscous black liquid, accepting his final fate. Jiang Chen lowered his head slightly. These past few days, they had inquired extensively within the Green Fortress. Even the awakened Lei Ming had drawn random totems on himself and gone out to gather information. They then learned that Melina had been chieftain for 5 years. As the youngest chieftain, ruling the 12 tribes was no easy task. 2 years prior, a rebellion had occurred within the tribe, likely around the time she awoke. Soren, a staunch supporter of Melina, naturally wouldn't report such seemingly insignificant news during that sensitive period. Subsequently, the Valken Legion, temporarily stationed there, quickly withdrew. But all of this was too coincidental, as if someone were manipulating things behind the scenes. These subtle clues had already intertwined with her fate 2 years earlier. Chapter 245. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted from the satiated red python to Melina. The other tribes don't know of this red python's existence? Melina's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so perceptive in grasping the crux of the matter. Although she didn't answer, the sudden ripples on the surface of her eyes betrayed the answer. Jiang Chen's observations over the past few days had convinced him. This red python was extremely well hidden. It didn't have a fixed habitat, but rather moved constantly along with this living fortress. Those meticulously planned routes, those heavily guarded forbidden zones, all demonstrated Melina's deep wariness of the other tribes. Melina glanced at Jiang Chen's pensive profile. She understood that Jiang Chen might have already guessed the deeper meaning behind it. Since that devastating battle, District 12 had long since ceased to exist. Although Soren held the title of leader, he actually ruled over nothing but ruins. The once sacred land was now filled with forbidden ruins, and few dared to set foot there. But some ambitious tribes, under the guise of sacrifice, secretly searched for the Red Serpent's trail. And now, these descendants of the bunker dwellers have returned to this place. Melina's fingers gently stroked the serpent's tail that emerged from the water. She narrowed her cat-eye eyes slightly, her voice probing. The Valken Legion's temporary garrison. That third-rate squad, stationed in the ruins of District 12 for 3 whole years. She suddenly leaned forward, her long hair cascading down, staring at Jiang Chen. They took 7 girls from here, and you were one of them. The fluorescent moss on the cave walls flickered with her movements, casting dappled shadows on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen could feel Melina's gaze, sharp as a knife, scraping across every inch of her skin. A detachment of the Valken Legion was attacked on their way to Mysoja. Melina's icy voice rang in her ears. Our men captured a girl. I think she's one of those 7 girls. Jiang Chen's heart leaped involuntarily. She could clearly feel it pounding violently in her chest. This body might have the blood of the old ones flowing through its veins, but the soul residing within it came from that blue planet, from a civilization with a blood feud with the old ones. The fluorescent moss cast swaying shadows on her face, perfectly concealing her expression in the interplay of light and shadow. What would the captured girl say? Did she, like her, harbor memories of Earth dormant within her? Jiang Chen pressed her tongue against her palate, forcing herself to maintain a calm facade, even controlling her breathing to a steady rhythm. Melina's lips curled into a cold smile as she watched the subtle changes in Jiang Chen's expression. But that poor girl remembers nothing. She slowly turned around, the red python raising its head with her movement. Only those horrible electric shock experiments by Valjean. Are you saying you're like her? Jiang Chen's fingertips dug deeply into his palm, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. The blinding searchlights, the cold electrodes, and the screams echoing in the confined space. It seems you're quite familiar with this experience. Whether it's the Valjean Legion or those in the suspended tower, they're all descendants of the bunker people, violence and suspicion flowing in their blood. What do you think they would do if they knew your true identity? Melina said she didn't care whether Jiang Chen had amnesia. All she wanted was for him to understand the pain of the past. As Melina had predicted, Jiang Chen's expression, though trying to remain calm, betrayed a deep unease and confusion. Melina returned to her throne, gazing into Jiang Chen's eyes, her voice carrying an undeniable force. You lived in the suspended tower for 2 years. I know your loyalty to your companions. But now you must make a choice. Her gaze shifted to the coiled red serpent, a flicker of almost fanatical devotion in her eyes. You are a bloodline of the old ones recognized by the symbiotic lord. The words echoed in the damp cave. Jiang Chen lowered his head at the opportune moment, letting strands of hair fall to obscure the thoughts in his eyes. But the totem on my body. It's gone, hasn't it? Her voice carried a perfect balance of humility and confusion. Melina turned to the stone pool, knowing Jiang Chen was changing the subject. She gently touched her forehead and said, Not all Blackwater totems last forever. Her voice suddenly became ethereal later. You understand. Jiang Chen keenly sensed the change in Melina's tone. She remained respectfully silent, but her fingers tightened subtly behind her back. Her reflection in the pool distorted, as if something was writhing beneath the surface, but then returned to calm. Jiang Chen, now you should have seen the origins of your bloodline. Do you understand what I mean? Melina's face was pale, her voice hoarse but clear. You should swear to me that you will forever be loyal to the old people, loyal to the symbiotic lord. Jiang Chen's hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. She avoided Melina's piercing gaze, her eyes lingering on the intricate patterns on the throne. May. The title was barely out of her mouth before she swallowed it back, replacing it with a more formal address. Chief. She raised her head, deep furrows forming between her brows, a forced smile playing on her lips. Please give me some time. She paused, then continued, For the past 2 years, I've been living with the descendants of these bunker people. You know some of them. Jiang Chen's face showed frustration. I think you should give me some time to adjust. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Melina tilted her head slightly, looking down at Jiang Chen, not responding immediately, but simply gazing at him silently. After a moment of silence. All right. She turned and walked away. Behind her, the instant Jiang Chen confirmed Melina's back was to him, all expression on his face. Vulnerability, hesitation, struggle. Vanished completely. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, her lips tightened, leaving only an unfathomable calm. Chapter 246. A servant carefully carried a bowl of thick, black liquid, the liquid gleaming with an eerie light. Hui Chuan took it, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force, the veins on the back of his hand faintly visible. Melina lay half reclined on the animal-hide chair, her once vibrant face now ashen white, her bangs soaked with cold sweat, clinging messily to her skin. She reached out a trembling hand to take the bowl, her amber eyes reflected in the black liquid, appearing exceptionally dim. Chieftain. Hui Chuan's brows furrowed, his rough fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of the sword at his waist. Since the incident in the underground palace, Melina's body had weakened day by day, like a punctured water sack. Even Quang Shua, who had assisted 2 chieftains, couldn't find the cause. The power within Melina was draining away like a totem. Even now, the black liquid secreted by the red python could only slow this decline. Melina tilted her head back and drank the black water in one gulp, a soft swallowing sound escaping her throat. The liquid secreted by the red python temporarily relieved her pain, but she knew it was just a futile delay. Melina slowly sat up, her fingertips lightly tracing the intricate tribal totems on the armrest of her chair, a totem drawn together by 12 tribes. She looked up at Quang Shu, her face still pale, but her eyes had regained their former sharpness. "Have you brought all the candidate children?" Hui Chuan looked at Melina in shock. She hadn't expected Melina to already be considering the matter of an heir. Quang Shu maintained a perfectly proper bow, his long, gray hair neatly tied back. He placed his hands clasped in front of his abdomen, his voice low and respectful. "They are waiting in the side hall." However, he slightly raised his eyes, his gaze revealing a teacher's concern. "Given your current condition, perhaps the matter of establishing an heir can be postponed." Melina gently shook her head, her fingertips unconsciously touching the fading totem on her neck. "Teacher Quang Shu, when I decided to go to the underground palace, I had already considered all possibilities." Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. "This is my choice, and also my responsibility as chieftain." She slowly walked to the window, sunlight filtering through the lattice and casting dappled shadows on her face. Gazing at the various tribal youths lined up in the courtyard, a thoughtful smile appeared on Melina's lips. Behind these children lie the interests of all the old tribes. Turning around, her gaze was clear and wise. "What we need to choose is an heir who can transcend tribal boundaries and truly work for the well-being of all the old people." Quang Shu nodded slightly, his posture respectful yet retaining the composure of an elder. At this moment, he was not a subordinate, but an elder who had watched the girl before him grow step by step into chieftain. "Although you come from the 5th district, you have always prioritized the overall interests of the old people." His gaze swept across the window. "They will remember." Melina sat back on her throne, leaning slightly towards Hui Chuan, the bone ornament hanging from her hair swaying gently before her forehead. "Have there been any records of missing persons in the tribes in the past 2 years? Hui Chuan immediately knelt on one knee, the curved sword at his waist striking the ground with a crisp sound. "Reporting to the chieftain, the various tribes of the old people are scattered throughout Eden. Every year, due to migration and hunting, no fewer than a dozen people go missing. In recent years, the 12th district has seen a constant stream of spies and sacrifices sent by various tribes." Her knuckles tightened on her knee. "The 3rd tribe has also sent spies. It's difficult to confirm which tribe Jiangchen comes from. This is my dereliction of duty. Hui Chuan, our power against the mutated creatures is constantly weakening. Naturally, some people will try to regain their power through various means." Melina's fingertips tapped softly on the armrest of her chair. "It seems this lead has gone cold." Melina's voice was soft, yet it seemed to freeze the air in the entire council chamber. "Jiangchen doesn't seem afraid of what's inside the box." Quang Shu struggled to describe his initial reaction upon seeing the box. An immense and terrifying power made it impossible for them to approach. Melina recalled the terrifying thing inside the box. As if falling into a bottomless abyss, her senses completely stripped away, leaving only endless darkness and fear. A sudden stinging pain from the black water mark on her neck caused her to involuntarily straighten her back. Just as that person said, the terrifying creature hatched from the red python, the modified black water. "We can't handle it. We must find a way to return the power to the red python." Melina thought of the ragged man. Melina's fingertips lightly traced the intricate patterns on the throne's armrest, her gaze calm and serene. "I intend to arrange for Jiangchen to swear an oath to me on the day the successor is chosen." Hui Chuan abruptly looked up, the leather armor creaking softly. "Chieftain, Jiangchen's current identity is unknown, and we still don't understand why she had access to that thing. Besides, she has lived with those alien races for 2 years. She is unworthy to swear an oath to you." Hui Chuan looked at Quang Shu, expecting him to object as well, but Quang Shu lowered his eyelids slightly, his fingertips slowly tracing the totem on the wooden staff, silent as a statue. She understood this was the final decision. Hui Chuan, it was she who lived in the suspended tower for 2 years. She understands the abilities and weaknesses of the alien races better than we do. Her gaze swept over the murals on the council chamber walls, depicting the former glory of the old ones. "An old one sworn to by the suspended tower will be our best opportunity to return to Eden." Melina looked at Hui Chuan and continued, "As for your claim that she has access to that box, as long as she serves us and becomes our weapon, we allow her to possess secrets, unless those secrets hinder our progress." "But what if she betrays us?" Hui Chuan asked, unwilling to give up. She is a descendant of the symbiotic lord. When she steps into this bunker, do you think the suspended tower, and even the descendants of those bunker inhabitants, will still accept someone with the blood of the old ones flowing through their veins? Melina looked at Kwang Shou beside her. Kwang Shou finally raised his eyelids, his eyes deep beneath his gray eyelashes. She has no choice. Chapter 247. Jiang Chen stood in the dimly lit washroom, her cold fingertips tracing the mirror's surface. The mirror reflected a faint black totem on her collarbone, like a venomous snake coiled across her skin. Thunder rumbled outside the window, and vines rustled eerily as they climbed the stone wall. Suddenly, she plunged her entire face into the basin filled with cold water. The biting chill instantly shut out all external sounds. As the water rippled, she saw her distorted reflection. Melina had seemingly given her a choice, but in reality, she had already cut off all escape routes. Water droplets dripped from her wet hair. Even if she chose to submit to the old tribes, would they truly accept a compatriot who had lost her memory for 2 years and lived among a different race? The answer was obvious. A submitter carrying the aura of a different race could never escape the suspicious gaze. Just like the vines watching her from outside the window, constantly monitoring her every move. Jiang Chen slowly straightened up, water droplets sliding down her pale cheeks. The mirror reflected her tightly pursed lips and the fading black runes on her collarbone. A brand inflicted on her by the old inhabitants, a mark of heresy in the eyes of the suspended tower people. She raised her hand to adjust her collar, the rustling of the fabric particularly clear in the quiet bathroom. If she refused Melina's oath, she would face a double attack. Her identity might not even last until sunrise before the suspended tower knew, making her return to the suspended tower virtually impossible. Even though Norman and Yi Dingquan had previously extended olive branches to her, all of them were conditional on her being a member of another race. Moreover, the relentless pursuit by Norman and the Moses Corporation meant they must know something. Jiang Chen's fingertips unconsciously traced the edge of her collar, the runes faintly visible beneath the fabric mirroring her current predicament, not entirely belonging to the old people, yet unable to return to the alien race. A sudden clap of thunder outside the window illuminated a fleeting glimpse of something in her eyes. In the recovery room, Lianwu keenly noticed Jiang Chen's unfocused pupils. She was all too familiar with that expression. Back in the suspended tower era, when the Moses Corporation sent assassins to kill the Khrushchev girl, Jiang Chen had displayed that almost cold, focused expression. Only then had she not expected that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed such astonishing supernatural abilities, which was why she had lost track of her target during the pursuit. Jiang Chen? Lianwu called again, her voice soft. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, her gaze focusing on Lianwu. She noticed that Lianwu's complexion had improved considerably, then shifted her gaze to the silent physician in the corner. The man remained hunched over, his worn gray robe hanging loosely on his thin frame. For several days, he had kept his head down like this, his disheveled beard and loose hair completely obscuring his face. "You look terrible," Lianwu said. Jiang Chen rubbed her temples. "It's probably because the trip to the underground palace was too exhausting." Her voice suddenly lowered, especially that energy shield. Jiang Chen noticed out of the corner of her eye that the doctor's movements suddenly stopped, and she immediately turned to look directly at him. The man, however, seemed like a startled animal, burying his head even lower, his trembling fingers hurriedly packing his medicine box, and stumbled out of the room. As he left, the hem of his robe brushed against the threshold, making a rustling sound like a snake crawling across withered leaves. "Jiang Chen, what are you planning to do?" Lianwu asked uncertainly. Jiang Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the metal railing of the bed, producing a rhythmic sound. She looked directly into Lianwu's eyes, her voice low and calm. "Lianwu, I need to confirm something. When the 3 of us girls entered the suspended tower, were our identities completely concealed?" Lianwu's pupils contracted slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the corner of the blanket. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to suddenly ask about this, but then she thought, given Jiang Chen's keen perception, discovering the truth was only a matter of time. "Yes." Lianwu took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. "Before you arrived at the suspended tower, Commander Zhou personally arranged for completely new identity files." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the shadows in the corner of the room. "We did it thoroughly. No one can find out your true origins. Even if..." She stopped mid-sentence, biting her lower lip. "Even if what?" Jiang Chen leaned forward slightly, the moonlight from the window illuminating half of her face, making her features indistinct. Lianwu avoided Jiang Chen's sharp gaze, her head bowed as she smoothed the wrinkles in the sheets. "Even if something unexpected happens, the commander will ensure everything is foolproof." Her voice trailed off, the last few words almost inaudible. Jiang Chen sat up slightly, seemingly unsuspecting. What Lianwu didn't say was that the other two girls were two safety nets hidden by Jiang Chen, to be released if necessary. But when she recalled Jiang Chen's resolute figure, as he faced the Moses Corporation assassins alone, this cruel truth stuck in her throat. With a loud bang, the door was flung open, slamming against the wall with a dull thud. Lei Ming's tall figure appeared in the doorway, holding a steaming wooden food box. Xiao Jiang. His booming voice echoed in the room, pausing noticeably when he saw Jiang Chen's pale face. Lei Ming frowned, his rough fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the food box. Why are you all looking like wilted eggplants? When Captain Hai was here, everyone in our team was radiant. He strode in, slamming the food box down on the table. The rich aroma of meat immediately filled the air as he lifted the lid. Here, I just pilfered this from the kitchen. Although this crappy place doesn't even have an automatic food processor, he scoffed, pulling a golden brown, juicy roasted animal leg from the box. This meat is real wild game, much better than those synthetic proteins from the suspended tower. Jiang Chen looked down at the food being shoved into his hands, the warmth of the oil seeping through the oiled paper into his palm. Jiang Chen's gaze briefly met Zhang Feng's, who stood at the door. A tense silence had hung in the air, but Lei Ming's arrival seemed to bring them back to their days at the suspended tower. Where's Sparrow? Jiang Chen took a bite of her food, the succulent juices bursting between her teeth. A long-lost sense of satisfaction made her eyes squint slightly, as if even her wearied body had been revived. Indeed, the power of food should never be underestimated. Lei Ming grinned, scratching the back of his head with his rough knuckles. His tone was relaxed yet tinged with helplessness. She and that Zhou Yang kid, I don't know what they've been up to these past few days. They're out early and back late, and if you ask them, their mouths are tighter than an iron gate. He paused, then patted his chest, adding confidently, but don't worry, they come back every day full of energy, not a single hair missing. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, her gaze drifting thoughtfully out the window. By the way, Captain Zhang, Xiao Jiang, Lei Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. When are we going to pick up that kid Hong Rui? He's probably counting down the days, waiting for us. Jiang Chen was about to tell him that she had reached an agreement with the old people a few days ago. She would cooperate with them to open the box, control its contents, and they would bring Hong Rui and Aya back. However, a short knock on the door abruptly interrupted her. Zhang Feng's gaze snapped to the doorway, meeting the eyes of the people inside for a moment, not theirs. He tensed his shoulders, his right hand silently reaching for the weapon at his waist, and slowly stepped forward, pulling open the door. Standing outside was a servant in an old people's uniform, his face stern yet respectful. Jiang Chen recognized him, a trusted confidant of Melina. Miss Jiang? The servant bowed slightly, his voice steady but brooking no refusal. Our leader requests your presence. Chapter 248. Jiang Chen and Zhang Feng exchanged a brief but profound glance. Whatever Melina wanted her to do, she had no reason to refuse now. Okay. She slowly rose and said. Zhang Feng followed her. He was still worried about Jiang Chen going alone. Last time Jiang Chen entered a wall and returned, although she didn't show anything, he still felt something was off. I go with you. Lei Ming abruptly pushed back his chair and stood up, the wooden legs scraping the floor with a harsh sound. His broad body blocked Jiang Chen's view, casting a shadow that covered half of her face. Jiang Chen. Lianwu worriedly grabbed Jiang Chen's slightly cold hand. Don't worry, we won't act impulsively. Jiang Chen patted the back of her hand and said. The servant looked at the three of them, then bowed and led the way. The three walked silently through the deep, green corridor. The oath-taking ceremony was clearly scheduled for the next new moon, but Melina's sudden summons sent a chill down Jiang Chen's spine. Even more concerning was the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces into the green fortress these past few days. The totems painted on their cheekbones were bizarre and varied, appearing particularly mysterious under the green light. Those without totems on their faces naturally attracted much attention. Jiang Chen deliberately lagged behind by half a step. She gazed at two familiar figures ahead, Zhang Feng's taut shoulder line beneath his uniform, and Lei Ming's crescent-shaped scar on the back of his neck. A bitter taste suddenly welled up in her throat. She still hadn't revealed her true identity to her teammates. For a few moments, Jiang Chen almost obsessively thought, if only she hadn't left the suspended tower. At least there, she could be like a turtle retreating into its shell, letting the outside world speculate about her identity, continuing to curl up in that precarious yet strangely reassuring safe zone. Please. The attendant stopped before the vine-carved doors of the council chamber, stepping aside to make way. Jiang Chen stepped inside, the sound of her boots striking the stone bricks echoing clearly in the empty hall. Her gaze was instantly captured by the figure beneath the throne. "Aya?" she blurted out, her voice reverberating subtly beneath the vaulted ceiling. The kneeling girl turned at the sound, her hair billowing in the movement. Her gaze towards Jiang Chen was eerily calm, as if she had foreseen this encounter. Before Jiang Chen could speak again, Aya quickly lowered her eyes, facing the throne again, her thin back ramrod straight. Only then did Jiang Chen notice Quang Shu approaching with a stone bowl, the thick liquid within gleaming eerily in the firelight. Her pupils contracted sharply. "Aya! Don't drink." The warning came too late. Aya took the stone bowl with both hands, tilting her head back to drink it down with a swift, practiced motion. The moment the liquid slid down her throat, her neck tensed in a fragile arc. The stone bowl shattered with a sharp crack, and Aya's body collapsed heavily. She curled up on the carpet, convulsing violently, her fingernails scratching at the brocade rug with a teeth-grinding sound. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down her forehead, mingling with the black liquid spilling from the corner of her mouth, spreading a dark stain on the stone. Jiang Chen strode forward, but was stopped halfway by Hui Chuan's towering figure. The woman's arm was held like a gate, the beast head relief on her armor pointed directly at her throat. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen gripped Hui Chuan's wrist guard, the metal edge cutting her palm painfully. Hui Chuan sneered, his strong muscles bulging beneath his armor. She voluntarily swore allegiance to the chieftain. She turned to reveal Aya, still convulsing. Black water enters her throat, the red python bears witness. From this day forward, her flesh and soul will submit to the red python, forever loyal to the supreme leader. Jiang Chen stared at everything before her, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Aya's curled-up figure gradually stopped convulsing. The totem on her face, illuminated by the light, seemed to writhe beneath her skin like a living thing, yet possessed a unique vitality and radiant beauty. "Aya, where is Hong Rui?" Zhang Fengda's voice seemed to come from a great distance. Aya slowly raised her head, the newly formed totem spreading at the corner of her eye. She opened her mouth, a hoarse gasp escaping her throat. "I'm sorry." "What are you apologizing for?" Lei Ming suddenly erupted, his fist slamming into the stone pillar, blood instantly seeping from his knuckles. "Where's Hong Rui? Wasn't that idiot hiding in the pipes with you?" Aya's jaw trembled. "After you left, another group came and took control of the temporary outpost. One of them was from your suspended tower." Jiang Chen's breath caught in her throat, a ringing in her ears. She saw the totem on Aya's face twisted and deformed in pain, the dark red lines writhing like living things. "Norman, Professor?" She heard her own voice, terribly dry, as if a handful of sand were stuck in her throat. Aya's fingers dug deep into her arm, tiny beads of blood seeping from beneath the newly formed totem. He was wearing a white coat, and the emblem of your suspended tower. Hong Rui even smiled when he saw him. Aya continued, her voice fragmented. "After he was taken away, I never saw him again. I was locked up among the remaining group. Every day they took someone away, every single day." Her pupils suddenly dilated, as if she were back in that moment of despair. No one came back. Melina gently raised her hand, and the attendants immediately pushed out a metal support from the shadows. The white cloth covering it outlined a blurry human figure, dark brown stains seeping from the edges. Laning's legs suddenly gave way, and he staggered backward, his back slamming heavily against the stone wall. Zhang Fengda stepped forward. He had to confirm it himself. The moment he reached out, Jiang Chen saw his cuffs tremble slightly. The instant the white cloth was lifted, Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Hong Rui's ashen profile took on a marble-like texture in the candlelight. Beneath the white cloth, the dense stitches of the corpse were visible. The crisscrossing wounds had an unnatural bluish-purple hue, clearly traces of embalming treatments commonly found in laboratories. Chapter 249. Lei Ming's knees slammed heavily onto the ground, the dull thud of bones hitting stone, bricks echoing in the council chamber. His rough hands gripped his face tightly, hot liquid seeping from between his fingers. "That brat Hong Rui." His voice was hoarse. "When he left the suspended tower, he was yelling at me about how he was going to celebrate his 17th birthday." Jiang Chen slowly turned to the throne, his dark pupils, like two stagnant pools, reflecting the flickering firelight, but revealing no warmth. "Our people found him on the autopsy table." Melina's fingertips traced the totem carved on the throne. She slightly raised her chin, the gold thread on her magnificent robes appearing exceptionally solemn in the firelight. "Jiang Chen, I have fulfilled my promise to you. I hope you will prepare for the oath as soon as possible." "What bullshit oath?" Lei Ming's roar made the torches flicker. He staggered to his feet, the tear tracks on his face glistening in the firelight, like two unhealed scars. He didn't understand why, even though they had only briefly left the suspended tower. Everything had completely deviated from its original course. Hui Chuan's cold laugh was like a viper's hiss. It seems you still haven't figured out who your companions, whom you spent so much time with, really are? Little Jiang. Lei Ming's voice suddenly went hoarse, because he clearly understood that Jiang Chen hadn't denied the answer. Jiang Chen's gaze passed over him, fixed on the throne. She understood the deeper meaning behind Melina's performance today. Bringing back Aya and Hongrui's bodies from Moses's heavy blockade was not only a demonstration of strength, but also a warning. On this land, the old inhabitants still controlled the boundary between life and death. I will swear an oath to the chieftain. Her voice was soft, yet it echoed throughout the council chamber. These words, like a sharp blade, finally severed all escape routes. Melina's gaze, like a poisoned arrow, was fixed on Jiang Chen. Her withered fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the stone chair. This girl, this perfect weapon, stood before her, sharp as a drawn blade, its edge gleaming, yet unable to return to its sheath. She knew Jiang Chen's value all too well. This lone wolf, belonging to no tribe, could neither return to the Bunker People's clan nor retain the aura of an outsider. Melina noticed the subtle change in Jiang Chen's posture. His center of gravity shifted slightly backward, a stance ready to counterattack at any moment. What a perfect contradiction, she thought. Maintaining the vigilance of a wild beast, yet possessing a discipline surpassing that of a tribal warrior. Such talent was exactly what the crumbling old people needed most. News of her selection, as the next tribal chief, had already spread among the tribes. The messengers, adorned with different totems, appeared respectful on the surface, but greed lurked in their eyes. Melina's fingertips unconsciously traced the wound on her neck. Time was running out. She needed a blade sharp enough, a lone blade that couldn't be bought off by any tribe. When Jiang Chen finally knelt on one knee, a victorious smile curved Melina's pale lips. She knew this wasn't submission, but a compromise after careful consideration. But it didn't matter. Once the new moon ceremony was complete, those covetous tribal elders would understand. This sharpest blade was already sheathed in the highest scabbard of the old people's power. Melina slowly rose, supporting herself on the throne. A sudden, violent dizziness struck, and the world spun before her eyes. She squeezed her eyes shut, and when she opened them again, Jiang Chen's figure was a blurred, shimmering shadow. Hui Chuan's strong arm immediately supported her swaying body from behind. She could feel the cold sweat seeping from her loyal adjutant's palm. It's all right. Melina waved her hand, her voice almost inaudible. Her steps off the throne felt unsteady, as if she were walking on cotton, the black stone floor undulating beneath her feet. When she left the council chamber, only Guangshou and Jiang Chen's group remained, silently facing each other. Jiang Chen turned his head, his gaze landing on Lei Ming. This usually carefree man, however, seemed to have been burned, quickly averting his gaze. His fingers unconsciously twisted the worn hem of the city guard's uniform, his knuckles white. Even with his slowness of perception, he now fully understood the kind of blood flowing through the veins of his teammate he had spent 2 years with. Zhang Feng's reaction was completely different. He frowned slightly, his eyes, accustomed to life and death, showing neither shock nor disgust. Take Hongrui away first. Zhang Feng's voice remained steady, but a barely perceptible tremor at the end betrayed the turmoil within him. His rough fingers tightened around the edge of the stretcher, as if he wanted to crush the metal frame. Wait. Guangshua suddenly stepped forward, his wide black sacrificial robe drawing a heavy arc in the air. His totem-covered arm stretched across the passageway, the animal bone necklaces wrapped around his wrists clinking together. She needs to stay. What else do you want? Lei Ming whirled around, veins bulging on his forehead. At least for now, she's still a defender of the city. Lei Ming. Zhang Fengge shouted sharply. If you're not like her, but like that girl from before. His hoarse voice was like sandpaper scraping. Lei Ming froze. He saw the girl from before had almost lost half her life. Jiang Chen stood rooted to the spot, her gaze meeting Zhang Fengge's in midair. The captain gave a barely perceptible nod. As Lei Ming lifted the other end of the stretcher, Jiang Chen noticed the distance between them was eerily lengthening. The passage seemed to suddenly extend into an infinitely long tunnel, the figures of her teammates gradually blurring in the distorted air. The 11th District epaulets on Zhang Fengge's combat uniform, her backpack on Lei Ming's back, Hongrui's drooping hand. All the details were fading away, as if forcibly separated by some invisible force. Chapter 250. Jiang Chen and Guangshou walked side by side along the winding, suspended corridor. The green vines beneath their feet trembled slightly with each step, emitting soft creaks. The vines hanging down from both sides of the corridor swayed gently in the breeze, like countless green curtains. Jiang Chun unconsciously slowed her pace and looked down. Below, the intricate green vine path stretched out like a maze, where several children, their bodies painted with tribal totems, were chasing and playing. The sound of their bare feet on the moss, their joyful shouts, mingled with the distant thumping of tribal women pounding medicine. Kwang Shua stopped, a kind smile appearing on his totem-covered face. Jiang Chun, Kwang Shua turned around, a gentle expression on his wrinkled face. His warm gaze fell on Jiang Chen's taut profile, watching her slightly trembling eyelashes cast dappled shadows in the sunlight. "We didn't mean to force you," he said softly, his rough fingers unconsciously stroking the bone pendant at his waist. "But Aya's surrender forces us to confirm your loyalty. A divine tablet already resides within you." Kwang Shua's voice was soft, yet it made Jiang Chen's heart sink. Jiang Chen subconsciously lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes concealing the fleeting look in her eyes. She knew what Kwang Shua meant. Only Aya from the Misty City had witnessed her seize the White Willow Divine Tablet. This realization made her fingertips involuntarily turn cold. A thoughtful expression appeared on Kwang Shua's wrinkled face. Aya's surrender was indeed unexpected. The old man's cloudy eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward, the animal bones and jade ornaments hanging from his robes clattering together. "The divine steel possesses the power of the first red serpent." Kwang Shua's voice suddenly softened, as if he were talking to himself, but the flesh and blood of the old people simply cannot withstand such power. Jiang Chen noticed the old man's gaze lingering on her, a look that held both inquiry and an indescribable awe. "I still can't understand." Kwang Shua shook his head slightly, his white braids swaying gently. "What is it about you that allows you to so readily accept this power?" "I don't know," Jiang Chen said calmly. "You should know that I lost a part of my memory." Kwang Shua nodded, his gaze finally settling on Jiang Chen's collarbone, where the black totem that had once appeared had faded, leaving only a few faint lines. However, Kwang Shua suddenly smiled reassuringly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. "The totem on your body has proven everything. Jiang Chen, you are a smart child, and I think you should make the right choice." His gentle tone carried an undeniable sharpness. "For example, how to deal with those companions you are too close to." Jiang Chen's breath hitched almost imperceptibly for a moment. "They may have given you a lot of help in the past." Kwang Shua's voice suddenly became very soft, like a fallen leaf drifting on the water. "But you must understand that when positions are opposed, the first to betray are often those you spend every day with." Jiang Chen noticed that as Kwang Shua spoke, his callous hands unconsciously caressed an old bone pendant, engraved with a family totem. "Jiang Chen, you need to understand," Shua sighed softly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. "No matter where you lived in the past, we are your blood relatives, and among these people may be your family." "Family?" Jiang Chen unconsciously repeated the word, her voice so soft it almost dissipated in the wind. She looked down at her palms, the crisscrossing lines suddenly seeming unfamiliar. This body couldn't have appeared out of thin air. It must have a bloodline origin. This simple truth she had deliberately ignored. The evening breeze grew cool, ruffling the stray hairs on Jiang Chen's forehead. She gazed into the distance, wondering if her blood relatives were also worried about her predicament. "Commander, should we take Miss away now?" Wan Xianliang lowered his binoculars, the reflection of the distant green fortress still lingering on the lenses. His rough fingers unconsciously rubbed the binoculars' adjustment rings, betraying his inner anxiety. Zhou Jingming stood on the edge of the cliff, the hem of his black trench coat fluttering in the mountain wind. His deep eyes were fixed on the faintly visible green fortress behind the layers of mountains, his pupils reflecting the last rays of twilight. "It's not time yet." His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. "Are Norman and the others still at their temporary base?" Zhou Jingming suddenly asked, his slender fingers lightly brushing against a mutated vine beside him. The vine trembled eerily the moment he touched it. Wan Xianliang immediately straightened his back. "They're still there." Moses Corporation was planning to reopen the bunker's protective shield, but for some reason, they suddenly stopped the operation. He couldn't help but steal a glance at the commander's reaction. Zhou Jingming's lips curled into a mocking smile, the mountain wind ruffling his slightly curled hair. "That woman won't let those people in." "But," Wan Xianliang hesitated, then forced himself to continue, "we received news that Melina has also invited the people of the suspended tower to the ceremony." He swallowed nervously. "They clearly want Miss to completely submit to the old people's tribe. In that case, Miss's situation is probably partisanship." Zhou Jingming coldly interrupted him, a chill creeping into his voice. It's just their usual despicable tactic. The moment he turned, the restless, mutated vines around him suddenly stiffened, then, as if scorched by an invisible fire, turned into fine ashes that scattered in the wind. Wan Xianyang held his breath, unable to meet the commander's gaze. Only when this was mentioned did this usually calm and composed commander reveal such obvious emotional fluctuations. Zhou Jingming strode towards the other side of the cliff, the hem of his trench coat drawing a sharp arc in the twilight. His gaze pierced through the layers of mountains, as if he could penetrate the walls of that green fortress and see the girl trapped inside. Chapter 251. Melina lay sunken on the animal hide bed, her pale cheeks appearing sickly bluish in the dim candlelight. A few streaks of black liquid lingered at the corners of her mouth, winding eerie lines across her skin. Her consciousness seemed to sink into a murky swamp, fragments of memory rising and falling repeatedly. The high priest's aged, hoarse prayers seemed to still echo in the stone chamber. The bone knife she had gripped tightly when she swore her oath still felt like a sharp pain in her palm. The clearest of all was the curse-like prophecy. When the fortress releases the last monster, everything will perish in ashes. Suddenly, a raging inferno rushed towards her. Melina's eyes snapped open, cold sweat soaking her thin linen robe. She gasped for breath, seeing Quang Shua standing quietly before a curtain made of animal bones, the herbal sachet hanging from his robe emitting a bitter fragrance. Quang Shua's silhouette was projected onto the stone wall, stretching into a long silent line. "Teacher." Melina's voice was hoarse and barely audible. Only when alone would she shed her chieftain's authority and reveal such vulnerability. "Do you believe in that prophecy?" Quang Shua slowly turned around, his cloudy eyes gleaming amber in the candlelight. "Melina," Quang Shua's voice was as steady as ever, "whether the prophecy comes true or not, you have done your utmost." Melina nodded bitterly. Only the successive chieftains knew where the monster was. She had ultimately let it out by following the clues in the prophecy. She never regretted her life, but whenever she recalled the black liquid from the monster seeping into her body, the deepest fear and trembling within her would be unearthed. "Teacher, have you found out why Jiang Chen was able to withstand the monster's black water?" Melina wiped the black and red liquid from the corner of her mouth. Quang Shua lifted the curtain and shook his head. "I think it might be because of the divine monument she seized." "Teacher, the bloodline of the old people cannot bear the divine monument," Melina questioned. Quang Shua had always known Melina was a skeptical person. "Melina, we should all know that we stopped evolving a long time ago. The ability to control mutated creatures has made our lives too comfortable, giving those bunker people an opportunity. I think her arrival might bring about a change." "Teacher, could she be?" Melina suddenly remembered something. "No, they ended in that trial long ago." "Melina, don't bring this up again, it's not befitting your status." Quang Shua suddenly interrupted sharply. "Okay." Melina lowered her head. The torches inside suddenly flickered violently, casting the shadows of the two men onto the walls adorned with ancient totems. Those faded murals recorded the tribe's rise and fall over millennia, and now, the youngest chieftain lay in the shadows of history, awaiting his fate. A fine drizzle, like mist, wove a hazy veil across the desolate wilderness. Cold raindrops slid down Zhang Feng's weathered face, mingling with sweat and condensing into murky beads on his chin. His rough fingers dug deep into the damp earth, each dig bringing up a clump of soil exuding the scent of humus. Lei Ming knelt a short distance away, his hands gripping a military shovel tightly. His knuckles were white from the force, but the shovel hesitated to fall. "Captain." His voice, hoarse from the rain, murmured, "Can't we really take Hongrui back?" Zhang Feng paused. Rain dripped from his short hair, splashing tiny droplets on Hongrui's pale face. He gently wiped the mud from Hongrui's face with his calloused thumb, a simple action that made the veins on the back of his hand bulge. "Lei Ming," Zhang Feng's voice was low and steady, yet it seemed to pause the surrounding rain. "The suspended tower is no longer safe." He unbuttoned his coat and gently covered Hongrui's face with the uniform that had been with him for years. The fabric was quickly soaked through, outlining the stiff contours of the dead man. Lei Ming looked up sharply, rain dripping from his eyelashes. "How could this be?" His voice suddenly rose, then stopped abruptly. In the distance, a crow was startled from a withered tree, its black wings slicing through the rain. "The suspended tower is the safest place in Eden." He pounded the ground, mud splattering onto his combat uniform. "If it weren't for this mission. If it weren't for..." Zhang Feng silently watched the young team member break down. Lei Ming's hand sank deep into the mud, his shoulders trembling violently. He knew that for this young man who had lost both parents, the suspended tower was not only a base, but also his only remaining refuge. Even if it weren't for this mission, we would have had to leave sooner or later. The red building has already begun its relocation. On the distant horizon, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the dark clouds. Zhang Fengde looked at the rising hillside before him, his sight carried away by the cold wind and drizzle. What? How is this possible? Lei Ming looked at his captain in disbelief. Zhang Fengde didn't answer immediately. He slowly stood up, raindrops dripping from his combat uniform, splashing into small puddles on the muddy ground. His gaze passed over Lei Ming's shoulder, landing in the distance. The majestic green fortress stood amidst the rain, its vine-covered walls gleaming darkly under the clouds, like a lurking beast. The reason is still unclear. Zhang Fengde's voice was low, as if suppressing something, but Lei Ming, the suspended tower is no longer our safe haven. We all need to face reality as soon as possible. In the distance, a bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, the brief flash illuminating the formidable outline of the green fortress. Zhang Fengde's brow furrowed deeply, raindrops sliding down his brow bone, a silent warning. He could feel. The real storm was about to break. What about Xiao Jiang? Lei Ming looked at his captain through the rain. Chapter 252. Morning mist hung in the air, and dewdrops shimmered on the blades of grass in the dim light. Zhou Yang emerged, hunched over, from a low hole in the grass, a few withered blades of grass still clinging to his hair, his clothes caked with mud. He dusted off his sleeves, sending fine bits of grass fluttering down and scattering in the morning light. Hai Tianqing followed behind him, her movements noticeably clumsy, her knees smeared with mud. She rubbed her aching back, let out a long yawn, and a few tired tears welled in her eyes. Zhou Yang, her voice was muffled, heavy with sleep. Do you really need to sneak off to that dilapidated library before dawn every day? Zhou Yang, head down tidying a few books wrapped in oilcloth in his arms, didn't even look up at her. I think I'm reading too slowly. His voice was very soft, as if talking to himself. I told you didn't need to come along, you'd just sleep anyway. A gust of wind blew, rustling the grass, drowning out the rest of his sentence. Hai Tianqing didn't hear him clearly, but he was too lazy to ask. She stretched, looked up at the gradually brightening sky, and suddenly sighed, Hey, what's Jiang been up to lately? I haven't seen her for days. Don't you think Jiang looks very different now compared to when she was at the suspended tower? Zhou Yang, frowning as she recalled an obscure symbol she seen in an ancient book that morning, absent-mindedly replied, How is she different? Well, Hai Tianqing scratched her head, struggling to find the right words. She suddenly seemed so far away from us, like... She kicked a small pebble at her feet, watching it roll into the depths of the grass, like people from two different worlds. Hai Tianqing had never spoken in such a dejected tone before. Zhou Yang snapped out of her reverie, and turned to look at Hai Tianqing. The girl stood backlit, her silhouette edged in gold, but her brows were tightly furrowed. Sparrow, his voice was much gentler than usual, you always lived in the suspended tower. You might not be used to this kind of life yet. Hai Tianqing stopped in her tracks, sunlight casting dappled shadows on her sharply defined profile. She raised a hand to ruffle her messy, multicolored hair, a few blades of grass falling with her movement. Xiao Jiang has been out for a while, Zhou Yang continued, his gaze sweeping over several old villagers, who were scrutinizing them in the distance. Her way of doing things is naturally different from what we expected. But as her friends, we should trust her choices. Hai Tianqing's stomach suddenly growled loudly in protest. She smiled sheepishly, fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. You're right. Come on, let's eat. She tugged at Zhou Yang's sleeve, pulling him forward. I'm starving. The old villagers lining the stone path stopped what they were doing, their faces covered in totems looking particularly eerie in the morning light. Hai Tianqing keenly noticed that those probing gazes seemed tangible, glued to their backs. Why are they all staring at us? Hai Tianqing asked in a low voice. Zhou Yang casually flicked a stray lock of hair across his forehead, sunlight dancing through his strands. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. He struck an exaggerated pose, his fingers running through his wind-blown hair. Hai Tianqing rolled her eyes almost to the sky. Don't give me that. She cracked her knuckles, the fabric of her combat suit rustling softly. No, I have to go ask. Hey, don't. Zhou Yang's words were still stuck in her throat when Hai Tianqing dashed off like an arrow. The girl's lithe figure swept across the stone path, startling several mutated sparrows pecking at their food. Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly, just about to join in. When he saw Hai Tianqing abruptly shove aside the old man, with the totem painted on his face, the man staggering back a few steps. This is impossible. Hai Tianqing's voice seemed to be squeezed out between clenched teeth. Before Zhou Yang could react, the girl had already turned and rushed towards the council hall, her footsteps so fast they kicked up a cloud of dust on the stone pavement. Zhou Yang's outstretched hand froze in midair. He watched Hai Tianqing's retreating figure, then glanced at the several old men with gloomy expressions, and the hairs on the back of his neck involuntarily stood on end. Hai Tianqing abruptly lifted the animal skin curtain, her hurried footsteps echoing in the stone corridor. Inside the council hall, Lei Ming was bending over packing his belongings when he heard the commotion. He looked up sharply, the water pouch in his hand falling to the ground with a thud. Lei Ming. Hai Tianqing's breathing was still catching in her throat, her bangs clinging to her skin with sweat. Where's Jiang? Lei Ming's eyes flickered for a moment. Their chieftain and guide. Need to speak with Xiao Jiang alone for a while. His voice trailed off, the last few words barely audible. What do you mean? Speak alone? Hai Tianqing asked hoarsely. Even with her usual carefree demeanor, she keenly caught the fleeting panic on Lei Ming's face. This man, who could never hide his feelings, was now gripping the straps of his pack tightly. Jiang. Is she one of the old people? Hai Tianqing asked, each word deliberate, her voice seeming to come from a great distance. She took a step forward, her combat boots crushing a sprouting vine on the ground with a snapping sound. Lei Ming jerked his head up, his face drained of color. How could you? His Adam's apple bobbed violently. She hasn't even sworn an oath to that damn clan chief yet. Who told you that? These words struck Hai Tianqing like a hammer blow to the chest, causing him to stagger back half a step. Those old villagers. Zhou Yang's panting voice came from the doorway. He leaned against the doorframe, his forehead soaked with sweat. It spread everywhere. Chapter 253. Hai Tianqing turned abruptly. No. Her voice trembled. I need to find her, and ask her why she never told us. Hai Tianqing. The bone curtain was suddenly lifted, revealing Zhang Fengde's figure at the boundary of light and shadow. The morning light gilded the edges of his epaulets, but couldn't penetrate his unfathomable eyes. The captain stood there, like an insurmountable wall. This is her choice. Zhang Fengde's voice was soft, yet it struck everyone's hearts like a hammer. We can't interfere. Captain Zhang? Hai Tianqing's pupils contracted sharply. He had never seen Zhang Fengde like this before. His usually calm gaze was now as cold and hard as iron. But, go pack your things. As Zhang Fengde turned, the bone curtain made a crisp clinking sound behind him. Sparrow, Zhou Yang stepped forward and pressed down on Hai Tianqing's trembling shoulder, a warm pressure coming from his palm. Listen to Captain Zhang. Hai Tianqing's fists clenched and unclenched. Watching Zhang Fengde's departing figure, she suddenly remembered her brother's words before he left. If you face a choice at the suspended tower, trust Captain Zhang's judgment. Her usually gentle brother, unusually, had lost all his smile when he said those words. Finally, the girl lowered her head. A bead of sweat rolled down her nose, leaving a dark stain on the stone floor. She silently walked towards her baggage, her fingers tracing the spot where Jiang Chen usually sat. The torches in the stone chamber flickered, casting an unpredictable light on Kuang Shu's wrinkled face. His withered fingers gently stroked the bone flute at his waist. Do you understand what you need to do? Jiang Chen nodded silently, the scabbard of her black and gold broken sword gleaming coldly at her waist. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the ragged doctor in the corner. He was wiping a scalpel with dirty bandages, the firelight reflecting off the metal surface like a viper's forked tongue. Don't worry, the sacrificial conversion is painful, but it won't kill you. His cloudy eyes, deep set, shifted slightly. After it's over, the flying vehicle will be handed over to your companions. Jiang Chen suddenly put down the box she was carrying, the box hitting the stone floor with a dull thud. I want to go behind the wall again, she said softly, to eat something. Kuang Shu's eyebrows rose slightly, the totem markings on his forehead twisting. It's exhausting. Jiang Chen flexed her wrists. I need to replenish my energy. A brief silence fell over the stone chamber, broken only by the crackling of the torches. Kuang Shu's callous thumb rubbed the cracks in the bone flute. Have the servants prepare. No need. Jiang Chen interrupted, her voice suddenly rising. Lotus mist. The girl guarding the door trembled. She looked timidly at the guards on either side, the totem-covered warriors motionless, like stone sculptures. Kuang Shu's gaze lingered on Jiang Chen's face for a moment, scrutinizing and probing. Jiang Chen remained composed, allowing him to examine her, her fingers lightly tapping the edge of the box, producing a soft tap-tap sound. Let her in, Kuang Shu finally spoke, his voice low. Lianwu entered quickly, head bowed, carrying a food box in both hands. She placed the box on the stone table, her movements slow and gentle, as if afraid of disturbing something. Jiang Chen took the box, opened the lid, and inside were neatly arranged several pieces of dried rations and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Food as ordinary as could be. She picked up a piece of dried ration, took a slow, deliberate bite, her chewing calm and natural, as if she were truly just replenishing her strength. Kwang Shua's gaze swept back and forth between the two, but Jiang Chen never looked up, and Lian Wu simply stood quietly to the side, her eyelashes lowered, like a shadowless figure. Kwang Shua finally withdrew his gaze. Jiang Chen's identity had already spread, the suspended tower wouldn't tolerate her, and being a member of the old clan was her only way out. Even if she was clever, she should understand this. I go ask the clan chief, Kwang Shua said, turning around. The conversion ceremony requires her witness. Jiang Chen continued eating, head down, not even lifting her eyelids, only giving a muffled hum. The footsteps faded, and the stone chamber door closed softly. After confirming Kwang Shua's departure, Jiang Chen abruptly stopped chewing. She slowly raised her head, her gaze meeting Lian Wu's in midair. Their eyes met briefly, but they understood each other perfectly. The action was ready. Inside the sanatorium, Lian Wu bit her lower lip. Are you sure you want to do this? Isn't this too risky? Jiang Chen stood by the window, moonlight filtering through the vines, casting dappled shadows on her cold, handsome profile. Her fingertips lightly traced the broken black and gold sword at her waist, the dark red patterns on the blade resembling dried blood in the moonlight. The sacrificial conversion is the perfect opportunity. Her voice was as calm as if analyzing tactics. Melina values the power of the red serpent immensely, and will not allow too many people behind the wall. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the box in the corner. Moreover, that thing in the box might go out of control during the conversion, so they won't get too close to me. Zhang Fengde sat in the shadows, his voice low and menacing. They know your abilities, and won't let their guard down. Jiang Chen's dark eyes gleamed coldly in the moonlight, like two bottomless pools of icy water. Therefore, she said slowly, I must convince them. I have no choice but to swear allegiance to Melina. Lian Wu blinked in confusion. What do you mean? I don't understand. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly touching the eaves hanging from the wall. The previously restless plants suddenly quieted down, obediently coiling around her wrist like tamed snakes. I will let the news of the old people's bloodline spread naturally, she whispered, the vines slowly moving between her fingers. Lian Wu and Zhang Fengde looked at the figure standing in the moonlight simultaneously. Lian Wu, they don't know about your special ability, her voice was deep and clear. You haven't seen Melina, you must take this opportunity to remember her appearance. Lian Wu sat on the stone bed, a leather notebook open on her lap, densely filled with observation records. She raised her head, her eyes gleaming with confidence. I meticulously recorded your descriptions of this clan leader's behavior over the past few days. From her gait to her tone, she gently closed her notebook. Impersonating her for a short time won't be a problem. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to Zhang Fengde in the shadows. Captain Zhang, Jiang Chen looked at him. I need you to keep Lei Ming and the others in check outside. Her fingers tightened slightly. Once my identity is revealed, Sparrow might. I understand, Zhang Fengde interjected, his voice hoarse. He stood up, his gaze fixed on her eyes, sharp as a knife. Can you really control that red python and what's in the box? Jiang Chen's breath hitched. He had indeed seen through the most crucial link. Memories flooded back. Deep within the bunker, black water writhed like living things, the red python's scales gleaming blood-red in the darkness. Even when he possessed her body, she could still feel that bone-chilling cold, like countless icy hands tearing at her consciousness. It was that moment of fear that allowed her to regain control of her body the instant Hui's consciousness wavered. Jiang Chen slowly raised her hand, palm up. The vines on the wall suddenly began to wriggle, as if summoned, moving towards her, and finally obediently wrapping around her wrist. I can control it, she whispered, the vines tightening around her fingers. Because I am essentially the same as them. Chapter 254. Jiang Chen's footsteps faded into the distance, and the door to the sanatorium closed softly with a muffled sound. Zhang Fengde stood up, preparing to leave, when Lian Wu's icy voice suddenly came from behind him. Even if she leaves, your people won't accept her. Zhang Fengde paused. He slowly turned around and saw the girl who was always quiet in front of Jiang Chen now sitting upright on the edge of the bed, her eyes sharp as knives. The moonlight cast dancing shadows on her face, slicing her gentle features into sharp lines. Her identity will soon be known to the suspended tower. She raised her head, a mocking smile curving her lips. Captain Zhang, as the city's guardian, are you planning to protect this outcast with the blood of the old people, or? She deliberately dragged out the word, Once you use her to obtain the aircraft, you discard this useless pawn? Zhang Fengge's eyes suddenly turned cold. The temperature inside the sanatorium seemed to plummet to freezing, the lamplight flickering eerily for a moment. Zhang Fengge took a step forward. The day they joined the 11th District's Guardians, his voice was soft, yet carried immense weight. I made a promise. The Guardians protect their comrades, not their bloodlines. He turned and walked away. Jiang Chen was once an undifferentiated individual. Just like your brother. That's why you took special care of her, isn't it? The air in the sanatorium suddenly froze. Lian Wu's voice was soft, yet like a sharp dagger, precisely piercing Zhang Fengge's most painful memories. Zhang Fengge abruptly stopped. The old captain slowly turned around, his eyes sharp as knives, his voice terrifyingly low. Have you seen Zhang Qi? Lian Wu met his gaze, her face showing no fear. The firelight flickered in her eyes, reflecting a chilling light. In my Sasia. A cold smile played on her lips. But I think he doesn't want to see you right now. She paused deliberately. After all, he already possesses abilities far more powerful than yours. Zhang Fengge's breath hitched slightly. Memories flooded back. That rainy night, the boy's resolute back, and those words, I rather remain an undifferentiated being forever than accept your pity. Zhang Fengge closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, his gaze calm. It's different. His voice was soft, almost a murmur. Jiang Chen has always just been herself, and Zhang Qi too. These words echoed in the treatment room, carrying an indescribable power. Zhang Fengge turned and walked towards the door. Behind him, Lian Wu's eyes flickered slightly, as if touched by something. The moment Melina stepped inside the wall, the vines parted automatically, then silently closed behind her. Her complexion was much better than a few days ago. A hint of color even appeared on her pale cheeks, except for her neck, which was completely covered by her high-neck robe. Huichuan remained by her side as always. Her gaze towards Jiang Chen was still unfriendly, but since learning of Jiang Chen's status as an old resident, she hadn't caused them any further trouble. Kuang Shua stood to the side, instructing some servants to bring in one white-wrapped corpse after another. Jiang Chen knew that for this ritual, the red python also needed to feed. Jiang Chen sat at the stone table, the plate in front of her so clean it looked as if it had been licked clean. Beside her stood a girl with her head bowed, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress. It was Lian Wu. Melina's gaze swept across the forbidden area, a sacred place forbidden even to tribal chiefs, yet now filled with the aroma of food. Melina's gaze lingered on Lian Wu for half a second before shifting away, like brushing away a speck of dust. Jiang Chen's status as a former resident was now the talk of the town in Green Fortress, and Melina knew it wasn't her doing. Those subordinates eager to take sides, and Kuang Shua with his ever-present benevolent smile. The image of the old guide frequently conversing with Jiang Chen flashed through her mind. Are you ready? Melina asked, looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly rose, the scraping sound of his black gold broken sword against the stone chair grating. Anytime. Her voice was soft, yet it resonated subtly in the sealed stone chamber. Melina's lips curved slightly, her gaze lingering on Jiang Chen longer than necessary. She admired the contradictory qualities in this girl, like an unsharpened dagger, smooth and docile on the surface, yet capable of slicing through an enemy's throat in an instant. Her eyes were calm as still water, but Melina noticed her right index finger, hanging by her side, tapping her thigh with a barely perceptible movement, a subtle gesture characteristic of calculation. She had to admit, this girl reminded her of a brilliant leader from the past, the same ability to turn the hunting grounds into a chessboard, the same quality that inspired companions to risk their lives. If Jiang Chen didn't possess these intricate mysteries, she might have become the successor leading the old people out of their predicament. Melina suppressed this inappropriate assumption. There are no ifs in this world. She didn't want to push this girl too far, so she didn't immediately execute the girl beside her. Let's go! She turned and flicked her sleeve, her robes rustling on the stone ground. A faint sound of water came from the direction of the red python stone pool, like some creature awakening from its slumber. Jiang Chen's footsteps followed closely behind, but suddenly stopped. Crash! The disheveled doctor, always hiding in the shadows, knocked over his medicine bowl, scattering metal instruments everywhere. Seeing the flustered doctor, Jiang Chen hurriedly knelt down to pick up the items. She crouched down, picked up the scalpel rolling beside her, and put it back in the medicine bowl. When Melina turned around, Jiang Chen had already stood up. The once calm black water and stone beach rippled. Melina narrowed her eyes. The sound of water from the direction of the stone pool suddenly changed to the rustling of scales. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his hand still bearing traces of ink. Accept conversion. LB. Chapter 255. The stone door slammed shut behind them, the dull echo reverberating through the stone walls. The red python slowly emerged from the pool, its dark red scales gleaming with a metallic sheen in the water. Its belly swelled eerily, the outline of a human figure faintly visible beneath its skin. Dark ripples spread across the water's surface with its movements, like a silent warning. Melina stood by the pool, staring at the metal box Jiangchen had placed on the ground. Open it. Jiangchen knelt on one knee, her fingertips lightly touching the lid. She noticed the three guards unconsciously take a half-step back, their boots slipping on the wet stone. Huichuan's gaze swept over them like a blade, and the men immediately stiffened, as if pulled back to their positions by invisible threads. For safety's sake, Jiangchen looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. I suggest you all step back a bit. Melina's eyelids drooped slightly, her eyelashes casting sharp shadows on her face. Her gaze shifted between Jiangchen and the box, finally settling back half a step. The red python suddenly raised its head, its forked tongue brushing against Jiangchen's hair. Water droplets rolled down its scales, splashing tiny ripples on the box lid. In the darkness, the creature inside the box began to stir. The stone chamber fell silent, broken only by the sound of the red python's scales scraping against the stone walls, like countless blunt knives slowly dragging across bone. Jiangchen's hand covered the box lid, and the box suddenly trembled, the sound of viscous liquid churning inside coming from within, like some creature tearing open its newly formed membrane. Click! The lock sprang open, and Jiangchen's broken knife sliced across his wrist. Before the blood droplets could fall, a black, tar-like substance suddenly burst out of the box, twisting into countless thin tentacles in the air. The tentacles split into finer black threads at their tips, spreading and extending through the air like living things, instantly weaving a giant spiderweb that shrouded half the stone chamber in writhing shadow. Melina's pupils constricted. She waved her hand, and the vines on the stone wall writhed wildly like startled snakes, weaving into an impenetrable barrier. A vine that couldn't retreat in time was caught by the black water tentacles, instantly withering, carbonizing, and crumbling into a shower of black powder. But more black water was surging towards Jiangchen. The viscous liquid seeped into the wound on her wrist, causing the blood vessels beneath her skin to bulge with eerie black lines. Her jawline was taut, and fine beads of cold sweat trickled from her forehead, yet she still stared intently into the box. A semi-transparent black gel was slowly rising there, its surface constantly protruding with sharp edges before collapsing back, as if simulating some kind of attack. The outline of pulsating organs was vaguely visible at the core of the gel. Melina, peering through the gaps in the vines, saw that Jiangchen's lips had lost all color, but her eyes remained terrifyingly clear. The red python suddenly hissed, its tail thrashing in the black pool of water. The creature in the box finally broke free of its restraints, hovering in the air, revealing its true form. Even Huichuan, witnessing this scene for the first time, couldn't help but hold her breath. She had seen countless bloody scenes, but never such a bizarre sight. The black water coiled around Jiangchen like a living thing, etching flowing dark patterns onto her skin. Guangshu's turbid eyes reflected Jiangchen's gradually dilating pupils, a rainy night from his memory overlapping with this, churning black water, hissing red python. The screams of countless dead exploded in Jiangchen's ears, the twisted, deformed claws of the bunker's experimental subjects. The last moments of a man being filled with black water. A child's melting hand reaching out from a black spiderweb. These fragmented memories, like red-hot nails, pierced her nerves one by one. Jiangchen lowered her eyelashes, her raven feather lashes casting dappled shadows on her pale cheeks. A bead of blood seeped from her tightly clenched lips, but before it could fall, it was swept away by the surging black water, dissolving into the viscous darkness. The red python's tail fin swept across the surface of the pool, the splashing water condensing into countless black crystals in the air, dragging Jiangchen into the pool. The red python's body suddenly tightened, and Jiangchen's spine made a faint sound of strain. A wave of excruciating pain washed over her, but deep within the pain, she felt a strange rhythm. It was the pulse emanating from beneath the red python's scales, resonating with the black water surging in her veins, like two intertwined undercurrents within her body. Black water washed over her ears, bringing with it countless echoes of fragmented memories. She saw the blood droplets that splattered when a former clan leader plunged a bone knife into his heart, reflecting an eerie light in the sunlight. She saw the young priestesses kneeling by the pool, their long hair spreading like seaweed in the water, finally sinking into eternal darkness. She saw the red python's scales trembling slightly with excitement as it first coiled around a human's waist. Deep within her chaotic consciousness, Another Jiangchen floated silently. That phantom, dressed in the familiar suspended tower uniform, a black and gold broken sword at its waist, reached out its hand to her. Chapter 256. To advance or to retreat? Countless fragments of memory flashed through her shattered consciousness. The morning light of the suspended tower, the smiling faces of her companions, the agonizing pain of the black water's corrosive influence. Jiangchen suddenly opened her eyes. From within the black water, she drew the broken knife she never parted with. The blade sliced through the viscous liquid, emitting a piercing hiss. The red python, startled, raised its head, letting out a deafening roar that shook the entire chamber. What's going on? Melina's voice suddenly became shrill. The vine protective wall she had meticulously constructed suddenly snapped in half, the break as clean as if it had been sliced by the sharpest blade. The black water surged forth like a living thing, transforming into countless slender tentacles that lunged towards Melina and the others. Jiang Chunyu. Melina's roar abruptly stopped. Her pupils reflected the black water slithering like venomous snakes into the 7 orifices of Wichuan and Guangshua, causing the 2 powerful figures to immediately kneel and let out inhuman howls. The instigator had already sheathed her broken sword and turned to run towards the exit of the secret chamber. Jiang Chen's steps were light, yet each step was measured in the gaps between her heartbeats. She didn't look back. Behind her came the furious crashing of the red python, Melina's hysterical curses, and the chilling, sticky sound of the black water devouring flesh. The light at the end of the passage grew closer, but Jiang Chen's breathing became heavier. Tiny beads of blood seeped from the marks left by the red python on her waist. Black water flowed through her veins. Lianwu quickly stepped forward. Remember what she looks like? Jiang Chen lowered her voice, her lips barely moving. Beneath the skin of her neck, faint black lines flowed and quickly disappeared. Lianwu nodded almost imperceptibly, her hair falling to obscure her sparkling eyes. When she looked up again, the curve of her shoulders, the angle of her chin, even the rhythm of her breathing were exactly the same as Melina's. The 2 passed through the writhing wall, the vine silently closing behind them. The guards outside the council hall immediately straightened their backs, but looked puzzled when they saw who it was. Only Lady Melina and the girl from the suspended tower emerged. Lord Guangshou and Captain Huichuan were nowhere to be seen. How many tribal leaders are still missing? The moment Melina spoke, the guards' doubts vanished. That familiar tone, carrying the pressure of a superior, made them instinctively lower their heads. The Green Fortress's top priority recently was the gathering of 11 tribes to discuss the succession issue. No one dared to make a mistake on such a matter. 2 leaders are still missing. We are expediting the arrangements. The leading guard placed his right hand on his chest, the bone armor clanging crisply. Take them to see that flying machine. Melina's wave of her hand carried a hint of impatience. Guangshua should have already made the arrangements. The guards had no suspicions. The flying machine prepared for the suspended tower people had indeed been parked on the east platform for some time, and Lord Guangshua had personally inspected it this morning. As they turned to lead the way, no one noticed the few withered vine leaves that had slipped from Jiang Chen's sleeve, decaying into black liquid at an abnormal rate. Jiang Chen followed at the back of the group, her fingertips lightly touching the broken sword at her waist. The flying machine rested quietly on the platform, its metal shell covered with scratches and rust from the years, yet still revealing its exquisite craftsmanship. Jiang Chen strode forward, her fingers tracing the control panel. The familiar button layout slightly relaxed her tense nerves. Although somewhat old, its core operation was almost identical to the suspended tower's flying machine. Chieftain, the leaders of several tribes have. Before the soldier could finish speaking, Jiang Chen flashed forward, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. The soldier groaned and collapsed to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Fengge appeared at the edge of the platform. His steps were steady, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle, scanning the surrounding movements. Jiang Chen. Sparrow rushed out from behind Zhang Fengge, her eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. Tell me, are you? I explain later. Jiang Chen interrupted him, his voice low and firm. Leave first. Without further ado, the group quickly boarded the aircraft. Lei Ming and Yuan went straight to the cockpit, their movements clean and efficient, clearly familiar with this type of aircraft. How is it? Zhang Fengge asked, looking at the cockpit. No problem, Captain Zhang, I checked it. Lei Ming couldn't wait to leave this hellish place. Zhang Fengge looked at Yuan beside him, who nodded. The roar of the engine starting filled the air, and the aircraft slowly ascended, the airflow stirring up dust from the platform. Jiang Chen stood by the porthole, gazing at the green fortress below, which was shrinking smaller and smaller. As Fan Yu approached, he noticed that Jiang Chen's face was even paler than he had imagined. Her knuckles tapped unconsciously on the armrest of her seat, her gaze never leaving the porthole. "What's wrong?" Fang Yu asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen shook her head, lightly pressing her fingertips to her temples. "Nothing, it's just..." She paused. "It's all gone too smoothly." Fang Yu followed her gaze out the window. The green fortress had shrunk to a tiny dot on the horizon, with no sign of pursuers. He frowned, noticing the faint dark circles under Jiang Chen's eyes. Fang Yu was ultimately grateful to the girl before him. Without her, he and Yuan probably wouldn't have left this place alive. This green fortress, Fang Yu's voice unconsciously softened, is indeed a treasure trove. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the medicine pouch at his waist, where several moonshadow grasses were stored. A rare, mutated plant said to grow only in special habitats. Huichuan may seem aloof, but he was quite helpful when he heard, "I needed medicine for my companions," Fang Yu tentatively said. "Want to try it? It's said to be very effective in relieving mental fatigue." Jiang Chen finally turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Herbal medicine? It seems they haven't restricted your movements much." Before he could finish speaking, the aircraft suddenly lurched violently. Jiang Chen reflexively gripped the seat, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. "Lei Ming. What's going on?" Zhang Feng's voice came from behind the cockpit. "It's nothing, Captain Zhang." Lei Ming's response was as relaxed as ever. "Just encountered a cloud, no big deal." Another jolt interrupted Lei Ming. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she turned her attention back to Fang Yu, about to continue speaking. Suddenly, her expression changed. She quickly walked towards the cockpit. Chapter 257. Brother Lei, make an emergency landing immediately. Now! Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rose, her knuckles slamming heavily against the metal wall of the cockpit, producing a piercing vibration. Her pupils contracted to pinpoints in the dim cockpit, and the dark lines on her neck were faintly visible. Lei Ming was startled by the sudden order, his fingers slipping, and the aircraft tilted violently. He barely managed to steady the control stick, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Little Jiang, calm down. This cloud cover is too thick, making an emergency landing now will." "Have they never restricted your movements before?" Jiang Chen interrupted him. Sparrow peeked out from the cockpit door, startled by Jiang Chen's unusual expression. No one stopped us. Zhou Yang and I even sneaked into their restricted library." The girl suddenly fell silent, because she saw that Jiang Chen's face had lost all color under the cold light of the instrument panel. Fragments of memory flooded in like black water. The festering totem faintly visible beneath Melina's high collar, Kuang Shua's meaningful pause, as he caressed the bone flute, Huichuan's generous moonshadow grass. All these details strung together in Jiang Chen's mind to form a terrifying truth. Every vine in the green fortress is Melina's spy. Jiang Chen's voice was like ice. "How could they not know you entered the library?" Zhou Yang's Adam's apple bobbed beside him, a belated chill creeping up his spine. He recalled those overly smooth reconnaissances. The unguarded forbidden zone, the conveniently open secret passage. Boom! The aircraft trembled violently, and the display screen on top suddenly exploded with blinding static. In a flash, Melina's blood-stained face abruptly appeared. She leaned against the throne, the black water patterns on her neck writhing like living creatures. Her figure distorted for a moment on the shattered screen, then became clear. Her condition was far worse than Jiang Chen had imagined. Dark red blood trickled down from the gash on her forehead, leaving several glaring marks on her pale cheek. Her right eye had turned a cloudy grayish-white, the pupil dilated, as if corroded by some invisible toxin. Her left eye, however, was unusually bright, its golden iris gleaming with a beastly cold light in the dim throne room. On her neck, the black welts that had once been concealed by her high-collared robes were now completely ulcerated. Dark pus and blood seeped continuously from the cracked skin, dripping down her collarbone onto her ceremonial robes, corroding the luxurious fabric with charred holes. Most horrifying of all was her right hand. Her fingers were twisted and deformed, her nails missing, revealing metallic black bone spurs beneath, as if some creature was reshaping her body from the inside out. "You think you can escape?" Melina's voice was no longer the authoritative tone of a chieftain, but had become a strange, dual timbre. A mixture of her own hoarseness and a sharp, hissing tone, like that of a red python. As she spoke, the corner of her mouth twitched uncontrollably, black liquid spilling from between her lips and dripping onto the armrest of the throne, instantly corroding it and emitting wisps of blue smoke. Her left hand gripped a broken bone flute tightly, her knuckles twisted and deformed from the force. It was Kuang Shua's flute, still stained with fresh blood. Just as the image was about to disappear, Melina suddenly leaned forward, something writhing violently beneath the skin of her festering neck. Her lips parted, silently uttering her last words. Jiang Chen, you will pay the price for your choice. The screen shattered, but the figure, though on the verge of collapse, remained majestic, etched deeply into everyone's minds. Behind the throne, the massive silhouette of a red serpent could be vaguely seen slowly slithering in the darkness, the sound of its scales rubbing against each other even piercing the noise of the electronic equipment. The instant the screen shattered, the entire aircraft suddenly lost weight and plummeted. Lei Ming frantically pulled up the control stick, which snapped under the strain, while outside the porthole. Sparrow suddenly felt uneasy. She tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Jiang, what's happening? A piercing alarm ripped through the cabin air like a sharp blade, and the scarlet warning lights illuminated everyone's faces as if stained with blood. All the screens on the control panel simultaneously flashed blinding countdown numbers. 0:30. Lei Ming abruptly sprang from the pilot's seat, the metal frame groaning under the strain. His fingers furiously tapped on the control panel, but every key seemed to sync without a trace. Only the cold, robotic female voice repeated, "Warning, self-destruct program activated." Yuan lunged at the backup terminal, his pupils constricting sharply as he scanned a hidden code segment. This isn't an ordinary bomb. It's a neurotoxin spore bullet. His fingernails scraped harshly against the metal surface. We did a full scan, how could? It's moonshadow grass. Fang Yu's voice suddenly broke in. He held a crushed herb in his hand, blue sap dripping from his fingers, corroding the metal floor with tiny bubbles. I didn't expect him to detonate the neurotoxin spore bullet. 0:15. Zhang Fengde ripped away Lei Ming, his practiced fingers typing a string of code on the completely malfunctioning main control panel. The aircraft tilted violently, unsecured equipment scattering everywhere. A sparrow crashed into the cabin wall, blood immediately appearing on its forehead. Too late. Lei Ming slumped amidst the scattered parts, sweat soaking his uniform. The clouds here are too thick, interfering with all navigation systems. We can't even get any altitude. 0:05. Jiang Chen suddenly pulled out her broken knife, the tip thrusting deep into the control panel. In a flash, Zhang Fengde grabbed her wrist. Not there. Zhang Fengde's other hand lifted a hidden inspection cover on the floor. The fuel valve is. 0:01. The world fell silent for a moment in a blinding white light. Then, the shockwave of the explosion tore the aircraft in two, the burning wreckage plummeting like meteors into the boundless sea of clouds below. In her last moments of consciousness, Jiang Chen saw beads of her blood suspended in the air, each drop reflecting the disintegrating hull, and, below the clouds, the faint outline of a green fortress. Chapter 258. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply in the darkness. The stinging pain of the icy pool water, filling her lungs, instantly jolted her awake. The black water coiled around her limbs like a living thing, every inch of her skin throbbing with the excruciating pain of the clash between the red python and the black water. As if someone were extracting her bone marrow, and then nailing it back inch by inch. The illusion of the exploding aircraft still lingered on her retina. Scattered metal fragments, a drop of blood dripping from Sparrow's forehead, Zhang Fengde's final, unfinished gesture. The black water screamed in her veins, trying to take over her body, while the power of the red python built a defense line within her bones. The sensation in her palm suddenly became clear. Accept the conversion, LB. Jiang Chen suddenly loosened her clenched teeth. The power of the black water and the red python surged into her open meridians like a burst dam, but at the moment of collision, they converged into a new power. Melina's fingertips unconsciously dug into the armrest of the throne, sending shards of decaying wood scattering. In the center of the black pool, Jiang Chen slowly rose to the surface. Water droplets rolled down her bare back, each one leaving a thin, black trail in the air. The totems on her skin were not static, but rather flowed and moved like living things. The chamber suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The once churning black water became like a mirror. The terrifying creature had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few strings of bubbles floating on the surface, like the satisfied sighs of something swallowed by a colossal beast. Melina suddenly trembled violently. She felt a long-lost power rising from the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of her feet, awakening her withered meridians one by one. This feeling of fullness was something she hadn't experienced in 20 years, like the tremor she felt when she was first chosen by the red python. The entire green fortress trembled slightly. The dead vines on the walls sprouted new branches, the bone bells in the sacrificial plaza tolled silently, and even in the outermost farms, the dying crops suddenly straightened their stems. Melina struggled to her feet from the throne, her festering kneecaps cracking under the weight. As she finally staggered to the edge of the pool, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. In those vertical pupils, no longer human, Melina's hunched figure was reflected. Melina's priestly robe suddenly burst into flames without wind. In the eerie blue flames, the festering sores on her neck began to heal miraculously. A red python hissed joyfully from the bottom of the pool. In the dark stone pool, the red python swam slowly, its dark red scales reflecting a metallic sheen on the water's surface. Its massive body was coiled around a girl in black robes, their limbs intertwined, like a sacred symbiosis depicted in ancient totems. The girl's face was as pale as cold jade, and drops of water from the still damp pool dripped down her chin, each drop reflecting an eerie halo. The moment Jiang Chen stepped out of the water, the mutated vines around her receded like a tide. Those once ferocious plants now curled up, their tips drooping to the ground, as if performing some ancient ritual. Kuang Shou and Huichuan stood rooted to the spot, all their doubts and suspicions vanishing in that instant. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar girl before them, they finally understood. She had always been a lost member of her tribe. "I will arrange for the flying vehicle." Melina's voice remained steady, but her gaze inadvertently avoided Jiang Chen. "Your companions can leave safely." Jiang Chen did not answer. She merely raised her eyes slightly, a dark light, unlike anything inhuman, swirling in her pitch-black pupils. With just that one movement, Melina felt a cold blade tracing along her spine. It was the tremor of a red python before its prey, a feeling she knew all too well. Hiss. The red python in the pool suddenly raised its head, its golden vertical pupils fixed on Melina. The sound of its scales rubbing together was no longer harsh, but instead carried a strange rhythm. "I hope they leave after I swear to you, as a final farewell." Jiang Chen's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable power. Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the broken sword at her waist, the patterns on the scabbard subtly echoing the totems on her skin. Melina was silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the faint black gold mark between Jiang Chen's brows. She knew that the girl's oath was a done deal, and the fate of the suspended tower people was only a matter of time. "All right," Melina replied in a deep voice, her tone carrying the unique pressure of a superior. She walked forward side by side with Huichuan, their heavy robes rustling on the stone ground. Jiang Chen stood motionless, merely tilting her head slightly to meet the gaze of the red python in the pool. For a fleeting moment, a golden glint flashed in her dark eyes, mirroring the python's vertical pupils. The python's scales trembled slightly, emitting an almost pleasurable rustling sound. The instant the door to the secret chamber opened, Lianwu, standing in the corner, took it all in. When she noticed the newly appeared totem between Jiang Chen's brows, her pupils contracted sharply. It was an unexpected variable, but she quickly lowered her eyelids, concealing all her emotions beneath her drooping eyelashes. Jiang Chen slowly walked towards Lianwu. Melina glanced back at them, ultimately saying nothing, and disappeared with Huichuan at the end of the corridor. Silence returned to the stone chamber, broken only by the occasional soft sound of the red python's tail fin skimming the water's surface. Jiang Chen stood in front of the lotus flower, a silent understanding flowing between them. The totem between their brows flickered in and out of focus, but the slovenly doctor, who always appeared and disappeared, was nowhere to be seen. Along the long corridor, Jiang Chen strode forward, Lianwu close behind. The mutated vines hanging down the corridor withered abruptly, as if drained of life. Her gaze swept across the empty corner of the corridor. "We will die." These words pierced Lianwu's spine, like an icicle. She grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist, the skin beneath her touch colder than life itself. "What?" Lianwu's voice was barely audible, yet it trembled uncontrollably. She looked around. The moss on the stone walls had turned an ominous dark red. "How could you?" Jiang Chen's pupils dilated slightly, the golden light in her eyes flickering like a dying candle. "My second ability. Precognition. When my consciousness was fading, I saw." She didn't finish, but Lianwu read the unspoken words in her suddenly tense jawline. Those scenes must have been too gruesome to describe. The moonlight outside the corridor was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. Lianwu then noticed that Jiang Chen's arms beneath his black robe were covered in python scale patterns. This realization sent a shiver down her spine. The girl before her was visibly becoming inhuman. "I'm not sure if the prophecy is accurate," Jiang Chen suddenly turned, the totem between his brows radiating a blinding golden light, "but I can't afford to gamble." "I don't believe it. How could it be?" Jiang Chen. "Couldn't possibly be an old one. We studied together in the suspended tower together." Sparrow's shrill voice echoed from the lounge. The lounge door opened silently, and Jiang Chen's figure appeared at the boundary of light and shadow. Sparrow's skepticism abruptly ceased. She stared wide-eyed at the flowing dark golden totem between Jiang Chen's brows. Lianwu's finger remained suspended in midair, still in a gesture of dissuasion. But Jiang Chen had already walked straight into the room. My blood, she raised her wrist, dark beads of blood seeping from an unhealed wound. Indeed flows the blood of an old one. Chapter 259. Sparrow and Zhou Yang froze, their pupils slightly contracting in shock. They had never imagined Jiang Chen would reveal his identity so bluntly. His once black eyes now gleamed with a dark golden light. Where's Fang Yu? Jiang Chen suddenly asked, looking around. Yuan, startled by the commotion outside, rushed out of the inner room and stumbled upon this scene. He instinctively took a half-step back, his back against the doorframe. Fang Yu? He went to the herb garden. The wooden door suddenly creaked sharply. Fang Yu's figure appeared in the doorway, the afterglow of the setting sun casting a blood-red hue on half of his body. In his right hand, he held a bunch of alluring blue-purple flowers, the edges of the petals gleaming unnaturally. Looking for me? Fang Yu raised an eyebrow in confusion, his left hand still in the position of pushing the door open. Jiang Chen's movements were so fast, they almost left an afterimage. Her black robes billowed as she closed in on Fang Yu, her long, slender fingers gripping his wrist with irresistible force. In the instant Fang Yu released his grip in pain, the eerie flowers fell into Jiang Chen's palm. This is moonshadow grass. Zhou Yang gasped, but before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chen's fingers tightened abruptly. Dark green sap gushed from the broken stem, a few drops splashing onto Jiang Chen's pale hand, the viscous liquid dripping between her fingers. Fang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed, his fingers unconsciously clenching and unclenching. He had never seen Jiang Chen so out of control. Those eyes, usually so calm and almost indifferent, now shimmered with a dark golden light, bordering on violent. She instinctively took a half-step back, her voice slightly hoarse with tension. This herb has a calming effect, I picked some. After speaking, he seemed to suddenly realize something and hurriedly added, Don't worry, General Huichuan and the others didn't say anything, so I think it's probably nothing valuable. His gaze fell on Jiang Chen's tightly clenched fingers, watching the blue-purple petals wither and curl rapidly in Jiang Chen's palm, as if their life force had been drained away by some invisible force, turning into a handful of ashes. Jiang Chen didn't respond to Fang Yu's explanation, but suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing Zhou Yang like a blade. Zhou Yang, have you been to the old people's library? Zhou Yang's breath hitched, his back instantly tensing. They had been so careful, leaving early and returning late every day, avoiding patrolling soldiers, even deliberately erasing traces. How did Jiang Chen know? His fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes, his lips trembled slightly, but he didn't know what to do. He didn't answer. Hai Tianqing finally couldn't hold back any longer and took a step forward, blocking Zhou Yang's path. Her brows held the stubbornness unique to youth, and though her voice was low, it still carried an unyielding spirit. Jiang, what happened? Did that clan leader cause you trouble? She gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently. We take responsibility for our actions. We went there, we go tell her right now. Her fingers were already on the weapon at her waist, seemingly ready to rush out and fight at any moment. But the instant he turned around, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, almost face to face. Her speed was chilling. Hai Tianqing's pupils contracted sharply, his heart almost skipped a beat. Jiang Chen's voice was low, yet it carried an irresistible sense of pressure. Don't move. Almost, the prophecy was true, they almost all perished in the explosion. Jiang Chen felt all her strength drain away, her shoulders slumped instantly. Her knees slammed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. An eerie dark red tinged the edges of her vision, like mist stained by a blood moon. When Lianwu's hand touched her back, the fabric was completely soaked, the cold sweat even seeped through her outer robe, leaving dark stains on the fabric. Jiang Chen. Jiang. Little Jiang. The calls, rising and falling, seemed to come through a thick pane of glass, blurry and distant. Jiang Chen's eardrums buzzed, each heartbeat felt like it was being gripped tightly by some invisible hand, pounding slowly and heavily. Bang! Her fingertips unconsciously curled, the devastating explosion and the foreshadowing still burning on her retina. The heatwave and metal fragments seemed poised to tear reality apart at any moment. Thump! Sparrow's hand touched her forehead, then abruptly withdrew. Her temperature is off, too high. But Jiang Chen herself felt cold, a bone-chilling cold, as if she had been thrown into the depths of black water, even her breath freezing. Thump! As the last heartbeat fell, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted to slits. She saw Lianwu's lips moving, but heard no sound. The world felt completely silent at that moment, all light fading away as if swallowed by a black hole. Chapter 260. The Bunker. Luo Bin stood before the observation window, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the data panel. Through the thick reinforced glass, he saw the hibernation pod, numbered none, lying quietly in the center of the recovery area, like a forgotten island. Assistant Luo? The researcher's voice sounded again, with a mechanical urging. Wait a little longer. Luo Bin gestured, but his gaze couldn't leave the hibernation pod. The surface of the hibernation pod was covered with some kind of mutated vines. Under the cold white laboratory lights, the vines appeared a sickly gray-green, yet strangely, they bloomed with clusters of small white flowers. Upon closer inspection, the flowers were almost transparent, the edges of the petals shimmering faintly, swaying gently in the airflow from the ventilation system. He took a few steps closer and found that the metal shell of the hibernation pod was already mottled and corroded by the vine roots. Through several broken cracks, he could see that the internal maintenance system was still stubbornly operating, the faint blue indicator lights flickering like a heartbeat. This scene reminded him of the day he left Earth. That night with the blood moon overhead. When he last stood on the base's rooftop, he saw just this metal coffin, swallowed by plants, silently radiating life against the dark red sky. Earth's resources were rapidly depleting, and those in these expired hibernation pods were automatically discarded back to the ground. A fierce wind raged across the gray surface, and crimson dust swirled in the air like blood. The crisp sound of sand hitting his protective mask echoed constantly, as he trudged through the ruins surrounding the base. This was Earth's abandoned hibernation pod storage area. Thousands of metal pods lay piled haphazardly like corpses, their surfaces covered in a layer of corrosive dust. Just as he was about to return, a strange white glint suddenly caught his eye. At the very edge of the mountain of abandoned pods, a hibernation pod miraculously remained intact. Even more astonishing was that the entire pod was tightly bound by vines emitting a ghostly blue fluorescence. Large, white flowers bloomed on these vines, starkly contrasting against the dark red sky. Luo Bin involuntarily approached. As he drew closer, he saw that the centers of the flowers were pale gold, swaying gently with the rhythm of the storm, as if breathing. The observation window of the hibernation pod was mostly covered by the vines, but through the gaps, he could see the peaceful sleeping face of a young girl. A stark contrast to the deathly atmosphere around her. Her chest rose and fell with an extremely slow rhythm, each breath so faint as to be almost imperceptible, yet miraculously sustained, as if resisting the decay of the entire world. A warning alarm blared through Luo Bin's communicator, urging them to board the ship. They were leaving Earth for space to find the next habitable planet, but he had already made his decision. He initiated the emergency recovery procedure, watching as the robotic arm carefully lifted the living tomb from the ruins. The moment the hibernation pod left the ground, the vines suddenly trembled violently, scattering countless glowing spores that shimmered like stars against the dark red sky. The system shows she has exceeded her storage period by 297 days. The researcher activated the holographic projection, and a ring of red warning light immediately appeared around the hibernation pod. Although he was also very curious about how the woman inside the hibernation pod could survive for so long, they had to deal with it to conserve resources. He said, according to Chapter 3, Article 4 of the Bunker Fire Seat Regulations. I know the regulations. Luo Bin was pulled back to reality, interrupting, his finger swiping across the projection, bringing up the internal scan of the hibernation pod. The image showed an abnormally active metabolic response in the girl's body data. But the person before him had never truly woken up. Her life was as if it had been paused, not extinguished, yet unable to move forward. The laboratory's exhaust system suddenly emitted a mournful hum. Prepared to transfer the equipment. Luo Bin made a sudden decision, shoving the data panel back into the researcher's hands. But the regulations stipulate. The regulations don't specify how to handle a living organism. Luo Bin glanced one last time at the petals swirling in the vents, considerate. Preserving an interesting sample for the human gene bank. Send this hibernation pod to observation room B7. Luo Bin suddenly said. The researcher looked at Luo Bin in shock, but, Assistant Luo, observation room B7 has. Go do it. A flicker of madness flashed in Luo Bin's eyes. The researcher finally followed instructions, and moved the hibernation pod. Don't you think it's amazing? Luo Bin suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse as if he hadn't used it in a long time. The researcher paused, looking up at his senior. As the most outstanding newcomer in Dr. Hui's team, Luo Bin was the most promising candidate to become the next generation's scientific leader. Yet he had become so listless. A piercing alarm suddenly blared inside the pod, red light sweeping across everyone's tense faces. The bunker's last alarm signal was flashing on the main screen, but everyone knew these alarms were meaningless. Their civilization, like this old spaceship, was inevitably heading towards its end. Luo Bin's gaze remained fixed on the hibernation pod about to be sent to the observation room. He murmured softly, more like questioning himself. Nothing lasts forever. Decay is the inevitable end for all life. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice growing softer, but death is only the beginning. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed from the B7 observation room. Chapter 261. Jiangchen felt as if her body was being torn apart by some creature. Her body, long devoid of feeling, seemed to be regaining consciousness due to some extreme pain. She remained in the boundless darkness for a very long time, so long that she seemed to have completely forgotten the measure of time. The darkness was like a pool of thick ink, immersing her consciousness within it. Occasionally, there was light. Her mother's fingers brushed through her hair, carrying a faint scent of soap that even the hospital disinfectant couldn't mask. Chun, an unknown white flower has bloomed on the windowsill. Her voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. It even bloomed without soil. She could feel the sunlight moving across her eyelids. Every morning, her mother would draw back the curtains, letting the light slant onto her body, which was covered with a thin blanket. A warm drop of water landed on her cheek, then was quickly wiped away. She tried to open her eyes, but even her eyelashes wouldn't flutter. She could only hear the cold dripping of medical equipment. Time in the darkness stretched out infinitely long. Sometimes she could hear her mother arguing with the doctor in the hallway. Try that new treatment again. I find a way to pay. Sometimes it was the suppressed coughing in the dead of night, and the soft thud of pills falling to the floor. Aiken, live on, no matter what, you must live on. Her mother's voice, like moonlight piercing through layers of mist, appeared and disappeared in Jiang Chen's hazy consciousness. She could feel those calloused hands gently stroking her forehead, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. Unknown white flowers on the window trembled slightly, releasing a crisp fragrance. Until one leaden morning, a sharp alarm ripped through the tranquility of the ward. In the depths of darkness, Jiang Chen heard hurried footsteps, the clanging of metal instruments, and the rumble of a trolley wheel over the floor. Amidst the piercing alarm, the hurried footsteps of medical staff rose and fell. Jiang Chen's consciousness struggled uneasily in a hazy state, only managing to grasp fragmented conversations. We must evacuate immediately to the bunker. The air radiation is getting higher and higher. If we stay on the ground any longer, I'm afraid we all get infected. But Director, the experiment isn't finished yet. We can't worry about that now, evacuate first. A violent jolt sent her tumbling down, and she felt herself being lifted onto a mobile hospital bed. Cool raindrops drifted in through the broken window, wetting her eyelashes. Why did we have to bring this person along? Her mother signed an organ donation agreement. We promised. And look at the monitor, in such a high radiation environment, she shows absolutely no signs of infection. The electrocardiogram monitor suddenly emitted a piercing buzz, the sound like a dull knife, severing her mother's last breath in the rain. A raindrop landed on a flower on the windowsill, then slid down its white petals, landing precisely on Jiang Chen's cheek. Live on. Survive by any means necessary. Observation Room B7. Jiang Chen suddenly opened her eyes. The black water in the observation room surged like a tide. Her consciousness awoke in the shattered hibernation pod. A humanoid monster hovered in midair. Experiment Subject 09. Its torso twisted and deformed like a melted wax figure, countless black threads extending from its limbs, writhing and embedding themselves into the walls like living creatures. Those threads pulsed rhythmically with its breathing, transforming the entire laboratory into a giant black spiderweb, emitting a faint sizzling sound. A heart-wrenching groan echoed from the corner. The woman in animal skins huddled in the blood, her disheveled black hair soaked with sweat and clinging to her pale face. The totems on her face were blurred, as if half dissolved, and blackish red viscous fluid dripped from her chin. Her swollen belly rose and fell with violent contractions, her veined hands gripping the tubes beside her tightly, each contraction causing her nails to scrape against them with a piercing sound. My child. Her trembling hand stroked her belly, her voice weak yet powerful. The voice was like a sharp blade, instantly piercing Jiang Chen's hazy consciousness. She suddenly remembered a long time ago, in that disinfectant-smelling hospital room, her mother had gently stroked her forehead, saying the same words. The black fluid had reached the woman's chest. When the baby's head finally emerged, Subject 09 suddenly let out a piercing scream, and all the black threads tightened simultaneously. The baby's cry abruptly stopped. Jiang Chen's consciousness crumbled in excruciating pain. She felt her thoughts, like glass thrown into a shredder, shatter into countless fragments with a sharp buzzing sound. Each fragment burned, carrying a moment from her memory. The carefree days of her childhood, the dazzling nighttime lights outside her window every time she left work, her mother's sobs in the dead of night. Her body was dissolving in black water. First, her fingertips took on an eerie, translucent quality, then the blood vessels beneath her skin melted away like icicles exposed to sunlight. No, no! Jiang Chen tried to scream, but found her vocal cords had already turned into a viscous liquid. She looked down and saw spiderweb-like cracks appearing on her chest. Through the cracks, she could see her beating heart. Its surface crawling with black threads, like a fruit infested by parasites. Even more terrifying was the loss of her memories. The deepest memories etched in her brain were being extinguished one by a cold substance that traveled up her spinal cord. No, I must survive, by any means necessary. Her body was gradually swallowed by the black liquid. Her consciousness was being torn apart in the darkness. At that moment, she sensed a pure and fragile soul nearby. Like the first tender bud of early spring, swept away by a blizzard before it could even feel the sunlight. The tentacles of the black liquid easily pierced this unsuspecting consciousness. Jiang Chen watched that tiny soul struggle in the darkness, like a faint candle flame extinguished instantly by a surging tide. Just as the infant's consciousness vanished, she frantically devoured the black liquid that tried to possess the body, forcibly shoving fragments of her own consciousness into every nerve pathway. It felt like pressing a burning iron into flesh, but Jiang Chen clung tightly to the small body, refusing to let go. Live on. She seemed to hear two mothers' voices overlapping. You must live on. When the newborn suddenly opened its eyes, Subject 09 let out a roar that shattered glass. Chapter 262. Jiang Chen slowly opened her eyes, her vision gradually clearing. The first thing she saw was a pair of large, round eyes, with faint dark circles under them, as if she hadn't slept for a long time. Hai Tianqing's previously dim gaze suddenly brightened the moment she saw her awaken, like an extinguished candle being relit. Jiang. She practically pounced on her, wrapping her arms tightly around her shoulders, so tightly it was almost suffocating. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with relief and lingering fear. Do you know, you suddenly collapsed, and we couldn't wake you no matter what we did. We really thought. She didn't finish her sentence, only burying her face in Jiang Chen's shoulder, as if to confirm her presence. Jiang Chen forced a pale smile, her voice low and hoarse. Maybe. I'm just too tired. She tried to move her fingers, finding her body still heavy, as if filled with lead. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days? Hai Tianqing suddenly looked up, his eyes slightly red, then, as if afraid of crushing her, he hurriedly climbed off her, muttering, Fang Yu's healing ability had no effect on you at all, and the doctor said by that old tribal chief couldn't find the cause either. He could only say you seemed asleep, but how can you not wake someone who's asleep? Looking at her like this, Jiang Chen felt a warmth in her heart, mixed with a sense of guilt. 3 days? Jiang Chen murmured softly, the number echoing in her mind, sending a wave of dizziness through her. She instinctively gripped the sheets beneath her, the rough texture reminding her that she had indeed returned to reality. Fragmented memories, like pages scattered after a storm, were now flying back to their original places, one by one. Jiang Chen slowly lowered her head, her gaze falling on her slightly trembling hands. These seemingly ordinary hands now seemed to carry a strange warmth. She suddenly understood. The scenes she had seen in Hui's consciousness weren't illusions. When the first red python was captured by the bunker dwellers, a woman had indeed emerged from its egg sac. Even more shocking, that woman was already pregnant. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen's fingertips unconsciously traced her palm, as if confirming the reality of this body. The gaps in her memories remained shrouded in mist, but certain crucial fragments had already been pieced together seamlessly. But what about her memories after that? Jiang? Hai Tianqing called cautiously, his fingers gently tugging at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Seeing no reaction, she leaned closer, her voice tinged with unease. Are you all right? Jiang Chen snapped out of her daze, and realized Hai Tianqing was looking at her with concern. Those usually bright eyes were now veiled in a thin mist, her eyelashes trembling nervously. Jiang Chen responded instinctively, her voice so soft it almost seemed to dissipate into the air. Hai Tianqing bit her lower lip, her fingers twisting together. I'm sorry. Her voice trailed off, her toes unconsciously drawing circles on the ground. I shouldn't have done that. No matter which blood flows in your veins, you are you, and that will never change. Jiang Chen was stunned. Looking at this awkward yet sincere girl before her, a strange pang of sadness welled up in her chest. Whether she was a member of the suspended tower or an old clan, she never truly belonged to either side. Deep within her memory, the shadow of that azure planet always lingered, like a dream she couldn't wake from. Even now, knowing that this body belonged to the old clan, she calmly accepted the fact, as if accepting an insignificant answer. Her soul always floated on the edge of this world, like a wandering ghost with nowhere to land. But the gradually resurfacing fragments of memory cruelly reminded her, perhaps, she had already existed in this world for a very, very long time. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forcing herself to pull herself out of her chaotic thoughts. She moved her slightly stiff fingers, feeling the power slowly returning within her. Regardless of the past, the most important thing now was to get everyone out of here safely. Where are Captain Zhang and the others? She sat up straight, propping herself up on the edge of the bed, her voice regaining its usual calm. Hai Tianqing's expression suddenly became uneasy. She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, her eyes darting around, but ultimately succumbed to Jiang Chen's calm gaze. The suspended tower. Sent a team. She cautiously observed Jiang Chen's reaction. They're supposedly here for the ceremony of the new successor of the old people. Professor Norman is among them. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, her knuckles tightening involuntarily. Hai Tianqing swallowed hard, continuing, Captain Zhang seems to have gone to investigate something. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Jiang Chen lowered her eyes, her thick eyelashes casting a shadow on her face, concealing the turbulent emotions within. Hong Rui, this name was like a dull knife, slowly and cruelly scraping at her nerves. Those unresolved debts, those blood-stained memories, were now silently screaming. Is that so? She said softly, her voice eerily calm. When she looked up again, Hai Tianqing involuntarily took a half-step back. Her eyes flashed with the cold light of a hunter locking onto its prey. Truly surprising, Kane said, arms crossed, a mocking smile playing on his lips, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Zhang Fengge and Lei Ming, that you two can still stand here, panting. Lei Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He took 2 steps forward, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. You did this? The suppressed rage in his voice seemed to vibrate the air. Kane didn't even flinch, casually snapping his fingers. 2 burly men in black suits instantly appeared, their iron-like hands gripping Lei Ming's wrists tightly. So what if it is? Kane slowly adjusted his cuffs. You lived in the suspended tower for so many years, you're practically its property. He raised his eyes, a cold smile on his face. At this crucial moment, it's your honor to sacrifice for the suspended tower. As for the person you mentioned, he deliberately dragged out his words, don't worry, we used the most humane method. He passed away. Peacefully. Beast. Lei Ming's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck, the muscles in his restrained arms taut to their limit. Kane was about to continue his taunts when suddenly he froze. A cold, metallic object pressed against his temple without warning. The crisp sound of a bullet being chambered filled the air, the dark muzzle of a gun pressed firmly against his temple. Chapter 263. The vines of the green corridor swayed gently in the breeze, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and falling on the 4 people. Jiang Chen's steps were quick and firm, her boots clicking crisply on the bluestone slabs. Jiang Chen, wait for me. Hai Tianqing jogged to catch up, her bangs clinging to her cheeks with sweat. She reached out and tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Where are you going? Zhou Yang also immediately followed. Jiang Chen didn't stop, her gaze fixed ahead. To be on the safe side, before things get worse, I must see Melina. Lian Wu quietly followed behind the 2, keenly aware of the gazes directed at them. The local residents along the way stopped what they were doing, some even bowed their heads respectfully, their eyes gleaming with almost piety, while others held fear. These gazes were all focused on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, her peripheral vision sweeping over those watching her. She turned to Lian Wu, lowering her voice to ask, what's going on? Lian Wu leaned close to her ear, her voice almost inaudible. Someone's been spreading rumors that your arrival has breathed new life into the Green Fortress. She paused, now the entire tribe is saying that you're the legendary etcher, capable of bringing both hope and destruction. Jiang Chen's fingers unconsciously tightened. She looked around and found that not only ordinary inhabitants, but even the guards standing watch in the distance and representatives of other tribes were looking at her with either awe or curiosity. The vines on both sides of the corridor rustled, as if whispering secrets. Was it Melina who did it? It won't be her, Zhou Yang whispered beside her. Jiang Chen shook her head slightly, her hair shimmering with golden light in the sunlight. It can't be her. Her voice was soft, yet remarkably decisive. Now that all the tribal leaders are gathered here, Melina won't allow any destabilizing factors to affect the selection of the successor. She glanced at the council hall entwined with vines in the distance, sunlight casting dappled shadows on the stone walls. Besides, her voice suddenly lowered, Melina's body probably won't last much longer. Lianwu turned her head sharply, and Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang gasped. Their shocked gazes darted back and forth across Jiang Chen's calm profile, finding no trace of a joke. When Jiang Chen arrived at the council hall, a servant in a dark green uniform immediately bowed. The chieftain is currently in talks with the regional leaders. Please wait a moment. His respectful tone carried a barely perceptible hint of awe. The moment the attendant finished speaking, the heavy oak doors slowly opened. Tribal chiefs, dressed in various colorful garments, filed out, the patterns on their robes shimmering in the sunlight. Jiang Chen quickly pulled her companion to a pillar, but could still feel several sharp gazes sweeping over them. Some eyes gleamed with curious inquiry, others with undisguised suspicion, and still others were like poisoned arrows, filled with naked disgust. Hai Tianqing unconsciously gripped Jiang Chen's sleeve, her fingertips trembling slightly. Jiang Chen patted her hand reassuringly. She noticed that the last few chiefs to emerge all wore similar bone ornaments at their waists, strikingly similar to those on Guangzhou. Those are the marks of the northern tundra tribes, Zhou Yang muttered beside her. I've seen their records in the library. They rebelled 10 times in the last 70 years. Their gazes towards her were exceptionally cold. As the last chieftain's footsteps faded at the end of the corridor, Jiang Chen was about to step forward when a servant suddenly stepped aside, blocking her path. The chieftain has recently decreed that no outsiders will be received. The servant's voice was respectful yet unquestionable, his eyes darting between the 3 people behind Jiang Chen. But, Hai Tianqing blurted out, her brows furrowing. She clearly remembered that this rule hadn't been in place during her last visit. Lianwu reacted even faster than Zhou Yang, immediately pressing her shoulder and gently shaking her head in acknowledgement. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the closed, carved wooden door, then she turned and nodded to her companions. She entered the council hall. This chieftain was known for her diligence and self-discipline. Her living quarters were located behind the council hall. Walking around the side corridor of the council hall, dappled sunlight filtered through the vines, casting swaying shadows on the stone walls. Turning the last corner, Jiang Chen's steps suddenly halted. Before the draped, plain-colored curtains, 3 boys dressed in simple hemp clothing were kneeling on the ground. The eldest boy was about 16 or 17, his back ramrod straight as a pine tree. The girl in the middle was around 15, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. The youngest child looked no more than 13, with amber eyes. The totem patterns on their faces were all different, indicating they came from different tribes. They lowered their heads, but couldn't hide the trepidation and anticipation in their eyes, like 3 fledglings about to spread their wings, awaiting the judgment of their unknown fate. As footsteps approached, the 3 boys simultaneously looked up, their pupils involuntarily contracting the moment their gazes met Jiang Chen's. This girl, already a legend in the old tribe. The etcher had appeared before them so unexpectedly. Jiang Chen walked slowly, her black outfit outlining her slender yet powerful figure. The white tiger fur around her neck shimmered silvery white in the sunlight, each hair seemingly imbued with a chilling aura. The sheathless black gold longsword at her waist swayed slightly with each step, the dark light flowing across its blade like a lurking beast, ready to awaken at any moment. Most awe-inspiring were the totems on her face. Patterns never before seen in the history of the old people, now gleaming with an eerie dark gold luster in the sunlight, rising and falling slightly with her breath as if alive. The green fortress, stagnant for 70 years, was revitalized by her arrival. Rumors about her had long circulated among the tribes. Some said she was the sculptor's chisel in the hands of the goddess of fate, etching a new chapter for the old people. Others said she was a forbidden being, a being of destruction and rebirth. The 3 heirs instinctively lowered their heads, the youngest even taking a half-step back involuntarily. Her posture was like a blade just drawn from its sheath, maintaining restrained etiquette while poised to cut through any obstacle. It was a sharpness forged through life and death trials. From within the heavy curtains, Melina took in everything outside. Her wrinkled brows furrowed slightly, her voice hoarse yet authoritative. Today's lessons are over. Dismissed. Yes, Patriarch. The 3 heirs responded respectfully. The youngest boy couldn't help but steal another glance at Jiang Chen as he rose before hurriedly following his companions. Once the footsteps faded, the maidservant standing nearby slowly lifted the curtain. Jiang Chen then noticed Aya standing quietly in the shadows of Melina's bed. He hadn't noticed her presence at all, hidden by the heavy curtains. Aya lowered her head, her thick eyelashes casting shadows on her face, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Jiangchen. Jiangchen withdrew her gaze, her pupils contracting almost imperceptibly when her eyes fell on Melina. Melina's condition was worse than she had anticipated. The neck wound torn open by Subject 9 had become extensively festering, spiderweb-like black lines spreading from her neck to her left cheek, like some kind of evil vine devouring her life. The rotting flesh emitted a faint, foul odor, mingling with the strong herbal scent in the room. It seems. Melina managed a weak, broken smile. You're not surprised by my appearance, Jiangchen? Her cloudy eyes, however, remained sharply fixed on the girl before her. Chapter 264. Jiangchen raised his eyes, calmly gazing at Melina on the bed. The flickering candlelight cast dappled shadows on Jiangchen's pale face, the totem on his forehead shimmering faintly in the dim light, a stark contrast to Melina's faded and blurred totem. The wounds you sustained when you escaped the bunker, Jiangchen's voice was soft, have never truly healed. Melina's withered fingers unconsciously traced the festering wound on her neck, a bitter smile curving her lips. The red python's venom is merely a temporary fix, barely keeping this crippled body afloat. Her gaze passed over Jiangchen, looking at the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window. Once a new heir is established, this body of mine should also be offered to the red python. Jiangchen was slightly shocked. Melina's tone was too calm as she stated this fact, as if discussing tomorrow's breakfast menu. That almost cold composure made Jiangchen suddenly realize. Perhaps from the very first day she received the clan chieftain's scepter, Melina had already prepared herself for replacement. Like a withered vine in winter, willingly making way for new shoots. The candlelight suddenly crackled, bursting into a bright spark. Melina's cloudy eyes reflected that fleeting light, the black lines on her face writhing like living things in the interplay of light and shadow. Melina's gaze fell on Jiangchen, her pale, paper-thin fingertips gently lifting his chin, her thin knuckles tinged with a sickly blue. Her amber eyes, in the dim light, resembled two flickering lamps, yet remained sharp enough to pierce the heart. I've thought countless times about ending your life, Jiangchen. Melina's voice was like sandpaper, carrying a decaying aura. You are indeed clever, but still too naive. Her fingertips tightened slightly. Your companions are your fatal weakness. Any one of them could become a handle for your enemies to use against you. Jiangchen's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she didn't refute. Melina's words were like a sharp dagger, precisely piercing her most vulnerable spot. Zhang Feng's protection of her at the suspended tower, Hai Tianqing's near-death rescue, had become an inseparable bond. You never truly intended to stay here, did you? Melina suddenly moved closer, her heavy breath spraying onto Jiangchen's face. She stared directly into Jiangchen's unfathomable black eyes, as if trying to see through her soul. Jiangchen jerked her head back, her fists clenching unconsciously at her sides. Her eyes met Melina's, and an invisible spark seemed to fly between them. The air in the room seemed to freeze, even the candlelight stopped flickering, everyone holding their breath in the tense standoff. Melina slowly withdrew her hand, her fingertips tracing a pale arc in the air. No need to argue, her voice suddenly tinged with weariness. Even if we share blood, you will not be bound by it. You were born with the right to choose. Jiangchen gazed at the woman before him, and for some reason, he caught a fleeting glimpse of sadness in her sharp eyes, like the shadow of a fish silently swimming beneath the frozen surface of a lake. I want you to stay at Green Fortress for 5 years, Melina suddenly spoke, her voice hardening again, to assist my chosen successor. Her withered fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the bed. In exchange, I promise in the name of the chieftain, that your companions will never be hunted down by the old people. Jiangchen's pupils contracted slightly. This condition was far more generous than any request she had wanted to make, almost a gift. But you must swear an oath before everyone, Melina continued, her eyes flashing with an unyielding sharpness, that for the next 5 years, you must truly become a member of the old people, standing shoulder to shoulder with the new generation of leaders. Suddenly, the rustling of wind through the vines outside filled the air, as if countless whispering souls were witnessing this transaction. Jiangchen's gaze swept over Melina's festering neck, and she suddenly understood. This was not just a transaction, but the last line of defense left by a soon-to-be-vanished ruler for his people. Jiangchen remained silent for a moment, the candlelight flickering in her eyes, reflecting unfathomable thoughts. Finally, she nodded slightly. Very well, I agree, chieftain. As she rose, a gentle breeze stirred her robes, causing the candlelight to flicker. Reaching the door, she suddenly paused, her fingers resting on the doorframe. Without turning back, she said, Chieftain. Her voice was soft, yet each word was clear. You are an exceptionally capable leader. The wooden door closed slowly with a dull thud. Melina sat alone in the dimly lit room, the black lines on her neck undulating in the shadows. She gazed at the closed door, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips, a smile that seemed both relieved and resigned. Outside, Jiang Chen stood in the corridor of the council hall, sunlight filtering through the vines and dappling the floor. She raised her hand, looking at the intertwined lines on her palm, where the blood of the old people flowed, and where memories from another world were etched. The 5-year oath would bind her fate even more deeply to this land. A distant cry of a night bird echoed through the silent fortress. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the shadows, where the sunlight couldn't reach. The black gold law sword at her waist gleamed coldly in the darkness with each step. Inside the bedroom, from the shadows, Huichuan slowly emerged, his gaze still fixed on the closed door, the lines between his brows as deep as if carved by a knife. Huichuan, Melina's voice suddenly came from behind, carrying a decaying aura. Do you think I've been too lenient with Jiang Chen? Huichuan immediately knelt on one knee, the clanking of his armor producing a dull thud. This subordinate dares not presume to speak against the clan leader's decision. Her lowered head concealed the complex emotions in her eyes, but her taut jawline betrayed the turmoil within. Melina suddenly coughed violently, the black lines on her neck writhing as if alive, quickly spreading across half her cheek. Huichuan looked up sharply, and saw the blood the chieftain had vomited spreading, like dark red flowers on the animal skin carpet. Her pupils contracted, but she dared not approach rashly. If she had grown up in the Green Fortress. Melina gasped, her withered fingers gripping the carpet tightly. Huichuan, perhaps she really could lead us out of this prison. The moonlight outside the window was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, plunging the room into deeper darkness. But right now, we are far from being able to contend with those beings. She suddenly grabbed Huichuan's wrist guard with astonishing force. Promise me 2 things. A final sharpness flashed in her festering eye sockets. Assist the heir well, and black lines had spread to the corners of her eyes. Remember Jiang Chen's identity, make her truly one of us. Huichuan felt the chieftain's hand rapidly losing warmth, like holding a withering branch. She cowed out heavily, the sound of armor striking the ground echoing in the silent room. Chapter 265. Jiang, how are you? As soon as Hai Tianqing saw Jiang Chen walk out of the council hall, he immediately ran forward to greet her, his hands unconsciously grabbing Jiang Chen's sleeves. Jiang Chen gently patted the back of her hand, a slight smile playing on her lips. Melina promised that you will be protected by the old people, so you're safe for now. She deliberately softened her voice. For now we're safe. That's wonderful. Hai Tianqing almost jumped for joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Then can we set off for my Sasia soon? She looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I wonder how my brother is doing now. Maybe he's already waiting for us there. Zhou Yang, standing to the side, frowned, his fingers unconsciously stroking the notebook he carried. That library. He pushed up his glasses, his tone full of regret. There are still so many books inside that we haven't had time to copy. If we leave now, what are the conditions? Lianwu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, her voice like a dagger drawn 3/10 from its sheath. Jiang Chen's fingertips curled slightly. She knew she couldn't hide it from her ever-present companion. Lianwu could always read the truth from the slightest change in her expression. I stayed for 5 years, Jiang Chen said, gazing at the swaying vines in the distance, to assist the new chieftain. What? Hai Tianqing suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, her nails almost digging into her flesh. You're lying, aren't you? We agreed to go to my Sasia together. Jiang Chen gently grasped Hai Tianqing's cold fingertips. I must stay. Sunlight shone on the totem on her forehead, casting a dark glow. Some answers can only be found here. Hai Tianqing's lips trembled. But she wanted to say something more, but Jiang Chen's calm gaze stopped her. Sparrow, Jiang Chen gently smoothed her wind-blown hair. Our destinations were never the same. The words were as soft as a sigh, yet so heavy that Hai Tianqing's eyes instantly welled with tears. Zhou Yang's notebook fell to the ground with a thud, its pages fluttering in the wind. Lianwu stood at the boundary of shadow and light, half her face bathed in sunlight, half hidden in darkness, her expression unreadable. The laughter of the old people's children drifted from afar, a cruel contrast to the somber atmosphere. A cold, metallic touch ran through Cain's temple, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He stared incredulously at Zhang Fengde. This man dared to openly use his powers on the old people's territory. A sudden surge of intense heat filled the air. A ghostly blue flame suddenly erupted beside Lei Ming. The 2 men in suits restraining him had activated their powers. The flames licked the air, casting their tense figures onto the stone wall, distorted like ghosts. Zhangfenge's gun-wielding hand remained motionless, his face expressionless. Kane's face, however, grew increasingly grim. This wasn't the suspended tower. If he truly died, the Moses might not fight for him. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, dripping onto the dark muzzle of his gun. Kane, release him. A steady voice suddenly broke the stalemate. Zhangfenge looked up and saw Professor Norman slowly emerge from the shadows of the corridor, Dorian following behind him as usual. Release him. Kane's voice suddenly rose, trembling noticeably. The two men in suits restraining Lei Ming immediately released him and retreated. The eerie blue flames died down, leaving only a wisp of smoke slowly dissipating in the air. Dorian's gaze lingered briefly behind Zhangfenge, but she didn't see the familiar figure. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Professor Norman, as if oblivious to the conflict, walked straight through the confrontation, but their eyes met briefly in midair. Neither spoke, yet it was as if a silent confrontation had been completed. The muzzle of the gun pressed against Kane's temple vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, leaving only a cold, circular red mark. Kane's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to his knees, only to be hurriedly supported by his attendants. Let's go! Zhangfenge turned, his black trench coat drawing a sharp arc in the air. Lei Ming quickly followed, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Captain Zhang, they're the ones who killed Hong Rui. How old was that kid? I should have. Zhangfenge suddenly stopped, and Lei Ming nearly bumped into his back. In the dim corridor light, Zhangfenge's profile was as hard as if carved by a knife. Now is not the time. His voice was extremely low. Xiao Jiang is walking on thin ice here. We can't put her in an even more dangerous situation because of a moment of impulsiveness. Lei Ming opened his mouth, but in the end, he only slammed his fist heavily against the wall, his knuckles bleeding slightly. Zhangfenge continued walking forward, shadows enveloping his face. What he didn't tell Lei Ming was that over the years, he had long since learned to temper hatred into the sharpest blade, searching for the opportunity to strike decisively in a long wait. Like a hunter lurking in the darkness, the most lethal attack often comes from the most patient waiting. Chapter 266. Jiang Chen stood quietly on the terrace, the distant clamor of voices seeming veiled by a thin layer of gauze. The green vines clinging to the stone pillars had unknowingly blossomed into scarlet roses, their petals large and blood-red, swaying gently in the wind. The day for Melina to choose her successor had finally arrived, and the entire green fortress was shrouded in a strange atmosphere, like a celebration, yet also a funeral. Little Jiang, are you really sure? Zhangfenge's voice came from behind, heavier than usual. Jiang Chen slowly turned around. In the morning light, her old-fashioned folk dress shimmered with a pearly luster. Ancient totem patterns were embroidered in black and gold thread on the pure white silk robe, extending from the collar to the floor-length hem. The patterns flickered in the sunlight, seemingly alive, flowing with her breath. Her once casually flowing black hair had grown to her chest, meticulously braided this morning by her maids into a traditional old-fashioned braid, adorned with tiny silver vines and obsidian. The totem on her forehead gleamed with a dark golden light in the morning glow, echoing the patterns on her robes. Most striking was the black gold longsword she never parted with, now hanging from a belt woven with mysterious runes. The newly added vine pattern suggested a connection it had formed with this land. Zhangfenge felt a strange mix of familiarity and strangeness in the girl before him. Jiang Chen, who always wore simple combat gear in the suspended tower, now seemed to have truly become the etcher of the old folklore, bringing both hope and destruction. Sunlight filtered through her white sleeves, outlining her slender yet resilient figure, like a statue worshipped by believers, holy and aloof. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, the morning light dancing on the silver vines in her hair, refracting into delicate shimmering light. Yes, Captain Zhang. Her voice was calm and resolute. I already planned your escape route. Tonight's succession ceremony will be the best time to leave. She took a step forward, the black and gold long sword at her waist clinking crisply with its silver bell. I personally inspected that aircraft 3 times. The fuel and supplies are plentiful, there won't be any problems. Zhangfenge gazed at the girl before him, who had once needed his protection, now her straight back and composed gaze proclaimed a transformation. His Adam's apple bobbed. Little Jiang, you don't have to worry about us. Captain Zhang. Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled softly, a clarity in her voice Zhangfenge had never heard before. She raised her hand to brush against the blooming roses on the terrace, a drop of morning dew clinging to her fingertip. I chose to stay, not entirely for you. Her gaze passed over the fortress walls, settling on the hazy outline of the distant mountains. Here lie the mysteries I seek to unravel. About my origins, about the secrets hidden within this body. Only then did Zhang Fengge notice that the look in her eyes was no longer that of the bewildered girl she once was. 5 years is long enough. Jiang Qin's voice trailed off, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips. And enough for many things to come to light. The distant chimes rang out at just the right moment, announcing the approaching ceremony. Zhang Fengge's brow furrowed deeply. He stared at Jiang Qin's profile, noticing a complex light in her eyes he had never seen before. The morning breeze rustled the silver bells at her waist, creating a delicate tinkling sound, as if echoing the hidden meaning in her words. Those dreams. Jiang Qin's fingertips unconsciously traced the hilt of the sword at her waist. Sometimes they're fragmented memories, sometimes they're like omens yet to come. But here, she looked up at the towering totem pole in the center of the fortress. I can feel the answer getting closer and closer. Moses Corporation has never stopped searching for me. Jiang Qin's voice suddenly lowered, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. Those girls who died in the suspended tower are a nightmare that haunts my subconscious. She looked up, and Zhang Fengge saw unfathomable pain in those dark eyes. Zhang Fengge's breath hitched. He remembered those nights, when Jiang Qin was always the first to wake up for night watch. It wasn't out of vigilance, but we shouldn't be dead. Jiang Qin's tone suddenly shifted, becoming sharp as a knife. The woman's manic smile flashed through her mind, her nails digging deeply into her palms. I'm increasingly convinced that she's the mastermind behind all of this. A flock of black crows suddenly swept across the sky above the fortress, emitting piercing cries. Jiang Qin's white robe fluttered in the wind, the black and gold patterns on the hem writhing as if alive. Zhang Fengge suddenly realized that the person standing before him was no longer a team member who needed his protection, but a hunter uncovering a massive conspiracy. Team leader Zhang, her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Commander Zhou ordered you to take me away from the suspended tower, didn't he? Zhang Fengge's pupils contracted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He should have known, with Jiang Qin's keen perception, this couldn't have been kept from her. The operation was hasty, he said in a deep voice. He only issued the order, without explaining the reasons. So, Captain Zhang, her voice suddenly turned cold, do you still think the suspended tower is a safe place? This question was like a sharp blade, piercing Zhang Fengge's deepest doubts. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards the outer perimeter of the fortress, towards the suspended tower. Moses Corporation's influence was like an invisible net, already infiltrating every corner of the suspended tower. Perhaps their agents were sitting among the higher-ups of the council. Zhang Fengge didn't answer. His tightly pursed lips and unconsciously taut jawline betrayed his answer. In the distance, the drums of the succession ceremony began to rumble, as if announcing the end of an era, and also foreshadowing an even greater storm to come. In the council chamber on the highest floor of the suspended tower, Zhao Jiaming slowly set down a goblet filled with scarlet liquid. The remaining liquid on the glass slid down like blood, leaving eerie marks on the black marble tabletop. Is everything arranged? His voice seemed to come from the abyss, carrying an unsettling, sticky quality. Yi Ding stood bowing in the shadows, the data panel in his hand gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light. The children in the club have all completed the final tests. Through the survival game simulation, we collected perfect compatibility data. He adjusted his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses obscuring the fervor in his eyes. They're ready to be sent to the North District Port Authority at any time. Excellent. Zhao Jiaming tilted his head back and drained his glass, his Adam's apple bobbing, a hint of dark red spilling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, lightning flashed outside the window, illuminating half of his face in a ghastly white light. Something seemed to be writhing beneath his skin. Meanwhile, in the underground corridor of the North Port Authority, a group of teenagers in identical uniforms moved forward with mechanical steps. Pale white light poured down from above, casting their shadows disproportionately long. Monitors embedded in the walls flickered red, like countless greedy eyes. I heard it's a deep-sea exploration game this time. A girl with a ponytail whispered, her voice filled with a morbid excitement. I definitely win the championship. The boy next to her licked his chapped lips, his eyes gleaming with a twisted desire. The thrill of victory had long since corrupted their reason, more addictive than any drug. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the monitoring room, the screens displayed real-time footage from the deep-sea probe. In that eternal darkness, a blurry, colossal shadow was slowly rising. Its outline was sometimes clear, sometimes blurred, as if mocking the pathetic limits of human cognition. The data transmitted by the probe triggered piercing alarms from all the instruments, but were quickly and roughly shut down by the technicians. Prepare to activate Project 010, Yi Ding whispered into the communicator, his voice carrying an eerie reverence. Outside the window, the storm raged on, waves crashing against the breakwater, each impact like the heartbeat of some ancient behemoth. At the very edge of the monitor screen, a gigantic tentacle covered in suckers silently slid across the lens, then swiftly vanished into the darkness of the deep sea. Meanwhile, the children walking along the corridor were still excited about the upcoming game, completely unaware that they were the true prey in this hunt. On the other side of the suspended tower coastline, atop jagged black reefs, He Hui stood silently like a shadow tearing through reality. Her black robe fluttered in the salty sea wind, and beneath her veil, her face, forever frozen in youth, was faintly visible. Master, Jiang Chen is currently hiding in the Green Fortress. She is surrounded by many old citizens, and our people cannot approach her for the time being. The gray-robed man knelt on one knee, his voice low and respectful. He Hui did not respond immediately. She raised her pale, slender fingers and gently touched the edge of her veil, her gaze piercing through the churning dark clouds, looking towards the Green Fortress. The suspended tower appeared twisted and sinister under the thunderclouds, like a black obelisk about to sink into the abyss. She is well hidden. Her voice was soft, yet carried a chilling pleasure, like a scientist observing microorganisms struggling in a petri dish. The man in the gray robe dared not raise his head. He could feel an invisible pressure permeating the air, as if even the sound of waves crashing against the rock seemed to slow down in He Hui's silence. Jiang Chen. She suddenly chuckled softly, a laugh like the gentle shattering of glass. I look forward to our reunion. In the distance, the sea suddenly churned with unnatural eddies, and a massive dark shadow flickered beneath the surface, only to vanish again in an instant. He Hui's eyes flickered slightly, as if she were engaging in some silent communication with that unknown entity. Chapter 267. Twilight, like melting amber, bathed the entire Green Fortress in a golden-red hue. Ancient stone pillars, entwined with vines, cast long, thin shadows in the setting sun, like a stretched scale of time. In the distance, the horns of the succession ceremony pierced the clouds, echoing across the fortress. Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? Lianwu leaned against the carved stone railing of the terrace, her fingertips gently idly playing with a newly blooming scarlet rose. Especially that little sparrow, who chatters all day long. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, and shook her head. Her snow-white old-fashioned robe was tinged with a blood-red hue by the setting sun. Melina's trust has always been conditional. Her gaze swept across the bustling crowd below. Saying goodbye now will only make more people at them. The tribal chiefs of the 11th district had already gathered in the succession hall. A jeweled scepter and a totem made of animal bone shimmered in the lamplight, the aroma of fine wine and roasted meat filling the air. Yet, within this seemingly peaceful feast, countless gazes, like invisible spiderwebs, silently coiled around the white-clad girl in the corner. Jiang Chen stood at the boundary between shadow and light, her fingertips lightly tracing the hilt of her knife. She could clearly feel the weight in those gazes. Some filled with awe, some harboring murderous intent, and many more with naked scrutiny. Like a pack of hyenas assessing a newly appeared predator, wanting to bite but hesitant to approach. Jiang Chen slightly raised her head, the totem on her forehead gleaming with a dark golden light in the twilight. The sparrow will understand, she said softly. But you? Are you really determined to stay here with me for 5 years? A faint rustling sound of fabric came from behind. When Jiang Chen turned her head, standing beside her was a strange woman from the old town. High cheekbones, dark brown skin, and a rune of the god of trade painted on her forehead. Only her eyes remained familiar, gleaming with the sharp light unique to Lianwu. What's the difference between 2 years and 5? Lianwu, disguised, whispered in her original voice, then her eyes suddenly sharpened. Attention, Shangjiu, the leader of District 10, is coming. Jiang Chen followed her gaze, and saw a man of about 40 years old walking through the bustling crowd. He wore a luxurious cloak pieced together from sable and silver fox fur, every hair glistening in the lamplight. Dozens of trading tokens of different materials hung from his waist. Ivory, obsidian, and fine gold-brown tokens clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Most striking were his calloused hands, each finger adorned with extravagantly designed metal rings, some inlaid with gemstones, others engraved with intricate runes. As he raised his glass, Jiang Chen noticed his nails were meticulously manicured into sharp, curved shapes, like the talons of some kind of raptor. How did you know his identity? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice, using the act of drinking as an excuse. A sly glint flashed across Lianwu's disguised face. Zhou Yang gave me a book of materials he compiled in the library before he left. She pretended to straighten Jiang Chen's collar, leaning closer to whisper, "These past few days, I disguised myself as a former servant girl and confirmed quite a bit of information. This Shangjio," her voice trailed off, "isn't simple." Shangjio had already approached, the heavy scent of musk and money wafting towards them. He grinned, revealing a shrewd smile, his gold teeth gleaming in the lamplight. "I long admired the etcher's name, and seeing you today, I can confirm it." His gaze swept over Jiang Qin, as if assessing a commodity for sale. "Extraordinary." Before Lianwu could finish speaking, Shangjio had already strode up to Jiang Qin. His voice carried the smoothness characteristic of a merchant. "I heard you once lived in the suspended tower?" Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow imperceptibly, her snow-white cuffs gleaming like pearls in the lamplight. "Yes," she replied calmly, her voice like a clear spring striking stone. The task assigned by the chieftain required completion there. This was the answer Melina had given her, sufficient to handle most probing questions. Shangjio nodded knowingly, the trading chips hanging from his waist clinking with his movements. "Our 10th district has had some trade dealings with the suspended tower over the years," he said casually, his gold teeth flashing in the candlelight. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Qin's eyes. General Huichuan once said that the old people have never liked to associate with other races. Ha ha ha. Shangjio suddenly burst into laughter, the silver fox fur on his fur cloak trembling. "Why should business be about likes and dislikes? Huichuan is too stubborn." He stroked his ruby ring, lowering his voice. "That war is a thing of the past. What's most important now is..." His gaze suddenly sharpened. "How can we better survive in this world?" "Better survive?" Jiang Qin repeated softly. "The old people are immune to spores, their living space far wider than that of the other races." Why did he say that? Shangjio gazed at her meaningfully, the ruby ring gleaming with a blood-red luster under the light. "You understand later." His tone suddenly became light, as if the previous conversation had been nothing more than casual chatter. Jiang Qin returned a polite smile, but exchanged a wary glance with Lianwu as Shangjio turned away. Jiang Qin caught a glimpse of a servant frantically weaving through the crowd. The servant's steps were hurried, fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He stealthily approached Kuang Shua, his lips almost touching the guide's ear. "Dead?" Kuang Shua's voice suddenly turned cold, his crystal glass pausing slightly, the amber liquid inside rippling slightly. "Yes, just discovered." The servant's voice was extremely low. It was the representative of the suspended tower, that alien named Kane. "One shot, a very professional method. By the time our men arrived, the body was already cold." Kuang Shua's fingertips lightly traced the rim of his glass. "Where's Professor Norman?" His voice was icy. The attendant's Adam's apple bobbed. The woman beside him was always there. She only suffered minor injuries. Kuang Shua's eyes sharpened suddenly, his knuckles tapping crisply on his glass. "Who did it?" The attendant's back bent even lower, cold sweat trickling down his temples. "Their defenses against the mutated creatures are completely paralyzed. I suspect." His voice was almost inaudible. "It might be someone from within our ranks. It's very likely that group. Guide, should we order their aircraft shot down? We just received a report that they already taken off." Kuang Shua's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, pierced through the clinking glasses of the crowd, locking precisely on Jiang Qin. The lamplight cast varying shadows on his sharply defined face, making his expression inscrutable. Jiang Qin calmly touched the totem on her forehead with her fingers, offering him a standard, traditional bow. Her snow-white sleeves fell with the movement, revealing faint black and gold patterns on her wrists. A newly learned traditional etiquette, every curve perfectly executed. "No need." Kuang Shua abruptly withdrew his gaze, downing his drink in one gulp. "Since the chieftain has promised to protect them for life, we should naturally abide by it." He slammed the crystal glass heavily onto the servant's tray, making a jarring clang. "Besides," a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, "this is merely an internal strife between different races. What does it have to do with us?" Chapter 268. Outside the aircraft's porthole, the outline of the green fortress gradually blurred, eventually merging with the vast land. Hai Tianqing's nose pressed against the cold glass, tears welling in her eyes, distorting the outside scenery into distorted spots of light. "Jiang, really not coming with us?" Her voice trembled slightly. Zhou Yang sighed and walked to her side. He gently patted Hai Tianqing's shoulder. "Sparrow, don't be like this. We will definitely see her again." His glasses reflected the clouds outside the window, obscuring the worry in his eyes. On the other side of the cabin, Zhang Fengde was silently assembling an old pistol. The metal parts clanged coldly between his fingers, each bullet polished to a gleaming shine. It was Hong Rui's sidearm. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, reflecting a blinding glare onto the gun. Are you really alright? Fang Yu leaned against the medical cabinet, the healing power in his hand glowing faintly with blue light. He frowned, glancing at the blood-soaked bandage around Zhang Fengge's waist. A minor injury. Zhang Fengge didn't look up, loading the last bullet into the magazine. His movements were clean and efficient, as if he weren't adjusting a weapon, but performing some kind of ritual. In Green Fortress, the Moses Corporation wouldn't dare to be too reckless. His voice was calm, yet it seemed to lower the temperature in the cabin by several degrees. Outside the window, a dark cloud drifted by, casting a shadow across Zhang Fengge's resolute profile. He recalled the scene during the operation. Jiang Chen's manipulated mutated plants grew wildly in the night, creating perfect cover for them. The vines, like living creatures, entwined around the Moses Corporation guards, allowing him to kill Cain with a single shot. Unfortunately, the woman beside Norman reacted too quickly. Next time. Zhang Fengge suddenly spoke, his fingers tracing the HR markings on the gun. I won't let him escape. A brief silence fell over the cabin. Only the electronic beeping of the instrument panel continued rhythmically, like a beating heart. Are you sure your major is still in my Sasia? Zhang Fengge asked in a low voice. Fang Yu leaned against the cabin wall, the glow of his healing ability flickering in his palm. He remembered the communicator that had remained unreachable, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. So far, the major's image has only appeared in the package Jiang Chen received. His gaze fell on the flashing coordinates on the instrument panel. My Sasia is the most likely location. Zhang Fengge nodded silently. Outside the cabin, the clouds churned like waves, the afterglow of the setting sun staining the entire sky blood red. UN's intermittent communication from the cockpit announced their arrival the next day. Fang Yu suddenly hesitated. He stared at the tiny specks of light appearing in his supernatural aura, as if making a decision. Captain Zhang. His voice was so soft it was almost drowned out by the engine noise. Are you really comfortable leaving Jiang Chen alone there? The air in the cabin seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhang Fengge paused, his gaze passing through the porthole, as if he could see the Green Fortress thousands of miles away. Countless eyes lurked in the shadows, countless hands plotted in the dark. And Jiang Chen stood at the center of this vortex. Fang Yu's supernatural aura suddenly flickered violently, but the entire old people's tribe. His voice was full of worry. Their attitude towards Jiang Chen is too complicated. Some see her as a savior, others see her as a threat. Outside the window, the last rays of sunlight were swallowed by dark clouds. The aircraft was traversing a thunderstorm zone, lightning flashing intermittently through the clouds, illuminating the unfathomable worry in Zhang Fengge's eyes. I just heard Zhou Yang say. Fang Yu's voice came from behind. The Green Fortress migrates periodically. When we return, I'm afraid. Zhang Fengge gazed at the receding green. At the horizon where the desert met the sky, a strange emerald green could still be faintly seen where the Green Fortress stood, like jade embedded in the yellow sand. She won't be alone. Zhang Fengge's voice was soft, yet extremely firm. The flashing indicator lights inside the cabin cast flickering shadows on his resolute profile, and his usually calm eyes now held an unusual gentleness. Fang Yu was stunned. He saw that distant green reflected in Zhang Fengge's pupils, as if gazing at some unattainable dream. We will meet again. These words sounded less like a promise to someone else and more like a vow spoken to oneself. The aircraft suddenly pierced through a turbulent current, violently jolting, but Zhang Fengge remained motionless, like a giant rock in the desert, enduring wind and sand yet standing firm. Inside the central sanctuary of the Green Fortress, 1,000 bronze lamps flickered beneath the dome, illuminating the totems on the ancient murals with lifelike clarity. Jiang Chen stood at the far end of the hall, gazing up at the towering throne. Melina sat upon it, a jade mask concealing half of her festering face, revealing only her still sharp, hawk-like eyes. The sanctuary was silent, save for the crackling of the flames echoing between the stone pillars. The leaders of the 12 tribes, dressed in their finest attire, knelt on one knee with the utmost solemnity. Their foreheads pressed to the ground were so devout, as if they were not worshipping a dying chieftain, but rather revering some ancient, enduring power. Jiang Chen's fingertips felt slightly cold. She finally understood the weight of Huichuan's words. Melina's prestige had long transcended life and death, becoming an immortal totem in the hearts of the old people. The three heirs stood solemnly to the left of the throne. Their gazes held worship, awe, and expectation. Huichuan and Guangshuo, like two drawn swords, guarded the throne on either side. Huichuan's armor was etched with the marks of battle, each scratch telling the story of this female general's illustrious achievements. Guangshuo, draped in a dark robe embroidered with celestial patterns, held a scepter. As Melina slowly raised her hand, the bronze flames on all the vines simultaneously surged. Her movements were slow, yet carried an undeniable authority. Her voice, hoarse yet clear, echoed throughout the temple from beneath the mask. Today, I will choose an heir who can lead the old people to a new life. Jiang Chen noticed that even the most unruly tribal chief unconsciously held his breath when Melina spoke. Those gazes that had once secretly watched her were now fixed on the throne, where sat not only a tribal chief, but also a symbol of an era. Chapter 269. Outside the temple, mutated plants suddenly grew wildly, their vines weaving into a massive barrier that enveloped the entire green fortress in an emerald halo. Jiang Chen stood beside a stone pillar at the far end of the hall, lowering his voice to ask, I never heard of the selection method for the successor before. A martial arts contest? Or is it directly appointed by the clan leader? Lianwu's disguised face was blurred in the flickering lamplight, her lips barely moving as she replied, according to the records Zhou Yang found. Her voice was as light as a wisp of smoke. The successors of each generation are nominated by the clan leader, confirmed by the high priest, and finally, after completing a ritual, they can truly ascend the throne. High priest? Ritual? Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed. She raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze sweeping between the 11 tribal chiefs. That high priest. Which tribe does he belong to? The priest doesn't belong to any tribe. Her voice lowered further, carrying a barely perceptible wariness. But regarding the priest's origins, Zhou Yang couldn't find any records. A sharp glint flashed in her disguised brown eyes. I investigated secretly, but found no relevant clues. Just then, a sharp, piercing pain shot through Jiang Chen's eardrums, as if countless tiny needles were vibrating inside her skull. An invisible wave spread from the distance of the temple, sweeping across her entire body like ripples on water, making every nerve tremble. She instinctively pressed her temples, only to find that the surrounding ancient people remained calm. Even Lianwu, standing nearby, showed no sign of distress, still vigilantly observing her surroundings. She abruptly looked up at the throne. Melina's jade mask gleamed eerily in the firelight, and in that split second, Jiang Chen clearly saw the amber eyes beneath the mask meet his own. That gaze held a multitude of complex emotions, warning, expectation, and something indescribable. Resonance? But in an instant, Melina averted her gaze, as if the eye contact had been an illusion. The mysterious fluctuation vanished as well, as if it had never existed. Jiang Chen's fingertips tingled slightly. She suddenly realized. This fluctuation was probably only perceptible to her and Melina. Lianwu keenly noticed her abnormality and, by bending down, whispered, What's wrong? Jiang Chen gently shook her head. In the shadows deep within the temple, something seemed to echo this fluctuation. Jiang Chen's totem began to glow faintly. An intuition from the depths of her blood told her. Behind this succession ceremony lay a power far more terrifying than the transfer of power. The bronze lamps in the hall suddenly dimmed for a moment. When the lights flickered back on, the sound of bells tolled outside the temple doors. The air within the temple seemed to freeze. A group of young men and women, dressed in plain white robes, entered slowly, carrying vine staffs adorned with silver bells. Each step they took sent the clear, ringing sounds echoing beneath the dome. After they stood on either side, a figure gracefully emerged from the interplay of light and shadow. It was a woman veiled in dark gold. When her figure was fully revealed in the lamplight, Jiang Chen's breath caught in his throat. Her eyes, visible beyond the veil, were like two obsidian stones soaked in blood, their dark red pupils shimmering beautifully in the candlelight. A few strands of long, black hair tinged with red fell from her hood, fine, spiderweb-like gold threads entwined within, shimmering like starlight with each step. Her beauty transcended the boundaries of age, possessing both the vivacity of a young girl and the composed grace bestowed by time. Any attempt to guess her age would feel like a blasphemous act, like coveting a sacred altar. Melina slowly rose, a rare look of awe flashing in her eyes beneath her emerald mask. The generals, led by Huichuan, knelt in unison, the clanging of their armor echoing like thunder throughout the hall. The high priestess's steps were as light as if she were walking on clouds. Jiang Chen's totem suddenly burned, and the moment she reached out to touch it, the high priestess abruptly stopped, tilting her head slightly, her dark red eyes fixed on Jiang Chen like a predator locked on its prey. Jiang Chen, little. Lianwu's warning was abruptly cut short. She clutched her throat, a rare look of astonishment appearing on her disguised face. Some unseen force had choked her vocal cords. Jiang Chen turned sharply, her pupils contracting at the sight of Lianwu's pained expression. When she turned back, the white figure was already inches away. A cold, subtle fragrance emanated from the high priestess, carrying an aura of solemnity reminiscent of an ancient temple. The Etcher. The high priest's voice suddenly resounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen looked up and met those eyes. A blood-red vortex seemed to swirl deep within those pupils, capable of easily devouring the sanity of an ordinary person. But just as her consciousness began to blur, she reached for the black gold broken sword at her waist, feeling a chilling aura emanating from it. "You may call me Jiang Chen." She raised her hand to her forehead, performing a perfect ancient salute, neither humble nor arrogant. The high priest looked down at the human girl, a hint of surprise flashing in her dark red eyes. She could sense that beneath this seemingly respectful posture lay an unyielding backbone. Jiang Chen's gaze was clear as fresh snow, devoid of the fear and blind obedience she was accustomed to. Suddenly, a cluster of sparks erupted from the bronze lamps in the corner of the temple. The high priest's white robes fluttered without wind, the golden threads wrapped around her hair emitting a faint tinkling sound. Jiang Chen maintained his salute posture throughout, with only the broken knife at his waist emitting a low hum, like a beast poised to pounce. Chapter 270. High Priest, this way please. Kuang Shuo's voice suddenly interrupted, stepping forward with his scepter, skillfully blocking the two. The white-robed priest's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen's dark hair crown, his gaze almost tangible, making Jiang Chen's scalp tingle slightly. After a moment, the priest finally moved, his snow-white robe sweeping across the ground without leaving a speck of dust, the golden threads in his hair shimmering with each step, like flowing starlight. Once the figure was a little distance away, Jiang Chen immediately turned and helped Lianwu. Her companion, disguised as an old-fashioned girl, was deathly pale, several faint black lines appearing on her neck, gradually fading with her breath. "What happened?" Jiang Chen asked in a low voice, his fingertips touching the cool skin on Lianwu's neck. Lianwu gasped for breath, her brown pupils slightly contracting. "It's like my vocal cords were directly locked." Her voice was still hoarse. It would take at least an A-rank mental ability user to do that. Jiang Chen's fingertips unconsciously traced the hilt of her knife. The old people had indeed never displayed any special abilities, but the priest's methods just now. Her gaze returned to the main seat. Just then, the high priest raised her hand to remove her veil, revealing a perfectly sculpted profile. Seemingly sensing the gaze, she suddenly turned her head, her dark red eyes piercing through the crowd. Jiang Chen skillfully turned her head, blocking the sharp gaze. The bronze lamps on the temple dome dimmed for a moment. When the lights came back on, the gaze was gone, and Jiang Chen found her palms covered in cold sweat. The succession ceremony continued. The three successors stepped forward one by one, standing in a row before the high priest. Their shadows were stretched and projected onto the ancient stone wall, like three newly sprouted seedlings. The tall one on the far left is called Shuanggu, the representative chosen by the 9th tribe, and he's from the same lineage as Kuang Shuo, Lianwu continued in a hoarse voice. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Zhou Yang has all of this recorded? Basically, the old-timers all know. Lianwu pursed her lips helplessly, lightly tapping Jiang Chen's hand with her fingertip to draw her attention to Kuang Shuo's direction. Although Kuang Shuo himself is fairly nice to you, the 9th tribe behind him. She didn't finish her sentence, but the warning was clear. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Shuanggu. This young man had a similar sharp profile to Kuang Shuo, but his eyes were more outwardly focused, currently scrutinizing her with undisguised inquiry. When he noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, he even provocatively raised his chin, the animal bone ornaments hanging from his waist clinking crisply. "The one in the middle is Alina," Lianwu continued, "from the 2nd tribe. This is the first time in nearly a century that someone from their tribe has been chosen as their successor." Her voice carried a rare hint of admiration. Jiang Chen looked at the girl standing in the center. Alina wore a simple linen robe, her hair adorned only with a few withered seed vines. Her hands were rough and large, callous from years of labor. A stark contrast to the ornately adorned chieftains around her. As the high priest approached, Alina performed a perfect curtsy with neither servility nor arrogance, her movements as fluid as wind rustling through wheat fields. "The 2nd tribe controls all the planting areas of the fortress," Lianwu's voice softened further, "and it is said that the secret method for growing crops on spore-contaminated land is guarded by their tribe." Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the boy at the very end of the group. The boy, named Silver Lake, had his head bowed, as if trying to shrink into his large robes, a stark contrast to the imposing presence of the two heirs before him. Silver Lake of the 7th tribe, Lianwu's voice was even lower, almost a whisper. Their tribe excels at reconnaissance and infiltration. The current chief, Wind Whisper, has men throughout every corner of Eden, including the Suspended Tower and the United Council. Jiangchen noticed the boy's amber eyes. Somewhat similar to Melina's, yet completely different in expression. Melina's eyes were sharp as a blade, while this boy's gaze flickered uncertainly, like a frightened little animal. The two tribes once intermarried, Lian Wu saw through Jiangchen's doubt, but by Melina's generation, the relationship had become distant. I see, Jiangchen said softly. What bothered her even more was that, though the ceremony was well underway, the boy remained head bowed, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his robe. When the high priest's gaze swept over him, he even unconsciously took a half step back, a stark contrast to Alina's composed demeanor. Behind him, the representatives of the seventh tribe exchanged worried glances. One of them, a young man wearing an eagle feather headdress, presumably the wind whisper Lian Wu had mentioned, was scrutinizing Silver Lake's performance with sharp eyes, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Jiangchen's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the scabbard. This timid boy was quite different from the seventh tribe's reputation for skillful disguise. Just as she was pondering this, the air in the temple suddenly froze. The high priestess in white robes slowly approached the first successor. Her pale fingers dipped into the holy blood in the bronze cauldron. The blood gleamed with an eerie dark red sheen, drawing thin, thread-like strands from her fingertips. When her fingertips touched the black totem on Frost Valley's forehead, an ethereal hum suddenly resounded throughout the temple. The previously still totem seemed to be infused with life, beginning to spread along the veins, burning, transforming into flowing crimson gold flames. Frost Valley tensed, a suppressed growl escaping her throat, but her eyes gleamed with fanatical piety. Alina was the second. As the holy blood traced her totem, countless tiny points of light suddenly appeared around the planting girl, like startled fireflies. From the cracks in the stone slabs beneath her feet, tender green sprouts broke through the soil, unfurling their leaves into crimson flames. A barely perceptible hint of satisfaction appeared on the high priestess's lips. When it was Silver Lake's turn, the boy trembled like a leaf in the wind. The moment the holy blood fell, the totem on his face did not immediately ignite, but froze for a moment as if frozen. Just as everyone held their breath, the ancient murals on the dome awakened completely, and the eyes of those beast totems began to move. All the tribal chiefs knelt on the ground in unison, their foreheads pressed against the cold stone slabs. This was the high priest's approval of these successors. Chapter 271. Jiangchen slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the flickering firelight to land on the throne. Melina sat regally on the towering throne, her jade mask reflecting a cold, eerie light, concealing her festering half-face in shadow. Her expression was strangely calm, as if she had foreseen everything that was to come. My people, Melina slowly rose, her withered fingers tracing the mottled totems on the throne's armrests, her fingertips caressing the dents left by countless generations of chieftains. I swear by my bloodline that I will protect my people until my last breath. Suddenly, a rustling sound of scales rubbing together came from behind the stone wall. Before anyone could react, a crimson python emerged from the shadows. Its black and red scales resembled rose petals soaked in blood, each gleaming with a metallic sheen. Every writhing movement of the python carried a breathtaking elegance, as if performing an ancient dance of death. As it ascended the throne, a hissing sound from the red serpent sent the temperature plummeting throughout the temple. Its golden, vertical pupils swept over the crowd below, like a king scrutinizing his subjects. This is the symbiotic lord. The moment the serpent raised its head, the entire temple fell into a momentary silence, followed by a chorus of gasps. The rumors that had circulated in the shadows had now become reality, perched atop the throne. A new symbiotic lord had truly been born. A new symbiotic lord has been born. The old people will be great again. Melina's hoarse cry, like a spark falling into dry grass, instantly ignited the entire temple. Great again! The tribal leaders roared, gazing at the symbiotic lord. Great again! Great again! Waves of shouts rose and fell, colliding against the ancient stone walls. Jiangchen stood silently amidst the frenzied crowd. Suddenly, a gaze swept over her. Jiangchen's eyes met Melina's again. She's here. Jiangchen. Melina's voice, like the tolling of an ancient bell, echoed through the stone walls. Her amber eyes pierced the flickering firelight, locking onto the girl at the far end of the crowd. My people, it is time to fulfill your promise. In an instant, all sound vanished. Jiangchen felt hundreds of gazes bearing down on her, gazes filled with awe, suspicion, and a near-fanatical expectation. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. Countless gazes shot towards her like arrows. Her pure white silk robe flowed like water with her steps, the black and gold embroidered patterns on the hem appearing and disappearing in the firelight, seemingly alive. The broken black gold sword at her waist trembled slightly, emitting a low hum. As she passed Frost Valley, the proud heir instinctively took a half-step back. Alina, however, cast a friendly glance at her. And Silver Lake. Jiang Chen keenly noticed that this seemingly timid boy silently lowered his head. Jiang Chen slowly walked towards the throne. The red python suddenly raised its head, its tongue trembling as it reached out towards her, a hint of intimacy in its eyes. Lena's fingers tapped almost imperceptibly on the armrest of the throne, and the red python obediently retreated. This subtle interaction was cleverly concealed by the clan leader's wide sleeves. The moment she knelt on one knee, Jiang Chen could feel countless gazes pressing down on her back, as if they were tangible. The gazes of the 11 tribal chiefs were sharp as knives, as if trying to see through the authenticity of her bloodline. Shangjiu's gaze was as venomous as a snake, shifting back and forth between the broken sword at her waist and the totem on her forehead. As for Kuang Shu, the one who had assisted the two guides, his eyes were the most complex, containing both scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of danger. In this tense atmosphere, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed an unusual gaze. She turned her head slightly and saw Norman and Doreen, who had appeared at some point at the outermost edge of the crowd. Norman's face was as pale as paper. His once meticulously styled brown hair now lay withered and stuck to his forehead, the bullet clearly leaving him with a wound that would never heal. When Jiang Chen's gaze turned to Doreen, the usually composed woman abruptly turned her face away. Doreen's fingers unconsciously rubbed the holster at her waist, her eyelashes trembling, casting an uneasy shadow beneath her eyes. She had imagined countless times what it would be like to meet Jiang Chen, but she had never expected it to be under such circumstances. The red python suddenly hissed, drawing Jiang Chen's attention back. Melina's voice seemed to come from ancient times. In the name of the symbiotic lord, today the old people will usher in a new era. Her festering lips curled slightly upward, and this returning member of our people will become the sharp blade protecting this new era. Jiang Chen lowered her eyes, the totem on her forehead gleaming with a dark golden light in the shadows. She could feel the red python's gaze, Norman's probing, Doreen's wavering, and, hidden in the shadows of the temple, the unwavering gaze of Lianwu, always watching her. Jiang Chen slowly raised her head, the firelight from the temple dome dancing in her eyes. She placed her right palm on the totem on her forehead, her left hand gently resting on her heart, her pure white sleeves flowing like water. By blood, her voice was clear and resolute, echoing through the ancient stone walls. I, Jiang Chen, hereby swear an oath to Chieftain Melina. The broken black gold sword at her waist suddenly hummed, resonating strangely with her oath. Whether the road ahead is fraught with thorns or a bottomless abyss, I will use my flesh and blood as a shield, my life as a pledge, to protect my people, until my last breath. The moment the oath was uttered, the red python violently writhed, its scales scraping against the throne with a piercing sound. Melina's withered fingers gripped the armrests tightly. She could feel the symbiotic entity trying to break free of her control. This red python, which had protected the old people for 70 years, now yearned to rush towards the young oath-taker. A bitter smile appeared on Melina's lips beneath her mask. She looked at the girl before her, both strange and familiar. As chieftain, I exercise my final authority. Her voice suddenly boomed like a bell. I appoint Jiang Chen as the new guide for the people. The temple erupted in chaos. Even the usually composed Kuang Shu's pupils constricted sharply. The high priest stared at the girl before him, speechless. This is against the rules. The leader of the 9th tribe slammed his fist on the table. There has only ever been one guide in every generation. The tribal leader from the 6th district pointed tremblingly at Jiang Chen. She didn't even grow up in our tribe. The red python moved with lightning speed. Everyone only saw a bloody afterimage flash past. The 9th tribe representative, who had been shouting the loudest, didn't even have time to draw his bone knife before the giant python bit his head. A chilling sound of bones cracking rang out, and blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering onto the robes of those around him. Jiang Chen stood motionless. A few drops of warm blood splashed on her pale cheeks, slowly sliding down her cheeks, blooming into several glaring blood flowers on her pure white clothes. Her eyes remained calm, not even her eyelashes trembled. The crimson python gracefully slithered back to the throne, its body leaving a winding trail of blood on the ground. Minced flesh still clung to its forked tongue, yet its golden, vertical pupils exuded an almost human-like majesty. As it coiled again beside Melina, drops of blood from its snout fell onto the throne, making a jarring tap sound in the deathly silent temple. Clang! The sound of Huichuan's long sword being drawn shattered the silence. The iron-blooded female general stepped forward, every battle scar on her armor clearly visible in the firelight. The warriors of the 3rd District surged out like a tide, completely surrounding the hall, their gleaming blades forming a chilling iron wall. Anyone else, Huichuan's voice was like the clash of cold metal. Who dares to question the chieftain's decision? Her gaze swept over each leader, finally settling on the remaining representatives of the 9th tribe. The representative standing beside a pile of minced flesh was ashen-faced, his trousers soaked. The noise inside the temple suddenly stopped. Chapter 272. Melina slowly rose, the red python on the throne raising its head in response. Her movements were slow, each step as if dragging an invisible burden. Beneath the wide chieftain's robe, her figure was so thin it almost couldn't support the fabric, the hem of the robe rustling as she walked. When she stood before Jiang Chen, he smelled a mixture of decay and herbs, the scent of approaching death. Melina raised her hand, her withered palm covered with black veins, like cracks in a dried-up riverbed. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. She didn't understand. Having already completed the oath, why did the chieftain still want her in the crucial position of guide? Was it to bind her to the old people's war machine? Or some scheme she hadn't yet grasped? Jiang Chen. Huichuan's voice came from the side, carrying an impatient reminder. Jiang Chen composed herself and extended her hand. The moment her fingertips touched Melina's palm, a bone-chilling cold instantly spread from her fingertips. It wasn't the temperature of a living person, it felt more like touching an ancient corpse buried deep underground. A warning flashed in Melina's eyes, and her withered fingers suddenly tightened with astonishing force. In that instant, Jiang Chen clearly felt the remaining power within the clan leader, like the last flicker of a candle flame before it extinguished. Remember your oath. Melina's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Melina slowly sat down on the emerald throne, her thin fingers resting on the armrests, her fingertips mingling with the bloodstains on the throne. She slightly raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the 3 heirs, her voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable authority. Jiang Chen has passed my test. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a dull thud. The red python raised its head at the sound, its golden vertical pupils lingering on Jiang Chen for a moment, before obediently lowering its head to continue digesting its food. A noticeable bulge was still visible on its belly. Jiang Chen stood quietly to the right of the throne, his white robes contrasting sharply with Melina's dark green chieftain's attire. Melina's amber eyes looked down at her people below the throne. For 70 years. Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping, we have steadfastly upheld the greatest traditions of the old people. Jiang Chen saw the black markings on Melina's neck spreading at a visible speed, while the red python scales grew ever more vibrant. This is not a hymn, but a fact written in blood. Melina's gentle gaze fell upon the 3 heirs. Last night, I spoke with these children until dawn, ensuring a smooth transfer of power. This is what our people deserve. From birth, we have fought for the soul of this nation. This debate has never ceased, and it remains important today. Some see today as a victory. Melina's gaze swept across Frost Valley, and the boy unconsciously straightened his back, while others see it as a defeat. Her gaze fell upon the tribes that had not been chosen as heirs. But I must say, Melina's voice suddenly became resolute. True elders do not merely sing praises to the land during harvest. Whoever the final chieftain is, I hope we can see each other as compatriots, not adversaries. Standing closest to her was Jiang Chen. He could feel her body rapidly withering, while the red python scales grew increasingly translucent, as if undergoing some kind of life transfer. Remember? Melina's voice suddenly became younger, as if in a final burst of energy. The defeat 70 years ago was merely a punctuation mark in a long war. Setbacks are inevitable, but giving up is unforgivable. Her pupils began to dilate, like a drop of ink falling into a murky pool, yet she remained fixed on the mural on the dome. The faded painting stretched across the entire altar dome, depicting the most glorious era of the old people. She said, I will keep my promise and peacefully transfer power here. Behind us stands the most powerful symbiotic Lord of Eden. 70 years ago, we lost this contest, but our past history is calling us to rise again. Remember, one defeat does not mean we are defeated, does not mean we have lost the entire battle. We will move forward and reclaim our glory. Her words trailed off. Now begin the final ceremony. Melina stood up and walked towards the wall behind her. Chapter 273. Jiang Chen stood still, her fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on the blade. The 3 heirs had already followed the white-robed priest and Guangshou into the moving stone wall, but the leaders of the 12 tribes remained, like silent statues. As Huichuan passed by, his armor brushed against her shoulder, sending a chill down her spine. Follow me, she hissed in a low voice, her brows furrowed with impatience. Me? Jiang Chen was taken aback. You are now the chieftain's appointed guide, Hui Chuan said coldly, his knuckles tapping crisply on the hilt of his sword. If you don't go in, do you expect me to drag you in? Jiang Chen pursed her lips. Melina's dying appointment was like an invisible shackle, firmly binding her to the old people. She had wanted to live a quiet, invisible life, enduring these 5 years, but now... She took a deep breath and walked towards the stone wall. The stone wall slammed shut behind her. The red python, naturally, preferred this stone pool to the outside world. Jiang Chen could almost feel the languor and unbridled energy flowing within it. Jiang Chen's boots crunched over the damp moss, each step feeling like treading on the red python's dream. She could feel the ancient creature stretching its body languidly within her blood, like the slowly flowing, inky water of the pool under the moonlight. Ever since transferring the power of Subject 9 to the red python through her, every sleepless night was filled with memories that didn't belong to her. Ripples spread across the dark pool, the sacrifice food emitted a strange, sweet aroma of rust and honey, and there lurked that massive, heavy yet agile body swimming in the darkness. Jiang Chen looked up at Melina walking ahead. The words spoken in the temple still echoed in her ears, each word carrying a burning weight. This woman was indeed putting her ideals into practice with her life, transcending the generations of hatred accumulated between tribes, even giving her, an outsider, unreserved trust. The air in the forbidden area was so thick it seemed you could squeeze water out of it, mixed with the chill seeping from the ancient stone walls, and a kind of decaying sweetness. Jiang Chen unconsciously softened her breathing. She didn't know how this final ceremony would proceed, but the heavy atmosphere around her, Melina's increasingly pale face, silently proclaimed, today might be the final chapter. Melina stood at the edge of the black water pool, her withered fingers slowly peeling off the mask that symbolized the chieftain's authority. The pool water was as black as ink, reflecting a face that was festering. The skin on her right cheek had peeled away, revealing the bluish bone beneath, and spiderweb-like black lines crawling below her right eye. She shouldn't be feeling this way now. She was the supreme leader of the old people, the chief of 12 tribes, the leader destined to lead her people, mired in despair, back to glory. But she stared blankly at her reflection in the water, her withered fingers hovering in midair, her fingertips trembling slightly. She finally touched it. As her fingertip brushed against her festering right cheek, a loose piece of skin clung to her nail. In the reflection of the black pool, that once beautiful face now resembled a worm-eaten parchment scroll, shattered by the dual erosion of time and the black water. Ugly. Her lips moved slightly, her voice so low it didn't even ripple in the pool. In a daze, she recalled that full moon night 20 years ago, when her young self, before undergoing the final ritual, had a face as smooth as jade reflected in the pool. Suddenly, her fingernails dug into festering flesh, a sharp pain bringing her back to reality. Black blood dripped from her knuckles, blooming into fleeting flowers on the pool's surface. Melina's lips twitched, and her reflection in the water mirrored a broken smile. How ugly. Her lips moved silently, and as her fingertips brushed against the festering skin, a drop of murky liquid slid down her wrinkles. This was the emotion that belonged to Melina, not the chieftain. This moment of vulnerability was fleeting. Melina took a deep breath, and her reflection in the pool hardened once more. When she turned to face the 3 heirs, her back was ramrod straight, as if the festering wounds had never existed. Come here. Melina's voice was hoarse yet powerful, her gaze sweeping over each heir. All the patriarchs of the past have undergone their final trial here. Today, you 2 will follow me into this blackwater pool. The 3 looked in unison at the inky black surface of the pool. Legend had it that the Green Fortress's pool devoured souls, and now the surface of the water gleamed eerily with a metallic sheen, like molten bronze. The red python coiled at the edge of the pool suddenly raised its head, its scarlet tongue sweeping across the black water. Patriarch, Frost Valley's Adam's apple bobbed. Can we still emerge from this pool? Melina slowly turned, her festering face appearing particularly grotesque in the eerie light. Alina gasped, instinctively wanting to retreat, but remained rooted to the spot, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Silver Lake's pupils trembled violently, his gaze shifting back and forth between the patriarch's terrifying face and the forked red python. The final ritual. Melina's voice echoed like a gentle murmur from the depths of the pool. Only one person can leave alive, and that person will become the new chieftain. Frost Valley's pupils contracted sharply to pinpoints. He stared intently at the water, suddenly noticing several skeletons floating faintly beneath the surface. The remains of those who had failed throughout history. The red python hissed, as if urging them on. For the glory of the tribe. Frost Valley suddenly roared, strode into the pool, the black water instantly reaching his knees. Alina bit her lip, lifted her skirt, and followed closely behind. Silver Lake glanced one last time at the coiled red python, trembling as he removed the silver badge from his chest and placed it on the bank, then resolutely leaped into the pool. Eerie ripples spread across the surface, slowly engulfing the three figures. Melina stood on the bank, an inscrutable expression on her festering face. The red python slowly swam to her feet, its scales rustling against her robes, as if waiting for a meticulously planned sacrifice to be completed. Chapter 274. As the black water completely engulfed the three heirs, Melina took a step forward. The hem of her dark robe dipped into the pool, rippling the surface. Melina. Huichuan suddenly stepped forward. She almost never called the clan leader by his name in public. She reached out to grasp the clan leader's sleeve, but froze in midair at the last moment. Melina stopped, but didn't turn around. The black water had already reached her waist. Huichuan, her voice was as soft as a sigh, don't be sad. This was my own choice. Jiangchen had never seen this iron-faced general so sorrowful. Melina continued walking forward. As the black water reached over her festering neck, the red python suddenly let out a long hiss and shot into the pool like an arrow. At the last moment, Jiangchen saw a faint smile rise at the corner of the clan leader's festering mouth. After the pool calmed down, a cloyingly sweet, fishy stench filled the air. Only the faint ripples of the black water and the increasingly strong, sweet, metallic scent of rust remained in the forbidden area. Time flowed slowly in the deathly silence. Jiangchen suddenly felt an unusual heat surge from the depths of her bones, as if a fire was burning in her veins. This wasn't her body temperature. She seemed to sense the lurking red python greedily drawing power from the bottom of the pool. As her consciousness began to blur, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. Jiangchen, remember your vow. The voice was warm like a campfire on a winter night, yet permeated with an unyielding sorrow. In a daze, she seemed to see Melina standing at the boundary of light and shadow, her beautiful face bearing a final hope. In the instant darkness completely swallowed her consciousness, she suddenly felt a pang of longing for those amber eyes. Jiangchen's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she heard the muffled sounds of arguing. She must wake up immediately. The new clan leader needs a guide. Huichuan's voice seemed to come through thick armor, echoing with a metallic quality. Ha, what do I care about your old tribe's rules? A familiar male voice remained unyielding. Even if the heavenly king himself came today, he wouldn't be able to touch a hair on her head. Jiangchen struggled to open her heavy eyelids, and in the blinding light, Lian Wu's anxious face gradually became clear. The master of disguise had now shed all pretense, her clean face filled with worry. Awake? Lian Wu immediately leaned down. How are you feeling? You've been unconscious for 7 whole days. She lightly touched Jiangchen's forehead with her fingertips. Without any warning, this is the second time. Jiangchen slowly shook her head, her chaotic thoughts gradually clearing. She was astonished to find an unprecedented power flowing through her body, every muscle brimming with life, as if she had undergone a transformative baptism. Fragments of memories from the Blackwater pool flashed through her mind. Melina's last smile, the red python's cold scales, and that warm yet sorrowful voice. 7 days? She asked hoarsely, and who's outside? Xiao Jiang. A thunderous voice shook the window panes. He rushed to the bedside, his rough hands nearly knocking over the medicine bowl in Lian Wu's hands. You're finally awake. Captain Zhang repeatedly told me to take good care of you before he left, and here you are, lying in bed. A look of confusion crossed Jiang Chen's pale face. Brother Lei? Shouldn't you be going to my Sasia with Captain Zhang? Hey! Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively. Captain Zhang said he can bring Captain Hai back by himself. He suddenly lowered his voice, his bronze face full of a carefree smile. Besides, how could we possibly leave you alone in this snake pit? Jiang Chen unconsciously gripped the corner of the blanket. But this is the heart of the old people's territory, What are you afraid of? Lei Ming suddenly raised his voice, deliberately glancing towards the door. That iron-kin general named Huichuan, isn't he always getting the cold shoulder from me? He patted his chest smugly. Your brother Lei has been a city guard for over 10 years. What kind of demons and monsters haven't I seen? The sunlight outside the window was suddenly blocked by shadows, and Huichuan's tall figure appeared in the doorway. A clear, cold snort came from outside, but unexpectedly, this iron-blooded general actually stopped at the threshold, not taking a single step inside. Okay, 5 years. She repeated softly, then suddenly turned to Lian Wu, as if remembering something. It's Inhu. Lian Wu seemed to read her mind, saying, the boy with the amber eyes. Lei Ming suddenly interjected, his iron-armored gloves slamming on the table. This young clan leader is quite sensible. A rare look of approval appeared on his rugged face. He comes to check on you every day without fail, and even got us a bigger room. He gestured towards the door. Look, fresh blood oranges were delivered again this morning. Okay, Brother Lei, please tell General Hu I go see the clan leader soon. But Xiao Jiang, your health. It's alright, I can manage. Jiang Chen nodded firmly. Jiang Chen was about to get out of bed, when she saw Lian Wu's expression suddenly turn serious. There's someone else. Lian Wu's voice was low, you need to see him. Outside the window, a withered leaf swirled and landed on the window frame. Aya stood by the door, the morning light softly illuminating her silhouette. This girl, who had once betrayed her, was now as quiet as a newly sprouted weed, her breath almost inaudible. Why did you come to me? Jiang Chen heard her own voice was calmer than she had expected. Aya lifted her face, the stray hairs on her forehead gently ruffling in the breeze flowing in from the window. I will prove my worth. The girl's voice was soft as she took a step forward. Outside the window, wildly growing vines snaked through the cracks in the stone, making a soft rustling sound. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the three people inside. The bronze bell of the green fortress suddenly rang, causing the entire mobile fortress to tremble slightly. The first breeze of 5 years passed, passing through the stone window and lifting her loose hair. Chapter 275. 5 years later. Jiang Chen slowly opened her eyes, morning dew still clinging to her thick eyelashes. She lay in a tree nest woven from living vines, the intertwined branches gleaming like jade in the morning light. A blue-winged mutated butterfly startled her from her chest, fluorescent powder from its wings fluttering down, tracing dreamlike paths in the air. She curled her fingers, and the vines binding her instantly dispersed as if alive. Jiang Chen leaped lightly down, her bare feet landing on the fungus-covered ground. For 5 years, the power of the divine steel and the bloodline of the red python had perfectly fused within her. Now, even the most ferocious mutated saber-toothed tigers would bow their heads in submission as she passed. In the distance came the rumbling of a moving fortress. Towering mutated giant sequoias were migrating en masse, their roots rising in clouds of dust as they uprooted themselves from the cracks in the rocks. Jiang Chen squinted, gazing at the horizon. The iconic spire of the suspended tower was no longer visible, only flocks of migrating birds weaved through the clouds. Inhu's footsteps were barely audible on the soft moss, but Jiang Chen had already sensed his approach. Teacher. Inhu's voice came from behind, carrying a youthful clarity and a hint of barely perceptible reverence. Jiang Chen didn't turn around, remaining half-crouched on the ground, her fingertips gently stroking a mutated vine sprouting from a crack in the rock. The vine trembled slightly at her touch, dark golden veins appearing along the edges of its leaves. I told you, you can call me guide. Her voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, just like you would call Kuang Shuo. Inhu didn't back down, instead, he took a step forward. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tree canopy, casting dappled golden spots into his amber pupils. The young chieftain stared at Jiang Chen's retreating figure. She was only a year older than him, yet she had already mastered a power that even the tribe's finest warriors could only dream of. As an old tribeswoman, she not only controlled mutated creatures, but also possessed supernatural abilities. And then, there were her unfathomable combat skills. What astonishing talent! Even more terrifying was that in the past 5 years, 2 tribal leaders had openly challenged her position. The next day, their bodies were found in their most secure village, their throats pierced by some sharp weapon, without even a trace of struggle and death. On the 3rd day, no one saw the assassin's face, but everyone knew. The second guide of the Green Fortress could take anyone's life silently in the darkness, if she so desired. The name the Etcher thus spread throughout the tribe. The elders whispered warnings to the children. When the moonlight is obscured by clouds, when the owls fall silent, that is when she walks through the forest. She could drive your most trusted mount mad, turn the mutated plants guarding your tribe against you, and even make the crimson python slumbering at the bottom of the pool open its scarlet vertical pupils for her. Teacher, what are you looking for? Jiang Chen finally turned his head, his dark eyes sweeping over his devout posture. The boy's heart skipped a beat. This forest. She raised her hand to brush aside the drooping vines, and wherever her fingertips brushed, the thorny branches immediately curled up obediently. Something strange. Silver Lake's eyes immediately lit up, like a child discovering a new toy. Jiang Chen frowned inwardly. Melina would never show such an expression. The iron-blooded chieftain always kept his lips pursed, his amber pupils filled with unfathomable thoughts. And this young man before her? Is it a new mutated creature? Silver Lake excitedly leaned closer, nearly bumping into a man-eating flower that suddenly swayed. Or is it? Watch out. Jiangchen grabbed him by the back of his collar, pulling him away from the flower's sharp teeth. The sound of the flower snapping shut was particularly jarring in the silent forest. Jiangchen sighed softly, her fingertips lightly tapping the broken blade at her waist. The man-eating flower immediately closed its petals, sending up a gust of foul wind. She turned to Silver Lake. The boy still wore an innocent smile, completely unaware of the danger he had just faced. "Let's go back," she suddenly said. "The chieftain shouldn't have been away from the fortress for so long." "Teacher, I'm just a little curious. Why have you been coming to this forest so often lately?" Silver Lake said, following in Jiangchen's footsteps. Jiangchen frowned. She truly didn't understand why the Red Python had ultimately chosen this guy as its chieftain. Aside from his eyes, which bore a slight resemblance to Melina's, everything else about him was completely different. Melina was intelligent and composed, bold yet cautious. She possessed all the qualities required of a clan leader. But the person behind her... Jiangchen stomped on the surface of the soil, turning to look at the boy before her. The 19-year-old boy lay between man and boy. His youthful features still retained a hint of immaturity, yet a sharp edge was already subtly revealed. Silver Lake stood before her, his amber eyes gleaming with a pale gold light in the morning sun, like some untamed wild beast, curious and stubborn. Jiangchen's gaze swept across the distant, mist-shrouded woodland, where tiny, shimmering green particles floated in the air. Newly formed spores, reflecting an eerie glow in the sunlight. "Spores have already appeared in this area," she reminded him for the third time, her voice low, as if afraid to disturb the danger lurking in the air. Silver Lake tilted his head, a strand of brown hair falling across his brow bone, making his eyes appear even more innocent yet sharp. "So?" He nonchalantly kicked away some pebbles at his feet. "The spores don't seem to affect our bodies?" Jiangchen closed her eyes, the totem pattern on her forehead slightly warm, a sign of her resonating with the power of the red serpent. She remembered the vow she had made before Melina, the dark golden energy in her blood flowing slowly, forcing herself to calm down. "They certainly don't affect the old ones," she pointed to the distant, faintly visible abandoned watchtower, "but the lungs of the aliens will rot within 3 hours of inhaling the spores. This area hasn't seen spore contamination in the past 50 years. Her words trailed off. Silver Lake suddenly leaned closer. The boy carried the scent of sunlight and rust, his amber eyes almost touching hers, reflecting the golden mark between her brows. "Teacher," he suddenly smiled, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth, "are you worried about those people from the suspended tower?" Jiangchen's breath caught in her throat. "They won't just sit and wait to die." She lowered her eyes and walked towards the green fortress. Silver Lake's smile gradually faded. "Then let them come." As he spoke, several dark red vines suddenly sprouted from beneath his feet, wrapping around his wrists like living creatures, his voice so soft it almost dissipated in the wind. Chapter 276. Night had fallen. Jiangchen's figure passed through the towering thorny walls of the fortress. Immediately, a faint scraping sound came from the shadows. The sound of the old tribe warriors, hidden behind the fortifications. They emerged from behind the corroded metal bunkers, their right fists pressed against the tribal totem on their left shoulders, saluting the legendary etcher. "Guide Jiang." Deep greetings echoed. Jiangchen nodded slightly, as the hem of her black robe brushed the ground. Several lurking vines quietly retreated into the crevices. Her footsteps were almost silent on the damp, rocky ground, yet the guards along the way unconsciously straightened their backs. Pushing open the wooden door carved with ancient patterns, the room was filled with the unique scent of herbs. Lianwu's figure emerged from the shadows. She maintained her disguise as an old tribe woman, her dark brown skin adorned with the tribe's distinctive totem tattoos. "Things have been very turbulent lately." Lianwu's voice was lower than usual as she locked the door behind her. "The suspended tower's reconnaissance planes have swept over the eastern wasteland 3 times, the closest being less than 20 miles from the fortress." Jiangchen lightly tapped the table with her fingertips, and several luminous mosses immediately glowed with a ghostly blue light through the cracks. "What about Lei Ming? He has already ordered the old people's warriors to reinforce the outer defenses." A brief silence fell over the room, with only the faint light of the moss casting flickering shadows on their faces. A hint of hesitation flashed across Lianwu's disguised face. "As for internal security, General Huichuan still refuses to deploy troops in the sacrificial area." "Fine, I will go see Huichuan myself." Huichuan had never given her a kind look since Melina's sacrifice. But Jiangchen remembered clearly that during the most difficult first year, the mysterious disappearances of assassins and the perfectly timed arrivals of supplies all bore Huichuan's unique style of operation. Brutal yet effective. It was only after taking over the fortress's security that she pieced together the truth from the clues. How many obstacles this iron-blooded general had secretly cleared for them. Lianwu toyed with the bone necklace used for disguise. Suddenly speaking, Kuang Shuo has been unusually quiet these past few years. Her voice carried a thoughtful undertone. It seems he probably guessed it was you who did that last incident. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. A flashback to the night 3 years ago. She stood atop the fortress's highest watchtower, watching the assassins Kuang Shuo sent turn to skeletal remains entangled in vines. That guide, always wearing a hypocritical smile, outwardly expressed no objection to Yinhu's succession, but secretly instigated constant tribal conflict. He wants to restart the succession ceremony. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely calm. The rebellions of those tribes all have his shadow behind them. He's not satisfied with this chieftain. But our young chieftain doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. When she told Yin Hu about the dangers of Kuang Shuo's conspiracy, the young chieftain was squatting in the experimental field. That's perfect. Yin Hu looked up, her amber eyes sparkling like those of an innocent child in the sunlight. My dream is to grow more food for my people. If I could take this opportunity to improve crop yields. Jiang Chen's temples throbbed. 5 years of experience as a teacher allowed her to barely maintain her composure. The old chieftains of the past, she said, enunciating each word, only died as a sacrifice. The seedling shovel in the young clan leader's hand clattered to the ground. Early death or late death, Jiang Chen said, turning around, her black robes billowing like dark clouds, the golden mark between her brows gleaming brightly. That's a choice you can make. Only after Jiang Chen's figure disappeared into the fortress's shadow did he belatedly shiver. Jiang Chen snapped out of her thoughts, looking at Lianwu's face, her brow furrowing. Come with me. Lianwu looked at Jiang Chen questioningly, but followed her. The moment the cabinet door popped open, cold mist spilled out, revealing neatly arranged tower-style equipment. The latest air purification shields gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. You should wear this. She handed the shield to Lianwu, her voice resolute and brooking no argument. The shield's breathing valve was engraved with fine lines. It was the filtration system she had personally improved, capable of reducing the spore's lethality by 67%. Lianwu pursed her lips, her tribal tattoos shimmering faintly in the fluorescent light. The spore concentration here is less than half the critical level. She patted the medicine pouch at her waist. Besides, Lei Ming and I both received Aya's latest antibody injections, enough to last through Green Fortress's movement time. Jiang Chen, you're too tense. Jiang Chen paused. The metal edge of the cabinet door reflected her weary eyes. For 5 years, even in the safest chambers of Green Fortress, she had never dared to truly sleep. Those memories clung to her like a malignant tumor. The Moses Company's hound's prosthetic eyes gleaming red in the moonlight, the sudden search by the suspended tower special forces, and the neurotoxin on the Green Fortress trader's dagger. Jiang Chen's fingertips unconsciously traced the cold metal shell of the air purification shield. I arranged for personnel to evacuate this area as soon as possible. Her voice was soft, yet like a dull knife slowly cutting through the stagnant air. Jiang Chen stood by the window, the night wind ruffling a corner of her black robe. She had to be even more cautious. Although the alien race possessed enviable superpowers, they were ultimately powerless against nature. They were too fragile. This realization was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Jiang Chen's heart. She suddenly remembered Chen Yimo, how easily the spores had taken his life. The crazed look in Dr. He Hui's eyes resurfaced in her memory. That woman had devoted her entire life to researching ways to make the bunker inhabitants immune to the spores. Jiang Chen looked down at her palms, the dark golden lines faintly visible beneath her skin. This was He Hui's dream, forever unfulfilled, yet a curse she was forced to bear. However, near the suspended tower, the spore concentration has increased again. Lianwu's voice pulled her back to reality. The imposter, unusually, shed her former civilian attire, revealing her originally delicate features. But now, her brow was furrowed, and she clutched a newly released report on the contaminated area. Lianwu's voice was soft. At this rate, it will break the safety threshold next month. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. In the darkness, a thin green mist formed from spores was faintly visible, writhing like living things on the horizon. That deathly mist was expanding relentlessly, swallowing one survivor stronghold after another. The alien race was far too fragile. She thought of Zhangfenga, and of her lost comrades. On this contaminated land, everyone felt like they were walking on thin ice, constantly on the verge of falling into the abyss of death. Still no news? Jiang Chen suddenly turned and asked. Lianwu's face appeared particularly grave in the dim light. She shook her head. Zhang Fengge and his group signal disappeared in northern Mysacia. Our spies have been out for 4 years and haven't found a single clue. Jiang Chen looked into the distance. The distant mountain ranges, bathed in the blood-red moonlight, resembled slumbering behemoths. There are still 3 months until the deadline we promised Melina. Once that time is up, we can leave. Lianwu stared at Jiang Chen's retreating figure. The silhouette beneath his black robe was even more powerful than 4 years ago, yet it seemed to bear an immense, invisible weight. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lianwu looked at the person before her. Could Jiang Chen really leave? For the first time? She wasn't so sure. Chapter 277. Jiang Chen pushed open the heavy stone door of the secret chamber. A faint smell of blood filled the damp air. The red python in the stone pool sensed her presence and immediately raised its head, its dark red scales gleaming metallically in the eerie light. It slowly swam towards Jiang Chen, its forked tongue lightly touching her fingertips, as if greeting its only companion. Jiang Chen reached out and touched the red python's cool head. She continued walking deeper into the stone pool. The black water silently rose, soaking her robes. The power of the divine tablet within her and the red python's energy perfectly merged in the pool. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, her tense nerves finally finding a moment of peace. The newly acquired fragment of the divine tablet was still restless within her, like a scorching flame burning her internal organs. Jiang Chen closed her eyes, letting the black water wash over her neck. Sensing her companion's discomfort, the crimson python immediately coiled obediently around her, its cold scales pressing against her burning skin, continuously supplying her with pure energy. At the same time, the crimson python raised its head, its tail gently slapping the water surface, creating ripples in the black pool. Its golden vertical pupils warily watched the entrance to the secret chamber, ready to tear apart any intruder. The crimson python knew that her companion was undergoing a dangerous transformation. The black water creatures in the pool also began to stir, gathering around Jiang Chen, helping her to harmonize the rampant power of the divine monument within her. Jiang Chen's breathing gradually stabilized. Greeted, Jiang Chen pondered her current situation. The intricate power struggles within the green fortress were like a spider web, and she was already deeply entangled in it. The craving for the divine monument's power was like a persistent ailment, gnawing at her sanity every night. She could feel this craving growing stronger, like an addictive opium, known to be deadly yet irresistibly alluring. Her fingertips lightly touched her chest. The burning sensation from the resonance of the 3 divine tablets within her made her frown slightly. As the fusion deepened, she gradually understood many things. The 8 divine tablets that appeared when the bunker fell, and every action of the Green Fortress over the past 5 years, all seemed to follow a hidden trajectory. Her memory flashed back to the Wasteland 3 years ago. The mutated beast's claws tore open her shoulder, and she forcefully ripped the divine tablet from its heart. 5 more. Jiang Chen closed her eyes and focused her mind, the power of the divine tablets within her pointing into the distance like a compass. She could clearly sense. Deep within Mysacia, 2 divine tablets were emitting alluring fluctuations in a laboratory. And at the very bottom of the suspended tower headquarters, the other 3 divine tablets were imprisoned in a specially designed containment device, becoming their most powerful weapon. The red python suddenly raised its head, its scales rubbing together in a warning sound. Jiang Chen abruptly opened her eyes, the phantom image of the divine tablets reflected in her dark golden pupils. She reached out and pressed her hand against the crimson python's cold scales, feeling the ancient power emanating from it. Kuang Shuo stood on the observatory atop the fortress's highest point, his withered fingers lightly tracing the fluorescent vines spreading along the stone railing. She went to the forbidden area again? He narrowed his cloudy eyes, gazing at the suddenly vibrant leaves of the plants within the fortress. Those vines, which should have been dark green, now shimmered with an emerald sheen, their veins flowing with visible energy. Every time Jiang Chen entered the forbidden area, this land would burst forth with astonishing vitality. Behind him came the hesitant footsteps of his trusted confidant. The chieftain has been almost inseparable from that guide lately. Should we send more men? Kuang Shuo suddenly chuckled. What do you think I've been doing all these years, opposing her at every turn? The confidant was clearly taken aback. He clearly remembered how Kuang Shuo had instigated a rebellion among the northern tribes 3 years ago, and how, 3 months ago, he had sent assassins to kill the chieftain when he visited the 4th tribe. Your subordinate is dull-witted. Only beasts driven to the brink. Kuang Shuo glanced at the forbidden area where Jiang Chen was, will continuously push their limits. He withdrew his gaze and looked at his confidant, How is the situation at the suspended tower? After Norman was severely injured, he has completely lost power in the suspended tower. The Confidant reported, Zhao Jiaming massacred the Lion faction, and now the entire Garden of Eden is his hunting ground. A leaf suddenly shattered into dust between Quang Shua's fingers, scattering in the wind. The roar of a reconnaissance plane swept by in the distance, startling a flock of mutated crows, their scarlet eyes gleaming in the twilight. The Confidant continued uneasily. They are recruiting ability users in various shelters, promising to enhance their abilities, and using spore immunity serums as bait. A night wind suddenly rose, carrying the metallic stench unique to the Wasteland. Whatever they want to do. Quang Shua looked at the Green Fortress. From this day forward, martial law will be imposed on the old people's territory. Anyone with supernatural abilities is prohibited from setting foot in the Green Fortress. Chapter 278. Inside the hall, Inhu took a deep breath and finally raised his head. Guy Quang, I don't understand. In these 5 years, Lei Ming and the others have never done anything to harm the fortress. Quang Shua slowly turned around. This old guide, who had assisted 3 clan chiefs, exuded a suffocating sense of oppression even just standing there quietly. My respected clan chief, Quang Shua's voice was low and hoarse. You didn't experience those dark 10 years after the war. He took a step forward, his boots making a dull thud on the stone slabs. Back then, there were corpses everywhere, and children were so hungry they didn't even have the strength to cry. We gave outsiders our trust, and what we received in return was betrayal and slaughter. Inhu unconsciously took a half-step back. Although he had read those records, how could the cold words on paper compare to the gaze of this survivor, who had crawled out of hell? The wind outside the hall blew through the window lattices, causing the fluorescent vines to sway violently, casting the shadows of the 2 men on the wall, one tall and imposing, the other thin and youthful. Quang Shua's tone softened slightly. Chieftain, some wounds cannot be conveyed through records. Inhu lowered her head, her hands damp with sweat from the newly discovered mutated flowers and herbs. The heavy palace doors were suddenly pushed open, and Jiang Chen stepped in. Today, she wasn't wearing the traditional linen robe of the old tribe, but rather a sharp combat uniform. Her upper garment was a black tactical jacket, but the shoulders were sewn with the old tribe's star python totem. She wore tapered military trousers, and a dark red old tribe woven belt around her waist. This outfit retained the crispness of modern military uniforms, while incorporating tribal elements, making her appear as upright as a pine tree. Inhu's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had found her pillar of support. I make him leave. Quang Shua narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly not expecting Jiang Chen to agree so readily. He noticed that Jiang Chen's combat boots were still covered in fresh mud, indicating she had just come from the training ground. Teacher. Inhu called softly, knowing that the relationship between Guy Quang and his teacher wasn't exactly harmonious. The air in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Jiang Chen's gaze went straight past Quang Shua and landed on Inhu. The young tribal chief, startled by her gaze, instinctively sat up straight. An urgent report from the 7th tribe. Jiang Chen's voice was clear and strong. 11 old tribesmen have disappeared without a trace while gathering herbs. Only this was left on the ground. She took a metal fragment from her tactical pouch, engraved with the Moses Company's distinctive logo, its edges still stained with undried blood. Jiang Chen gently placed the metal fragment on the stone table, making a soft click. The other party is an S-class ability user, Fong Howard. She looked up at Quang Shua. This is the 4th time this year. I don't think this is a simple disappearance. Inhu was about to speak when Quang Shua raised his hand to interrupt. Such a small matter can be handled by the patrol team. Jiang Chen's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. Guy Quang, I reasonably suspect that this is an ability user challenging the clan leader's authority. So as the clan leader's guide, I believe it is necessary for me to personally investigate this matter thoroughly. Quang Shua stared at the metal fragment. Of course, he knew what Jiang Chen was planning, but these words had indeed hit the nail on the head. Questioning the clan leader's authority was a serious crime under the old laws. Then, I have to trouble Guide Jiang. Quang Shua finally said slowly. Inhu rubbed his hands excitedly. Teacher, please be careful. All right. Jiang Chen turned around nimbly, the hem of his combat uniform tracing an arc. Inhu opened his mouth, still clutching the mutated plant specimen he had just picked from the experimental field. He had wanted to catch up with his teacher to share this discovery, but only saw Jiang Chen's figure disappear outside the hall. The young clan leader sighed, turning to discuss it with Quang Shua, only to find the stone chair already empty. In the long corridor, outside the hall, Quang Shua's figure slowly emerged from the shadows, blocking Jiang Chen's path. The setting sun cast a long shadow, almost enveloping Jiang Chen entirely. Jiang Chen, Kuang Shua's voice was lower than usual. How has the Green Fortress treated you these past 5 years? Jiang Chen stopped, looking up at the older guide, noticing the new wrinkles around his eyes, and his increasingly graying temples. I never forgotten that I'm an outsider, Jiang Chen answered calmly, her gaze passing over Kuang Shu to the old tribe warriors training in the distance. Melina had not only given her the prestigious title of guide to the chieftain, but also placed Huachuan under her command. Several tribes had sent her letters of surrender 2 years ago. She continued, but Melina gave me a new identity. Kuang Shu's lips twitched slightly. For 5 years, he had witnessed firsthand how this young girl had transformed from a timid outsider into the respected etcher. Even the most stubborn tribal chiefs now dared not question her lineage. Kuang Shu, Jiang Chen stepped forward, her voice low. You knew all along that various tribes were losing people, didn't you? His wrinkled eyes twitched, but he didn't answer. The conflict has intensified over the past 2 years. Jiang Chen pointed to the young soldiers drilling on the training ground. Look at their eyes, they're filled with hatred. This isn't something we could choose. You clearly could choose. The spore contamination is expanding. Do you think they won't take the same measures as 70 years ago? Jiang Chen, humans can't change themselves. Kuang Shu said calmly. I hope you won't betray Melina's trust. Kuang Shu finally said. Jiang Chen stood there until Kuang Shu's figure disappeared around the corner. Chapter 279. In the dimly lit room, fluorescent moss emitted a bluish-white glow. Lei Ming slammed the yellowed wanted poster on the table, the paper cracking. He stared at Jiang Chen, his brow furrowed. Are you crazy? You want to leave now? The suspended tower patrols are everywhere. The yellowed, crumpled wanted poster was now pinned to the bulletin board at every suspended tower outpost. Jiang Chen picked up the wanted poster, its edges curled and torn, yet still strikingly conspicuous. The words number 1 wanted were printed in blood red at the top, below which was Jiang Chen's ID photo. In that photo, she was still wearing the city guard's uniform, her black hair disheveled, her eyes filled with a lingering youthful naivete and stubbornness. Several red crosses were roughly drawn across the photo, and the warning extremely dangerous was hastily written beside it. Wanted poster number 087. Name, Jiang Chen. Gender, female. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Feature, black totem on forehead, added upon defection from suspended tower. Ability rating, A level. Crimes, stealing suspended tower's core secrets, murdering 3 senior researchers, defection. Bounty, 20-year spore immunity agent X1, permanent residency in suspended tower. Additional notes, target carries high-risk weapons, and may control mutated plants. Report to command immediately upon discovery. Unauthorized contact is strictly prohibited. Do you know how much supplies a 10-year immunity agent can be exchanged for on the black market right now? Lei Ming lowered his voice, tapping the wanted poster with his finger. One can be exchanged for 5 armored vehicles. Jiang Chen's slender fingers lightly tapped the words 20-year spore immunity agent on the wanted poster, making a soft clicking sound. So what's the market price for this immunity agent on the black market right now? She asked with some curiosity. Lian Wu emerged from the shadows and said, this kind of immunity agent isn't currently available on the black market. The 20-year formulation is a top secret of the suspended tower. Only high-ranking members of the council can use it. She paused. It's said to be enough to sustain a small shelter through 2 spore seasons. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving his lips. Looks like I'm worth quite a bit. What kind of time is this to be joking? Lei Ming slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, pacing back and forth in the cramped space. He pointed out the window. Do you know how many people outside want to take you for a reward? Here, at least. Before he could finish, a knock on the door interrupted him. The 3 of them fell silent. The wooden door creaked slightly, and I entered carrying a metal medicine box. She placed the medicine box on the table, her fingers quickly sliding across the combination lock. The lid popped open, and cold steam escaped from inside. Aya took out 3 vials of a serum shimmering with a faint blue glow, fine water droplets condensing on the glass tubes. The disguise reagent is complete. Her voice was soft yet exceptionally clear. Following the formula you gave me, I added extracts of mutated plants from near Black Pool, extending its effect to 6 hours. The serum swayed slightly in her palm, tiny golden particles suspended within the liquid, flowing like a galaxy. Jiang Chen took the serum. The moment his fingertips touched the glass tube, the golden particles suddenly became active, swimming rapidly in the solution. I looked at Jiang Chen. She had never truly integrated into the lives of the old inhabitants. After Melina's death, she was like a night owl without its nest, wandering in the darkness. And Jiang Chen, this outsider like her, had become the only piece of driftwood she could grasp. I knew this potion would be useful when I investigated Club Inn. Jiang Chen held the potion up to the light, the blue light casting dapple patterns on her face. I just didn't expect you to have improved it to this extent. Aya's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the medicine box. Her main responsibility in Fog City was to improve and extract mutated plants for human use. Thank you, Aya, Jiang Chen said suddenly, his voice completely genuine. Aya looked up sharply, her brown pupils slightly contracting. Jiang Chen had given her considerable autonomy over the past 5 years, and arranged for soldiers to protect her. She thought. It's my duty, she finally replied in a low voice, her voice dry like a long-unused gear turning. Humph, Lei Ming snorted coldly. He hadn't forgotten that if Aya hadn't exposed the divine tablet within Jiang Chen's body, the former clan leader, Melina, wouldn't have had to imprison Jiang Chen for so long, and they wouldn't have had to separate. Ignoring Lei Ming's anger, Aya continued, the armored vehicle we seized from the superhumans last year has been inspected. It's about 300 kilometers to Mysoja, requiring us to bypass 3 heavily contaminated spore zones. Mysoja? Lei Ming abruptly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in his eyes. That's where Zhang Feng's team lost contact. Xiao Jiang, are you really going to? Lian Wu asked worriedly, what about Quang Shu? The clan leader has officially authorized me to investigate this matter. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the window. She looked into the distance. The direction of Mysoja was faintly visible in the moonlight. This is the 4th case of a missing person this year, and the last traces all point to Mysoja. This time, he can't find a reason to stop it. In the Mysoja underground laboratory, the cold white light cast sharp shadows on the metal walls. Zhang Qi stood with his head bowed beside the hibernation pod, his breath condensing into white mist in the low temperature. Inside the hibernation pod, a pale-faced woman slept peacefully, her long hair swaying gently in the nutrient solution like inky seaweed. Above her, 2 divine tablets floated in a specially designed transparent container, intertwined and writhing like living things, their surfaces constantly dissolving and reforming, eventually melting into a viscous black fluid. The black liquid twisted and deformed within the sealed space, sometimes extending tentacle-like protrusions, sometimes contracting into a pulsating core, like some kind of unformed embryo. A translucent membrane enveloped this bizarre life form, rising and falling with its rhythm, like amniotic fluid. Occasionally, the black liquid would strike the inner wall of the membrane, leaving viscous marks on the surface before slowly sliding off. Finally, his whisper dissipated into the chill of the laboratory, while the woman inside the hibernation pod seemed to tremble almost imperceptibly in her eyelashes. Chapter 280. The armored vehicle parked in the mine tunnel behind the mountain gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. This thoroughly modified armored vehicle was clearly the work of Moses Corporation. Its streamlined body was covered with matte black armor plates, etched with radiation-resistant ripples. The front of the vehicle was wedge-shaped, with 2 miniature pulse cannons concealed in the front grille, their muzzles cleverly disguised as cooling devices. Lei Ming's fingers traced the biometric lock on the car door. Wow, this is a prototype of Moses' Lone Wolf series. Lian Wu walked around the vehicle, her fingertips brushing against the seams of the side armor. The modifier is very professional. She pointed to a slightly protruding hemispherical device on the roof. That's the latest model of the spore filtration system, and she tiptoed and touched the exhaust outlet at the rear, a heat dissipation device, perfectly avoiding the infrared scan of the suspension tower. The vehicle was approximately 7 meters long and 3 meters wide, with an overall tactical gray-black finish, but some seams still retained Moses' signature dark blue original paint. 8 heavy-duty run-flat tires were fitted with rotating steel blades on the outside, allowing them to cut through obstacles while driving. The driver's cab has a dual-lever design. Lei Ming eagerly jumped into the driver's seat. Look at this dynamic terrain scanning system. The screen lit up with a pale blue light, displaying a 3D terrain map of the surrounding 300 meters. Jiang Chen didn't join their exclamations. She walked straight to the middle of the carriage, and with a beep, the hidden hatch slid open, revealing the living quarters inside. For foldable berths, a small weapons rack, and a storage compartment next to it, neatly arranged with various medicines and emergency equipment. Let's go, Jiang Chen said softly. The engine roared, its exhaust spewing pale blue flames. The entire vehicle, like a behemoth awakening, cast a massive shadow in the mine tunnel. In the dim blue light of the armored vehicle's interior, Jiang Chen gazed at the old man bound to a seat. Professor Luobin raised his head, his cloudy eyes slowly moving through his disheveled, gray hair. His face was covered with dark red tribal markings, the lines seeming to undulate slightly with the muscles of his face. Beneath his tattered clothes, his collarbone was prominent, bearing several whip marks. Professor Luobin, Jiang Chen's voice was calm and emotionless as she knelt down to meet the old man's gaze. I think this isn't our first meeting. A soft, sandpaper-like chuckle escaped the old professor's throat. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. This taciturn old man was shrouded in contradictions. His understanding of mutated creatures far surpassed that of any physician in the Green Fortress, and the techniques he used to treat Lin Wu bore clear traces of bunker technology. Yet, the deeply etched totems on his face unmistakably proved his status as an old inhabitant. Even stranger, Melina and Kuang Shua seemed to suppress some instinctive aversion whenever they saw him. Jiang Chen still vividly remembered that blood-soaked dawn. If it weren't for Luo Bin's reminder, she might have followed the original plan and left with team leader Zhang in the flying vehicle. The prophecy ultimately came true. When she returned, filled with doubt, the stone chamber where Luo Bin had been imprisoned was covered in dust, and Melina and Kuang Shua remained tight-lipped about it. Jiang Chen's fingertips lightly tapped the blade, a small gesture she made when thinking. Over the past 5 years, this habit had become increasingly frequent. She hadn't given up trying to find Luo Bin. In the first few months after becoming the chieftain's guide, she traversed every corner of the fortress under the guise of patrolling. But she couldn't find him anywhere. Jiang Chen slowly stood up, the broken blade scraping against the metal bulkhead with a grating sound. She looked down at the old man in the corner, the emergency light casting sharp shadows beneath her eyelashes. Professor Luo, her voice was like steel tempered by ice. You've been hiding for so long, and your appearance now suggests more than just helping us modify this armored vehicle, doesn't it? Luo Bin's white head suddenly slumped. With a sickening screech of bones grinding together, his withered right knee slammed heavily onto the metal floor. The chosen one. His voice suddenly became unusually clear, completely unlike that of a frail old man, the one who created our master. Fine blood vessels in his cloudy eyes were gradually turning an eerie black. Jiang Chen's right hand silently tightened its grip on the hilt of her sword. She could feel the black gold broken blade trembling slightly in its sheath. A sign of Blackwater activity nearby. The time has come. Luo Bin raised his head, his lips twisting into a chillingly devout smile. I will become your most loyal follower. Chapter 281. The Suspended Tower. Zhao Jiming's laboratory was shrouded in a cold, eerie blue light, with only the holographic display emitting a faint glow. On the screen, darkness writhed like viscous asphalt, occasionally tinged with eerie dark red, like some creature slowly breathing. His eyes were bloodshot from staring at it for so long, yet his pupils contracted excitedly, almost touching the screen. A servant knocked 3 times and then entered, carrying a slender crystal bottle in both hands, containing Moses' latest intoxication. The scarlet liquid swayed slightly in the bottle, clinging to the bottle's walls like a living thing. Zhao Jiaming grabbed the bottle abruptly, his knuckles white from the force. He didn't even wait for the servant to leave before tilting his head back and gulping it down. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, his back stiffened abruptly, as if struck by lightning. His veins bulged beneath his pale skin like serpentine snakes, his expression twisted into a near-manic ecstasy. Wine spilled from the corner of his mouth, trickled down his neck and into his collar, leaving an eerie red mark on his collarbone. His breathing quickened, his chest heaving as if he had just experienced intense pleasure. The darkness on the monitor continued to writhe, growing slowly and steadily. Zhao Jiaming grinned, a bead of blood seeping from his chapped lips, but he seemed oblivious, staring intently at the screen, muttering to himself, almost there, almost there. His fingers tapped nervously on the table, his knuckles clicking softly like the crawling of some arthropod. When Shen Jintong pushed open the door, a cloyingly sweet aroma assaulted his nostrils, the lingering scent of intoxication, mixed with a metallic stench unique to the laboratory, making him dizzy. He frowned, took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, and coldly looked at Zhao Jiaming, who was slumped in the chair. The other man was currently lost in some kind of illusion, a sickly flush appearing on his pale face, his eyelids half closed, a foolish smile on his lips, as if he were immersed in an incomprehensible bliss. His fingers were still twitching involuntarily, as if he was still savoring the lingering afterglow of intoxication. A hint of disgust flashed in Shen Jintong's eyes. Greed is indeed the most exquisite poison in the world. It makes people relish it, even unto death. Bramlin followed, pushing open the door, followed by a burly, bearded man. After stopping, he reported calmly, Chairman, All the ability users selected inside the suspended tower have been deployed. Before he finished speaking, the monitor suddenly emitted a piercing scraping sound, like metal being repeatedly scraped by something sharp. Immediately afterward, a chilling wailing sound seeped from the speakers. It wasn't a single sound, but dozens of voices intertwined, a man's roar, a woman's sob, even a child's cry, all twisted and blended into an inhuman wailing. The bearded man's face instantly turned deathly pale. As an A-level ability user, his perception of danger far surpassed that of ordinary people. At this moment, even through the screen, he could feel that suffocating malice. Like countless cold, wet hands crawling up his spine. His muscles involuntarily tensed, his Adam's apple bobbed, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Chen Jitong glanced at him coldly, and the bearded man immediately held his breath, forcing himself to stand up straight. "Clark, how much longer until we enter the incubation period?" Chen Jitong turned to Branwen, his voice eerily calm. Branwen's eyes reflected the cold light of the screen, his pupils slightly dilated. The 3 divine tablets have been successfully implanted into Clark's body. Based on energy fluctuations, the final evolution is expected to be completed in 30 days. The monitor suddenly shook violently. In the blurry image, a massive shadow could be vaguely seen writhing. A monster forcibly stitched together from the bodies of dozens of superhumans. Clark's tentacles burrowed deep into each body, brutally piecing them together like stitches. For a fleeting moment, the image clearly captured a distorted human face protruding from the mass of flesh, its mouth gaping open in a silent scream, before being swallowed by another body. The temperature in the laboratory seemed to plummet. The bearded man stared intently at the tips of his boots, unable to look at the screen again. He could feel that thing watching them. "Where's the girl?" Chen Jintong's voice was exceptionally cold in the laboratory. Branwen instinctively straightened his back, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the data panel. His voice was a few decibels lower than usual. "Guild Master, the Green Fortress's whereabouts are elusive. The old ones have a natural resistance to spores, if they choose to establish themselves in a heavily contaminated area." "Continue." His voice was soft, yet it sent a slight shiver down Branwen's spine. "Our people have difficulty getting close to them. Jiangchen is now an etcher of the old ones, and she holds great prestige within the tribe." Branwen's Adam's apple bobbed. "She may have already realized we're tracking her." Chen Jintong's lips slowly curved into a smile. This smile suddenly revealed the predatory ferocity in his handsome face, like an elegant cheetah finally tearing away its docile disguise. His fingertips stopped tapping, and a subtle ripple appeared in the air. A prelude to the activation of his explosion ability, the unique energy field of an S-class ability caused the air pressure in the entire room to drop. "3 times, he said softly, his long fingers clenching slightly in the air. "She escaped 3 times. Branwen and the bearded man tensed their muscles simultaneously. They knew all too well how terrifying the chairman's explosion was. Capable of locking onto any target within 100 meters, triggering a chain reaction of explosions at the molecular level. Last year, during the Purge of Traitors, Chen Jitong merely snapped his fingers, and the entire armored convoy instantly turned into a pile of molten metal wreckage, while the target sitting in the center didn't even have time to scream before turning into scattered blood mist. "Chairman." Branwen's voice trembled slightly. Professor Chen Jin specifically emphasized. "To capture her alive." The laboratory suddenly fell silent. Chen Jintong's smile remained unchanged, but Branwen clearly saw a crimson light flash in his eyes. The next second, the backup monitor 3 meters away suddenly emitted a piercing bang, the entire screen warping and denting, countless cracks spreading at an alarming speed, as if an unseen hand was crushing it. Bang! As the monitor's wreckage, emitting blue smoke, crashed to the ground, the bearded man's combat uniform was already soaked through. Chen Jitong stood up gracefully, smoothing out non-existent wrinkles on his cuffs. "I bring the living etcher back." His steps toward the door were as light as a cheetah's, yet his voice was chillingly cold. However, losing an arm or a leg, shouldn't that count as crippled? Only after the automatic door closed silently did the bearded man dare to look up. He was horrified to discover that the alloy walls of the laboratory were now covered with a dense, spiderweb-like network of cracks, the marks left by the leakage of explosive power. Even a mere 1% of the rage of an S-class ability user would be enough to make this laboratory, supposedly capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, crumble. Chen Jitong hurried through the laboratory corridor, casually asking, "Where is the Supreme Commander?" Branwen's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice unconsciously lowering. "He had already evacuated when we took over the suspended tower. All personnel in the Red Building have vanished, including the data in the core archives." Chen Jintong's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. They had spent decades infiltrating every corner of the suspended tower, yet Zhou Jingming had silently taken away all the core forces at the last moment, leaving not even a scrap of paper behind. Just a stray dog, Chen Jintong sneered. Insignificant. Branwen hesitated, then stopped. He had seen Zhou Jingming on the long-distance observation screen of the suspended tower. The man always stood at the boundary between shadow and light, half his face hidden in darkness, so much so that even the most advanced infrared imaging couldn't capture his full features. Most strangely, whenever Branwen tried to track Zhou Jingming's movements on the suspended tower, the surveillance footage would inexplicably display static, as if something was deliberately interfering. "Chairman, what should we do with Zhao Jieming?" Branwen snapped out of his thoughts. "Since he's so eager for superpowers." Chen Jintong's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Send him to the North District Port Authority." Branwen's pupils contracted sharply. The North District Port. That was the distribution center for the raw materials of intoxication, and also the recycling station for superpowered test subjects. Those sent there would eventually become writhing chunks of flesh on Clark's body. Chapter 282. The armored vehicle slammed on the brakes, its metal tracks carving deep grooves in the mud. Jiang Chen braced herself against the bulkhead with one hand, the blade of her black and gold broken knife slamming heavily against the metal floor with a piercing thud. "Can't you drive?" Lianwu cursed, clutching her forehead where she hit the control panel. The slight redness of the scrape stood out starkly against her skin. Lei Ming's Adam's apple bobbed, his knuckles turning blue as he gripped the steering wheel, forward, ahead. His voice trailed off. "Is that General Huichuan?" Jiang Chen's eyes instantly sharpened. She pressed down on Luobin, who was trying to get up. The old man's withered wrist trembled slightly in her palm. "Sit back down." Her voice was soft, but it made Luobin's cloudy eyes contract sharply, and he obediently shrank back into the corner. Night dew condensed on the bulletproof glass of the cockpit, and outside lay the characteristic gloom of the green fortress. The canopies of towering ancient trees filtered the faint morning light into a pale green. Jiang Chen squinted, finally catching sight of a familiar figure at the edge of the hemlock forest 50 meters away. Huichuan stood like a bronze statue in the moss, her heavy saber planted at her feet, the old, blackened leather wrapped around its hilt. She wasn't wearing her signature scale armor, only a rough, resin-soaked hunting outfit. "Alone?" Lianwu whispered, her finger already on the safety of her pulse pistol. The armored vehicle's engine still hummed softly, falling blades gathering into eerie vortices near the exhaust. The morning mist flowed through the forest, cutting Huichuan's figure into mottled fragments. "General Huichuan." Jiang Chen stepped forward. "The chieftain wants you to finish your business within a month and return." Huichuan said coldly, "You promised Melina, and the 5-year period hasn't expired yet." Jiang Chen's eyelashes cast fine shadows in the morning light, concealing all her emotions perfectly. This statement might not have been Yinhu's true intention, but it certainly carried Huichuan's characteristic stubbornness. "I will return within a month." Jiang Chen heard herself make this promise. An eerie silence fell over the forest. Huichuan's figure remained standing there, like an ancient statue corroded by moss. "So?" Jiang Chen narrowed her eyes slightly. "I will go with you to find the missing old people." Huichuan suddenly spoke, her tone clearly impatient, as if these words had been stuck in her throat for far too long. "What?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. The composure she had cultivated over the years crumbled at this moment. "You're coming with us?" "Yes." The horse-slaying sword was violently pulled from the ground. Morning light filtered through the trees, illuminating Huichuan's chiseled face. Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that the wrinkles around her eyes were much deeper than she remembered, and the scar on her left cheek. It was from when she shielded her from an assassination attempt by the tribe 4 years ago. It was particularly striking in the morning light. "Huichuan," she couldn't help but rub her forehead, "is my credibility with you zero?" Huichuan nodded without hesitation. "You're cunning, so your credibility is indeed low." Jiang Chen, All right, then get in the car," Jiang Chen said casually. Huichuan's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. She had imagined Jiang Chen would refuse, try to negotiate, or even take action directly, but she hadn't expected her to agree so readily. "Not leaving?" Jiang Chen had already reached the car door. As she turned back, the morning light perfectly outlined half of her profile, her eyelashes casting fine shadows on her cheekbones. Huichuan suppressed his unease and strode after her. The air inside the armored vehicle seemed to freeze. As soon as Huichuan got in, he stood like a god of death in the corner, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Luobin, who was huddled in the shadows. The old man's withered fingers twitched nervously, the black lines on his neck faintly visible in the dim light. On the other side, Lei Ming appeared casually seated in the driver's seat, but in reality, all his muscles were tense, his fingertips always only 3 centimeters from the safety pin of his pulse gun. Lien Wu observed this silent standoff through the rearview mirror, her Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Ahem. Jiang Chen deliberately cleared her throat, the metal carriage amplifying her voice jarringly. You abandoned your post. What about the chieftain? Hui Chuan's gaze finally shifted from Luo Bin to Jiang Chen, a hint of impatience in her eyes. I arranged for the personal guard to be on 24-hour shifts. Her left hand unconsciously rubbed the old tribal emblem on her scabbard. No one can get within 3 steps of the chieftain. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. If anyone in the entire Green Fortress valued Silver Lake's safety more than their own life, Hui Chuan was second to none. She even suspected that this general slept with one eye open, watching the chieftain's tent. Besides, Hui Chuan suddenly lowered his voice, the temperature in the carriage seeming to plummet. Guang Shu also left the fortress today. What? Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Where did he go? Hui Chuan gave her a look that said, Are you stupid? He's my equal. Do you think I have the right to check his whereabouts? Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. She prided herself on her eloquence, having navigated the negotiating table with ease over the years, but facing Hui Chuan's straightforward nature, all her carefully prepared lines felt like punches hitting cotton. A soft click suddenly came from the corner. It was Luo Bin's shackles hitting the metal wall. Hui Chuan's eyes immediately pierced through her like knives, and the old man curled up into a ball, making muffled gurgling sounds in his throat. Hui Chuan's fingers suddenly tightened on the knife handle, his knuckles making a dangerous cracking sound. Her sharp gaze pierced Luo Bin in the corner like a dagger, her voice low and menacing, as if squeezed from her chest. Why is this Green Fortress's #1 criminal here? The air in the carriage froze instantly. Jiang Chen leaned against the metal bulkhead. If I said he followed us here on his own, would you believe me? Chapter 283. Hui Chuan's gaze was still fixed on Jiang Chen's face, full of scrutiny. Suddenly, Luo Bin's hoarse voice rang out in the carriage, Master. The call, neither loud nor soft, exploded like a thunderclap in the confined space. Screech. A piercing screech of brakes rang out, and the armored vehicle lurched to a screeching halt. Damn it! Lien Wu cursed, clutching her forehead, which was now even redder from the impact. Jiang Chen was prepared this time. Her fingers gripped the handrail tightly, her knuckles turning white. She slowly turned to look at Luo Bin, her voice as cold as ice. What did you just call me? Luo Bin suddenly began to convulse violently, his wrinkled face contorted in pain, a strange hoarse sound emanating from his throat. Before Jiang Chen could react, Hui Chuan had already struck with lightning speed. The back of his broadsword precisely cleaved Luo Bin's nape, and Luo Bin immediately collapsed. The entire movement was incredibly fast, as if it had been practiced 1,000 times. Jiang Chen looked at Hui Chuan in shock, but he had already sheathed his sword, his face expressionless. She suddenly realized that Hui Chuan seemed to have anticipated Luo Bin's situation. The car was eerily quiet. Lei Ming's hands trembled slightly, as he gripped the steering wheel, his breathing even becoming shallow. Lien Wu forgot to cry out in pain, staring wide-eyed at the unconscious Luo Bin. You? Jiang Chen was about to ask. Hui Chuan interrupted her directly. Don't ask. His gaze swept over the fading black marks on Luo Bin's neck. Some things are better left unsaid. Jiang Chen pursed her lips. She knew that with Hui Chuan's personality, if he didn't want to talk about something, no one could get it out of him. The armored vehicle rolled over the cracked road, the dust kicked up by its tires gleaming a sickly orange-red in the setting sun. In the distance, several mutated creatures, their bodies hunched over by spores, stood like withered tree stumps amidst the ruins. Their skin was covered in mycelium, and with each gust of wind, a shower of fluorescent powder would fall. Hui Chuan closed his eyes to rest, his broadsword resting horizontally on his lap. Jiang Chen walked to the cockpit and tapped the metal partition with his fingers. Lei Ming, how much longer until we reach my Sasia? Outside the window, a collapsed overpass stretched across the view, its piers covered in fleshy, parasitic plants. Lei Ming adjusted the filter on his protective mask, his voice muffled through the breathing valve. We have to cross the death desert ahead. The earliest we can get there is tomorrow morning. Although this armored vehicle was equipped with a spore filter, Lei Ming and Lien Wu still wore special protective masks, just in case. Lei Ming pointed to the navigation screen, where the marked route snaked around several deep red contaminated zones. Lien Wu curled up in the passenger seat, her finger tracing the holographic map. That should be the old site of the Mazon refuge. She zoomed in on the image, the outline of a concrete wall vaguely visible. It wasn't small, but it was swallowed up by a spore storm 2 years ago. Night had completely fallen. The armored vehicle's headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the twisted wreckage on both sides of the road. Fluorescent vines sprouted from the rusty car frames, and the faded smiles on the billboards were corroded by fungal spots into grotesque faces. Occasionally, a dark shadow would flit past the vehicle, emitting a hissing sound like a baby's cry. The spore filter on the roof hummed under its strain, and the blue smoke from the exhaust pipes shone like ghosts in the moonlight. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing a certain spot outside the window. There, a road sign half buried in the sand, with faded paint that read, "Welcome to the Mozong Refuge." The arrow pointed directly at the dark entrance to the shelter. Jiang Chen's gaze pierced through the cracked bulletproof glass of the armored vehicle, looking out at the desolate shelter. 2 years ago, the Mozong shelter was brightly lit. Now, only ruins remained. Spore-like spots crawled across the concrete walls like a plague, glowing with an eerie green light in the moonlight. The fountain in the main square had long since dried up, its bottom piled high with thick spore powder, which drifted like will-o'-the-wisps in the night wind. Cough, cough. Luo Bin suddenly coughed weakly, drawing Jiang Chen's attention back to the car. An unnatural flush rose on the old man's sallow face, as if he had a fever. Jiang Chen was about to step forward to check on him, when Weichuan's broadsword was already positioned in front of her, the mottled bloodstains on the scabbard particularly glaring in the dim headlights. "The red sand desert lies ahead," Weichuan's voice was icy cold. "This modified vehicle needs maintenance, or it'd fall apart halfway there." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. According to the original plan, they were supposed to rest at the outpost on the edge of the desert. Weichuan's suggestion was too abrupt. Bang! The sound of metal clashing was particularly jarring in the deathly silence of the wilderness. The armored vehicle jolted violently, a teeth-grinding scraping sound emanating from its chassis. Lianwu gripped the seat tightly, her nails almost digging into the leather. "Can't you drive?" Lei Ming looked at Lianwu's displeased expression. This time it really is a problem with the car. He tried to restart the engine, but only heard an ominous clicking sound from the driveshaft. "It seems to have run over something, the chassis is stuck." He unbuckled his seatbelt. "I get out and take a look." "Wait." Jiang Chen suddenly stood up, the black and gold broken knife flashing coldly in the dimly lit car. She pushed open the car door, the night wind carrying spore powder rushing towards her face. She quickly closed the door. "Little Jiang." Lei Ming instinctively tried to follow. Lianwu grabbed his arm. "Don't make things worse." Her voice was low. "Any spore plant here could kill you." In the darkness, only the dim headlights seemed to illuminate the eerie surroundings. Jiang Chen walked towards the wheels. She knelt on one knee, the tip of her knife clearing away the debris beside the wheels. In the moonlight, a twisted humanoid figure was wedged in a gap in the chassis. It was a mutant in the middle stage of infection, half of its face still retaining human features, but its right arm had mutated into a tentacle-like limb covered in fungal tumors, twitching unconsciously. Its left eye still retained some clarity, Jiang Chen's image reflected in its pupil. "Help! Help!" Its Adam's apple bobbed, uttering indistinct syllables. Its mutated right hand, however, uncontrollably reached for Jiang Chen's ankle, its nails now sharp, fungal tendrils. Characteristics of a mid-stage infected. Consciousness not completely lost, but the body has begun irreversible mutation. Jiang Chen's gaze remained unwavering. A flash of light, and the broken blade precisely pierced the mutated creature's brow, the blade scraping against the skull with a chilling crunch. The body convulsed violently a few times before finally settling down. She deftly withdrew the knife, flicking away the sticky black blood from its blade, her movements chillingly practiced. Inside the carriage, Weichuan watched all of this through the window. Chapter 284. Jiang Chen flicked the black blood off the broken knife. "The chassis is broken," her voice sounded muffled through the hard car window. "It needs repair." Lei Ming immediately bent down to reach for the toolbox under the seat. "I fix it." "Wait." Jiang Chen raised her hand to stop him, turning to Lianwu. "Measure the concentration first." Lianwu nodded knowingly, quickly pulling a palm-sized metal disc from the side pocket of her tactical backpack. The spore measuring instrument's edges were worn, clearly indicating it had been used many times before. She rolled down the window a crack, flicked her wrist, and tossed the instrument out. The disc landed and immediately unfolded into a hexagon, the central probe deeply embedded in the ground. Everyone in the car held their breath. 3 seconds later, Lianwu's wristwatch screen lit up with a pale blue light. Concentration 39%. Low to medium concentration, she breathed a sigh of relief, her fingers unconsciously tracing the dent on the edge of the measuring instrument. It should be residual contamination from the spore storm. She glanced at Jiang Chen's tense jawline and added, wearing a protective shield, 2 hours of outdoor activity is no problem. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. As members of the old citizen lineage, she and Huichuan were indeed immune to spore infestation, but what about Luo Bin, unconscious in the back seat? The old man's breathing suddenly quickened, his withered fingers leaving white scratches on the seat. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the dark lines on his neck. Those eerie patterns were slowly writhing. Leave him in the car, Jiang Chen finally decided. Rest for half an hour, check the equipment, then set off. Jiang Chen's voice sounded particularly cold in the night wind. The four of them got out of the car one after another, the metal doors creaking sharply in the silence. As soon as Lei Ming stepped out of the carriage, he couldn't wait to stretch his limbs, and the joints under his protective suit made a crackling sound as they were unable to bear the strain. He took a deep, greedy breath. Even through the metal mesh of the filter, this was the first time in over 10 hours he could stand upright. What are you daydreaming about? Lianwu nudged his shin with the tip of her boot, her eyes behind the protective mask curving into a mischievous arc. Hurry up and fix the car, you big engineer. Lei Ming gave her a resentful glance, but obediently squatted down. The sound of pliers clashing against metal was particularly jarring in the deathly silence of the shelter. Jiang Chen stood in the center of the dilapidated square, the night wind swirling spore powder across her combat suit. This shelter, which once housed tens of thousands of people, was now nothing but a twisted steel skeleton, like the gruesome corpse of a disemboweled beast. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings came from afar. A mutated night owl with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters swooped across the ruins, its rotting feathers fluttering down in the moonlight. Her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a tilted electronic bulletin board. The screen was shattered, but the remaining fluorescent coating was still faintly discernible. It was a wanted poster, slashed beyond recognition. Her portrait was deliberately enlarged, her face marred by over a dozen cuts from a sharp object, making her appear like a demon in the eerie green glow. Below were photos of Lianwu and Lei Ming. The suspended tower's intelligence network is wider than we imagined, Jiang Chen said softly. Her fingertips traced the gash across the portrait's left eye. Lianwu's voice came through the protective shield, muffled and distorted. Eden has entered its spore outbreak period. She kicked aside a glowing fungus at her feet, fluorescent powder exploding at the toe of her boot. A concentration exceeding 50% carries a risk of infection. If you're scratched by the mutated mouthparts, you could be directly infected and become a mutant. Jiang Chen's fingertips unconsciously traced the hilt of her knife. Back at the Green Fortress, her understanding of the spore crisis was limited to the numbers and reports. But now, looking at her unrecognizable wanted poster on the bulletin board, and the creeping fungal carpet on the distant building surfaces, she suddenly understood why He had modified the genes of the bunker inhabitants. These glowing spores were like invisible death reapers, slowly eroding humanity's living space. Immunizers are life itself to them. Lei Ming crawled out from under the vehicle, his protective shield covered in fluorescent powder. He brandished the wrench in his hand. Last week on the black market, a basic 10-day supply of immune agents could be exchanged for 3 pulse guns. Suddenly Jiang Chen looked up sharply. A strange coo-coo-coo sound came from afar, like some creature mimicking the mechanical sounds of an old era. The sound echoed eerily in the empty ruins, sometimes near, sometimes far. Did you hear that? Jiang Chen's hand was already on the hilt of her knife. In the shadows behind the bulletin board, several pairs of glowing eyes flashed by. Their pupils weren't round, but rather like elongated cracks, gleaming an ominous green in the darkness. Lianwu's protective mask reflected the flickering fungal light in the distance. She blinked blankly. What was that sound? I didn't. Before she could finish, Jiang Chen's sharp gaze swept over her. Lianwu followed her gaze to Huichuan, only to see the usually composed general's face ashen, his right hand already on the hilt of his broadsword. Something's approaching. Jiang Chen's voice was like a taut steel wire. Brother Lei, how much longer? A metallic clang came from under the vehicle, Lei Ming's voice panting. 3 minutes. Just one more. Lianwu, get in the car first. The blade of Jiang Chen's black and gold broken sword gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light in the moonlight. Without a word, Lianwu flung open the car door, her protective suit screeching against the metal frame. Just as Jiang Chen was about to turn and stand guard, Lianwu suddenly cried out, Jiang Chen. What's wrong? Jiang Chen rushed back to the car. Inside the open car, only a pair of shackles remained on the metal seat that had bound Luo Bin. A blurry footprint was dented in the metal floor beneath the seat. Its shape was clearly not human, more like that of some webbed animal. The distant cooing sound suddenly turned into sharp shrieks, echoing from all directions. Chapter 285. The distant cooing sound suddenly turned into sharp howls, echoing from all directions. The piercing howls abruptly tore through the night sky, like hundreds of rusty metal pieces scraping against glass. From behind the crumbling concrete wall, several twisted black shadows suddenly darted out. They were mutant dogs, but their canine features were no longer discernible. Human arms were sewn onto their hunched bodies, their 6 deformed limbs twisted at angles defying logic. One of them had its head split in two, revealing writhing spore sacs inside. Viscous, fluorescent liquid dripped from its fangs, corroding hissing pits in the concrete. Bang! Lianwu's pulse gun fired a burst of blue light, blasting the foremost mutant dog away. Its chest cavity caved in, creating a large crater, yet upon landing, it emitted a chilling crackling sound. The broken ribs wriggled and reformed like living things, accompanied by the sluggish sound of rapidly growing mycelium, instantly expanding to twice its original size. What the hell is that? Lianwu's protective mask was splattered with fluorescent slime, her voice distorted with terror. Jiang Chen's black gold broken blade flashed coldly, severing the forelimb of an attacking mutant dog. But instantly, spiderweb-like mycelium erupted from the severed surface, coiling around the bones and muscles and regenerating wildly. In less than 3 heartbeats' time, the newly formed limb was complete, covered with a translucent mycelial membrane, with clearly visible writhing blood vessels inside. Aim at the spore vesicles. Hui Chuan's roar accompanied the whistling sound of her broadsword cutting through the air. She cleaved open the skull of the nearest mutant dog with a single stroke, the blade precisely shattering the fluorescent vesicles hidden within its brain. The monster finally collapsed, but its brethren around it seemed to be provoked, emitting howls that sounded like wailing. We won't kill them all like this. Jiang Chen's broken blade cleaved through another charging mutant dog, the blade feeling like it was striking a rotting tree stump. More and more mutant dogs crawled out of the rubble. At this rate of reproduction, even if they could kill with a single blow each time, it would be a drop in the ocean. Thunder! Jiang Chen shouted sharply. A final hissing sound of metal welding came from under the vehicle. Thunder, his brow beaded with sweat, trickled down his face behind his protective mask. Done! Get in! Quick! The 4 rushed towards the armored vehicle. Just as Jiang Chen was about to step inside, a mutant dog sprang from the shadows. Its back still clung to half a human torso, its 6 deformed arms outstretched like a spider's web. Without turning his head, Jiang Chen swiftly swung his black gold broken blade, precisely severing the monster's cervical vertebrae. The rotting head, dripping with slime, slammed against the car door with a thud. Bang! The moment the car door slammed shut, a dozen mutant dogs pounced outside. Their sharp claws scraped against the bulletproof glass with a teeth-grinding sound. One of them pressed its face against the window. On that twisted dog face, human eyes were still visible, spinning wildly. Where to now? Lei Ming's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. Just then, a beam of cold light suddenly appeared in the darkness in the distance. The light pierced the fog of night, shining directly in the direction where Luo Bin had disappeared. On the ground, a series of eerie webbed footprints glistened with slime under the light. Jiang Chen narrowed her eyes. The mutant dogs all avoided the direction of the light source, as if something there terrified them. Drive towards the light source, she said decisively. These monsters won't dare approach there. The armored vehicle roared forward, leaving the howling of the mutant dogs behind. In the rearview mirror, the deformed creatures remained rooted to the spot, their 6 arms flailing wildly, yet they dared not cross some invisible boundary. These mutants were completely different from before. Lei Ming said with lingering fear. Their reproductive capacity and aggression are ridiculously high. Ordinary mutants, after being infected by spores, only become mindless, zombie-like creatures. She pointed to a torn mutant dog corpse not far from the window, but these clearly still retain their hunting instincts, and even know how to cooperate in combat. Jiang Chen's gaze swept around. The edges of the bullet holes on the walls bore traces of acid corrosion. Scattered shell casings on the ground were covered with mycelial-like dents. These variants were not only stronger, but their attack methods had also evolved. The armored vehicle rolled over the broken concrete road, its headlights piercing the thick darkness. In the distance, the cold light pointed to a half-collapsed square building. That was the shelter's command center, its exterior walls covered in glowing mycelium, like a giant spider web. Shaojiang, the Mozong shelter's command center is just ahead. Lianwu's finger traced across the holographic map, blue dots marking their location. She frowned slightly, but according to records, This place was completely corrupted by spores 2 years ago. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the window. The armored vehicle ran over the remains of a mutant creature, the bones cracking crisply beneath its wheels. The car stopped in front of a rusted metal gate. Lianwu skillfully tossed out the spore measuring instrument. The device unfolded its hexagonal probe in midair and plunged deep into the ground. A few seconds later, her wristwatch screen lit up. Concentration 15%. So low. Lei Ming ripped off his protective mask, the rubber band mark still visible on his face, sweat dripping from his chin. He took a deep breath. The long-awaited fresh air made him slightly dizzy. Lianwu hung the mask around her waist, her fingers lightly tracing the glowing mycelium on the wall. Spores need to parasitize a living organism to reproduce. Her voice suddenly stopped, her gaze falling on the corner, where dozens of desiccated skeletons lay, each skull bearing a neat, round hole, as if pierced by a sharp weapon. Jiang Chen's black gold broken sword silently drew from its sheath. A 15% concentration was indeed safe for ordinary ability users, but the eerie cleanliness here, and those skeletons. Everything seemed unusual. Huichuan's broadsword suddenly pointed at the ground, its tip reflecting a cold light. Jiang Chen followed his gaze. On the damp cement floor, a series of eerie footprints were clearly visible. The footprints were half-human, half-webbed, with a thin membrane connecting the toes. Each step left a fluorescent trace of dried slime, extending all the way to the entrance of the command room's black hole. Jiang Chen looked up, scrutinizing the building. The command room was a typical old-fashioned military structure, a 2-story square concrete building, its exterior walls riddled with bullet holes and explosion marks. The observation windows on the second floor were all shattered, like a row of empty eye sockets. Most unsettling was the unnatural fading of the spore-covered fungal patches covering the entire building surface, as if it had been deliberately cleaned away. And the fluorescent fungi that should have been growing wildly all stopped abruptly 3 meters away from the building, forming a clear dividing line. "There's light on the second floor," Lianwu suddenly whispered. Indeed, in the room on the far right of the second floor, a faint blue light emanated. The very same guiding light they had seen earlier. Huichuan's scabbard lightly touched Jiang Chen's hand, a coded signal among the old-time warriors to indicate alertness. Chapter 286. Lianwu narrowed her eyes, deliberately altered into a slender shape by the potion, her pupils gleaming with a feline amber luster in the dim light. Her rough fingers traced her tanned, bronze cheeks. Aya's transformation potion had hardened her facial features, adding a gruesome scar below her right eye, giving her an aura of ruthless ferocity. "You look." Lei Ming touched his suddenly pale face in the rearview mirror, his once rugged features softened by the potion, becoming more delicate. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, his fingertips lightly touching the mirror. "Pretty cool." Jiang Chen sheathed her broken knife, adjusting her final disguise in front of the car window. The potion had made her facial features more androgynous, her Adam's apple slightly raised, but her black eyes remained unchanged. "Remember your new identity." Her voice, also altered by the potion, was low and hoarse. His fingers deftly checked the pulse gun's energy bar, blue light flowing across the modified weapon. "I'm the black market merchant, scholar. You are my bodyguards and technicians." Huichuan, Jiang Chen turned to the battle-hardened general, his voice low and firm. "You stay here." Huichuan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. For a few seconds, the air seemed to freeze in their eye contact. Finally, Huichuan simply nodded slightly, turned, and walked to the driver's seat of the armored vehicle. Her silhouette cast a long shadow in the moonlight, each step firm and powerful. Jiang Chen watched her leave, a slight, almost imperceptible relaxation playing on his lips. This decision wasn't made on a whim. Huichuan's combat experience during her 5 years at the Green Fortress was not to be underestimated. More importantly, in the event of an emergency, Huichuan's strength was more than enough to secure their retreat. "Let's go!" She turned to Lianwu and Lei Ming. The moment the three stepped into the command room, a stench of mildew and metallic corrosion assaulted their senses. Lianwu's pupils dilated slightly in the darkness. The dilapidated scene was faintly visible under the searchlight. Lei Ming remained vigilant, his fair face devoid of any of his previous frivolity. Behind them, Huichuan was already seated in the driver's seat. Her broadsword rested horizontally on her lap, her gaze sharp and piercing, capable of monitoring both the command room and any external threats. The distant howls of mutant dogs could be faintly heard, yet they dared not approach the area. The blinding beam of the searchlight tore through the darkness, like a solitary ray of light in the deep sea. Dust swirled in the beam, illuminating the shattered instruments and overturned metal cabinets scattered across the floor. A drop of viscous liquid suddenly fell at Jiang Chen's feet with a soft plop. She looked up abruptly. In the darkness at the edge of the beam of light, a twisted figure was pressed against the ceiling. Its limbs were spread wide, glued to the wall, its skin covered in reflective slime, vaguely revealing the outline of a human torso, yet possessing an eerie, inhuman quality. It remained motionless, seemingly one with the shadows. Jiang Chen subtly tilted her head. Lei Ming immediately understood, silently moving to the right, his pulse gun's crosshair locked onto the darkness. Lian Wu, like a cat, arched her back, her left hand resting on the tactical knife at her waist. Just as they formed an encirclement, a weak whimper came from above. Luo Bin. The searchlight moved upwards, illuminating the second-floor skylight. The old man, shrouded in slime, hung there like a moth caught in a spider's web. He's up there. Jiang Chen's voice was icy cold. Lian Wu shot towards the stairs like an arrow, her boots creaking ominously on the decaying floor. The twisted black shadow in the darkness suddenly sprang up, the slime reflecting an eerie fluorescence under the searchlight. Jiang Chen's pulse gun fired instantly, a blue light slicing through the darkness. But only hitting a fleeting afterimage. The thing was incredibly fast, disappearing behind the collapsed filing cabinet in the blink of an eye. Scholar, Lei Ming approached in a low voice, his modified, pale face appearing unusually tense under the light. His searchlight darted nervously around the room. Something's wrong. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. She finally realized the problem. The power to the command room had been cut off long ago, so where did that blue light guiding them come from? And why would that shadowy figure, who could easily have taken Luo Bin away, hang him in such a conspicuous position? Lights. She looked up sharply, her voice unusually tense. It's a trap. On the second-floor skylight, Luo Bin's figure still hung there, like a terrifying puppet on strings. But what froze Jiang Chen's blood even more was Lian Wu was gone. She had clearly seen her rush towards the stairs, but now it was empty, with only a pool of viscous liquid slowly flowing down the steps. Lei. Eggshell. Stay close to me. Jiang Chen called out in a low voice, but only heard her own echo reverberating in the empty command room. She turned sharply, the pale beam of the searchlight sweeping behind her. Empty. Where Lei Ming had just stood, only a tilted searchlight remained, its beam a lonely nail to the corner. Jiang Chen's fingertips traced the pulse gun at her waist. The cold touch of the metal surface momentarily calmed her. The surroundings were eerily silent. But every inch of Jiang Chen's skin screamed a warning. Something was watching her from the shadows. That gaze, almost tangible, sluggishly crawled across the back of her neck. She could feel this hunter lurking in the darkness. She slowly ascended the stairs, the decaying metal steps groaning in a death thud. Each step felt like treading on a dangerous precipice. In the shadows of the ceiling, a spiderweb of slime trembled slightly, as if responding to her movements. Second floor. The moment Jiang Chen's fingertips touched the searchlight switch, the cold touch of the metal surface made her pause slightly. With a soft click, the blinding white light abruptly went out, plunging the entire command room into absolute darkness. Her pupils dilated rapidly, adjusting to the sudden darkness. The pulse pistol at her waist was silently holstered, replaced by the faint metallic scraping of a black and gold broken sword being drawn from its sheath. Through the skylight, the faint moonlight outlined a curled-up human figure. Jiang Chen approached quietly. Luo Bin's chest rose and fell slightly, and the terrifying black lines on his neck had miraculously faded by more than half. From the ceiling came the soft rustling of fabric. The tall, dark figure was silently approaching her, its breathing almost inaudible. Jiang Chen's muscles tensed instantly, but her movements were unusually slow. Continuing to feign ignorance, her fingers gently lifted Luo Bin's collar. Suddenly, the straight hairs beside Jiang Chen's ears fluttered without wind. In a flash, a dark shadow shot up from behind her. Sharp nails were only millimeters from the back of her neck, but Jiang Chen lowered her eyes in that life-or-death moment. Too slow. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips, her body suddenly pressing down, and then springing up again. Just as the shadow was about to touch her, Jiang Chen spun with astonishing force, her right hand gripping the attacker's throat like an iron clamp, using the momentum to slam the opponent to the ground. Bang! The sound of bones hitting the metal floor was dull and loud. The web-footed monster on her left roared and pounced, its six-fingered claws aimed straight for Jiang Chen's temple. The black gold broken blade transformed into a deadly flash. With a clang, the blade pierced through the monster's kneecap, pinning it firmly to the ground. Blood splattered on Jiang Chen's cheek, adding a touch of ferocity to her cold face. Ah! The web-footed monster's scream seemed to trigger something. The figure pinned down by Jiang Chen suddenly began to struggle wildly, with astonishing strength. Jiang Chen pressed her knee against the other's chest, her left hand tightening its grip on the throat, a creaking sound coming from beneath her fingertips. "I ask you one last time." Her voice was colder than a blade, her eyes gleaming with a predatory glint in the moonlight. "Where are my men?" Chapter 287. A faint moonlight slanted in through the broken skylight, and Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. The person he was suppressing beneath him was a human uninfected by the spores. The woman's withered, gray hair lay scattered on the rusted metal floor, a mechanical prosthetic eye peeking out from between the strands, its cold blue light flashing rhythmically in the darkness. Her left cheek was covered with old scars. The optical lens of the prosthetic eye rapidly adjusted its focus. The woman's tightly pursed lips trembled slightly, yet she remained silent, her muscles tense, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Jiang Chen's knee pressed firmly against her chest, clearly feeling the subtle tremors of her ribs under the pressure. "I don't have time to play with you." Jiang Chen's voice was colder than a blade. The web-legged monster pinned to the corner by the broken blade let out a shrill howl, thick blood flowing down the wall and pooling on the floor. Jiang Chen's right hand twisted in midair. The black gold broken blade spun cruelly in the monster's wound, the muffled sound of tearing tissue accompanied by the crisp cracking of bones. The woman's prosthetic eye suddenly contracted, a barely audible gasp escaping her throat. Next cut, Jiang Chen leaned down, blood-stained hair falling onto the outer shell of the woman's prosthetic eye. "Is your knee?" Her tone was as calm as discussing the weather. The pain sensors in old-fashioned prosthetics should be more sensitive than flesh and blood. The aperture of the prosthetic eye expanded and contracted wildly. The woman finally spoke in a hoarse voice. 3 o'clock. The metal cabinet. Her vocal cords sounded as if corroded by strong acid, yet deep within that hoarseness lay a strange familiarity. But now, she had no time to think further. She had to find Inwu and Laming as soon as possible. Jiang Chen bound the woman tightly with high-strength fiber rope and turned to walk towards the metal cabinet at 3 o'clock. The moment her fingertips touched the cabinet door, a pungent smell of preservatives assaulted her senses. Inside, Lei Ming and Lian Wu lay curled up silently like dolls, their chests rising and falling weakly, each bearing a tiny needle mark on their necks, marks of sedatives. Thank goodness. Jiang Chen's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as she reached out to pull Lei Ming's arm. Crack! A crisp sound of bone shattering exploded behind her, followed by a hissing sound of splattering slime. The intense stench of decay instantly filled the space, making the hairs on the back of Jiang Chen's neck stand on end. It was the deathly aura of corpsamine mixed with spores, unique to late-stage mutants. She didn't turn around. The broken black gold dagger had somehow returned to her palm, its blade humming and gleaming with dark red patterns. Jiang Chen stood with her eyes lowered, her eyelashes casting two shadows on her face. She could feel the thing behind her, with its 3 lobe mouthparts open, the putrid liquid dripping onto the ground with a corrosive hissing sound. Humph, meat. Broken syllables escaped the mutant's throat, its compound eyes glowing with a greedy light in the darkness. In the instant a gust of wind swept in, Jiang Chen spun and drew his blade. The broken blade traced a perfect crimson arc. Before the edge even reached the target, the sharp blade energy had already shredded the monster's forelimbs into mincemeat. The mutant howled and staggered backward, revealing the pulsating spore sacs in its chest cavity, the fatal weakness of late-stage mutants. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, his blade striking like lightning straight for the core. No! Zhou Yang. A hoarse female voice rang out, heart-wrenching. The night wind howled through the long corridor, Ling Shuang's white robe fluttering in the wind. According to the ancestral rules passed down through generations of the old people, when the 2 important ministers, Guang Shuo and Wei Chuan, left the village at the same time, she, the high priestess, had to remain to guard the fortress. She hadn't set foot in this suspended corridor for many years. Every mottled stone slab was stained with a bloody stench that could never be washed away. She could clearly feel the red python's power growing stronger day by day. The pool beneath the altar had recently been moving without a breeze, emitting eerie rustling sounds of scales rubbing together in the dead of night. This kept her awake at night, for all the members of the 12th tribe who had participated in the blood sacrifice ritual were now dead. She had personally counted each corpse, and personally pulled out each spine. The 12th tribe. Ling Shuang unconsciously looked into the dark night. This once mighty tribe was the first to forge a blood pact with the red python. Their leaders passed down special abilities, allowing them to control the red python and command all beasts. Those purebloods could command ordinary people to kneel in submission with just a glance. Memories flooded back. She seemed to see again that blood moon night, when the last leader of the 12th tribe was thrown as a sacrifice into the red python's blood-red maw. The blood of those pure blood seeped into the altar's patterns, still faintly glowing on the night of the full moon. The night wind suddenly turned biting, and Ling Shuang snapped back to reality. Who? Ling Shuang's pupils contracted sharply as she stared intently at the blurry figure in the darkness. But before she could make out the other person's face, the surrounding air suddenly froze. Bang! A muffled thud, like a heartbeat, exploded in her chest. Ling Shuang looked down sharply. She saw that hand. Long, pale, with knuckles so sharp they were almost razor-sharp. It silently plunged into her chest, blood dripping silently from between the fingers, reflecting an eerie luster in the moonlight. That hand gently grasped her pounding heart. The icy touch sent shivers down her spine. You? She slowly raised her head, finally seeing the face so close to hers. The moonlight gilded his sharp features with a silvery edge. His eyes only a pure blood possess, so black they seemed to absorb even light, with faint, dark golden lines swirling deep within the pupils. The night wind suddenly stilled. Zhou Jingming's expression was indifferent, his black eyes, like an abyss, devoid of anger, hatred, only an innate detachment. It was a demeanor unique to traitors, the suppression deep within his bloodline rendering Ling Shuang unable to move even a finger. This day has finally come. Blood trickled from the corner of Ling Shuang's mouth, yet a smile of relief appeared on her face. The night wind ruffled her graying hair, and for a fleeting moment, she seemed to return to that night of the blood moon. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling that hand tighten little by little. In her final moments, only the soft plop sound of her heart being crushed remained. Chapter 288. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the rhythmic click of Zhou Yang's claws unconsciously scraping against the wall. Lei Ming paced restlessly, his boots clattering against the floor. His gaze frequently drifted to the corner, then quickly averted. There, Hai Tianqing sat motionless like a statue, and behind her, Zhou Yang, hunched over, huddled in the shadows. His skin had turned an unnatural bluish gray, and spiderweb-like black veins spread across his neck. Most horrifying were his eyes, completely transformed into vertical pupils, like those of a reptile, glowing with an eerie green light in the darkness. But when he looked at Hai Tianqing, a sliver of human warmth still lingered in his gaze. Ma! Tianqing. Jiang Chen's voice was soft. The girl in his memory, always with a cunning smile, now had a cold, mechanical prosthetic eye in her right eye, and a terrifyingly empty left eye. Zhou Yang suddenly stiffened, his mutated fingers gripping the knife at his waist. A threatening gurgling sound came from his throat, as if warning Jiang Chen not to approach. Who did this? Jiang Chen stopped, meeting Zhou Yang's vertical pupils and eye. Hai Tianqing slowly raised his head, his mechanical prosthetic eye emitting a faint hum. Zhang Qi. This name made Zhou Yang leap up violently, his mutated body slamming against the wall with a loud thud, letting out a beast-like growl. But when he turned to Hai Tianqing, his movements suddenly became cautious, even subconsciously retracting his sharp nails, as if this was his last connection to his human identity. What? Lei Ming's voice trembled. That's not Captain Zhang. Sparrow. Hai Tianqing's mechanical prosthetic eye flashed blue. We were ambushed as soon as we entered Mysoja. He wasn't imprisoned with us. Mysoja is now Noah's Research Institute's hunting ground. The air froze for a moment. Hai Tianqing's words were like a block of ice, sinking heavily into Jiang Chen's stomach. An ambush the moment they entered Mysoja, their attackers clearly knew their movements intimately. Noah's Research Institute? Lei Ming's voice rang out abruptly. He scratched his head, his knuckles turning white. What the hell is that? Lianwu, in the corner, sighed softly. A mysterious organization that suddenly appeared in recent years. Her voice was soft, yet it made the room seem even quieter. The person behind it is very cautious. We haven't found out anything more yet. Lei Ming's fist slammed against the wall, making a dull thud. Silence washed over him like a tide. Zhou Yang's breathing became heavy, his mutated lungs emitting unhealthy wheezing sounds. He huddled at Hai Tianqing's feet, the sound of scales scraping against the ground particularly jarring. Captain Hai. Jiang Chen broke the silence, her voice dry. Is he still alive? Hai Tianqing's mechanical eye flickered, blue light sweeping across Jiang Chen's face. Dead. Those two words were like knives. Jiang Chen had a premonition, yet she still felt a wave of dizziness. She saw her reflection distorted and warped in Hai Tianqing's mechanical eye. The night wind swept through the fortress walls, carrying fine snowflakes, one Xuanliang's military boots crunching softly on the snow. He bent slightly, his breath dissipating quickly in the cold wind. "Commander, the fortress is under full control. All rebels are imprisoned in the dungeons." Zhou Jingming stood silently on the city wall, the hem of his black overcoat billowing in the wind. He gazed at the desolate fortress below, and for a moment, he was transported back to that snowy night. The snowstorm in his memory was even fiercer. As a child, he was chained to the altar, watching his mother's white robe soaked in blood. The red python emerged from the black pool, the sound of its scales rubbing against each other drowned out by the cries of his people. The clearest image was his mother's last gaze, not of fear, but of an almost tender tenderness. That young chieftain, Wan Xuanliang's voice pulled him back to reality. Should we execute him on the spot? No. Wan Xuanliang's Adam's apple bobbed, his peripheral vision catching the crimson python markings on the commander's neck. A sign of a pure blood's emotional fluctuations. This young chieftain had spent 5 years with that one. He wisely swallowed his words of advice, bowing his head even deeper. "Yes, sir." A piercing scream suddenly echoed from the distant dungeon, quickly swallowed by the wind and snow. As Zhou Jingming turned, the torches on the city wall flickered dimly for a moment, as if even the flames feared the presence of this man. "Spread the message." Zhou Jingming's voice was soft. Wan Xianliang immediately bowed, the silver buttons on his uniform gleaming coldly in the morning light. "Yes, sir." His posture was respectful to the point of reverence. The wind and snow subsided, and the fortress was shrouded in deathly silence. Gu Yuichen knelt on one knee, his black armor still stained with undried blood. "Commander, all departments of the Green Fortress have been taken over by our people." He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with fanatical loyalty. "As for the remaining 11 tribes, according to the secret plan you laid 15 years ago, 70% of the leaders have sworn allegiance. As for the rest, they all been dealt with." A cruel smile curved Gu Yuichen's lips. Wan Xianliang frowned and glanced at him, but Gu Yuichen nonchalantly raised an eyebrow in response. In the eyes of these followers, blood was merely the baptism of a new order. Zhou Jingming listened quietly. On the distant horizon, the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds. Zhou Jingming looked towards Mai Soja, his gaze suddenly softening for a moment. "Jiangchen." The name lingered on his lips like a sigh. Wan Xianliang and Gu Yuichen lowered their heads simultaneously. They knew that only when mentioning the girl would this iron-fisted ruler's eyes reveal such warmth. The fortress bell suddenly tolled, startling a flock of crows. When Zhou Jingming withdrew his gaze, all tenderness had vanished, leaving only a chilling calm. "Prepare to welcome our guests." Chapter 289. A heavy silence hung in the air, even breathing sounded grating. Jiangchen stared at Hai Tianqing's face, half occupied by his mechanical eye, all words of comfort stuck in her throat. She knew all too well. Some wounds simply couldn't be touched by words. "Vroom." A low hum of an engine suddenly came from afar, like the panting of some wild beast. Jiangchen jerked her head up, exchanging a glance with Lei Ming and Lian Wu. The three of them tensed in unison, their fingers silently reaching for their weapons. "Hide first." Jiangchen's voice was barely audible. She quickly dragged the unconscious Luo Bin to his feet, feeling a strange warmth as she touched the dark red sap at the corner of his mouth. But now wasn't the time to delve deeper. The searchlight beam had already swept across the outer wall, the blinding white light slicing the shadows of the ruins into fragments. Huachuan's armored vehicle silently slid behind the broken wall, the camouflage coating on its metal shell automatically adjusting to the grayish-brown of the ruins. Jiangchen briefly met her gaze through the broken second-floor window. Huachuan's eyes, even in the darkness, remained sharp as knives, a gaze honed through countless life-or-death experiences. As she shoved Luo Bin into the corner cabinet, Jiangchen heard a faint sound behind her. Lei Ming and Lian Wu had vanished into the shadows. One had disappeared into the ventilation duct, the other had become part of the pile of junk in the corner. Their movements were even cleaner and more efficient than 5 years ago, without a single wasted effort. When she turned to look for Hai Tianqing, that spot was already empty. Even Zhou Yang was nowhere to be seen, only a few claw marks on the ground proved they had been there. Jiangchen suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. They grew, forged into a sharper edge amidst bloodshed and betrayal. But such growth came at a far too cruel price. The distant roar of engines grew closer, headlights illuminating the entire street as if it were daytime. Jiangchen slowly drew her broken knife, the blade reflecting her cold, stern features. Bang! The iron gate downstairs was violently kicked open, the rusty hinges groaning shrilly. Jiangchen's muscles tensed instantly, her back pressed against the shadow of the rafters, her breathing almost stopping. "Search separately. Make sure no one's there." A powerful male voice echoed in the empty command room. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps. 10 fully armed men burst into view. They wore the latest Moses protective suits, their streamlined masks glowing with a ghostly blue light. The pulse guns at their waists were clearly the latest model, their barrels a third shorter than the standard version, yet far more lethal. Jiang Chen's fingertips unconsciously traced the blade. She was all too familiar with this equipment. She'd seen it on the black market 2 months ago. This protective suit could withstand 60% spore contamination, lasting up to 48 hours, and cost as much as half an armored vehicle. "Boss, spore count 15%, safe," a man with a hoarse voice reported, his voice muffled and distorted through the mask. The burly man at the head of the group reached up and removed his mask. The crisp sound of the metal clips snapping open was particularly jarring in the silence. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. A bearded man. She would never mistake that scarred face. Where did all these mutant dogs come from? The hoarse-voiced man kicked aside a mutant corpse at his feet and spat in disgust. A small, thin figure suddenly spoke from the corner. "This used to be a shelter. Keeping dogs to guard it is normal." The boy's voice was surprisingly calm. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. It was the boy he met at the exhibition hall. The bearded man suddenly looked up, the red flash of his pulse gun sweeping across the rafters. Jiang Chen immediately held his breath, completely blending into the shadows. "If you ask me, with our superior equipment, we should just blow these bastards up." He roughly patted the plasma detonator at his waist, the metallic clanging particularly jarring in the empty command room. The boy looked up at his words. These mutant dogs are nothing to worry about, but the explosion might attract something more troublesome. His voice was soft, yet it made the horseman pause. Late-stage mutants are not to be trifled with. His voice was hoarse. "We need to get our stuff back to Mysasia as soon as possible." The boy's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the heavily guarded safe in the center of the room. The box was entirely black, its surface covered with intricate electrical patterns, and each of its 4 corners was secured with a biometric lock. Even more eerie, the box would occasionally vibrate slightly, as if it contained something alive. "Boss, what's in that box?" The boy began, but was frozen in place by a glare from the bearded man. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." The red light from the pulse gun swept across the boy's face, and he immediately lowered his head. The man with the hoarse voice leaned closer, feigning intimacy as he put his arm around the bearded man's shoulder. "Bro, we both fought our way through mountains of corpses with the company, so just give me a hint, okay?" He lowered his voice. "Is it the new model of spore immunotherapy? I heard the lab recently broke through the 90% protection rate." The bearded man sneered, slapping his hand away. "Immunity boosters?" He glanced meaningfully at the vibrating safe. "What's in here can render all immunity boosters useless." "More valuable than immunity boosters?" the hoarse-voiced man gasped. In this spore-ravaged wasteland, life-saving immunity boosters were hard currency. He couldn't think of anything more valuable. The bearded man impatiently tapped his armor. "One more word, and you won't get any supplies next time." The threatening tone made the hoarse-voiced man immediately shrink back. Those bastards in the suspended tower, they probably can't even get a clean drink of water now, right? The hoarse-voiced man wisely changed the subject, a twisted sense of satisfaction in his voice. The boy shuddered at the words, those images flashing before his eyes again. In the underground laboratory of the suspended tower, one after another, superhumans were pushed into incubation chambers, their screams muffled by thick glass, leaving only the bubbling of bubbles rising. Though the company wouldn't. The boy's voice was barely audible, his back beneath his protective suit already soaked with cold sweat. "Shut up." The bearded man grabbed the boy's collar. "When has Moses ever mistreated its own people?" He lowered his voice, like a viper's hiss. "After this mission, not only will you get the immunity booster, but you also get your hands on the Institute's latest superhuman enhancement agent." Superhuman enhancement agent? The man's hoarse voice's breathing became noticeably rapid. The bearded man cautiously surveyed his surroundings, making sure the mercenaries were all at a distance, before speaking in an almost inaudible whisper, that kid Zhang-Chi used to be a useless dud with all the numbers. He scoffed dismissively. If the Research Institute hadn't performed surgery on him, he wouldn't even be able to conjure a flame now. The boy and the hoarse-voiced man exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Zhang-Chi was now a formidable character capable of taking on an A-level mutant single-handedly. Who would have thought he was once? "So keep your mouth shut." The bearded man patted the safe key at his waist, the metallic clang unusually crisp. "Once this gets to the Research Institute, our good days are coming." Chapter 290. A sliver of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. Less than 2 hours remained until full daylight. The bearded man and his group clearly intended to set off in the morning light, and were currently taking turns resting. Only the two mercenaries guarding the safe remained standing like statues, their knuckles always on the triggers, not even removing their helmets. Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with Lianwu in the shadows. Lianwu's fingertips glowed slightly, indicating whether to intervene. Her disguise ability was enough to deal with the outer guards. Jiang Chen gently shook his head, his gaze fixed on the constantly vibrating safe. What was inside was probably more dangerous than the enemy before him. "Get up, all of you." The bearded man's roar, accompanied by the sound of metal prosthetics striking armor, broke the dawn silence. "We're leaving in 10 minutes. Boss." A boy's voice suddenly came from behind the ruins, tinged with hesitation. "Zhu Er is missing." The bearded man's eyes scanned every corner of the surroundings. He spat, "That son of a bitch, still looking for fun before he even leaves." The boy lowered his head. Everyone knew Zhu Er's quirks. This B-level ability user, relying on his seniority, had a history of kidnapping survivors for his own amusement. Last month, he had tortured a girl to death, throwing her body into the mutant's lair. "Split up and search." The bearded man impatiently swung his prosthetic limb, the metal joints creaking under the strain. "If we don't find him within half an hour, we leave him to feed the mutants." The mercenaries reluctantly dispersed to search. The two guarding the safe remained motionless. One of them even tightened the safe straps. The boy and several fully armed men in protective suits quickly dispersed, searching the ruins for Zhu Er's whereabouts. Their flashlights streaked across the dimly lit room, stirring up the floating dust. "Boss! Something's happened." The boy stumbled back. The bearded man frowned, then slapped the boy hard across the face. The sharp crack echoed, as the boy's helmet snapped to one side. "Useless." The bearded man shoved the boy aside. "What's the panic? Where did that Zhu Er go again?" The boy, clutching his swollen cheek, pointed to a half-collapsed cubicle behind him. He's there, but..." The bearded man strode impatiently towards it, but as he lifted the rickety cubicle door, he froze. Zhu Er's body lay supine on the floor, his face, always bearing a lewd smile, now contorted in a horrified expression. Even more horrifying was his chest cavity. Completely hollowed out, his ribs cleanly severed as if by some sharp weapon, the cuts as smooth as a mirror. His heart was gone, leaving only a dark, gaping hole, not a single drop of blood spilled onto the ground. Zhu Er was a B-level ability user. He could even hold his own against an A-level mutant. Yet the scene was eerily clean. No signs of struggle, no bloodstains, not even a trace of spore contamination. It was as if something had silently taken his heart, draining all his blood along with it. The boy, hiding behind, peeked through his fingers before immediately turning away. "Let's go!" Boss, are we just going to leave it like this?" The boy's voice trembled behind his protective mask. He glanced back at the dark compartment. Zhu Er's body lay there like a rag doll, the empty chest cavity glaringly obvious in the morning light. A cold glint flashed in the bearded man's eyes. A good-for-nothing who couldn't control his lower body. Dead is dead. Load the goods, move out immediately. The boy's pupils contracted sharply behind his mask. He saw the fully armed mercenaries deftly loading the safe onto the armored vehicle, their movements so practiced as if nothing had just happened. But the killer might still be nearby. The boy's voice trailed off, the last few words almost swallowed. The bearded man's metal fingers were already gripping the back of his neck, the cold touch sending a chill through his protective suit. "Listen, you little brat." The bearded man leaned down. "What's in this box is worth more than 100 Zhu Er's lives. If the delivery is delayed." He deliberately left his sentence unfinished, only letting his prosthetic arm emit a dangerous buzzing sound. The armored vehicle's engine roared to life, its exhaust trailing a twisted gray serpent through the morning mist. As the convoy's shadow completely disappeared below the horizon, the first rays of true sunlight pierced the clouds. Jiang Chen emerged from her hiding place and half-squatted beside Zhu Er's corpse. The morning light cast a long shadow of hers, casting a slanted shadow over the gruesome body. Her tactical glove fingertips hovered an inch above the chest wound, not touching it. On the jagged edges of the laceration, several clear teeth marks were clearly visible, each so deep that the cut surface of the inner ribs was visible. "Ugh!" Lei Ming abruptly turned his head away, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. Even after countless fierce battles, this manner of death still sent shivers down his spine. The flesh at the wound was visibly decaying, turning a bizarre bluish black, emitting not the usual stench of a corpse, but a cloyingly sweet, nauseating stench, like the saliva of some creature rapidly decomposing tissue. "This isn't an ordinary mutant." Lianwu's voice held a rare tension. The gap between its teeth exceeds 10 centimeters, and its saliva contains an unknown corrosive enzyme. Jiang Chen slowly rose, turning to the ever-silent Hai Tianqing. The latter stood in the shadows 3 meters away, the aperture of his mechanical prosthetic eye constantly contracting and expanding, his right arm hanging unnaturally, as if he had just survived a fight. Tianqing. Jiang Chen's voice was soft, yet it silenced everyone. Where is Zhou Yang? A low whimper suddenly came from afar, sounding like both pain and a warning. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. The sound came from the ventilation duct where they had previously hidden, and now, black viscous fluid was slowly seeping from the inside of the duct. Chapter 291. This is evolution. Hai Tianqing's mechanical right eye flashed coldly, her jawline taut. In the corner, Zhou Yang hunched over, a beast-like whimper escaping his throat. His mutated fingers cautiously touched the tip of Hai Tianqing's boot, then quickly withdrew, as if afraid his touch would soil her. This action caused black blood to seep from his nail plates, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. He killed someone. Lei Ming slammed his fist on the rusty pipe, staring intently at Zhou Yang's half-human, half-beast face, his voice filled with sorrow. "Sparrow, wake up. He's not the Zhou Yang he used to be." Hai Tianqing suddenly sneered. Those people deserve to die. Her gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Jiang Chen's face. If he hadn't died, it would have been your people who died. Wasn't your companion also someone who survived by eating people? Lianwu's pupils contracted sharply, and she subconsciously took a half step back. What did you say? Jiang Chen turned to look at the unconscious Luo Bin. His pale lips still had traces of blood that hadn't been wiped away, but the rise and fall of his chest was much more steady than before. Jiang Chen's gaze pierced Huichuan like a blade. She stood as still as an iron tower, her face showing no surprise, as if she had already anticipated all of this. Huichuan. Her voice was extremely low. Do you know something? Huichuan slowly raised her eyes, her pupils gleaming with a cold, metallic luster in the dim light. Her gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on the unconscious Luo Bin, a low, cold laugh escaping her throat. He's a cursed bastard, fed on the flesh and blood of his own kind. Huichuan's words made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. She finally understood why Huichuan had told them to stop the car. Luo Bin needed to find food. It turned out that besides her, Luo Bin was very likely to attack Lianwu and Lei Ming in the car. Cannibalism. These 4 words pierced everyone's hearts like an icicle. Lianwu abruptly covered her mouth and took 2 steps back, her nails scraping against the rusty wall. Lei Ming's Adam's apple bobbed violently, the acid churning in his stomach almost bursting his throat. We can't take these monsters with us. Lianwu's voice was like ice, unless you want your guts ripped out in the middle of the night. Hai Tianqing's expression stiffened for a moment, but she immediately regained her composure. No. She pointed to Zhou Yang, who was staring intently at Lianwu's throbbing carotid artery with his beastly eyes. He still recognizes me. But... Her voice trailed off. Sunlight streamed through the broken ceiling, illuminating the bits of flesh remaining between Zhou Yang's scales and claws, half a human heart, already a putrid purplish black. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Chen again, her gaze unconsciously revealing a trace of old reliance. Just like back in the suspended tower, when she would always look to this reliable friend in this way whenever she encountered a difficult problem. In her memory, sunlight streamed through the tempered glass of the suspended tower, making Hai Tianqing's short hair shimmer with iridescent colors. At this time, Zhou Yang would often arrive gracefully, wearing his impeccably pressed silver-gray uniform and carrying a faint scent of cedar perfume. His long, slender fingers would elegantly adjust his gold-rimmed glasses, and he would begin his detailed analysis in his magnetic voice. But now, only a beam of pale sunlight slanted in through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating Hai Tianqing's mechanical right eye, the cold metal reflecting an inorganic light. Jiang Chen's gaze passed over Hai Tianqing's shoulder and landed on Zhou Yang behind her. Zhou Yang was now hunched over, his spine bulging unnaturally, bone spurs tearing through his combat suit, covered by a black exoskeleton resembling an insect's. What did they inject him with? Jiang Chen heard his own voice echo in the empty room. Hai Tianqing's mechanical eyes emitted a faint electrical hum. Clark's second-generation gene sample. In the past 5 years at Green Fortress, Jiang Chen had heard more than once that the suspended tower was cultivating a new kind of creature called Clark. Why are they injecting these things into ability users? Lei Ming's voice suddenly broke in. Hai Tianqing's lips curled into a bitter smile. The suspended tower uses ability users to feed Clark. Her voice was eerily calm. Clark serves as the mother, providing gene samples for the research institute. Mysosia is a massive testing ground. injecting these samples not only greatly enhances abilities. A gust of cold wind suddenly rushed into the warehouse, but also enhances immunity to spores. It's far more complicated than that, isn't it? Jiang Chen's voice tightened slightly in the damp air. A erratic blue light flashed across Hai Tianqing's prosthetic eye, and subtle ripples appeared on the surface of her liquid metal-like iris. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen seemed to see a layer of mist rise in her eyes. But the next second, it all seemed like her imagination. The experiment failed. Hai Tianqing's voice seemed to come from a great distance, the first batch of people injected with Clark generation. Her Adam's apple bobbed, and in the corner of the warehouse, Zhou Yang suddenly let out a painful roar. They gained 3 times the power boost of ordinary people. Hai Tianqing said with difficulty, the price was the collapse of their genetic chains. They locked us all up together. Her voice was barely audible. My brother was among the first to be injected with the first generation gene. At first, they did become stronger. Stronger, faster, quicker, even their wounds healed faster than ever. Later, Hai Tianqing's Adam's apple bobbed, their skin began to crack, growing scales or armor plates, their eyes turning into vertical pupils like reptiles. In the end, even their closest relatives couldn't recognize them. Her voice suddenly choked. Some died with their internal organs bulging outwards, as if something was about to burst out. In the end, Zhou Yang ended my brother's suffering himself. Hai Tianqing said calmly. Zhou Yang suddenly looked up, his mutated pupils contracting violently. He opened his mouth to say something, but only a hoarse, breathy sound escaped. Jiang Chen's heart felt like it was in a steamer, a suffocating feeling washing over her, followed by an uncontrollable rage, but she had to remain calm. That day I was lying on the operating table, when I heard prepare for injection. Hai Tianqing's intact left eye seemed to drift into some kind of emptiness. Then Zhou Yang burst in. He said he was more suitable for this experiment. The second generation sample has been improved a lot. Hai Tianqing glanced softly at Zhou Yang in the corner. At least, he can still remember who I am. Chapter 292. The armored vehicle roared forward across the scorching desert, its tracks grinding through the dunes, kicking up clouds of golden red sand. Outside the window, desiccated corpses lay half buried in the yellow sand like broken dolls. The beaks of black mutated crows gleamed with a metallic sheen, swooping down to pierce the eye sockets of the corpses with a sickening splat. The vehicle reeked of a pungent mixture of engine oil and blood. Zhou Yang and Luo Bin were handcuffed to specially made metal chairs at the far end of the compartment, rendering them immobile. Lei Ming's knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel, glancing behind him in the rearview mirror every 30 seconds, the veins on his forehead rising and falling with his breath. In the rearview mirror, Zhou Yang's scaly claws were carving deep furrows into the seat, his pupils narrowed to slits as he stared intently at Lei Ming's throbbing carotid artery. Brother Lei, watch where you're going. Jiang Chen's black and gold broken knife tapped lightly on the driver's headrest, the back of the blade striking the metal with a crisp clink. Hai Tianqing remained silent, like a statue. She leaned against the corner of the car, the blue light of her prosthetic eye flickering in the shadows. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the girl who had followed her 5 years ago. Now, only desolation remained in that person's eyes, more lifeless than the desert outside the window. Tianqing. Jiang Chen's voice was exceptionally clear amidst the roar of the engine. Are you sure my Soja has a drug to reverse the mutation? Hai Tianqing's prosthetic eye emitted a soft focusing sound. Although the second-generation Clark gene prototype experiment failed, the researchers at the Institute haven't given up on further research. Zhangqi promised us, her voice was soft, yet it made the temperature in the car drop sharply, that as long as we bring back a sufficient number of superhumans and old civilians, we can exchange them for a treatment for Clark's mutation. What? A thunderous roar shook the armored vehicle, causing it to vibrate. He slammed the steering wheel, the vehicle tracing a breathtaking arc across the sand. The carcass of a mutated crow exploded beneath the wheels, its dark purple entrails splattering onto the bulletproof glass. Keep your hands to yourself. Lian Wu snapped, exasperated. Jiang Chen's black gold broken sword clashed against Hu Chuan's broadsword, the blade's gleam reflecting Hu Chuan's grim face. Hu Chuan, calm down. This definitely isn't their intention, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Hu Chuan stared at Jiang Chen's face. The camouflage had worn off, revealing the totem on Jiang Chen's face. Her identity, as an old-timer, was recognized by the Green Fortress and 11 tribes. Hu Chuan finally lowered his sword and returned to his original seat. They want more than just superhumans? Jiang Chen asked, enunciating each word clearly. The old citizens too? Hai Tianqing slowly turned her head, seemingly oblivious to the earlier conflict, her mechanical eye sweeping over the crowd. A cold blue light traced a path through the carriage, finally settling on Huichuan's weapon-gripping hand. That's right. After leaving Mysoja, all superhumans injected with Clark II were placed under the control of Moses Shepherd forces. She looked at the totem on Jiang Chen's face. Now, their hunting squads are active in every corner of Eden. Hai Tianqing's mechanical. I turned to Huichuan, the cold blue light casting a grid-like shadow on the woman's bronze face. The old citizens are protected by mutated creatures, and some can even control some of them. Her voice was calm to the point of cruelty. Capturing them is indeed difficult, but after modification, they chase you to the ends of the earth like mad dogs, so catching them is only a matter of time. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Hai Tianqing's expression was too calm as she spoke, not even her eyelashes trembled, as if she were discussing dinner. That indifferent detachment was more chilling than any anger. So you deliberately turned on the searchlights. Lian Wu's voice suddenly became shrill, to lure those survivors into your slaughterhouse. Hai Tianqing's mechanical eye flickered. A deathly silence fell over the carriage. Hai Tianqing turned her face away, looking out at the churning yellow sand. She neither admitted nor denied it. Her silence was more jarring than any explanation. Those people are just squeezing the last drop of value out of you. Lian Wu's voice was icy cold. Working for them only leads to death. Hai Tianqing suddenly laughed, but the laughter didn't reach her eyes. Instead, it made her gaze appear even more empty. You think we don't know? She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a series of gruesome scars on her wrist. Lian Wu, we just want to live. Is that wrong? Lian Wu froze. The Hai Tianqing she remembered always had a bright smile, following Zhou Yan around, chattering incessantly about gossip. Back then, the boy was full of youthful vigor, as if the whole world was at their feet. But now? She looked at Zhou Yang, huddled in the corner. He was hunched over, his armored arms wrapped around his knees, like a wounded beast. Those once spirited eyes were now only filled with numbness and weariness. The suspended tower. That steel fortress that once symbolized hope and order had probably long since become a hell on earth. Lian Wu unconsciously thought of Hai Tianqing's mother. Now, she was probably 5 years. How much could that destroy? Close relatives, companions, beliefs, and those vows once held firmly in their hearts. Jiang Chen's palm pressed against the cold metal interior of the armored vehicle. The metallic chill seeped through her palm as she looked directly into Hai Tianqing's eyes. Tianqing, we will get the antidote. I promise you. Her voice was soft yet extremely steady. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the cracked bulletproof glass, casting dappled light and shadow on Hai Tianqing's face. His intact left eye's pupil was slightly dilated, reflecting the blood-red sunset outside the window, and also reflecting Jiang Chen's face. Outside the vehicle window, the blood-red sun was sinking into the sea of sand. The heat distorted the distant scenery, melting the dunes into a flowing golden-red ocean. The armored vehicle was steadily approaching its final destination. Mysosia. Jiang Chen looked into the distance. He murmured, there is nothing in the desert, and nothing is not what man desires. Chapter 293. Mysosia was a divided city. Sunlight streamed down the neat streets. Vendors pushed gleaming stainless steel food carts, the aroma of fried food wafting through the air. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park turned slowly, its colorful carriages shimmering in the sunlight. Several children chased each other, playing with cotton candy, their laughter echoing through the streets. Jiang Chen stood at the edge of the sidewalk, observing the passers-by without showing any emotion. The disguise agent had altered her appearance, making her features ordinary and unremarkable. But thinking of Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yan left behind in the town. One with a conspicuous mechanical prosthetic eye, the other whose scales were beginning to mutate. Her fingers tightened involuntarily. Not to mention Huichuan, who stubbornly refused to disguise herself. That woman preferred to remain alone outside the city rather than accept any form of change. I didn't expect it to be like this here. Lei Ming stopped mid-sentence, his gaze following a passing ice cream truck, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. His disguise made him look like a wealthy man, his bronze skin blended perfectly into the city. Lian Wu lowered her voice, now appearing like an ordinary office lady, her fitted suit and exquisite makeup flawless. According to our information, Mysosia houses nearly 10,000 ordinary civilians. She gestured for Jiang Chen to look at the surveillance camera on the street corner. The black sphere was silently rotating. However, while it seems peaceful here, it may not be as serene as it appears. Jiang Chen noticed that at each intersection stood guards in dark blue uniforms. They smiled, but their hands remained constantly on the stun guns at their waists. On the main street of Mysosia, Jiang Chen tilted her head slightly, her peripheral vision catching the reflections in the shop windows. "What do you mean?" Her voice was extremely low, her lips barely moving. Lianwu pretended to tidy a stray hair behind her ear, tapping her earlobe 3 times with her fingertips. A coded signal to confirm no one was eavesdropping. 6 or 7 years ago, exploited superhumans formed a resistance organization. Her voice was casual, like a casual conversation in a cafe. They call themselves Shadows, and they claim that the authorities in Mysoja are engaging in a terrible deal. The 3 of them followed the flow of people across the square paved with red sandstone. The fountain's mist refracted rainbows in the sunlight, but couldn't mask the faint smell of disinfectant in the air. Suddenly, the gilded doors of the Camille Grand Hotel came into view. A doorman in a crisp uniform was opening the glass door with brass handles for a guest. "Are you sure this is it?" Lei Ming's Adam's apple bobbed. The exterior of this 170-plus story luxury building was covered in mirrored glass, and every window was warmly lit. Lianwu chuckled softly, taking a makeup mirror from her handbag, and using the act of touching up her makeup to observe her surroundings. "Have you heard of the saying the darkest place is under the lamp?" She snapped the mirror shut. "The 3 stand-ins we planted last year have passed Shadow's initial screening. This is the first time they arranged work for us here." Jiang Chen was about to step inside, when Lei Ming suddenly grabbed her arm. She frowned and turned around, only to see Lei Ming straightening his back and lowering his voice, saying, "According to the current persona, I'm the boss." Lianwu rolled her eyes, but still obediently took a half-step back. The 3 of them, led by Lei Ming, walked towards the glittering revolving doors of the Camille Hotel. In the lobby, crystal chandeliers illuminated the marble floor. The customer service manager's hair gel gleamed greasy under the lights, and he flashed a standard A2 smile. "Welcome, Camille Hotel, your second home." Lianwu naturally handed over 3 gold embossed cards. "A room has been arranged for you." The manager's tone remained perfect, but he lightly tapped the card twice with his index finger as he handed it back. In the elevator, the mirrored walls reflected the tense figures of the 3. Jiang Chen stared at the fluctuating floor numbers. The room numbers on the cards made her squint. 1601, 1605, 1609. A clearly spaced sequence. Just as Lei Ming was about to speak, Lianwu suddenly looked up at the corner. The red glow of a miniature camera flickered in the shadows, like a spying eye. The 3 remained silent in unison. When the elevator stopped at the 160th floor, the metal door slid open. Jiang Chen pushed open the door to room 1605, and the hotel's distinctive fragrance wafted out. An overpowering lemon scent masking a faint smell of disinfectant. She locked the door behind her, running her fingertips along the doorknob to confirm there were no unusual electrical vibrations. The room was a standard business suite, the beige curtains half-drawn. She pretended to tidy her luggage, but secretly glanced at the 4 corners of the ceiling. 6 pinhole cameras cleverly concealed within the smoke detector and light fixtures. The digital clock on the bedside table showed 8:33 p.m., its LCD screen emitting a faint blue glow. There were less than 30 minutes until the agreed meeting time. Entering the bathroom, she deliberately knocked her toiletries bag to the floor. As she bent over, the reflection in the tiles revealed 2 concealed infrared sensors, one hidden on the edge of a mirror frame and the other inside the air vent. Lianwu's warning echoed in her ears. "Camille has a military-grade surveillance system in every room." She turned on the shower, and the scalding water instantly created a thick mist in the glass enclosure. The mirror quickly frosted over, and the surveillance footage showed only blurry figures. Jiang Chen stood in the steamy bathroom, her fingertips lightly tracing the protective chain of the ventilation window. The cold metal felt slightly rusty. She listened intently. The sound of the shower water masked all other subtle movements. Through the hazy mist, she confirmed that the surveillance camera was completely obscured. Only a blurry white image could be captured. The black and gold broken knife appeared silently, its blade gently flicking at the chain's connection. Snap! The sound of breaking metal was perfectly swallowed by the sound of the water. Jiang Chen held the broken chain in her palm, the metal edge digging painfully into her skin. She carefully put the chain into her pocket, leaving no trace. She had to create an exit first. Outside the window, the city lights 1,000 meters below resembled an inverted galaxy. Among those flickering lights, perhaps lay the entrance to the Arc laboratory. Jiang Chen's fingertips tapped unconsciously on the window frame. According to intelligence, the recent attacks by the resistance were merely a pretext. Their real objective was to create chaos, giving them an opportunity to infiltrate the true power core of Mysoja. The Arc, to reveal the truth. But since Zhang Qi could remain firmly in the upper echelons, the Arc's defenses must be extraordinary. Jiang Chen took a miniature receiver from her waterproof pouch and held it against the window. A thunderous voice quickly came through the earpiece, interrupted by the sound of flowing water. 1601, all normal. 1609, all normal. Received. The laboratory coordinates provided by Hai Tianqing clearly appeared in her mind. Sector B7, requiring passage through 3 biometric checkpoints. They needed to use this rebel force to successfully enter these core areas. Beep beep beep. The sudden sound of the doorbell shattered the silence. Chapter 294. Jiang Chen tensed instantly, sheathing the broken knife. She stepped out of the bathroom, peering through the peephole. The hallway light cast long shadows of the visitor. The man wore a hotel employee badge, but the silver ring on his left pinky finger reflected light. A secret signal. Jiang Chen opened the door a crack. The young man standing outside wore a khaki work uniform. The words Maintenance Department Fong Kuei on his badge gleamed slightly in the hallway light. Room service maintenance. His voice was perfectly professional, but his eyes quickly swept over Jiang Chen's right hand, registered a problem with the telephone line. She hadn't actually reported that problem. Jiang Chen stepped aside, her back pressed against the wall. The repairman, carrying his toolbox, walked to the bedside table and expertly disassembled the telephone base. Judging from his accent, he seemed to be from the south. He tightened the screwdriver, the clanging of metal masking the deliberate nature of his words. She answered briefly. The Green Fortress's intelligence files flashed clearly in her mind. The stand came from Tumbleweed Town in southern Eden, and her parents died in last year's spore storm. The repairman suddenly lowered his voice, his screwdriver tracing a specific path on the circuit board. The southern migration is getting worse. He adjusted the wiring and continued, I wonder what tomorrow will bring. Jiang Chen's back pressed silently against the cold wall. As long as you work hard, better days will come. She maintained the tone befitting her persona, but her gaze was fixed on every subtle movement of the repairman. The man's fingers, which were adjusting the telephone cord, suddenly paused for half a second. Are you from the same hometown as those two? The screwdriver left tiny scratches on the circuit board, and Jiang Chen noticed his breathing rhythm change. Yes, Tumbleweed Town. She answered flawlessly, while glancing at possible exits of the room out of the corner of her eye. The man suddenly lowered his voice. Tumbleweed Town certainly produces talented people. His fingers fumbled in the toolbox's compartment. I heard it's famous for a fragrant fruit called intoxicating fruit, and it's said to be delicious. Have you tried it? His tone was relaxed. Yes, she maintained a steady voice. It tastes like a liqueur candy, but it has a strong aftertaste. Even though the air conditioning was on, she felt a chill creep up the back of her neck. Click. The sound of the screwdriver falling into the toolbox was particularly jarring in the silence. The man looked up. According to regulations, you can't take more than 3 a day, otherwise you experience a mild, numbing sensation. He looked at him and said, but your fellow countryman in room 1601 just ate 6. Suddenly, Lei Ming's rapid breathing came through Jiang Chen's earpiece, followed by Lian Wu's low warning. Exposure, repeat exposure. The man slowly stood up, took off his gloves, and tossed them onto the bedside table with a soft snap. Okay, the phone's fixed. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing the weather. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Almost simultaneously, she whirled around and rushed towards the bathroom. Bang! The loud crash of the door being violently kicked open shook the decorative paintings on the wall to the floor. 3 fully armed mercenaries filed in. In the bathroom, Fong Kuei casually adjusted his cuffs, a confident smile playing on his lips. The lead mercenary dashed into the bathroom, then retreated with a grim expression. Squad leader, nobody's here. Fong Kuei squinted and slowly walked towards the open window. A gust of cold wind whipped sand against his face. Several fresh scratches remained on the window frame, the marks of a sharp weapon. He reached out and touched the edge of the windowsill, his fingertips picking up a few metal shards. They ran fast, he scoffed, turning away as the hem of his trench coat swept across the shards of glass on the floor, making a soft shattering sound. Squad leader, should we issue an arrest warrant immediately? The young mercenary gripped his pulse pistol nervously. Fong Kuei glanced at him with a half smile. Arrest warrant? You think someone who can escape under our noses would show their true face? Take the remaining 2 fellow villagers to headquarters. Fong Kuei's cynical smile vanished. Remember to use special shackles. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, as Lei Ming and Lian Wu were restrained by special electromagnetic shackles. The blue indicator lights on the shackles flashed with their steps, releasing a high-voltage current if any abnormal movement was detected. Fine beads of sweat trickled from Lei Ming's temples, The back of his work clothes was already soaked. He turned his head to look at Lian Wu, his lips twitching, but ultimately remained silent. That detail about the intoxicating fruit had completely exposed them. Lian Wu's. Her expression was eerily calm. Sensing Lei Ming's gaze, she slightly tilted her head, her eyelashes casting a shadow in the lamplight. Her eyes swept across Lei Ming's face, then casually turned away. But in that instant when their eyes met, Lei Ming clearly saw her right eye blink imperceptibly 3 times. Their prearranged signal. Jiang Chen had escaped. Fang Kuei, walking ahead, suddenly stopped, his trench coat hem fluttering even without wind. He turned back as if sensing something, only to see an empty corridor. The surveillance camera on the ceiling slowly rotated, showing nothing but 2 prisoners and the escorting mercenaries. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, a speck of dust floated eerily in the air before silently settling down. Lian Wu's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 295. The walls of the detention cell gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. Lian Wu was held in solitary confinement. She sat quietly in the alloy chair, the electromagnetic shackles on her wrists occasionally flashing blue, reflecting on her calm face. She made no attempt to struggle, even her breathing was extremely steady. As if she were simply awaiting an interrogation she had long anticipated. Next door, Lei Ming sounded much more agitated, his knuckles tapping unconsciously on the table, the rhythm erratic. Outside the one-way glass of the detention cell, soldiers coldly observed their every move, the red dots on their recorders flashing silently. Inside the observation room, Fang Kuei stood before the holographic projection, his fingertips tracing the suspended data stream. The 3-dimensional image clearly marked the movement trajectory of Jiang Chen and his 2 companions after entering Maisoja. From the city gate to the Camille Grand Hotel, without any unnecessary stops. The substitutes infiltrated a year ago? Fang Kuei's voice was low, carrying a hint of danger. He brought up projections of Lian Wu and Lei Ming's real faces. The crimson emblem of the suspended tower wanted posters stood out starkly against the image. Yes, Squadron, the soldier responded quickly. They'd clearly been planning this for a long time. And that person? Fang Kuei's gaze swept across the surveillance footage, from the hotel's perimeter to the nearby streets. Nothing unusual. All the surveillance footage has been checked, nothing found. The soldier lowered his head, his voice slightly tense. It's like she vanished into thin air. Fang Kuei's knuckles tapped lightly on the control panel, his brow furrowing slightly. If she escaped from outside the building, it would be impossible to completely avoid the surveillance cameras. Unless she didn't escape at all. Squad leader, people from above are here. A soldier rushed in, reporting in a low voice. Fang Kuei glanced one last time at the monitor in the detention cell. Interrogate them according to procedure, Fang Kuei said coldly. If they don't talk. His gaze swept over the stun gun control panel beside him. We do it our way. Fang Kuei pushed open the door and left, the shadow beneath his feet moving with him. Jiang Chen's breath almost stopped, her body merging with the shadow. For 5 years, the Blackwater had deeply fused with her flesh and blood, extending her Shadowwalker abilities to 2 hours, and multiplying her speed and strength. However, her prophetic abilities seemed sealed away, never to manifest again. 40 minutes remained before her abilities expired. She had to rescue Lian Wu and Lei Ming within the time limit, while ensuring the rebel organization's actions wouldn't disrupt her plans. However, a direct confrontation was clearly the worst option. Inside the conference room, 2 men wearing white masks sat silently on either side of the long table. The tall, thin man on the left, wearing a mask, spoke in a gentle voice. Tonight's objective is to rescue the 50 ability users imprisoned on the Arkansas. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly in the shadows. The cold metal wall of the ventilation duct pressed against her cheek, transmitting the conversation below word for word. She looked at the 2 masked figures. Lian Wu's intelligence was indeed accurate. The structure of the shadow organization clearly appeared in her mind. At the top were the elusive arbitrators, below them were these instructors wearing special masks. And Fang Kuei. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the silver-edged pattern on his cuff. It was the mark of a prospective instructor. Lian Wu's file clearly stated that when the pattern turned into a gold line, it would be the day he was promoted. The subtle vibrations of the ventilation duct suddenly stopped. Jiang Chen held her breath, seeing the thin coach's gaze, hidden behind his mask, sweep across the ceiling. She shrank further into the shadows. The tall, thin man's fingertip lightly tapped the holographic map, marking the detention areas on the 3rd basement level of the Ark. The holographic projection unfolded in the center of the long table, the structural diagram of Ark C Zone 6 slowly rotating. 3 scarlet biometric doors highlighted. Fang Kuei stood before the projection, his expression unusually serious. He placed his hands on the edge of the table. The Ark's defense system changes its key every 30 minutes. We only have one chance to break in. The huge display screen lit up, the action plan unfolding, the attack timeline flashing to the second on the right. 3 action teams are in position. The burly instructor pulled up the personnel list, 5 portraits marked with gold borders standing out. 5 A-level ability users will assist in the breakthrough. Fong Kuei's fingertips slid rapidly across the holographic keyboard, bringing up the weapon list, pulse jammer, neurotoxic fog, and this. He zoomed in on the last icon, biometric hacking crystal, can buy 12 seconds. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on the Ark's terrain map. The discussion ended. Instructor, the room is ready. Fong Kuei bowed slightly, his finger lightly swiping across the access card, the electronic lock beeping softly. His movements were neither servile nor arrogant, maintaining the respect due to a subordinate while retaining the dignity of the area's ruler. The tall, thin instructor suddenly stopped, the patterns on his mask gleaming coldly under the corridor lights. I heard you captured 2 wanted criminals from the suspended tower? Fong Kuei's fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly. The news spread faster than expected. The organization's spies were indeed everywhere. He maintained a perfectly measured smile. Yes, but... He paused deliberately. A little rat escaped, and we're hunting him down. The burly coach chuckled, his voice metallic beneath the mask. The suspended towers wanted posters? They could probably cover an entire wall by now. I heard the Walden Legion has been getting quite close to the suspended tower lately. Fong Kuei casually mentioned, but stopped abruptly at the crucial point. The thin coach suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. Captain Fong, the operation is imminent. His eyes narrowed slightly beneath the mask. I hope everything goes smoothly tonight. I've been too talkative. Fong Kuei immediately took a half step back, gesturing for him to proceed. As the heavy metal door closed, he seemed to glimpse a dark shadow flash past the crack. Before he could look closely, it had vanished without a trace. Chapter 296. The hairs on the neck of the tall, thin man suddenly stood on end, the cold metallic touch made him stiffen. He jerked back, but his opponent was faster, the sharp blade following closely behind. Jiangchen? Fong Yu's voice was tense as he looked at the unique black blade before him. Fong Yu slowly removed his white mask, revealing the face Jiangchen recognized. But Jiangchen didn't let her guard down. The burly man rushed out from the inner room at the sound, his heavy military boots thumping on the carpet. Before he could even see what was happening, he felt a sharp object pressed against his back. Take off your mask. Jiangchen's voice was soft, yet it caused the room temperature to plummet. Her pupils dilated slightly in the shadows, black fluid slowly flowing in her veins, perfectly concealing her presence. Yuan then realized he had been completely unaware. As an A-level ability user, he should have been fully aware of ability fluctuations within a 10-meter radius. He then realized that Jiangchen's blade maintained a precise distance, neither actually piercing him nor allowing him to make any rash moves. This level of control was probably beyond even the adjudicators at headquarters. Fong Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. 5 years had passed, and Jiangchen's control over her abilities had advanced to a terrifying level. He remembered that during their last encounter, her shadow activation would have a 0.3-second energy fluctuation, but now... Yuan decisively ripped off his mask, the leather straps leaving a red mark on his rough palm. The dim light from the wall lamp illuminated his angular face, revealing a gruesome scar running from his brow bone to his cheekbone across his left eye. A mark left 5 years ago at Green Fortress. Jiangchen's figure fully emerged from the shadows. She stood by the window, the moonlight outlining her slender silhouette. 5 years had honed her, making her even more striking. Her 1.7-meter height was encased in a form-fitting black combat suit. Her once shoulder-length black hair now fell to her waist, casually tied back with a blood-stained strip of cloth, a few stray strands falling across her forehead, adding to her cold, aloof air. Most chilling were her eyes. Her dark pupils were like 2 deep wells, reflecting the flickering lamplight, yet devoid of any emotion. It really is you. Fong Yu's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. He instinctively took a half step forward, then abruptly stopped. Yuan hadn't expected to meet her here either. You wouldn't happen to be the escapee Fong Kuei mentioned? Fong Kuei was cautious, and this was his territory. How could she have escaped from such a place, and even managed to infiltrate it? Jiangchen slightly raised her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath them. Were Lianwu and Leining captured? Fong Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. Yes. Fong Kuei's fingers tapped on the alloy neck guard of his bulletproof vest, producing a dull thump-thump. The lining of this specially made combat suit still carried the metallic smell unique to new equipment, and the shadowy insignia on the shoulder armor gleamed coldly under the overhead light. It served both to protect against external attacks and to filter spores. The instructor wants to interrogate those two personally. He frowned at the subordinate, who relayed the order. Beads of sweat still clung to the man's forehead, clearly from running all the way. Yes, squadron leader. With only 8 hours left before the operation, this sudden interrogation request made his temples throb. But the memory of that rainy night 4 years ago resurfaced. The burning transport truck, his comrades' screams, and the instructor who had shielded him from bullets with his own body. Go prepare. He looked at his subordinates. Take another inventory of the equipment for the operation. Fang Yu concentrated his healing power in his palm, a pale green halo enveloping Lin Wu's pale face. Lei Ming, who had just been healed, suddenly twitched and opened his eyes abruptly. Fang Yu? Yuan? Lei Ming's voice was somewhat hoarse. The Walden Legion's uniforms have been redesigned. He squinted at the dark gold winged badges on their collars, the insignia of shadow instructors. Fang Yu and Yuan exchanged a glance. Yuan crouched down, the gruesome scar on his left eye particularly noticeable under the light. We're from Shadow, he said in a low voice. The founder of the organization. Is Major Pei Du? Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Pei Du. The major who had been missing for so long, now the arbiter of Shadow? Fang Yu's voice pulled her back to reality. We just arrived in Mysoja. Thonga received an anonymous message, but we decided to go to the underground warehouse, where the major was last seen to check. We just didn't expect what happened afterward. Fang Yu and Yuan hadn't anticipated what had happened to Captain Zhang and the others after they separated. Captain Zhang is cautious. Even if he received an anonymous letter, he wouldn't easily keep the appointment, would he? Yuan said, puzzled. The anonymous letter was sent by Zhang Qi. Jiang Chen's voice was icy cold. She thought of Hai Tianqing's mechanical prosthetic eye. Fang Yu and Yuan exchanged a glance, their eyes swirling with complex emotions. In chaotic times, blood relatives are the highest form of trust. Fang Yu suddenly stood up, the fibers of his combat suit rustling softly with each movement. He handed over a display screen, evidence Major Pei collected over 2 years of infiltration. His Adam's apple bobbed. Zhang Qi can no longer be called human. This purge began 5 years ago. Jiang Chen's fingers tightened around the edge of the screen, her pupils slightly contracting in the blue light. The intricate network diagram on the screen clearly showed the black market transaction chain between Suspended Tower, Moses Corporation, Noah Research Institute, and ARC. ARC is underground in Mysoja. Fang Yu's voice was hoarse as he pointed to the flashing red dot at the bottom of the chart. The superhuman Suspended Tower has captured over the years are all feeding that monster called Clark. Clark? Lin Wu suddenly sat up straight. The one who caused Zhou Yang's mutation. Zhou Yang has already mutated? Fang Yu's hand suddenly hovered in midair. He was injected with Clark's second-generation gene. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Fang Yu beside him. Fang Yu, does the treatment to reverse the mutation actually exist? Fang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed, the blue light from the monitor casting a deep shadow on his face. Jiang Chen, the so-called reversal. It doesn't exist. Yuan suddenly interrupted Fang Yu. Chapter 297. In the interrogation room, all cameras were switched off. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing Fang Yu. Fang Yu, you've been here for 5 years. You should know better than anyone what kind of lives these mutants lead. He and Yuan exchanged a pained look. In these 5 years, they had both witnessed the final forms those mutants took, watching themselves gradually transform into monsters. Yuan saw Fang Yu hesitate. Jiang Chen, Yuan slammed his hand heavily on the metal table. These mutants have no chance of complete reversal. His voice echoed in the confined space. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. No complete reversal, that means there's still an incomplete solution, isn't it? Yuan's face instantly turned ashen. You. Fang Yu sighed, raising his hand to signal Yuan to calm down. Zhang Qi has some remedies. His voice was low, they can temporarily restore sanity, but require lifelong use. Fang Yu? Yuan abruptly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. His eyes were full of reproach. You knew. Even if you kept it from her, Fang Yu looked directly into Jiang Chen's eyes, his voice bitter. She would dig a deep well to find it, Jiang Chen. These remedies are kept by Zhang Qi himself, and Zhang Qi, not to mention his own special ability, no one knows exactly what it is. His fingers dug deeply into his palm. Jiang Chen, don't mess with Fang Zhou. This isn't something you can handle alone. Do you know why Mysoja takes in so many ordinary people? Isn't it because this place offers shelter? Lei Ming interrupted, but his voice was no longer certain. Fang Yu slowly shook his head, the weariness in his eyes clearly visible. If only it were that simple. According to our information, the NOAA Research Institute is using Clark's third-generation genes for modification, and this time the chances of success are very high. That's impossible. Lien Wu said, the suspended tower has conducted thousands of experiments over the years, and in the end. No, Jiang Chen's voice was frighteningly calm. Zhang Qi succeeded. That's right. Fang Yu's voice was hoarse. Zhang Qi is the perfect representative for the NOAA Research Institute's experiments. The last 4 words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. These past years. Fang Yu's gaze swept over Jiang Chen and the others, his voice growing increasingly lower. The old people's power has been constantly expanding. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. The hatred between races is irreconcilable. Too many superhumans have died at the hands of the mutated creatures controlled by the old people. Fang Yu's right hand clenched into a fist. The spore-contaminated zone is expanding every day. Our living space. Even the superhumans. So you mean? Lei Ming's pupils contracted sharply, his voice distorted with shock. Someone here is tacitly approving the Ark's human experiments? Experiments require pioneers. Fang Yu's voice was low and hoarse. The experiments NOAA's Research Institute is conducting on the Ark are selecting the superhumans with the strongest abilities and physiques. Some of them volunteered. He paused and continued. And once the experiments are complete, the ordinary people of my Soja will be implanted with modified genes. They want to create an army with overwhelming power to completely exterminate the old people. He looked up at Jiang Chen, thus truly becoming the overlord of Eden. The laboratory fell silent. Lien Wu's fists clenched unconsciously, her nails digging deep into her palms. She exchanged a complex look with Lei Ming. Although they have lived in the Green Fortress for 5 years, spending 5 years with the old inhabitants. Some had even become friends. But survival is the most basic instinct for all living beings. The law of the jungle seems to be an ironclad rule in the biological world. Those not of our kind. Fang Yu, if it's really as you say. Jiang Chen's blade lightly touched the ground. Then why did you form such a rebellious organization? Neither Lei Ming nor Fang Yu had expected Jiang Chen to so keenly discover this crucial point. Jiang Chen, Fang Yu said softly, this is humanity's last spark. Before the experiment is mature, Yuan said righteously, Major Pei will absolutely not allow the NOAA Research Institute to consume these ability users, like replacing parts. The interrogation room alarm suddenly turned dark red, slicing Jiang Chen's face into fragments of light and shadow. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, a chilling realization piercing his mind like a knife. What kind of scheme lay hidden beneath Major Pei Du's perpetually calm mask? Had the NOAA Research Institute's experiments truly succeeded? The answer to this question was perhaps even awaited by Pei Du himself. Jiang Chen lowered his eyes. What an ingenious plan. Establishing a rebel organization could both preserve the precious samples of superhumans and allow for close observation of the experimental process. Regardless of which side ultimately won, the flame of human evolution would not be extinguished. What does individual suffering matter in the face of collective interests? Zhou Yang's screams, the experimental subject's convulsions, were merely the necessary price to pay on the path of evolution. Perhaps in future history, this would simply be the growing pains of a certain generation. Jiang Chen suddenly sheathed his sword, the blade scraping across the ground with a crisp, piercing sound. Fang Yu, take us into the Ark. Her voice was firm and unwavering. In return, I will cooperate with you to rescue those 50 people. Chapter 298. The incandescent lights in the training ground cast cold shadows on the walls. 2 figures wearing pure white masks stood silently in the shadows, the expressionless curves of their masks appearing particularly striking under the light. Fang Kuei's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Instructors, what's this? Yuan stood with his hands behind his back in front of the monitor screen, blue light dancing on his expressionless face. Instructors sent by headquarters. They will be entering the Ark with you to carry out a special mission. Fang Kuei's fingers tightened on his sidearm. 5 A-level ability users were already beyond the standard configuration, and now they added 2 instructors? He had never seen such a setup. Jiang Chen and Lei Ming simultaneously removed their masks, the metal clips clicking crisply. Beneath the masks were 2 unfamiliar faces. Fang Kuei's gaze lingered on those unfamiliar faces for a moment, before he simply gave a standard salute. The instructor's authority was unquestionable within the Ark system. Coach, he suddenly remembered something, his voice unconsciously lowering, those 2 in the interrogation room. Fang Yu interrupted without looking up. The organization will handle it. Fang Kuei's Adam's apple bobbed, but he ultimately just nodded. The organization's decisions never needed explanation. Meanwhile, Lianwu stood in the shadows of the logistics corridor. Her fingertips lightly traced her face. Her superpower, camouflage, was flowing through her body. Over the past 5 years, her power had continuously improved. With just a brief contact, she could perfectly replicate every detail of her target. And this time, she would maintain this state for a full 10 hours. Fan Yu's fingertip lightly swiped across the tactical tablet, and the security data for Sector B7 vanished in a flash. Remember, evacuate before dawn. His voice was soft, yet it made everyone tense. Yes. The night was as dark as ink, and 15 figures silently disappeared into the shadows surrounding the Arkansas. The roar of heavy transport truck engines echoed in the distance, and searchlight beams swept across the wall before quickly moving away. This isn't like you, Yuan said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on Fan Yu's profile. According to the rules, at least. Fan Yu raised his hand to interrupt him, his gaze following the last figure disappearing around the corner. Jiang Chen and the others are different. His voice suddenly became very soft. In her eyes, the future was never predetermined. Even the most righteous reasons cannot compare to the profound impact of action. I don't know if my choice was right, but we share the same fate, the same future. Yuan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Suddenly, a dazzling galaxy projected from the exhibition hall's dome, countless points of light converging to form the 4 large characters Project Arc. Ella walked through the light and shadow to the central stage, her red high heels stepping over the holographic model of the Garden of Eden. The areas contaminated by the spores vanished into ashes beneath her feet. Welcome to the Arc Exhibition Hall. Her voice was incredibly penetrating, her arm tracing an exaggerated arc in the air. Behind her, a screen simultaneously played historical footage of the bunker's arduous struggle. The black and white images appeared particularly poignant against her vibrant figure. A little boy in the front row stared wide-eyed, oblivious to the toy he had dropped. As Ella turned, her red skirt swirled in a perfect arc. She stroked the gleaming jean capsule model on the display stand, the bright red nail polish leaving tiny scratches on the metal surface. For 70 years. Her voice suddenly choked, but her eyes shone with fervent light. We have never given up hope. In the audience, several young people unconsciously straightened their backs. Because we are the choice of destiny. She suddenly raised her arms, and a holographic projection unfolded behind her, displaying the grand blueprint of Project Arc. As the lights shifted, the faint injection marks on her wrists became particularly noticeable. In a corner, a staff member pushed in a registration desk, the electronic screen on it flashing the enticing slogan "Join now." Join the Arc. Her fingertips lightly touched the floating control panel, and a set of 3-dimensional human models immediately disassembled and displayed. We will reshape your genetic chain. The projection clearly showed how lung tissue generates spore filtration membranes, and how a silver-blue protective net spreads across the blood vessel walls. A chorus of gasps rose from the audience. Ella suddenly ripped open the lace cuff of her left sleeve, revealing pale blue veins of light flowing beneath her skin. See? The veins flickered with her breath. My cellular activity is 3 times that of an ordinary person. She deliberately let the cuff slip down further, revealing the injection site, which gleamed alluringly cold under the lights. A girl wearing a breathing mask unconsciously touched her diseased lungs. The holographic screen switched to a contrasting image. On the left, a hunched-over, coughing ordinary person. On the right, a cyborg lifting a massive gate with his bare hands. No more protective suits needed. Ella's voice suddenly softened, as if sharing a secret. You will be able to walk in spore rain. She spread her arms, artificial air currents billowing her red hair like a victory flag. Suddenly, a row of injection chambers rose from the exhibition stand, gene serums floating in a pale blue nutrient solution. The most outstanding candidate. She slowly walked towards the largest display chamber, inside which floated a crystal shimmering with iridescent light. Will receive this. Her breath created a white mist on the glass, ability seed. The crystal suddenly burst into a blinding light, projecting countless holographic images of ability users, tearing apart mutated creatures onto the wall. The counter at the registration desk began to jump wildly, a mechanical voice repeatedly announcing, 13% of the spots remaining. Cool-tone lights shone from the exhibition hall's dome, enveloping the frenzied crowd in a pale blue glow. Jiang Chen stood at the edge of the crowd, his pupils slightly contracted, his gaze piercing through the surging heads, locking onto the fiery, dazzling figure on the stage. Ella's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, yet seemed to come from a very distant place. The warmth of Ella's final embrace at their parting still lingered on his shoulder. What's wrong? Lei Ming asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen's Adam's apple bobbed. Nothing. Fong Kuei, using the crowd as cover, subtly made a hand gesture. Those volunteers, actually infiltrated team members, were slowly moving towards Zone B with the flow of people. The heavy gate began to slowly close, the sound of gears meshing like the chewing of some giant beast. When the last ray of light from the outside world was cut off, Jiang Chen's breath hitched slightly. The scene before her made her grip on the knife tighten involuntarily. This wasn't some experimental area. Towering metal domes, intricate piping systems, and cultivation chambers embedded in the walls. This was clearly another complete bunker. Chapter 299. Jiang Chen had seen the main structure of the Ark before at Fong Yu's place. An inverted steel tower, 7 stories high, like a meticulously dissected bullet. Each level was connected by a spiral alloy corridor, with security increasing with each lower level. Sector B was only the second level, and they were currently in Sector B3. A pale blue light flowed through the metal corridors, casting long, distorted shadows. Jiang Chen took the blue uniform. The fabric shimmered with a sickly fluorescence under the cold light. Jiang Chen's fingers brushed against the number tag on the left chest of the uniform, where the black lettering B3-114 was printed. She deftly put on the uniform, the wide sleeves hanging down, concealing the taut muscles in her wrists when she gripped the knife. Lei Ming held his uniform with 2 fingers, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust. This color. His lips twitched. It looks like a shroud from a morgue. In the dim light, the dormitory in Block B3 resembled a giant beehive. Dozens of bunk beds were neatly arranged. Jiang Chen's fingertips traced the alloy bed frames, leaving fine scratches on the metal surface. She estimated the size of the space. Roughly the size of 2 classrooms, yet crammed with nearly 100 beds. The pulse guns of the 2 black-clad guards at the door gleamed with a ghostly blue light in the shadows. She remembered Fong Yu's words. Block B indeed had fewer guards now, only 15. Most of the police force had been reassigned to guard the 3rd-generation Clark gene samples. Although the Shadow organization had been infiltrating for years, the structural blueprints of the Ark's lowest level were still missing. But the architectural style here was so similar to a bunker. They're here. Lei Ming suddenly nudged her with his elbow. The heavy airlock hissed as it released hydraulic pressure, and 3 gray figures stepped into the dormitory. Jiang Chen immediately lowered her eyes, but her peripheral vision caught sight of the leader. A middle-aged man, with meticulously combed silver-gray hair. His uniform collar bore the metal badge of the B-Sector Administrator, making a slight clinking sound as he moved. 2 assistants behind him were recording something on a data tablet, their pens drawing glaring green lines on the screen. The silver-haired man clasped his hands in front of his abdomen, a formulaic smile playing on his lips. Welcome everyone to the Arkansas. I'm Mark, the B-Sector Administrator. His voice, like a carefully tuned broadcast, echoed clearly in every corner. His lips curved into a perfectly measured smile, and his right hand gracefully swept through the air, pointing to a food projection that suddenly lit up on the wall. The steaks and red wine in those holographic images formed an absurd contrast with the simple metal bed in the dormitory. Here, he leaned forward slightly, a movement that made the metal badge on his chest gleam under the light. You can enjoy any food you like. A tap of his finger on the data panel displayed a series of enticing food images, and there's no need to worry about any danger. Mark subtly adjusted his stance, his leather shoes tapping crisply on the ground. We arrange personalized service for everyone. His gaze swept across the crowd. In the coming days, aside from routine checks, you're free to move around in this area. The light cast a halo around his silver-gray hair, making him appear as if bathed in holy light. A burly man in the crowd suddenly pushed to the front. What kind of check do we need? His voice made the nearest bed frame tremble slightly. Mark subtly took a half-step back, his leather shoes scraping the floor with a harsh sound. Just the most basic tests. He lifted the data panel. A string of green indicators lit up the screen. Body data, ability value. His fingers swiped through the basic test results, and he smiled, saying, absolutely safe. Jiang Chen's figure had already quietly moved to the side of the assistant holding the order slip. Their names seemed deliberately placed at the end. Now, please cooperate with our, Mark said politely, to conduct the tests in an orderly manner. But please remember. His tone suddenly turned cold. No one may leave without permission. He emphasized the last few words, and at the same time, the guard at the door raised his pulse gun in unison. The restaurant lights were deliberately adjusted to a warm orange hue, and the delicate plates reflected a subtle sheen on the long table. Jiang Chen's fingertips brushed against the rim of the gilded porcelain plate, on which the steaming steak swirled, the sauce creating delicate patterns on the bottom. Jiang Chen's fork hovered in midair, its metal tip reflecting her slightly narrowed eyes. In Green Fortress, food, though fresh, was rationed, and this plate of slightly bloody Wagyu beef. She could even smell the rosemary. Alice. A soft female voice suddenly rang out. The girl in the corner jerked, her spoon falling onto the plate with a crisp clink. Jiang Chen turned to look. The female administrator in the gray uniform was bending down, speaking to the petite girl, her pink-nailed fingers resting gently on the girl's shoulder. The gesture, which should have been friendly, instead caused fine beads of sweat to appear on the back of the girl's neck. The restaurant clock chimed softly. It was 8:07 p.m. How many is this? Lei Ming asked indistinctly, his mouth stuffed with roasted meat, oil trickling down his chin. Jiang Chen put down her silver spoon, the metal clinking against the porcelain with a clear, resonant sound. The 31st. Her gaze swept across the table, briefly meeting Fang Kuei's across from her. He was slowly and methodically cutting his food with a fork, but Jiang Chen noticed that his knife was always held at a specific angle, as if it could be used as a weapon at any moment. 10 o'clock sharp. This time flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Her fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, the rhythm perfectly matching the ticking of the second hand. Jiang Chen mentally confirmed the details of the operation again, when the footsteps of the guards changing shifts echoed in the corridor. The electrical room. As part of the assigned logistics team, Lianwu would feign circuit repairs, using a specially designed electromagnetic pulse device to create a 3-second power outage, causing chaos. The informant hidden in the monitoring room would activate a virus program. The operating system in Zone B would be paralyzed for 10 minutes. Enough to disable the biolocks here one by one. Her fork unconsciously scratched fine lines on her plate. During these 10 minutes, Fang Kuei, leading the team, would deal with the 15 guards in the east corridor. Lei Ming would oversee the 3 technicians in the monitoring room, and she herself would clean up the 3 high-ranking administrators in the rest area. Chapter 300. The red alarm flashed wildly in the narrow corridor. Jiang Chen's boots stepped over a pool of dark red blood. The last senior administrator collapsed at her feet. A piercing static crackled through her earpiece. Jiang Chen pressed hard on the communicator. Fang Kuei, had the people from Sector B7 been brought out? The ceiling sprinklers suddenly activated, cold water droplets mixed with blood sliding down her cheek. Fang Kuei's intermittent response came through the communicator. They been brought out? Another team evacuated. The background was filled with screams and heavy running sounds. Jiang Chen's gaze swept through the chaotic crowd. Her fingers tightened involuntarily. Where are the people here? The mission objective is 50 B-level ability users. Fang Kuei's voice suddenly became clearer. These people weren't part of the plan. Jiang Chen's lips moved. B-level ability users. The red alarm light illuminated her profile as if stained with blood. Coach! Fang Kuei's exclamation blared through the earpiece. Your mission is accomplished, Fang Kuei. But Jiang Chen had already ripped off the earpiece and rushed against the flow of people into a deeper corridor. The last thing Fang Kuei murmured in disbelief came through the broken communicator. It's that wanted criminal. Her figure flashed around the corner, the broken black and gold blade tracing an arc in the red light. On both sides of the dimly lit corridor, identical metal doors lined up like mirror images, the emergency lights on the ceiling casting pale white spots. Xiao Jiang, are you sure this is the way? Lei Ming lowered his voice, his thick arm muscles bulging beneath his tight combat suit, as he warily surveyed the perfectly identical corridor layout. Jiang Chen unfolded a hand-drawn map, the charcoal lines barely visible in the dim light. This place is exactly the same as the Kshuria bunker. Her fingertips stopped at a mark in the lower right corner of the map, her knuckles white from the pressure. The serious criminals are all locked up here. Zhang's name isn't in Fang Yu's intelligence, which means he's not in the ordinary area. Suddenly, the sound of a metal door sliding open came from afar. Mark, what are you doing here? A shrill, piercing voice came from around the corner. Jiang Chen flicked her wrist, and the map vanished instantly into her sleeve. Lianwu. Now a perfect replica of Mark's appearance. Calmly turning around, the curve of her shoulders identical to his. There are 2 A-level ability users in this batch. Her voice became low and hoarse, preparing to take them to the supervisor. Footsteps approached, and a thin, bamboo-like man stepped into the light. His fingers were unusually long and thin, his nails a sickly blue. Pretty savvy, huh? The man grinned, revealing uneven teeth. He circled Jiang Chen and Lei Ming, then suddenly poked Lei Ming's bulging biceps. Injected with a slowing agent? Lei Ming's muscles instinctively tensed, veins bulging, before he forced himself to relax into a dazed state. Lianwu remained expressionless. Tell them to behave. She subtly made a calming gesture behind her back. The man chuckled maliciously, his slender fingers tracing the lines of Lei Ming's muscles. Then I wish you a speedy promotion. His long, thin shadow twisted and receded against the wall. After confirming the footsteps had disappeared, he rubbed his arms vigorously, red marks appearing on his bronze skin. That bastard's hands are as disgusting as vipers. The giant display screen in the command center glowed with a cold, eerie blue light, illuminating Zhang Qi's tense profile. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's figure in the image looked up, her sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the screen and staring directly at them. The image on the screen distorted abruptly, freezing the final image of Jiang Chen and her group before disappearing completely, showing her drawing her sword. Zhang Qi's knuckles turned slightly white on the control panel. Beside him, the boy, that 10-year-old body was curled up in a bizarre posture on the command chair. The boy's fingertips rhythmically tapped the armrest. Doctor, those 50 ability users. Zhang Qi's voice caught in his throat. The boy suddenly turned his face, his once clear, childlike eyes now swirling with a maturity beyond his years. She's enough. The boy's lips curled into an exaggerated smile, his childish voice mixed with the tone of another woman. His small fingers traced the lines of surgical sutures on his neck. This container. He suddenly coughed violently, his childlike face contorted into a ferocious expression, is still too fragile. Zhang Qi's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He saw the boy's pupils split under the light, the left eye was a normal black, but the right eye was a ghostly green, like laboratory culture fluid. Go arrange things for your brother. The boy's voice suddenly became hoarse. His thin legs dangled over the edge of the chair, his toes barely touching the ground, yet crossed in an adult posture. Zhang Qi was slightly taken aback, but even this slight movement couldn't escape the boy's eyes. What? Not satisfied with your revenge yet? He tilted his head, this gesture, which should have been cute, looked chilling with the unnatural curvature of his neck, or, you softened your heart. Zhang Qi's Adam's apple bobbed. I take care of it right away. He walked out. Inside the command room, the boy watched as a holographic projection flickered before him, displaying the declining curves of the body's various functions. The boy, or rather, Dr. He Hui, who resided in this body, suddenly coughed violently. His tiny fingers gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Pale blue liquid seeped from the sutures in his throat, starkly contrasting against his deathly pale skin. This is the most suitable vessel. His voice was broken, his pupils dilating and contracting intermittently, but the transfer of consciousness ultimately has its limits. The boy leaned back in his seat, and the monitor behind him suddenly lit up with countless surveillance images, each frame showing Jiang Chen from a different angle.